Untouched monster corpses and the corpse of an extraterrestrial adventurer. What do you want to know? Forget it. The clerk halted in his tracks, and the professional smile plastered on his face crumbled for a moment, revealing utter confusion beneath. However, he regained his composure just a moment later and nodded his head. Untouched monster corpses and the corpses of recently killed monsters cost more than ordinary monster carcasses, but I think that you're aware of that. As for the corpse of an extraterrestrial adventurer, it can be quite expensive, he said and added lightly, but you can use the appraisal room with your Golden Bartholomew membership. That's no problem. Michael expected to be frowned upon a little bit more, but that didn't happen. It was quite interesting that his weird request was accepted just like that. The clerk gave somebody a quick call before they entered the appraisal room. 10 minutes later, they finished their business. Michael sold the corpses of the monsters he and his team had hunted in the lizard cave, and he was about to sign the deal to increase his fortune by a small fortune once again. However, before they could sign the deal, Michael received the corpses he had requested. The clerk left him alone in the appraisal room, where 4 monster carcasses and the body of an extraterrestrial adventurer were spread out on separate tables. Michael was not sure what kind of extraterrestrial race the adventurer had belonged to, but he had a Tier 0 war rune on the back of his right hand, or what he presumed to be his right hand. Michael closed his eyes for a moment. He sensed the symbol of extraction deep inside his consciousness and exerted the soul trait. Several golden streams shot out of his palms. They spread through the appraisal room and started to extract the 5 corpses. Merely 2 minutes later, Michael was done. The corpses were near perfectly dissected, but not a single soul star fragment or any item created by the will of the Origin Expanse had appeared. Usually, it doesn't matter whether the corpses are looted inside or outside the Origin Expanse, so it is of no importance. Let's conduct another test, Michael mumbled to himself. He got an idea and left the appraisal room and turned to the clerk, who was waiting for him. I need another batch with the same criteria, he requested. I want to sell the dissected corpses as well. I don't need them anymore. In the next 15 minutes, Michael waited for the new batch of corpses. He sold the dissected body parts and signed the deal for the other goods in the meantime. When his goods arrived, Michael stored them inside the spatial space of his war rune before he set off. As he left, Michael's actions attracted the interest of the House of Witchery's staff. That was weird, one of them commented. Even if it was weird, it's even more confusing how he dissected 5 bodies nearly perfectly in less than 5 minutes. Either time passes differently for him, or he is a godly butcher. Another one mumbled, just for a third to join the conversation. I wonder what he's trying to do with those corpses. It has been a while since anyone was even remotely interested in the corpses of tier adventurers of a foreign race. Our esteemed customer doesn't look like a scientist either. We might never be able to find out what is going on in the mind of our customers, but maybe it is better that way, the first said, and the others nodded their heads in agreement. Maybe it was better not to know what weird thoughts were running through their customers' minds. They were simple clerks who did their mundane job and returned home after work hours. Now that he finished his purchases, Michael returned to the Origin Expanse. He extracted the untouched monster corpses and the corpse of the extraterrestrial adventurer inside the Origin Expanse, but the result stayed the same. Does that mean I or my subjects have to kill the monsters for extraction to increase the special loot created by the will? No, that shouldn't be it. I used extraction on the frenzied deer horde, and most of them were killed by the black bear. In that case, does that mean I have to be in the vicinity when monsters die for extraction to work properly on them? Michael tried to come up with multiple theories, but most of them could be proven wrong quickly. It's obvious that extraction works on the monsters killed by me or my subjects. My subjects are directly connected to my soul through the link of loyalty. There's not much to debate, but what about the monsters killed by others? Michael came up with several theories that couldn't be proven wrong immediately. First, corpses weren't allowed to leave the Origin Expanse. Otherwise, extraction wouldn't be able to increase the loot generated by the will of the Origin Expanse. Second, he had to be in the proximity of the monsters when they killed others for extraction to work properly. Third, monsters killed in the vicinity of his territory would meet the requirements to provide additional special drops according to extraction's star rating. There were more theories, but Michael considered these 3 as the most important for the time being. If he was to travel to Ziltra and purchase a few corpses, he could continue his experiment and prove the first theory to be right or wrong. However, he didn't have the time to travel to Ziltra right now. Michael had yet to advance to the first tier, and the day of the aptitude assessment was inching closer. I should hurry a bit, he thought, before joining Tierra and the others to go out hunting again. After all, the fastest way to refine his war rune was to go out and hunt powerful monsters. A few days later, it was already the 18th of the month outside the Origin Expanse. In 2 days, the Sapphire Lake Military Academy's aptitude assessment will be held. Michael was extremely tired, but he left the Origin Expanse with a faint smile on his lips. Given the tremendous amount of energy sweeping through his body, he should have more than enough energy to refine his war rune past the peak of Tier 0. He had more than enough to break the barrier and advance to the first tier. However, instead of staying inside the origin expanse, Michael met up with his brother. It had been a few days since Michael and Danny's last meeting, and it was about time that they spent some quality time together. Who knew how much more time they would receive after Michael was accepted in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy? Like usual, the brothers went out to fill their stomachs to the brim. They spoke a lot while taking care of their endless hunger. By the way, how has your expedition been? Seeing that you're not injured, it should have been a success, but you never know, Michael asked with great. The more he researched about structures of forgotten civilizations and creations of the origin expanses, the more interested he grew. Danny smiled when he saw Michael's eyes that twinkled brightly in curiosity. The expedition was a great success. We gained a lot more than we anticipated. It looks like the Primeval Pyramid is even more valuable than we thought at first. In a few weeks, we'll enter the inner area of the Primeval Pyramid, once we finish preparing thoroughly for the dangers lurking inside, he said with a trace of excitement in his voice. Danny usually tried to hide his emotions and act unbothered, but even he found it increasingly difficult to hide his excitement in front of his brother. He wanted to brag to Michael, but held back as much as he could. After all, he knew Michael very well. His brother would only hear about the treasures and ignore that it was extremely dangerous to conquer any kind of ancient building or creation of the origin expanse. What Danny didn't know yet was that Michael had already found an old temple and that he hadn't rushed inside like a maniac. Thinking about the old temple, Michael shot up from his chair. His eyes widened and a bright smile formed on his lips. Maybe Danny can tell me more about the language used in the old temple. Danny stared at Michael with a frown when his brother jumped up from the chair. Michael's sudden action startled him at first. Then he grew increasingly more confused. When Michael realized that he nearly flung the table in front of him aside, he sat down quietly. He smiled in embarrassment and sipped on his water to calm down his heart. Afterward, he stared deep into his brother's eyes. A piece of paper appeared in Michael's hand with a few sentences written on them. Good thing that I wrote everything down beforehand, he mused to himself before he handed Danny the piece of paper. The sentences written down on the piece of paper were related to the strange information he had received from the old temple when he stepped on the first step of the ancient stone staircase. What is that? Danny asked as he took a first look at the content written down on the paper and furrowed his eyebrows. He cannot understand what's written there. Michael realized and his mood worsened quickly. However, instead of being discouraged that his brother was unable to translate what was written on the paper, Michael calmed his heart and mind. He looked straight into his brother's eyes and began to detail his escapade. Michael didn't leave out any information, thinking that it might be important. Danny had already figured that he lived in a dangerous region, so he might as well share all the information to make sure that his brother could give him some good pieces of advice. Since both of them had become lords and Michael gained more experience, it was much easier to talk to Danny about the origin expanse and their situations. I wanted to research a bit more about that temple in the underground ecosystem, but it's not easy to find information using the low authority of my Lord ID. Even the Bartholomew network is not that helpful. After all, most lords and adventurers who have gone on expeditions to conquer temples, ruins, and other mythical places of the origin expanse don't share many useful pieces of information about the situations they've encountered, Michael complained at the end of his story. He sighed deeply and shook his head in disappointment. Meanwhile, Danny stared at his brother with squinted eyes. So you're telling me that you found a temple less than a month after your 18th birthday? Thatha's to be a joke, Danny mumbled to himself in disbelief. However, after hearing what Michael's first soul trait was, and that his first summon was a heroic summon their first ancestor, to be precise, finding a temple belonging to a forgotten civilization didn't seem all that special. Danny opened Starnet on his crystal watch and did a quick research. He searched for the names Michael had mentioned: Untamed Jungle, Ziltra, and the Zentica Empire. With his authority as Tier 2 Lord, Danny could find the same report as Michael found using Bartholomew Network with his golden membership. It was not a lot, but enough to worry about Michael's safety. His brother seemed fine, but his region and the regions adjacent to the Untamed Jungle didn't seem all that secure. I told you about my situation because I want you to share more about your expedition and the dangers of the Primeval Pyramid. If you don't want me to be blinded by the treasures I might be able to procure in the old temple, it would be better to share everything. Otherwise, I cannot reassure you that greed will not consume me, Michael said in all honesty. He could already tell that he was getting greedy for both treasure and strength. It was addictive to be wealthy and powerful, and Michael knew very well that the old temple could give him both unfathomable strength and treasures that were so valuable that their price couldn't be measured. Thus, Michael wanted his brother to bombard him with the threats and dangers of the Primeval Pyramid and shake him hard, jostling him to reality and put him back in place. If Danny wouldn't help him, he could always ask Alice. However, he didn't want to tell her too much about his territory just yet. He was still not certain what she planned to do with him and what her future plans were. It might be ungrateful to think like that about Alice Zenobia after everything she did for him, but Michael couldn't help but doubt her intentions. He was extremely vigilant, but who could hold him accountable for that, since when were prodigious children of a highly influential family nice to him? There had to be a reason for her interest in him. After Michael told Danny about everything he encountered since he entered the Origin Expanse, he hoped that his brother could give him a helping hand. That was exactly what Danny did. He was still shocked about the information Michael shared with him, but he could tell that his brother still had some sanity left, though he was worried about his changing mindset and greed. Michael might have been in danger when he emerged in the untamed jungle, and when he summoned their first ancestor as his first summon, but he overcame everything more or less easily. Michael also gained a lot in less than a month, and he was about to advance to the first tier. The speed at which Michael improved was dangerously fast. It was dangerous because he was more likely to overestimate himself sooner or later, which would lead to mistakes, and mistakes led to death in the Origin Expanse. Danny didn't want his brother to die, so he went against the promise he made to himself and shared his hardships of the past few years with Michael. He told Michael about how he started out as Lord and how he struggled to stay alive. Danny shared how his territory had nearly been bulldozed by a rivaling lord and how he survived by himself. He explained in detail what he had to do to overcome the ordeals in the desert region and how he regained his power. At last, Danny explained in detail the dangers of the Primeval Pyramid and that the treasures found in the Primeval Pyramid were incomparable to the dangers they encountered. Danny found Tigerfang in the Primeval Pyramid, but he had to pay a hefty price for it as in exchange for procuring it. Thousands of his subjects died. One of the lords in their expedition alliance died as well. It was shocking. The more Michael heard about the expedition, the more he worried about his brother's safety. Michael forgot about raiding the old jungle temple almost immediately. Without the necessary preparations, the only thing he would receive by entering the temple was death hand. He didn't want to die yet. After a while, Michael felt like his head was on the verge of bursting apart. He pointed at the piece of paper and looked straight into his brother's eyes. "Can you understand what it says? Even if it's just a glimpse, it would help a lot," Michael asked at last. He had to make ample preparations before he could even consider entering the temple. Learning the spoken and written language used by the old temple was a necessity. Michael had not yet processed everything his brother shared with him, but he was interested in the strange information the temple had given him. It attracted his attention, no matter how dangerous the temple may be. Knowing how nosy his brother was, Danny could only surrender. He knew that he had scared Michael enough with the information he shared about his own life. It was obvious that the curse of their family played a big role in the obstacles that appeared in their path, but the brothers could also tell that their curse might as well be a blessing if exploited thoroughly. The old temple was an opportunity for Michael. It was a means to become stronger and be prepared for the war in the extraterrestrial that might start at any time. Danny felt that sharing his knowledge was the best way to prepare Michael for the dangers he would face in the future. Thus, he took a second glance at the piece of paper. He spent the next 10 minutes trying to decipher the sentences written down on the paper before he gave up. Instead of translating the entire sentence, Danny focused on translating single words. "I know a bit of the old tongue used in the Origin Expanse, but even then, I only know one word for sure," Danny acknowledged with a deep frown. He pointed at one letter on the paper and added, "That means forgotten. But the other parts don't really look familiar. I learned the old tongue from a 5-star scholar of the Decalta Empire for years, but even then, I don't know these letters. I am certain that these letters are older than the old tongue from the Third Epic. The Decalta Empire used the old tongue, and the Origin tongue was created 1 millennia later, using the old tongue as its foundation." After Danny spent a whole hour staring blankly at the paper, he felt a bad headache creeping up his brain. "This could mean pyramid, but I am not sure. This old temple of yours is way older than the Primeval Pyramid I'm trying to raid. That also means it could be much more difficult. The forgotten civilizations of the old age were very technologically advanced. They might have ceased to exist due to various reasons, but don't underestimate them." Danny warned Michael while rubbing his forehead in pain. Michael looked at the letter Danny pointed at. It was 2 letters after the word forgotten. Pyramid might as well mean temple. Since the old temple is clearly not a pyramid, Michael mumbled before he felt enlightened all of a sudden. If that means forgotten and the letter after it means temple, it's likely that they form the words Temple of the Forgotten or something along those lines. Michael could tell that he was getting a little ahead of himself, but Danny nodded his head. "Temple of the Forgotten. That could be true, but I'm not too sure about that." Other than those 2 words, Danny had no idea what the remaining letters could mean. They looked beautiful, and it seemed like an expert calligrapher had written them no matter how one looked at it. However, they might as well be paintings or idle scribbling without any meaning. However, it was a fact that the language used by the Old Temple was far older than the Old Tongue of the Third Epic. This worried Danny a lot. Michael had yet to learn more about the tasks and responsibilities as the lord of his territory, yet he was thrown into one troublesome situation after another. That was not good. He took a deep breath and chose to give Michael a general understanding of expeditions and important tips that made the preparations for an expedition, and the expedition itself, much easier. "Pay attention to what I'm going to say now," Danny said seriously. Michael's ears perked up and he did as told. "The most important thing you have to do is to understand that your life is more important than anything else. You can find countless treasures and seek more golden opportunities, but you have only one life. First, even before you consider starting an expedition, you must find out more about the ruins you want to explore. In your case, you have to learn the language, find out from what era it belongs, and the general technological standard of that era. Then you." In the next hour, Danny taught Michael the ABC of an expedition. Michael listened intently and sat like an obedient kid in front of Danny, glad that he asked his brother about tips and tricks. After filling their stomachs to the brim and talking for hours, the brothers went their own separate ways once again. Michael was impatient to return to the Origin Expanse. He wanted to advance to Tier 1. Danny stayed in the central trading hall for some time while Michael hailed a shuttle to return home. Once inside the apartment, Michael willed the War Rune to form the runic gate to take him back to the Origin Expanse. Back in the Origin Expanse, Michael told Tiara and the others that he would focus on advancing to Tier 1 and that he shouldn't be bothered if there is nothing important. After that, he isolated himself inside his room. He sat down on the bed cross-legged and closed his eyes. Michael focused on the pulsating War Rune on the back of his right hand. He didn't divert his focus and entered the depth of his consciousness not long after. A source of light appeared in his inner eye. Michael could see a pillar of light in the center of his consciousness, surrounded by several wisps of light and both the symbol of extraction and the symbol of eagle eyes. Dimly lit streams of light were sucked toward the pillar of light from all directions, which made it seem as if the pillar of light was branching out in all directions, reaching every single nerve and cell inside Michael's body. After Michael focused on the state of his entire body, he was able to see that his entire body was faintly lit up. Michael knew that his entire body was filled with energy, but he had never seen this state from the inside. So far, he had only felt it. The state of being able to see inside his body was called introspection. It allowed him to see the energy invigorating his body, his soul traits, the artifacts revolving around his War Rune, and the pillar of light, which was what the War Rune looked like from within. Michael took a deep breath now that he was able to see what happened inside his body. He focused on the streams of energy that were sucked inside the pillar of light and used his willpower to accelerate the flow of energy. From one moment to the next, the faint stream of energy turned into a thundering flood. This phenomenon occurred to the streams of energy all around the pillar of light, which began to pulsate strongly. The pillar of light that had been restricted through an invisible barrier slowly expanded. The sound of crackling glass rang through Michael's entire being. It grew louder with every second and turned into a thunderous explosion as the pillar of light broke through the invisible barrier. Soothing warmth and unfathomable power swept through Michael in the next instance. Simultaneously, dazzling light filled his senses, forcing Michael to escape. His dark eyes shot wide open and he began to gasp for air. His body felt extremely warm the next instant, but it was not soothing at all. No, on the contrary, it was a burning heat that spread through the deepest parts of his body as if he was on fire. The burning heat first emerged inside his heart. Michael felt as if his heart would melt on the spot, and he could barely endure the pain and not scream his lungs out. His fingernails cut deep in the soft flesh of his palms, while he grit his teeth as the searing hot warmth began to spread through his blood vessels. At first, Michael was worried. He was getting increasingly restless, only to recall that every awakened would undergo a natural cleansing upon advancing to the next tier. Michael had learned that natural cleansing was miraculous and that it allowed lords and awakened to become much stronger, but why did nobody ever tell him that it would be this painful? Was his body actually filled with rubbish? Michael couldn't have imagined that the human body was that filthy and overflowing with impurities. Understanding this was enough to clench his fists even tighter and endure the natural cleansing. As long as his first natural cleansing was successful and completed smoothly, his overall strength would increase drastically. Michael accepted the searing heat that spread through his blood vessels and let it do its work. Once it had spread evenly across the blood vessels all over Michael's body, the searing heat started to push itself outward. The pores all over Michael's body opened, and the first dots of black mass appeared on his body. The impurities smelled the worst, but that was given. Time seemed to slow down as the impurities inside his body were pushed outward, and soon layers of the badly reeking black mass covered his body from head to toe. They engulfed his body like a second layer of skin, hiding the golden glowing human skin beneath. Only the faintly golden glowing streams in his hands were a bit visible. Michael was not sure how long it had been, but he got an idea as his body was being cooked by the searing heat that spread through him. If it was possible to use extraction on the summoning crystals to extract some impurities, why shouldn't the same be possible on his body? His pores were already opened, and the searing heat spreading through his body loosened some of the impurities that were deeply embedded after having accumulated over the years. By using extraction to extract more impurities, Michael didn't harm his body. On the contrary, he used extraction to enhance the effect of his first body cleansing. It was dangerous because Michael had never done something like that, but he didn't want to waste the severe pain that spread from his pinky toe up to the last strand of hair on his head. It was uncomfortable and hurt either way, so Michael felt that it couldn't get much worse. He ended up focusing on extracting more impurities from the inside of his body to further strengthen himself. The fewer impurities he left inside his body, the faster his energy circulation, and the higher the enhancement provided through the war rune. A body void of impurities would be the best. His strength would increase by a few times, and he would be able to achieve things that were unthinkable right now. However, extraction was only a 3-star soul trait. It was not strong enough to extract all impurities inside his body. The first body cleansing removed some impurities within him, but it was not omnipotent either. Attaining a perfect body was not feasible. It was said to be impossible, but was that really the case? Michael was not sure how much time had passed when he woke up. It was bright outside, and his room was filled with a horrible stench. A deep frown was etched on his face, and he nearly vomited on the spot after smelling the stench of his own impurities, but he managed to wave his hand and spread out some energy to engulf the black masses of impurities that he stored inside his war rune storage space just a moment later. Michael could remove the impurities later and burn them. However, for now, he had to wash up and change his clothes as the stench was too overbearing and his body felt icky. He walked to the other side of the room where a wooden basin filled with water was waiting for him. Michael removed his clothes and stepped into the basin. He scrubbed himself thoroughly to get rid of the bad stench and put on a different set of clothes after he dried his body. His gaze moved out of the window of his room, and a faint smile formed on his lips. He had finally done it. He advanced to Tier 1. The faint smile on Michael's lips turned brighter and pride filled his entire being. Outside the Origin Expanse, not even a full month had passed since he became a lord, yet he was already a Tier 1 lord. He was not a rookie anymore according to the standards of Ordinary Awakened, even though he was barely 18 years old. It felt great. But just as he was busy daydreaming and enjoying himself in the bright sunlight that shone through the canopy of trees, Michael noticed something that attracted his attention. His bright smile disappeared and confusion replaced it. Smoke. The campfire shouldn't be over there, fire. Michael mumbled quietly to himself. At that moment, bright flames suddenly flared up, swallowing a large portion of the dense thicket bordering the clearing of his territory. Something, or rather someone, engulfed in flames emerged from within the thicket. The being engulfed in flames took a step or two closer to the clearing of the territory before it fell over and collapsed on the ground. It stopped moving the next moment. However, Michael's eyes widened further in shock as sharp pain pierced his chest at that moment. A link of loyalty was severed when the being engulfed in flames stopped moving. Wait, Michael's voice cracked when he felt the link of loyalty being cut. He noticed something he hadn't been able to feel before. His body was already sore and numb from the natural cleansing and the strengthening of the war rune. This made it much harder to feel that something had been amiss all along. More than 50 links of loyalty disappeared. Michael realized at last, and terror spread through his veins. In the next moment, another link of loyalty burst and disappeared forever. My people are dying. Michael was shocked. He had no idea what was going on, but he could tell that his subjects were dying miserably. The pain and emotions reaching him, hitting him like an avalanche even after the links of loyalty had been severed, were terrifying. They caused his hair to stand up on its end, and he felt something he hadn't felt in a while: fear. Michael hurriedly rushed out of the room while putting on the last piece of clothing. He had yet to test the limits of his power after advancing to Tier 1, but that was not important. He manifested the boots of Terran and channeled enough energy inside them to activate the swiftness enchantment's highest level instantly. Michael's body turned into a flash when he kicked his feet off the ground. His speed was terrifying, and he crossed the clearing near instantly. Just as he was about to jump into the thicket of the untamed jungle to find out what was going on, Michael found someone was standing next to Blair as they ran through the thicket to enter the clearing. They headed to the center of the clearing and stopped when they saw Michael. Lilica Baurian, what is the leader of the Emerald Leaf Adventure team doing here? The moment Michael saw the familiar face of the elven woman, his danger senses tingled. Something was definitely wrong. He rushed over to Blair and Lilica Baurian, who looked at him with concern and fear. My lord, before you attack her or anything like that, please listen to me, Blair shouted loudly as she ran over to Michael. A Attack her. Why would I do that? Michael furrowed his eyebrows, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he motioned Blair to keep talking. It's only because of this elf that we're not yet dead, she shouted, which caused Michael to sigh in frustration. Just tell me what is going on here. I just finished advancing to Tier 1, and I have no idea what happened while I advanced. Why is the untamed jungle on fire, and why are my people dying out there? By now, more than 50 starless summons and 5 warriors had died, and Michael felt that the number would increase soon. He didn't want to waste any more time talking to Blair or Lilica, but there had to be a reason the leader of the Emerald Leaf Adventure team appeared here all of a sudden. The fire and Lilica's arrival at the same time shouldn't have been a coincidence. Lilica looked at the back of his right hand with a trace of astonishment, but regained her composure in the next second. Long story short, one of my teammates was in a bar, drinking enough to turn himself into a blithering idiot. Apparently, he told one of his Lionheart friends about your territory. The Lionheart told one of his people about your territory, and news spread, so that's why a group of Lionhearts attacked you. They want your territory, Lilica explained hurriedly. Michael nodded his head in response and turned in the direction of the fire. He ignored Lilica and rushed off. The Tier 2 elven adventurer followed closely behind. She looked at Michael and expected a face filled with anger and wrath. However, there was none of that. Michael's face was only filled with determination to safeguard his territory and people. The Lionhearts attacking you are not natives from Ziltra, and their leader can only claim your territory as his own by using the item called Lord Seal. It is extremely hard to procure and can usually only be acquired by true powerhouses of the Origin Expanse, Lilica added quickly. Afterwards, she didn't say much. She looked at Michael, who ignored her and sighed deeply. I hope you won't hate the Emerald Leaf Adventure team. We never wanted to tell anyone about your territory, she said quietly as they came closer to the smoke and the commotion of the battle. Michael eyed Lilica for a second or two. The leader of the adventure team seemed to grow more impatient the closer they came to the battlefield. I know that you won't help me fight the Lionhearts. You can just leave, he said emotionlessly. Michael felt no hard emotions toward Lilica or the Emerald Leaf Adventure team. He had never expected them to keep his existence a secret and had already anticipated a similar scenario. It just happened when they were not prepared, and he had been busy with other tasks. Though the timing was the worst, that was not something Michael could have prevented. Lilica nodded her head faintly. She felt guilty because it was their fault that Michael was in his current predicament. However, she and her team couldn't afford to face the Lionhearts. They didn't want to offend the powerhouse backing them. However, her guilt made her warn Blair and the others half a day before the Lionhearts arrived. She only waited for Michael to alert him about the danger before hurriedly leaving. Michael figured that the elves had their own problems, but he didn't care about that. It was not important who attacked him or what kind of powerhouse supported them. Even if the Lionhearts were citizens from Ziltra, what did it matter? They attacked his territory and killed his people. The only thing they deserved was death. The reason they attacked him instead of other lords inside the Zentaka Empire was likely to be the untamed jungle, or to make sure that the Zentaka Empire couldn't influence the Lionheart's actions once they took over his territory. That was Michael's guess given the few pieces of information he had. It was quite troublesome, but Michael didn't spend his time worrying about the ifs and buts. He was trying to keep his calm and suppress the uncontrollable anger that made his blood boil. After all, only by keeping his calm would he be able to kill all those who were daring enough to invade his territory and kill his people. The pungent smell of burned flesh invaded his nostrils as he got closer to the source of commotion, and smoke entered his eyes. Screams of terror and desperation filled the air, and the sound of metal clashing against metal rang through his ears. Michael grit his teeth at the sight of the half-burned corpses of his people that entered his sight the moment he came close to the thicket that separated him from the terror of the battlefield. For the first time, Michael's subjects were dying. It was not comparable to the time he had killed Fenrir. On the contrary, Michael's heart felt like a searing hot needle was stabbing it again, and again while his head grew heavier the more people died. His mind was a mess, and he regretted being too late to protect everyone. He had failed to save those who he had sworn to protect. However, Michael knew that he could protect those who were still alive. Maybe he was too late to rescue those who had died valiantly, but he wouldn't allow the Lionhearts to keep killing his people. Lionhearts had a human-like physique with lion heads. Fur grew all over their body, and they were innately born with fire affinity. It didn't even require a soul trait to awaken before they could manifest flames out of thin air and control them. Their innate fire affinity turned them into a dangerous race. They were ferocious and far more threatening than Gogas. Despite that, Michael's subjects fought the Lionhearts with all their might. Why did nobody wake me up when they arrived? He wondered while rushing ahead. Lilica said that she warned the others half a day ago. Didn't that mean his people had been aware of the Lionhearts' planned attack for a while? Only if they had told me about it sooner, Michael thought, but his mind turned blank the next instance. He knew why his subjects didn't wake him up. He was fully aware, but he couldn't accept it in his heart. If the advancement of a war rune was interrupted, the war rune could have been damaged permanently. Even if his war rune advanced properly, the moment Michael stopped his natural cleansing midway, he would lose the chance to cleanse his body and grow stronger. Stopping a natural cleansing midway was comparable to crippling your talent and combat prowess. His subjects had known about this, which is why they chose to sacrifice their own lives rather than seeing their lord crippled or injured. Michael felt as if someone was choking him tightly. He wanted to blame his subjects for being stubborn, but he couldn't. More than 50 subjects had sacrificed their lives to protect him and to make sure that he could advance to Tier 1 and complete the natural cleansing properly. It frustrated Michael, but it made sense. In their eyes, their lives were not as important as the safety of their lord. Michael grit his teeth and forced his eyes to look away from the corpses. He passed through the thicket and emerged on the other side. What appeared in his view were more burned corpses amid a burning forest. Everything was on the brink of destruction as all lives engulfed in the sea of flames were annihilated, reduced to embers. Michael's gaze hardened, and he retrieved the hardwood bow and a bunch of arrows as he stepped ahead. The trees around him creaked loudly as if they screamed in pain, and he found Kellia not long after trying to use the moisture in the air and surrounding to contain the blazing flames and isolate them. Her clothes were drenched in sweat while she gave her utmost to prevent the fire from spreading further and burning down everything they'd worked tirelessly to build in the last few weeks. Meanwhile, the warriors, knights, and Tiara fought valiantly at the front. Tiara's body was soaked in blood, and some of her hair had been burned, but she didn't seem to notice that. Her eyes seemed freezing cold while the silver spear lashed mercilessly at her opponents. She moved in one direction and thrust her spear in the other direction. Then suddenly her direction would change. She would pierce the tip of the silver spear deeper in her opponent, twist the blade inside the body, and pull it out with tremendous force. Warm blood would splatter on her like a fountain, but it was almost like Tiara didn't notice anything. It was as if her entire being was focused on the battle and nothing else mattered. Her presence was terrifying and too overbearing for her opponents to endure. The Lionhearts were frightened at the sight of the bloodthirsty woman of the Silverfang Tigerfolk. They retreated instinctively and tried to hide themselves and their path by manifesting firewalls between themselves and Tiara. However, Tiara jumped through the wall of fire, unafraid of the aftermath. She pierced the silver spear through the head of the closest Lionheart and started to growl. Her burning hair seemed to grow longer and Tiara's body arched forward. Her upper body leaned forward, nearly touching the ground before she shot forward with terrific acceleration the moment her feet kicked from the ground. Michael was stupefied for a moment when he saw Tiara. He regained his senses in the next second, upon realizing that Tiara was fighting desperately, using everything at her disposal to gain an advantage to kill. If that allowed her to defeat just one more opponent without any more casualties, she was more than willing to act recklessly. No matter how injured she was as long as her heart continued to beat so she wouldn't die. While Tiara looked like a berserker who had lost her reasoning, the ordinary summons who had come to her aid were shuddering. More than 100 starless summons wielding spears in their trembling hands were faced with 5 Lionhearts. 5 opponents may not seem like much, but the Lionhearts were mid-Tier 1 adventurers with the ability to manifest fireballs and throw them at their opponents. The starless summons didn't have any combat experience. They knew the theory and had trained for the worst case, but it was the first time they were faced with enemies who attacked mercilessly and were thrown into an actual battle. A third of their combat force had already fallen victim to the searing hot flames of the Lionhearts, and more would soon follow. However, they couldn't give up and let the Lionhearts in so easily. If they were to give way and surrender, their lord would die. After spending weeks with their lord, who was far more hard-working than his subjects, kinder than everyone they had known in the past, and sincerely trying to improve his subjects' living conditions in every possible way, they couldn't allow any enemy to get too close to him. If they had to sacrifice their lives to protect their lord, so be it. With that in mind, the scared starless summons mustered their courage to face the incoming fireballs head-on. The fireballs soared through the air, and it felt like time slowed down as they fell down like meteorites on the hapless subjects. However, just before the fireballs could impact, star stripes of various colors soared through the air. Multiple explosions rang through the battlefield as the fireballs exploded, yet none of the starless summons sustained any injuries. At most, they were assaulted by a gust of hot air that swept through them, nearly knocking them off their feet. Following the explosion, screams of pain left the mouth of the first Lionheart, just for the next to follow suit. After the third started to whimper pitifully, the first of them slumped to the ground, an arrow stuck deep in his chest, another in his throat, and a third in his eye. The starless summons were startled to see this. Their charge slowed down as the Lionhearts slumped to the ground limply as one arrow after another struck their vital spots. Arrows were much faster than the bolts released by the arrow crossbowmen. Forget about the arrows the archers shot. Almost everyone turned their head to the archer who released one arrow after another in quick succession. A moment later, loud cheers rang throughout the entire battlefield. The Lord returned. Our Lord finished advancing. Comrades, let's charge. For our Lord, for OURLORDD. Michael felt a rush of adrenaline course through him at the sight of his loyal subjects chanting his name. He wasn't sure how he deserved such loyal and trusted subjects, but it made him happy. Simultaneously, the deaths of his loyal subjects saddened him. The thought of his subjects dying for his sake caused more energy to enter the hardwood bow that began to creak loudly. It had already reached its limit, and its pulling force couldn't be further increased. However, Michael didn't pay any attention to the limit of his bow artifact. He swiftly pulled the bowstring back after he knocked an arrow on it and shot. It looked like he didn't aim at all, yet his arrows hit the designated target without fail. 1 arrow per second. 1 kill every 5 seconds. The number of Tier 1 adventurers dying at his hands increased swiftly. Michael was not sure how many Lionhearts attacked his territory and his people, but he knew that he wouldn't allow anyone to escape his wrath. Their fate was sealed the moment they started slaughtering his subjects. He killed 5 mid-Tier 1 Lionhearts in the first minute he joined the battle. His power as Tier 1 Lord and his strengthened eagle eyes allowed him to unleash enough force to turn the hardwood bow into a lethal weapon with rapid fire. But Michael was not yet done fighting. The 5 Lionhearts facing the Starless Summons were just the beginning. This was where it all started. It was time to counterattack and make them pay dearly for their mistake. The fire affinity of the Lionhearts was terrifying. Flames that could melt steel in the blink of an eye were enough to burn down the nature around them. Michael was getting increasingly worried about the safety of his subjects. Most of them had never fought a life-and-death battle before, and even the veterans had never fought against an enemy with an elemental affinity. Calm down, you have a water elemental mage. She has an environmental advantage and can extinguish the flames with the moisture in the surroundings. Calm down, Michael shouted at himself, and he would have slapped his cheeks hard if not for the bow and arrow in his hands. Now that the 5 Lionhearts fighting the Starless Summons had been killed, Michael retrieved the return arrow. He knocked it on the bowstring and turned to the remaining Lionhearts. Only slightly over 20 Lionhearts were still alive, and half of them were occupied with controlling the sea of flames around them. They wanted to burn the jungle in their vicinity and obliterate Michael's territory simultaneously. Prepare to throw your spears, Michael ordered calmly. The Starless Summons, whose hearts were beating wildly, followed his order immediately. They changed their stances in the next second, and they were ready to throw their spears the moment Michael gave them the go-ahead. Shoot at the count of 3, he announced in a voice barely loud enough for his Starless Summons to hear. 1. Michael channeled energy into the hardwood bow and pulled the bowstring back. 2. Bowstring reached the corner of his lip, and Michael adjusted the hardwood bow's angle. The Starless Summons pulled their spears backward and put some distance between each other to make space for acceleration. 3. Everyone moved in unison. The Starless Summons took 3 steps forward and released the spear simultaneously with all their might. In the next moment, 100 arrows flew in a beautiful arc. Michael released the return arrow when the spears had already crossed half the distance to their target. Their targets were the Lionhearts, which were busy reducing the beautiful landscape to ash and smoke. They noticed the movement of the inexperienced Starless Summons and controlled the sea of flames around them precisely to continue wreaking havoc. One moment, the sea of flames burned down the untamed jungle, and in the next moment, the flames formed a huge firewall in front of the 12 Lionhearts. Most spears were made from sturdy wood extracted by Michael. They incinerated and turned into ash the moment they touched the searing hot flames. Meanwhile, the spears they'd collected from the Gogi warriors lost most of their velocity upon piercing through the firewall. The Starless Summons grunted in displeasure. They had just lost their only weapons, without gaining anything out of it. What was their lord even thinking? Some of them doubted Michael's choice when they saw the flames flare up and devour their spears. Yet before the wall of fire could disintegrate, the pained shrieks and surprised screams of a Lionheart reached the ears of the Starless Summons. Their ears perked up and they looked at each other in confusion. Their confusion didn't abate for the next 10 seconds even though several loud twangs rang through the battlefield. The twang's source was the hardwood bow that was used repetitively with the return arrow, which he had released 4 times in 10 seconds. His first shot pierced the nearest Lionheart's chest. The Lionheart let out a guttural scream and died miserably. The return arrow returned to Michael barely 2 seconds after he released the shot. Michael's right hand was already in position, swiftly knocking the return arrow on the bowstring before he pulled back in a smooth motion. Then the second arrow was released. He may not be able to see anything through the wall of fire, but the same could be said about the other Lionhearts. Unfortunately, they had failed to pinpoint his position before manifesting the firewall and had been busy destroying the landscape. Michael, on the other hand, did that using his eagle eyes and decent memories. He knew exactly where the Lionhearts were positioned, giving him the advantage he needed to use the cover of the firewall against them. That was because the return arrow was neither incinerated nor the arrow's velocity slowed down drastically despite flying straight into the flames. The Lionhearts had to block the downpour of more than 100 spears. Thus, the firewall was wide and huge. Because it was so wide and huge, the firewall wasn't thick enough to slow down the return arrow. Michael abused this fact to release the return arrow more than 10 times in half a minute, with the strongest pulling force the hardwood bow could endure even if it was just barely. The hardwood bow was on the verge of breaking apart, but Michael ignored that. He continued to use the hardwood bow even after the huge firewall finally crumbled. 6 Lionhearts were lying on the ground, unmoving. Meanwhile, 2 of the remaining 6 Lionhearts, whom Michael and the starless summons had aimed at, were injured lethally. The 6 Lionhearts couldn't maintain the huge and wide firewall anymore. They dispersed most flames into the surrounding area to burn down the untamed jungle. Meanwhile, the remaining flames swirled around them. The remaining Lionhearts waited for the opportunity to strike and fire back. However, Michael didn't want to give them the opportunity. He returned the return arrow to his war rune and retrieved a bunch of hardened arrows. They were enough to pierce the scales of late Tier 1 lizards. Michael knocked the first on the bowstring before he released it. He didn't aim precisely because he knew what was going to happen next. The Lionheart, whom Michael targeted with the arrow, released a small fireball to encounter the arrow. The 2 projectiles collided and the fireball exploded, burning half of the arrow. But since Michael had expected this, he had already knocked a second arrow. The bowstring was pulled back as well and he released the second arrow. Not wasting any time, Michael knocked a third arrow on the bowstring. He didn't even follow the trajectory of the second arrow, knowing that another fireball would follow soon after. The situation only changed after the third arrow was released. Michael aimed a quarter of a second longer before he released the arrow. It shot through the air in a beautiful arc and approached the Lionhearts rapidly. However, the Lionhearts didn't think too much about the incoming threat. One of them waved his hand nonchalantly to conjure a fireball in front of him. The fireball was small and didn't consume much energy, but it was strong enough to destroy the incoming arrow. It was at the moment when he was about to release the fireball that something around him changed. The atmosphere felt weird and he felt oddly uncomfortable. The other Lionhearts felt the same. In the next instance, a water bullet pierced through the fireball, which exploded right in front of him. A moment later, the arrow pierced through the Lionheart's throat. The starless summons cheered loudly, while the remaining Lionhearts were dumbfounded. Even the Lionhearts that were busy dealing with Tiara and the other warriors noticed that something was wrong. Now that the firewall was no longer blocking their vision, they saw the corpses of their comrades and were shocked. However, the sudden change of events was not yet over. Kelly was not the only one who changed her targets all of a sudden. The arrow crossbowmen and the archers had also pulled away from the battlefield in which Tiara and the warriors were busy fighting with their lives on the line. They switched their targets and rushed to aid Michael and released their arrows and bolts to put more pressure on the Lionhearts that were supposed to control the crowd of hundreds of enemies. The arrows and bolts released by the long-range combat unit weren't extremely strong or threatening. They were merely released by low or mid-stage tier archers and arrow crossbowmen. However, the lethality behind the arrows was not the most important. The most important was that they distracted the Lionhearts from the crucial incoming attacks. Kelly's water bullets cut through the air, piercing the lethal wounds of the 2 injured Lionhearts cleanly while the others were busy fending off the arrows. Meanwhile, Michael's return arrow returned back into his hand. He and the long-range units spend the next 2 minutes bombarding the Lionhearts with more arrows, killing every single one of them. Mercy was the last thing Michael would grant the invaders of his territory. He didn't care who they were or how strong they were supposed to be. Fact was that they were his enemies and that they had to be killed. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You killed my people, so I will tear all of you apart. Michael's plan had worked out much better than expected. The Lionhearts facing the starless summons were dead, and so was the group of 12 Lionhearts that had been focused on the destruction of the untamed jungle in his territory. However, the fight was not yet over. On the contrary, it had just begun. While fighting the other Lionhearts, Michael sensed 2 more links of loyalty getting cut. 2 of his strongest warriors died, igniting the blazing hatred deep inside Michael. He wished that he was faster and stronger even though he had just advanced to the first tier. Unfortunately, becoming stronger was not something he could achieve with a snap of his finger and wishful thinking. It required time and effort. Facing a group of slightly more than 40 Lionhearts was not easy for him or his subjects. The Lionhearts were Tier 1 adventurers with innate fire affinity, owned artifacts to enhance their strength externally, and a soul trait that may or may not increase their combat prowess even further. The first dozen Lionhearts hadn't been much of a problem to deal with, but Michael could tell that the situation was different on Tiara's end. Only 8 Lionhearts were left on the battlefield, but none of them was below mid-Tier 1. The Lionheart's leader was a peak Tier 1 adventurer with several powerful artifacts, strong fire affinity, and a combat-related soul trait. Michael was not sure what the soul trait of the Lionheart leader was, but he noticed that one of his warriors fighting the Lionheart leader collapsed to the ground suddenly. Through the eagle eyes, Michael could see that only the white in the warrior's eyes was left. It was almost as if an impact on his head caused him to lose consciousness. A second after the warrior struck the ground, blazing flames engulfed him. No scream escaped the unconscious warrior's lips, but his body reacted instinctively to the searing hot flames that burned his skin and the flesh beneath his armor within seconds. The warrior twitched violently, but that was all he could do. The smell of burned flesh entered Michael's nose, and his eyes turned bloodshot at the sight of the burning warrior. In the next moment, the hardwood bow creaked loudly. Cracks formed on the bow frame as Michael's grip tightened around the hardwood bow, almost turning his knuckles white. In the next moment, the hardwood bow and the return arrow turned into white wisps that shot back inside the war rune. Simultaneously, Tigerfang manifested in his hand as he dashed forward. Michael turned into a cannonball the moment he strode forward. Kellyatan waved her wand and manifested a wall of water in front of Michael. He ran through it and felt the water wall embracing him like a second skin. The water cooled down his skin and mind, allowing him to regain his senses. Michael's gaze drifted to the burning warrior. Kelly had already acted, extinguishing the flames engulfing the warrior. His skin was charred and his flesh was exposed, but he was still breathing, even if it was just faintly. A fellow warrior shot toward his comrade. He removed the lid of the vial containing a potion he held in his left hand and poured down the content into the mouth of his injured comrade. Afterward, he charged at the Lionheart leader. However, the leader didn't pay much attention to the warrior. He looked at the warrior only for a moment, but that was enough. The young warrior lost consciousness and slumped to the ground the next second. Only the white in his eyes could be seen. Flames conjured around the young warrior, but they dispersed in all directions when several arrows, bolts, and a water bullet approached the Lionheart leader rapidly. A small shield of flames was conjured around the Lionheart leader at once, blocking the projectiles easily. However, what the Lionheart leader didn't expect to see was a human approaching him rapidly. Until now, only the woman of the tiger folk had been fast and powerful. She was the only Tier 1 enemy he had faced. It was a shame because the fights until now had been boring for him. Thankfully, that was about to change. Michael's upper body leaned forward, nearly touching the ground as he appeared next to the Lionheart leader. He found a small gap beneath the small fire shield and used it to appear right next to the Lionheart leader. The leader wasn't vigilant, and Michael intended to use this arrogance against him. He wanted to kill the Lionheart leader with a single strike. However, before he could swing Tigerfang, Michael felt the Lionheart leader's eyes pierce through him. The moment the Lionheart leader laid his eyes on Michael, he felt as if something heavy lashed out at him. It felt like someone was whipping him, just that his mind was getting whipped. The whip was extremely powerful, and it nearly knocked Michael out after a single lash. His sight blurred and his movements turned sluggish. The next thing Michael recalled were blazing flames swirling around him and a short sword cleaving down at him. Despite feeling like his head was mush, Michael forced his body to move. He dived to the side and rolled over the ground to jump up quickly and evade the attack. The Lionheart leader wanted to dash behind him, but a volley of arrows and bolts restrained his advance. Only the blazing flames continued their pursuit of his target. This gave him a second to clear his head and focus on the surroundings. The next second, Michael jumped up from the ground and slashed into the flames. He cut them and backed off a little. He saw Tiara from the corner of his eye, fighting another Lionheart whose sword and boots were shrouded in a white aura. The Lionheart was nearly as strong as their leader, being at the late stage of the first tier. His fire affinity was also powerful, just like the leader's flames. However, his soul trait didn't seem to be that powerful. Artifact enhancement. Michael wondered for a moment before he was pulled back to reality. The Lionheart leader appeared in front of him with whips of flames circulating around him. However, instead of whipping Michael's body with the flame whips, his mind was whipped once again. Michael's sight blurred once again and blood began to ooze out of his nose, but he planted his feet firmly on the ground. He used every bit of willpower to not succumb to the pain tormenting his head. A mind whip, is that his soul trait? What a fucking scam, Michael cursed in his mind as he wiped his bloody nose. He clenched his fists and grasped Tigerfang tightly. Staring at the Lionheart leader, whose mane had been ignited, Michael felt an indomitable threat towering above him. His mind told him to retreat and tire out the Lionheart leader with the help of his people. They were at a numerical advantage and could slowly wear down the leader. However, that meant his people would have to continue sacrificing their lives. Michael didn't want that to happen. He couldn't allow his subjects to die while he was still standing strong. He had yet to be injured physically. Seeing that Michael was still standing straight, the Lionheart leader dashed forward. The leader's speed was terrifying. He left behind trails of flames on the ground and appeared in front of Michael in an instant, cleaving down with his short sword. However, as the Lionheart leader cleaved down, the situation all over the battlefield changed at once. It was almost as if the Lionheart leader's attack was a sign. The corner of Michael's lip curled upward. then he closed his eyes. Several explosions rang through his surroundings while Michael's eyes were closed. The Lionheart leader roared furiously and continued to cleave downward. However, Michael had already moved to the side by then. His eyes were still closed, but he was in a much better condition than the remaining 8 Lionhearts. The archers and arrow crossbowmen released one projectile each as the Lionheart leader cleaved down at him. But their projectiles were not ordinary, as a small glass vial was attached to the tip of their projectiles. The glass vials were the vial flashbangs, which Michael had used once when he was on the run from the Emerald Leaf Adventure team. He hadn't used the flashbangs since then. At last, he found an exceptional use for them, blinding the 8 remaining Lionhearts at once. The Lionhearts were dazzled, and their leader missed Michael by a hair's breadth. The next moment it used its soul trait and fire whips to lash out at Michael. Little did the Lionheart leader know that Michael was not in his range anymore. Michael had changed his target suddenly. Instead of fighting the Lionheart leader alone, Michael abandoned the leader. The remaining warriors charged at the Lionheart leader to stall for time. Simultaneously, the Starless Summons picked up the spears that survived the firewall and the weapons of both their fallen comrades and the dead Lionhearts. They smeared highly potent venom on the blades and charged at the remaining 6 Lionhearts. Even if it meant that they had to die, the Starless Summons wouldn't allow anyone to completely destroy what they had painstakingly worked for since their resurrection. Michael's territory could prosper with their sacrifice, knowing that was enough for the Starless Summons. The Lionhearts spent several seconds trying to regain their sight completely. They didn't expect several flashbangs to erupt amid the battlefield, confusing them for a while. After all, there didn't seem to be any direct communication between the Starless Summons, Tierra, the warriors, and their lord. It was as if the lord and his subjects were fighting without uttering a single word and just knew what had to be done. What the Lionhearts didn't know was that Michael and his subjects had spent a great deal of time coming up with several strategies to fight powerful opponents long before the Lionhearts attacked them. Michael and his people always knew that they would have to make use of their numerical advantage to overpower their enemies. They lived in a dangerous territory, with Tier 1 monsters being at the bottom of the food chain. Nobody knew how long it would take until the warriors and other combat units would advance to the first tier. After all, they had emerged from the summoning gate as lowest tierless warriors. Whenever new warriors emerged in his territory, they would be tierless warriors with the lowest degree of refinement. All new summons would be on the same level, even if Michael was to summon another heroic summon. Thus, it was only obvious that Michael and his people used different tactics to make use of their advantages in order to even out the disadvantage of their low tier and refinement degree. The exploding flashbangs, followed up with a sudden change of strategy, was one such tactic. It required only the exchange of a signal and trust in the capabilities of their comrades in arms. Otherwise, it wouldn't work out. Fortunately, everyone believed in their friends and comrades. The 100 Starless Summons charged at the 6 dazzled Lionhearts, while the warriors, knights in training, archers, arrow crossbowmen, and the water elemental mage focused on the Lionheart leader. On the other hand, Michael appeared next to the second strongest Lionheart, whom Tierra had been fighting for a while now. Ordering Tierra around was not possible in her current condition. She was filled with bloodthirst and would not stop fighting until she had killed her enemy. Her bestial instincts had taken control of her rational brain. If Tierra would not approach him, he could just go to her and help her defeat the second strongest Lionheart before they moved along. The swiftness enchantment of his Boots of Terran was fully unleashed, accelerating Michael's speed drastically. He was still a little bit slower than both Tierra and the Lionheart, but he could make up for it with his eagle eyes, being able to subtly gauge where Tierra and the Lionheart would move before they actually did allow Michael to imitate lesser foresight to a certain extent. He couldn't tell for sure where they moved, but he could take a rough guess. Using these hints, Michael could react faster, which was everything he required to aid Tierra. Tigerfang slashed through the flames enveloping the Lionheart. Tigerfang's razor-sharp blade was about to cut into the Lionheart's shoulder when a white aura suddenly enveloped the Lionheart's leather armor. Michael's attack was blocked as Tigerfang's blade cut less than a centimeter deep into the leather armor. Michael frowned at this, but he didn't panic. He raised his leg and kicked the Lionheart with all his might. The Lionheart stumbled backward while Tigerfang was pulled out of the leather armor. Simultaneously, Tierra made her move. She appeared beneath the Lionheart, who was about to crash into the ground and pierced upward with the silver spear. The Lionheart reacted by blocking the attack with his longsword. Just as the silver spear was about to collide with the flat side of the Lionheart's sword, a burst of energy poured out of the silver spear. The silver spear's position changed by a few centimeters without slowing down at all. The spear shot past the longsword and pierced the Lionheart's chest. The Lionheart stared at Tierra in astonishment, but he regained his composure quickly. The silver spear didn't cut deep through his leather armor. The white aura blocked the lethal force of the spear thrust. He engulfed his body in blazing flames and willed them to shoot toward Tierra. The battle maid twisted the silver spear in the lionheart's stomach before she pulled it back. Her bracelet glowed faintly, manifesting the protection enchantment. A semi-transparent shield manifested in front of her. It broke in the next instance, but that was enough time for Michael to appear behind the second strongest lionheart. Michael inserted a tremendous amount of the energy churning within him inside Tigerfang and the boots of Terran. He accelerated as quickly as possible and enhanced his means of attack as high as he could and slashed out. The lionheart noticed Michael's attack from behind himself the next moment. He twisted his body to avoid the worst injuries. However, Michael predicted his move and awaited the sea of flames that burst out of the lionheart as he twisted his body. He ignored the searing flames that burned his clothes and hair and kicked out with all his might. His kick connected a moment later with the lionheart's kneecap, and the sound of breaking bones rang out next. However, neither Michael nor the lionheart paid any attention to this. Michael continued slashing Tigerfang across the lionheart's throat, while the lionheart was trying to block the attack with his longsword. His longsword was about to move in between Michael and the lionheart, but it suddenly stopped. It didn't move an inch. Tiara's silver spear blocked the longsword's path. Meanwhile, Tigerfang reached the lionheart. It slices through the lionheart's neck at once, causing blood to burst out like a fountain. The head of the second strongest lionheart fell to the ground with a thud the next second. They had finally defeated the lionheart. It was a moment of happiness, or it was supposed to be. However, it was at this moment that Michael felt that more than 10 links of loyalty had been cut. That meant 10 more of his loyal subjects had died. It was not yet time to rest. Before the headless body of the second strongest lionheart could touch the ground, Tiara dashed away. The moment her feet kicked from the ground, she turned into a cannonball. She appeared next to the lionheart leader and became the vanguard while the others supported her from all directions. Meanwhile, Michael moved in the direction of the 6 lionhearts. Their flames shot through the rows of starless summons, burning their clothes and skin. The starless summons charged at the lionhearts recklessly, unable to make use of any of their strategies due to the great impact the fire affinity had on them. Michael shot through the flames with tremendous speed. The boots of Terran had already caught fire, but Michael didn't care about that at this point. If his artifacts would break and burn in today's fight, so be it. He would sacrifice all his wealth to save his beloved subjects. He channeled more energy in the boots of Terran to keep using the highest form of the swiftness enchantment. In the next moment, he was engulfed in the blazing flames of the 6 lionhearts, betting his life on the water membrane created by Keliatan. The water elemental mage in his team was powerful, and Michael was certain that her aid was more than enough to defeat the 6 lionhearts. Tigerfang shimmered like the sea of stars in a cloudless night as Michael swung it. The thin longsword cut through the flames and inched closer to the neck of the closest lionheart. The lionhearts burst forth with more blazing flames. Their flames engulfed Michael, burning his boots of Terran, clothes, and the hair beneath. Michael's movements became even more agile and swift upon noticing that he was pressed on time. Tigerfang cut through the throat of the closest lionheart, who had been fully focused on burning Michael alive. The lionheart didn't expect Michael to continue advancing through the flames like a suicidal maniac. This turned into the lionheart's greatest pitfall and the reason he died miserably. Michael felt the resistance of the lionheart's flesh when he cut through his throat, but he didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he appeared next to the second lionheart and pierced through his eye. The blade dug deep into the lionheart's brain. Michael twisted Tigerfang and pulled it out before he advanced to the third opponent. He felt the searing heat engulfing him increase, however. He couldn't stop now not when he was so close to eliminating the threat. Michael advanced and faced the third lionheart in the sea of flames. At this point, he realized that the water membrane had completely evaporated. The smell of his charred flesh stung his nostrils, and his eyes hurt tremendously as they watered due to the heat. Fact, his entire body hurt like hell as he was on fire, every inch of his skin getting burned. He endured the horrendous pain and grit his teeth, delivering the final blow to the third lionheart swiftly. In the next instance, the sea of flames dispersed. Michael knew that so far he had killed only half of the lionhearts, who had been attacking his starless summons, so why would the sea of flames disperse suddenly? Michael ignored the pain all over his body and looked at the 3 other lionhearts. His eyes widened and he momentarily forgot about the pain he felt. More than 24 starless summons had surrounded the 3 lionhearts, killing them by inflicting dozens of injuries that were more or less serious. But that was not what shocked Michael. The 24 starless summons looked no less than living torches. Their bodies were charred, and their links of loyalty were dangerously weak. If they had stayed engulfed in the blazing sea of flames for another second or two, they would burn to death. Michael was already a Tier 1 lord with strong external enhancements owed to his artifacts. This allowed him to endure the sea of flames much better than his starless summons, which were not only without external enhancement from artifacts, but also tierless and only at the low and mid-refinement stages. Michael's body moved instinctively. He accessed his war rune and retrieved the strongest healing potions he had. He removed the lids and poured the content in the wide, open mouths of his trusted subjects. "Don't fall asleep just yet," he ordered in a tone that didn't allow disobedience. His head turned to the other starless summons. "Take care of the injured and treat them with potions. Don't give them more than one potion at once, otherwise, they might die from the sudden influx of too much life force. Only if they're dying even after you gave them one potion can you give them another one," Michael commanded in a steady voice. "Don't let anyone die." Michael shot up with these words. He was also injured and growing increasingly tired. His body hadn't even been able to adjust to his war rune advancing to the first tier, and it was forced to accommodate the new power and the heavy toll of being injured simultaneously while fighting unexpected attackers. But that didn't mean he could rest just yet. Michael rushed over to Tiara and the others. He was certain that they would be fine now that Tiara was there, but Michael didn't want to postpone the end of the battle. He wanted to kill the Lionheart leader and end this misery. The Lionheart leader noticed that he was all by himself when the lord of the territory charged at him. He was already struggling to keep the bloodthirsty tigress at bay, while the insects kept poking at his skin every now and then. However, with the arrival of the Tier 1 lord, the situation turned from bad to worse. Traces of panic appeared in his eyes, followed by confusion and anger at last. He had killed enough enemies to provide the other Lionhearts with a tremendous advantage. Fighting a few hundred tierless opponents shouldn't have been so difficult. They were not only Lionhearts, beings born to be powerful, but all of them were Tier 1 adventurers with at least one Tier 1 artifact. It was impossible for the tierless citizens of the territory to win against him. However, from the moment more than 150 starless summons chose to aid their lord in the battle, knowing that they were likely to die, the tides of the battle changed. "How that elven bastard lead to us? Is that it?" He said. That there was the Lionheart leader couldn't control his emotions anymore. The flames exuded by the strands of hair all over his body engulfed him suddenly, and a fierce roar left his lips. However, in the next moment, a silver spear pierced through the searing hot flames and blood spurted through the surroundings. Following Tiara's spear thrust, several arrows and bolts coated by the highly potent paralysis poison impacted with a loud thud. Meanwhile, the blades of the remaining warriors and the knights in training found their way to the Lionheart leader as well. They drove their blades deep into the flesh of the Lionheart leader, ignoring the blazing flames engulfing their opponent. More than a dozen arrows and bolts were already stuck in the Lionheart leader's body, but he was still moving. At first, everyone thought that the Lionheart leader was immune to the highly potent venom, or that the venom was burned when the arrows pierced through the flames before they impacted on the target. But that was proven wrong as the Lionheart leader began to stagger. At last, the Lionheart leader began to struggle. He was still in disbelief given the turn of events. A territory with less than 30 proper warriors and only 2 beings at Tier 1 were able to defeat an adventure team of more than 40 Tier 1 Lionhearts. Their refinement degree at the first tier was not even bad either, yet he and his team had lost or were about to lose. What was the reason? Was it the Lord's impeccable archer skills, or was it the Silver Tigress' tremendous combat prowess? The Lionheart leader had no idea. He only knew that both had a great impact on changing the tide of the battle. What the Lionheart leader didn't realize was that they lost because they had grossly underestimated those who were weaker than them. They didn't think highly of the tierless warriors, forget about the starless summons. In their eyes, they were weak and could be ignored. They were trash in their eyes, and it made them believe they could simply charge into the territory and bulldoze it. However, what happened was that this so-called trash outmaneuvered them by bravely entering the battlefield and heroically storming through their opponents, knowing deep down that they were likely to lose their lives. Underestimating an opponent who was willing to die for his ideals was a grave mistake. It was something only fools would do. The dead. The Lionhearts were fools and dead by now. Realizing his grave mistake too late, the Lionheart leader knew that he was about to die. He didn't want to go down like this, but there was nothing he could do now to bring back his people. With that in mind, he retrieved a fist-sized object from his war rune. In the next moment, the flames all over his body were absorbed by the metal object. Is that a bomb? Is he trying to take us with him? The moment the metal object resting in the Lionheart leader's hands absorbed the flames all around, it began to tremble wildly. Michael and the others first thought that it was a bomb, which had been set off for the worst-case scenario. They were proven wrong quickly. Tiara began to scream the moment the metal object began to shake. Blood began to ooze out of her ears. She collapsed to the ground the next moment. Sound, no, high frequency. Michael asked himself when Tiara collapsed while the others were unaffected. He reached Tiara and the others the next second and pierced Tigerfang through the Lionheart leader's throat. Many questions flashed through Michael's mind, but he didn't want to give the Lionheart leader a chance to outwit him again. The Lionheart leader was already under the influence of the highly potent paralysis venom, but that didn't mean he couldn't retrieve a bomb from his war rune. Michael didn't want any more of his subjects to die in this battle. The questions he had in mind were not worth sacrificing any more lives. Seeing that Michael didn't want to keep the Lionheart leader alive, the others pierced their swords deeper into their enemy's body. More arrows, bolts, and water bullets pierced the Lionheart leader, who couldn't endure the onslaught of attacks. He collapsed after a few seconds. Michael caught the metal object, threw it into the air, and slashed at it after inserting his remaining bits of energy into Tigerfang. He split the metal object into two before it fell to the ground. It had stopped shaking. Simultaneously, the tension in Tiara's body was released. She had fallen unconscious but would wake up soon. "You were lucky," the voice of the Lionheart leader rang through Michael's ears all of a sudden. He thought that the Lionheart leader was already dead, but that was not the case. The Lionheart leader was just on the verge of death. He had a few more seconds left to live. It was just luck that this elf, the Lionheart leader, spoke, but he couldn't finish his sentence as a razor-sharp blade pierced through his mouth. Michael stared coldly at the Lionheart leader, whose eyes widened in surprise. "Who do you think you are to spout nonsense? Luck, fuck off, who cares? You don't deserve any last words. Nobody wants to hear them either way, bastard." Michael snarled while staring at the Lionheart leader, whose eyes lost the spark in them. They turned dim and lifeless as he stopped moving altogether. The Lionheart leader died. However, Michael didn't even bother to look at his corpse. This enemy didn't deserve his respect. Forget about the honor of a glorious death. Instead of paying attention to the dead bastards who invaded his territory, Michael rather focused on his people. He rushed over to Tiara and placed her head on his lap. Michael was just about to retrieve a potion from his war rune when he felt her twitch. Tiara opened her eyes weakly and stared straight into Michael's dark eyes. "It went out of control, I'm sore." She was about to apologize when Michael hurriedly placed a healing potion close to her lips. He nudged her gently to make her swallow the viscous liquid instead of talking. Michael didn't want to hear any nonsense from Tiara right now. His mind was in a mess, and so was his body. When the content of the glass vial was emptied, Michael helped Tiara up. He retrieved a few more potions and handed Tiara a few before he drank a healing potion himself. "Were you knocked out from a high-frequency signal?" Michael asked Tiara as his eyes roamed across the battlefield. The flames conjured by the Lionhearts extinguished with their deaths, but there were still some small dying flames that were sputtering. Kellyatan used the last bits of strength inside her to extinguish them before she fainted. She had used too much of her energy in today's battle. However, that was the case for almost everyone. Everybody was utterly exhausted by now. "I think he sent an emergency signal to someone. Usually high-frequency signals don't knock me out. It was pretty strong. I think it was sent to someone far away," Tiara said while pressing one of her hands against her head. Tiara looked like a big mess. Michael was not sure what after-effect her bloodthirstiness had, or if it was somehow related to her soul trait rather than her belonging to the Silverfang Tigerfolk, but he could tell that she was in a mess. He patted her shoulder lightly. If the signal was sent to someone far away, it was probably sent to his backer. "Either way, you should rest now. The others will take care of the injured," Michael said, pointing in the direction of the territory. Dozens of people from the territory had already come over, tightly holding onto their axes and other tools. They had been unwilling to stay away from the battlefield and wanted to help out even though they had never held a weapon in their lives, much less taken a life. These citizens were artisans and workers, and they never had only ever picked a weapon to build something, not destroy or with the intention to hurt anyone. Despite that, they came to aid their friends and colleagues. Their arrival was a little bit late as the battle was already over, but their timing was perfect to tend to the injured and take care of the battle's aftermath. Blair had rushed over to alert more civilians about the raging battle and ask them to help. That way, more than 200 people were now helping the injured. Michael watched the scenery, his lips pressed together in a thin line. It was great to see the strong sense of unity between his subjects and how they respected each other, but Michael couldn't get himself to smile. He was worried. Did the signal go through or not? That was the first thing Michael was worried about. However, even if the signal didn't go through, the powerhouse backing the Lionhearts would realize that something was amiss when he would not hear anything from the Lionheart leader for weeks. The Lionheart leader was dead and couldn't report to his backer anymore. That would either signify that the Lionheart leader forgot to report, he ignored his backer and abandoned him or her, or he died. Neither of those paths provided a favorable result for Michael. It was better to expect the worst right off the bat and expect more attacks in the coming few weeks. "I need to get stronger, no need to get stronger, as fast as possible." The first thing that came to his mind when he thought about getting stronger was the Temple of the Forgotten. But there were also other options. However, before that, Michael helped everyone to clean up the battlefield, helped to rescue as many injured subjects as possible, and to bring the remains of the deceased to the clearing. Only an hour passed while they did the rescue operations, but Michael felt increasingly tired. He stared at the remains of close to 100 subjects that died in today's battle, and he grit his teeth tightly. Most casualties were starless summons, who had been brave enough to join the battle, knowing that their survival rate would be close to nil. They were the heroes of the territory, the reason why the territory was untouched and standing strong. To other lords, the death of close to 100 starless summons wouldn't bother them too much. Their value was negligible in contrast to the gains made by defeating more than 40 Tier 1 Lionheart adventurers, but Michael didn't feel like that. Today's battle may have been a victory, but it didn't feel like one at all. It was late at night when Michael and the citizens of his territory made a memorial for the deceased. Their corpses were burned, and tributes were made to cleanse their souls and offer them some last words, hoping for a safe journey to the afterlife. Michael made a long speech to honor the deceased and praise the survivors. He feasted with the survivors and spent hours with them near the big campfire to have one last meal together with the souls of the deceased. Being with the other subjects and warriors didn't make him forget the deceased, but it showed him clearly that his summons were no different from real human beings. The Origin Expanse might have resurrected them from death in order to turn them into loyal subjects of their lords, but that didn't make them any less humane. Everyone knew that they had already died once, and that the Origin Expanses will created the link of loyalty with their lord to make sure that they had to obey and couldn't run away from their fate. But with someone like Michael as their lord, that was fine. They would love to grow stronger alongside their lord and follow him anywhere, even if that meant they would die in the quest. Their links of loyalty grew stronger during the last few hours, telling him that they would join him in battle once again if he said the word. Once again, Michael realized how important it was for his subjects to trust him. His words were their command. It was a great feeling that caused goosebumps to spread all over his body. However, it was also terrifying. A single wrong command was enough to lead his subjects straight to death. This made Michael think a lot. The pain and anguish caused by the Lionhearts were still apparent in his heart, but Michael knew that he couldn't have done much to change the outcome of the battle. His battle against the Lionhearts had already been suicidal stupid, even if one could say. He charged straight into a blazing sea of flames just because he was angry and because he didn't want more subjects to die for his sake. But had that been the best move? It was only obvious that Michael didn't want to see his subjects die for him, but sacrificing himself for them wasn't an ideal solution either. Today he was lucky. Only bits of his skin were scorched, and he had received minor burns. It was not serious and had mostly healed after he used a potion and ointment to relieve himself of the ache and heal his skin quickly. But what if he wasn't that lucky next time? If he thought about the consequences of his suicidal actions only after he did them, Michael would die sooner or later. That was certainly not something he wanted to happen. It made him contemplate his actions a lot. How many people had found out about his territory? Who was the backer of the Lionhearts? Would the backer take revenge on him? If so, when would he attack him? Too many questions flooded his mind, but Michael couldn't answer any of them. Lilica was not in his territory anymore, and he didn't have enough time to travel to Ziltra and question her. Michael was not even sure if Lilica would answer his questions in the first place. She's trying to maintain a neutral status with us, but without exposing herself or her team to others. She is a sly elven woman who keeps all possibilities open. That's dangerous. Once again, Michael understood a crucial point. He and his territory had to grow stronger. The Temple of the Forgotten and the Sapphire Lake Military Academy were two ways to achieve that. However, before he could enter the Temple of the Forgotten, he required more information about it. To be precise, he needed records about the old languages, raids of other temples to find out what dangers awaited him, and so on. But before he could acquire information, Michael got up. He walked over to the warehouse where the corpses of the Lionhearts had been stored. Their corpses will be worth more if I leave them intact. The research department of the government pays a small fortune for corpses of monster races with innate abilities. But that doesn't mean I cannot extract everything else, right? Michael thought to himself. His hands began to glow golden as streams of golden light emerged from the inside of his palms. Michael used extraction on the corpses of the Lionhearts adventurers. There were a total of 43 corpses, each of them being a Tier 1 adventurer. Michael first extracted their war runes and the artifacts bound to their war runes. The moment the adventurers attacked him, their fate had been sealed, and so was their war runes' spatial storage ownership waiting to be claimed by Michael. In the following minutes, more than 30 Tier 1 artifacts ended up in Michael's possession. Most of them were weapon artifacts, which the Lionhearts had wielded in the battle before. Each Tier 1 weapon artifact was worth a small fortune, however. Michael's facial expression didn't change in the slightest. He didn't bat an eye at the sight of the artifacts, nor did he feel elated. The gains he made today didn't make up for the pain he and his subjects went through and the losses they sustained. Other than the artifacts, Michael procured various potions, sets of clothes, and other objects from the storage of the 43 adventurers. Michael stored everything inside his war rune storage space. Now that he was a Tier 1 lord, his storage space was much bigger than before. If he squeezed everything inside, the Lionheart corpses would all fit inside. He had that much space. To think that the strong links of loyalty from more than 400 summons can result in an enlargement of the war rune storage space. Michael thought, slightly surprised. He knew that a war rune storage space could be expanded with external means, such as the number of links of loyalty. However, it usually required thousands of links of loyalty from starless summons to make a significant change. Michael was still quite far away from 1,000 subjects, which is why it was so surprising that his war rune space was bigger than it should be. Once he finished extracting the artifacts and some stored goods from the war rune storage space, Michael extracted the soul star fragments of the 43 adventurers. Each of the adventurers had a war rune, and they had either awoken a complete soul trait or were gathering enough energy to finish their incomplete soul traits. Michael used extraction on one Lionheart adventurer after another to see how many soul star fragments every adventurer would drop. He wanted to find out which Lionheart adventurer would drop a complete soul trait symbol and how the number of soul star fragments was related to their strength and other factors. As he extracted the soul star fragments, he restrained the white streams of energy that shot out of his war rune. The greedy tentacle-like strands of energy desired to devour the soul star fragments. However, Michael didn't allow them to do so. He wanted to test something. 10 minutes later, a small pile of soul star fragments and 2 soul trait symbols were spread out in front of him. The soul trait symbols had been extracted immediately. He also knew from which Lionhearts the soul traits came from, which was also how he knew the power behind the soul traits. Now I can finally figure out how weak soul traits are at first immediately after extraction, Michael thought before something else attracted his attention. The small pile of soul star fragments trembled while the fragments were pulling each other closer. A third soul trait symbol was about to form. You want to form a soul trait out of my hard-earned soul star fragments. Forget it, Michael declared, unleashing the tentacle-like streams of energy of his war rune. The tentacles shot forward and tore the soul star fragments apart, preventing the creation of a third soul trait symbol. Afterward, the tentacles coiled around the soul star fragments and pulled them inside the war rune, without leaving a single fragment or soul trait symbol aside. Michael had extracted the 2 manifested soul traits from the 2 strongest Lionhearts. He also found out that a large number of soul star fragments could form a new soul trait. This had been confirmed by the phenomenon that had happened in front of him. The white energy tentacle tore apart the newly forming soul trait symbol, disintegrating it back into a pile of soul star fragments before it absorbed everything. This included more than 30 Tier 1 artifacts, 2 soul trait symbols, and a pile of more than 200 soul star fragments. That was the loot Michael claimed from extracting 43 Lionheart adventurers. The loot was great. No, calling his loot great was a gross understatement. It was exceptional. However, Michael couldn't feel overly excited at this moment. The brave citizens of his territory had sacrificed themselves to protect his territory, and those exceptional gains had come at the cost of their lives. Michael closed his eyes. He thanked his brave warriors and loyal subjects inwardly before he entered the deepest parts of his consciousness. The white pillar of his war rune appeared in front of him, surrounded by 4 soul trait symbols, several artifact wisps, and a pile of soul star fragments that was waiting to be used. The newest soul trait symbols were still fusing with the white pillar, which Michael watched calmly. Under normal circumstances, Michael would have rested or returned to his people to spend some more time with them. However, he was currently driven by the desire to grow stronger. Michael didn't want another situation like today to ever happen again. The soul star fragments were absorbed, but he didn't distribute them yet. Michael waited until his new soul traits fused with him, and until the information stored in them reached him. He had to know more about his soul traits to find out whether he should continue using his soul star fragments on both extraction and the eagle eyes, or if he had to find out another method to distribute his soul star fragments properly. Michael was not sure how much time passed, but the first soul trait symbol was quickly bound to his war rune. Information spread through his mind where it was deeply imprinted. 1-star soul trait is called a lesser enhancement. It can enhance everything, even the external amplification of artifacts. That was the soul trait of the second strongest Lionheart, Michael thought when he processed bits of the flood of information reached him. He clearly recalled the white aura mantling the second strongest Lionheart and how much stronger his artifacts had grown after the white aura had appeared. Michael didn't hesitate and manifested Tigerfang. He used lesser enhancement on Tigerfang, and a thin white aura manifested around the artifact. The next moment, Michael's strength, perception, and agility increased a little bit. Simultaneously, the sharpness of Tigerfang's blade and its durability increased as well. An overall increment of 10, that's the power of a 1-star soul trait, strong. Michael was impressed. If he upgraded lesser enhancement to a 2-star soul trait or even a 3-star soul trait, how strong would the enhancement effect become? It was quite fascinating. Just as Michael marveled about the great power of his 3rd soul trait, the information of the 4th soul trait flashed through his mind. 1-star soul trait Spirit Whip. Ignores the physical world and directly hits the spirit of its opponents. That's the soul trait of the Lionheart leader. Michael clearly recalled the tremendous power of the spirit whip when it had lashed out at him. The effect was quite powerful, and Michael felt like using it immediately. However, upon activating Spirit Whip, Michael noticed several things. The range is short, and it cannot affect the physical world in any way. The energy I can use to condense a Spirit Whip is insignificant, but so is the lethality of the Spirit Whip negligible. Maybe if I attack someone in close combat and catch them off guard, it will be possible to get the upper hand, but it is much weaker than the Lionheart leader's Spirit Whip. Michael figured that his newest soul traits were quite interesting. Both Spirit Whip and Lesser Enhancement were rather useful if used at the right time, but since they were 1-star soul traits, there was a lot to improve. How should I distribute my soul star fragments? Michael wondered. He was not sure how long it would take before he would accumulate more than 200 soul star fragments again. It was only obvious, but the untamed jungle was not exactly a place known for adventurers and lords to gather. 219 soul star fragments, and I have 4 soul traits. 3-star extraction, 2.2-star eagle eyes, 1-star lesser enhancement, and 1-star spirit whip. At first, Michael felt like focusing on eagle eyes, possibly upgrading eagle eyes to 4-star with all of his soul star fragments. That way, he would be able to perform better in the aptitude assessment. But he quickly chose against doing this. It was not as if he would have any issues during the aptitude assessment with his current strength. It would be a walk in the park to get admitted to the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. That was something Michael was certain about. He changed his approach and chose to do a little experiment. How many soul star fragments do you need to upgrade to 4-star? He asked himself in mind before he put one soul star fragment after another into the symbol of extraction. Extraction was already a 3-star soul trait, so he could find out how many soul star fragments he required to upgrade a 3-star soul trait by a full rank. Less than 5 minutes later, Michael found the answer. 200 soul star fragments, that's a lot more than I expected, he murmured, not sure if he was happy or not. He had only 19 soul star fragments left, and 3 soul traits that had yet to be upgraded. However, the most important soul trait of his had been upgraded, so he was not dissatisfied. Enhancing extraction to a new star rating meant that he would gain more. It wasn't a wasteful investment at all. With that in mind, Michael spent 16 soul star fragments to advance Eagle Eye to a 3-star soul trait. Combined with the soul star fragments of the black bear that had been spent on Eagle Eyes, Michael spent a total of 19 soul star fragments to enhance the 2-star Eagle Eyes to a 3-star soul trait. That number was within his expectations. Advancing Eagle Eyes from 2-star to 3-star requires 19 soul star fragments. On the other hand, extraction requires 200 soul star fragments from 3-star to 4-star. In that case, how much does it cost to enhance a 1-star soul trait? Michael was curious, and he was certain that he couldn't waste his soul star fragments since both lesser enhancement and spirit whip were pretty powerful. Thus, he simply invested the remaining 3 soul star fragments to lesser enhancement, upgrading the 1-star soul trait at once. After lesser enhancement was upgraded to a 2-star soul trait, it enhanced Tigerfang overall by 20. This kind of increase was enough to increase Michael's combat prowess by a large margin. He began to imagine using lesser enhancement on several artifacts at the same time, and his mind made up several plans and combat strategies on how to utilize lesser enhancement in the best possible ways. This is interesting. Upgrading a soul trait from 1-star to 2-star required 3/4 soul star fragments. Enhancing a soul trait from 2-star to 3-star, on the other hand, required roughly 20 soul star fragments. This increment was already quite high, but it seemed like upgrading soul traits would become increasingly difficult the higher the star rating. After all, enhancing extraction from 3-star to 4-star required 200 soul star fragments, 10 times the amount Eagle Eyes required to upgrade from 2-star to 3-star. He didn't want to know how much enhancing extraction to 5-star cost, but he had a premonition. Michael didn't like this premonition, but there was not much he could do about it. He could only accept it. I wonder if I can acquire soul star fragments in the Temple of the Forgotten. Michael wondered at this moment. He figured that there were various ways to procure soul star fragments, and imagined the Temple of the Forgotten to be one way. His desire for strength had turned even fiercer after today's event, but he also knew that the Temple of the Forgotten was a place he shouldn't visit just yet. He was not well versed with the language used in the Temple of the Forgotten, and there were only a few ways to find out more about the old tongue used before the Third Epoch, using the network system of other races. I wonder if the network system of the Sapphire Lake Military Academy is connected to the barbarians and the warlock centaurs. Danny told him that the language used in the Third Epoch was the oldest language of the origin expanse that had been studied by mankind. Thus, he would have to seek help from the other older races to study the languages used before the Third Epoch. Both the barbarians and warlock centaurs had spent several millennia in the origin expanse. Maybe some of them were alive when the old tongues had been commonly used in the Origin Expanse. With that understanding in mind, Michael sincerely hoped that the Saffir Lake Network was better than the Bartholomew Network, or he would have to soon pay a visit to the barbarians and warlock centaurs. Fortunately, the Saffir Lake Military Academy was in the same stellar system, so there was hardly any issue. Now that he recalled that the Saffir Lake Military Academy still existed, Michael felt that he was forgetting something. Wait. His eyes widened and he rushed out of the warehouse after stuffing all Lionheart corpses into his war-ruined spatial space. He found Tierra near the huge campfire they had made to honor the deceased and dashed towards her. "How long has it been since I started my advancement to Tier 1? Michael asked immediately. Tierra, who hadn't expected such a question, looked at him with a slightly stupefied gaze. "Master, it has been almost 3 days since you returned to your territory to advance." "Did something happen?" Tierra asked worriedly. Michael waved his hand in denial while calculations ran through his head. "I had 2 days left when I returned to the Origin Expanse. Almost 3 days inside the Origin Expanse meant that roughly 36 hours passed outside. I still have some time before the aptitude assessment starts, lucky me." Michael's heart was beating rapidly, and he sighed in relief. However, it was just a moment later when his heart skipped a beat. He recalled something else he had forgotten. "Alice wanted to meet me the day before the aptitude assessment to give me the Tier 1 artifacts. Shit," he cursed while turning back to Tierra. "I have to leave. I will be back in a day or two. Don't worry about me. If something happens in the Origin Expanse, take care of it. You're in charge." Michael said hurriedly before he hastily added, "If an adventurer team like the Lionhearts appear again, either take them by surprise or flee if their combat prowess is too high for us to handle. It doesn't matter what happens to the territory as long as you guys survive." After Michael gave her the instructions, he manifested the runic gate. He made a last prayer to the deceased and disappeared in the next moment. It was hard to pinpoint how much time had passed in the outside world when you spent too long inside the Origin Expanse. The time spent in the Origin Expanse seemed magical, and it passed much faster than one may think. 1 day outside the Origin Expanse was equivalent to 2 full days inside, but it didn't feel like that at all. In fact, Michael did not even feel like leaving his territory and the Origin Expanse at times. He knew that he could spend several weeks in the Origin Expanse without feeling bored, while the same may not be the case outside the Origin Expanse. Most people wouldn't even bother to leave the Origin Expanse for several months because there were so many things one could do inside the mythical realm of the Origin Expanse. It was magical and far more entertaining than the outside world. At least, that was what many thought. However, there were also adventures and mythical places outside the Origin Expanse. It was just that they were harder to come by than the places in the Origin Expanse. Upon emerging outside the Origin Expanse, Michael felt a little weird. His son's soldier's breathing mastery had increased considerably in the past few days, and Michael had learned to take in traces of the Origin Expanse's energy by breathing. Thus, it was a little bit weird now that the air around him was void of energy. The sensation of missing the Origin Expanse's dormant energy was something most lords and adventurers were aware of. It was also the reason why most people would return to the Origin Expanse more often than they needed to. They were addicted to the Origin Expanse's energy, and couldn't live without it anymore after they spent years in the Origin Expanse. They were drugged and would never be able to survive without their beloved drug. After all, the drug was natural, highly potent, allowed them to grow stronger, and it invigorated their mind and bodies. Michael felt the lack of Origin energy for the first time, and it was already bothering him. However, he could still endure the sensation of loss. He was already late, so he hurriedly opened the messenger on his crystal watch and typed a message to Alice Zenovia. "Michael, I'm on my way. I hope you're not too angry. I was almost burned to a crisp. Todd, have some mercy." He mumbled in his mind while staring at the messenger. While continuing to stare at his crystal watch, he rushed to the bathroom, washed up and changed into a new set of clothes. Once he was done with everything, he booked a shuttle and rushed downstairs as it reached the entrance of his building. Just as he jumped into the shuttle, a notification reached him. Alice sent him a message. "Alice Zenovia, fierce beauty, you bastard. Why am I always the one waiting for you? Do you think I'm your personal maid, or what?" Michael's expression contorted when he saw the message, but he ended up smiling faintly at last. This will be fun. It was time to meet up with Alice once again. "Were you bald? Are you trying to be a trendsetter, or what?" Alice's surprised voice echoed through the private dining room. She was utterly dumbfounded as she stared at Michael, who didn't have a single strand of hair on his head. Even his eyebrows were missing. What the hell was Michael trying to do? They were supposed to meet up for dinner a few hours ago to make sure that Michael had enough time to bind the new artifacts to his war rune and adapt to the external enhancements he would receive from the artifacts. However, Michael didn't show up. He messaged her well after midnight and told her that he was on his way. Alice had been about to work out and finish the last preparations for the aptitude assessment when she received his message. It was already way too late, and she was angry because she had been waiting for Michael for 2 whole hours. Nobody was daring or stupid enough to let her wait for half an hour, forget about 2 whole hours, yet Michael acted nonchalantly. Alice didn't want to meet up with him anymore, but she had to repay her brother's debt, and she wanted to thrash him a little bit because he made her wait for 2 hours. But when she saw Michael, her anger dissipated. Her anger was replaced by confusion and numerous doubts. Michael tilted his head upon hearing Alice's question. Bald, who, I am, confused, he ran a hand over his head only to find out that there was nothing. He was bald. His eyes widened in surprise, and he summoned Tigerfang to use the blade's reflection to take a look at himself. Oh fuck Evan, my eyebrows burned, Michael cursed quietly as he kept staring at his reflection. He could also see patches of his charred skin, but that didn't really bother him. These shallow burns didn't have any impact on him. However, his hair was a whole different matter. It would take months until his hair would have grown enough for him to look the same as before. Maybe it would take even longer. Seeing how Michael acted after realizing that all of his hair was burned, Alice was even more confused. Only now did she pay attention to the burns all over his arms, neck, and head. Her curiosity was drawn to his Tier 1 war rune and the pressure Michael radiated without realizing. Compared to the last time they met, only 3 weeks had passed inside the Origin Expanse. Spending 3 weeks in the Origin Expanse was enough for Michael to reach the late stage of Tier 0, advance to peak Tier 0, and break the barrier separating him from Tier 1. This kind of speed was not something one could attain easily. It either meant Michael spent 3 weeks hunting powerful monsters, or that he had dozens of powerful subjects that were as strong as Michael. However, the latter was not something that should be possible as a new lord, but that was exactly what confused Alice. Michael's presence as a lord was overbearing. It was not something an ordinary Tier 1 lord could attain easily. It meant that Michael was either in possession of thousands of subjects, or that he had a few hundred subjects with an extraordinary firm link of loyalty. But that didn't make any sense either. Michael was a new lord. Did he purchase thousands of ordinary summoning scrolls to increase the number of his subjects quickly? Alice could not figure out how Michael had achieved so much in such a short span. Meanwhile, Michael was still shocked about the loss of his hair, but he had to get back to his senses to finish business first. It was already well past midnight, and the aptitude assessment would start early in the morning on the next day. He had only a few hours left to bind the new artifacts and adapt to the enhancements they would provide. You don't have to worry about me. I was just swimming in a sea of flames for a while, Michael explained nonchalantly. He didn't want to go further into detail, but it was quite obvious that Alice didn't believe his words completely. Of course, that didn't really matter to Michael. She could believe whatever she wanted to. Okay, Alice just said. She could tell from Michael's eyes that he was not lying, but it was also quite obvious that he wouldn't tell her more. Thus, to bury her curiosity, Alice went straight to business. She retrieved a bunch of Tier 1 artifacts from her war rune and spread them out on the dining table. At the sight of the artifacts, Michael's eyes began to glimmer brightly. I couldn't find a suitable spear or a longsword artifact, but I found something better. At least I'd like to say that it's better than the weapon artifact you asked for. Unfortunately, your demands were quite hard to fulfill since you wanted 3-star artifacts of the best quality, which makes sense, of course, Alice informed. She didn't explain the difficulties she had to face in procuring the most suitable set of Tier 1 artifacts, especially with the requirements of external enhancements and enchantments Michael requested beforehand. Alice didn't even have that much time to search for the artifacts Michael requested. She had been busy preparing the aptitude assessment, tending to family businesses, and both lecturing and training her brother. Finally, there was also Caleb's soon-to-be wife. Alice really didn't understand what her parents saw in the Blade family, or what her younger brother could see in Jasmine Blade, but they loved them. It was something she really couldn't understand. Shaking her head, she pointed at the first set of artifacts. This set of leather armor includes the chestplate, leg guards, and boots. It's called Onyx Dragon Armor and is a 3-star Tier 1 artifact set with protection enchantment. The combined efforts of a master enchanter and a grandmaster tailor were required to create it. They worked hard to create an artifact set which has stronger effects if used together. The protection enchantment's full power can protect you from most physical attacks. The black leather armor set looked great and indomitable. It was not created from the hide of an onyx dragon, but looked quite similar. It's made of an onyx serpentine scales, which is said to be the pre-evolution of an onyx flood dragon. Of course, this hasn't been confirmed, so it's just a legend. Either way, the armor set provides an overall enhancement with great focus on agility, Alice said before Michael could ask about the name. Afterward, she diverted her focus to the other artifacts. She pointed at the weapon that looked quite similar to a spear. The Saron Valge is a natural 3-star Tier 1 weapon artifact. It has a very high destructive force, which is why I chose this weapon for you instead of the other spears and longswords I found. You might not have asked for this, but I can promise you that the Saron Valge is stronger than 99 of natural 3-star Tier 1 weapon artifacts you can find. It enhances your agility and perception drastically, while also providing a decent enhancement in strength. Alice shared some key insights about the artifact. She knew that Michael didn't ask for a Valge, but she felt that it would suit Michael quite well. If you don't like it, that's fine as well. I can bring you another weapon later. Michael looked at the Saron Valge with squinted eyes. The Saron Valge consisted of a long staff with a slightly curved blade attached to the upper end. The blade was wide and resembled a short saber with its curve and single cutting edge. The Valge's blade was 70 centimeters long and was made of sturdy black metal. It was obviously a weapon designed for powerful strikes, capable of inflicting significant damage to medium to large-sized opponents. Overall, it was a formidable weapon, combining the features of a blade and a staff. Its wide, curved design enhanced its cutting ability, turning it into an effective tool for close quarters and mid-range combat. Another reason why I picked the Saron Valge for you is because of the bow I chose. I wasn't able to find a 3-star Tier 1 return arrow that suits your taste. The bunch I found wouldn't satisfy you, but don't frown just yet. I found a rare 3-star Tier 1 Siltang bow. It has 2 enchantments and a high natural pulling force. Alice introduced the last artifact she brought. The 2 enchantments render the return arrows useless, so don't worry. The first enchantment is called Energy Storage. You can store your energy in the frame of the Siltang bow. This makes it sturdier, but that's not the main point. The point of the first enchantment is that it allows you to use the second enchantment much easier, called Arrow Creation. You can condense arrows out of origin energy that way. The more energy you use, the stronger the arrow will be. Michael nodded his head. The Siltang bow looked quite exquisite. It was made out of twisted silver sparkling wood. Its appearance was already enough to make it clear that it was expensive. Alice noticed his expression and smiled. She added a few words to show clearly how valuable the Siltang bow truly was. The Siltang bow was created by a grandmaster who knows his work like the back of his hand. It is more expensive than the price of an ordinary 3-star Tier 1 bow and a 3-star Tier 1 return arrow combined. Wow, Michael exclaimed quietly. He looked at the batch of the artifact set, the Saron Valge, and the Siltang bow with gleaming eyes. Michael was certain that Alice had worked hard enough to repay her brother's debt. The artifacts were not something he could have found easily. Alice had done a great job helping him. I cannot give you Tigerfang just yet, Michael said as he cut his connection to the remains of the boots of Terran, the hardwood bow, and the return arrow. Several streams of energy shot out of the war rune. They coiled around the onyx dragon armor set and the Siltang bow binding it. Meanwhile, Saron Valge was stored in the storage space of his war rune. He had never wielded such a weapon before, and he wouldn't use it for the aptitude assessment either way. It was too risky to fool around with a new weapon at such an important event. He still had Tigerfang, so he didn't bind Saron Valge to his war rune just yet. That makes sense. I will leave then. There is still some work left to do, Alice said. Her hands were itching to grab Tigerfang, but she decided to wait. It was not as if she pressed on time, and she knew that Michael wouldn't be foolish enough to use a new weapon for the aptitude assessment. He was the most familiar with Tigerfang and would change his weapon only after the aptitude assessment was over. With nothing left to do in the dining room, Alice didn't want to linger around needlessly. Michael had a lot to do in the next few hours now that he obtained new artifacts, and her work was not done either. My brother's debt will be considered settled with the artifacts I procured. I think you understand how valuable these artifacts are, Alice said sternly before a faint smile formed on her lips. She pointed at the dining table. It's my treat. Eat your fill. Saying so, she left without another backward glance. The sliding door closed behind her, leaving Michael and the food alone. Michael stared at the sliding door for a second or two. He smiled lightly and turned his head back to the onyx dragon armor and the Siltang bow. Next, he slowly bound the artifacts to his war rune. It took just enough time to focus on the dining table and the delicacies they'd served. There were already more than 5 dishes, but their portions were small and wouldn't fill him. Thus, being the glutton he was, Michael ordered more dishes while savoring the food that had already been served. He ate to his heart's content without care and finished binding the new artifacts to his war rune. Once he was done eating, his skin glowed brightly, and a vibrant smile appeared on his face. Michael had completely forgotten about the loss of his hair. Elias, you are much nicer than I thought. You look fierce on the outside, but you're beautiful on the inside. Michael murmured to himself, thanking Alice Zenobia for treating him with a sumptuous late-night dinner. Everyone who treated him to a meal had to be a nice and sincere person. That was something Michael was certain about. "No, what am I going to do with you guys?" he mumbled, staring at the hardwood bow and the return arrow. The boots of Terran were completely destroyed. Nobody would want to buy them given their battered condition. Unfortunately, even the hardwood bow was cracked, and the return arrow had also seen better days. I have no use for them anymore. I should just sell them, Michael concluded. Tiara would just break the bow and return arrow. but if he sold them, a high-ranked artisan could repair these damaged goods. That way, the two artifacts wouldn't be discarded for good. Since he was already in the central trading hall, Michael turned to the House of Witchery. He had lots of goods to sell, including the hardwood bow and the return arrow. On his way to the House of Witchery, Michael tried to sense the changes inside his body. The onyx dragon armor set and the silting bow had been bound to his war rune, and their enhancement was slowly spreading through his body. The overall increase provided by his new artifacts was more than 30. Meanwhile, his agility was enhanced by more than 60, similar to his perception, which strengthened his senses considerably. He was already at his limit as the lowest grade Tier 1 lord. When he entered the House of Witchery, Michael was greeted like a normal guest. Nobody paid him much attention at first. Only 2 female staff members looked at him before they started gossiping. Michael ignored their gossip and approached the Witchery Bazaar. "I'm sorry, but the Witchery Bazaar is not open at night," the staff member filling the empty shelves near the Witchery Bazaar said in a neutral tone. Michael smiled in response and retrieved the golden Bartholomew membership card. "I thought you could use the Witchery Bazaar all day with the golden Bartholomew membership card," Michael replied in a voice loud enough for the young man to hear. He turned around just to see the golden card in Michael's hand. The young man then looked at Michael and frowned. "Mr. Michael Feng," he exclaimed, and his eyes shot wide open. The shock in the young man's eyes was not something that could be faked easily. However, Michael could only nod his head. "I was just as shocked as you were when I realized that all my hair was burned. That's my name, yes. So can I use the Witchery Bazaar right now, or is it not allowed?" Michael inquired again, to which the young man responded by aggressively nodding his head. Of course, of course. Let's go to the appraisal room immediately," he said, putting his work aside to take care of Michael's needs. Half an hour later, Michael's business was completed. They returned from the appraisal room and signed the form to validate the deal and the transaction. Michael earned a total of $35,887,000 by selling 43 Tier 1 Lionheart corpses, 31 Tier 1 artifacts, and other goods which he had extracted from the Lionheart's war runes, the hardwood bow, and the return arrow. The Tier 1 artifacts were sold for an average of $1 million. Their contribution in today's earnings was the highest, but that was expected. The Tier 1 artifacts might not have been exceptional, but most of them had been weapon artifacts with decent enhancements and enchantments. They were still valuable. After he earned a fortune, Michael wanted to spend an hour or two to purchase more goods, but he noticed that his body took more time adapting to the enhancements of his newly bound artifacts than he thought. In fact, his mind had yet to fully process and come to terms with the fact that he had successfully advanced to Tier 1. He had yet to adapt to his advancement, but had still gone ahead to bind several 3-star Tier 1 artifacts to his war rune. Of course, his body couldn't adjust to the changes that quickly. It hadn't even been a full day since he advanced to Tier 1, after all. Thus, Michael postponed his shopping spree. Instead of shopping, Michael walked over to the Central Training Hall's training center. He bought a ticket to use the training center once and started to train like a maniac in order to accelerate the adjustment process of his newly acquired strength and the enhancements of his new artifacts. A few hours later, the morning sun rose above the horizon. Michael was sweating buckets and he was a little tired, but a bright smile covered his face. He was ready for the aptitude assessment. The aptitude assessment of the Golden Sun province was held in the Golden Sun College's gym near the Central Trading Hall. It was a huge hall with several floors that was usually used by the students of the Golden Sun College. Today, the gym was reserved for the applicants of the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Applicants from all over the Golden Sun province applied to the Sapphire Lake Military Academy, but there were only a few thousand spots. The Golden Sun province already had close to 1 million applicants. The number was in the millions in Elira, and even higher all over the solar system. Of course, most people applied to multiple academies and universities simultaneously, but the number of applicants for the Sapphire Lake Military Academy was on par if not higher than the number of people applying to join the Big 5 universities and the Great 3 academies. Michael was probably the only one who applied just to the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. In fact, he didn't even apply. Alice did that for him. By the time Michael arrived in front of the Golden Sun College's gym, he was a little late. After working out for several hours in the training center, Michael had to eat a little bit more. He consumed too much nutrition and carbs doing all those high-intensity workouts. It was a bad omen to participate in an important exam with an empty stomach. That was what his brother told him all the time. Thus, he ended up a little late, staring blankly at 5 extraordinarily long queues. Powerful adventurers and lords carefully guarded each queue. They were bodyguards who had been hired to protect the applicants from external danger and from each other. Simultaneously, they had to make sure that nobody would skip the line and that everything went smoothly. Michael was sure that it was not necessary to have a dozen powerful adventurers standing guard in each queue, but he was quickly proven wrong. Before the applicants were allowed to enter the Golden Sun College's gym, they had to meet the requirements first. The applicant's ID would be scanned to look at their records, their final score would be noted, and the age of their bones would be tested and compared to the energy level of their war runes. If there were too many duplicate records, the final score was too low, or the student possessed too little energy for his or her age, the applicant wouldn't be allowed inside the Golden Sun College's gym. It was harsh, but so was reality. Michael didn't think that students would apply to the Sapphire Lake Military Academy if they knew that they were trash. However, the truth was the complete opposite. A tenth of applicants barely met the requirements to enter the Golden Sun College's gym, and those who failed to enter the gym would either scream loudly, voice out their complaints loud enough for everyone to hear, or go wild like bloodthirsty maniacs. Only a few students left silently with their heads hanging low. Most had to be carried away by the bodyguards. That was shocking for Michael. He didn't think that it would be this difficult to enter the gym where the aptitude assessment would start for real. I should think of the door to the gym as the first hurdle. The aptitude assessment started the moment I became an applicant to the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Michael mused inwardly as he queued up. Michael thought that it would take a while before the hundreds of people in front of him were either thrown out or given permission to enter the gym, but it was not even lunchtime when it was finally his turn. It looked like he was one of the last applicants to appear. Nobody had queued up behind him. "Scan your ID over here and stretch your right arm out." A neutral voice spoke to him. The woman standing in front of him looked exhausted. Her eyes screamed that she needed a few more holidays and that it was time to go home. Michael retrieved his Lord ID and stretched out his right hand. The Lord ID was scanned, and both his records and final exam score were shown and thoroughly looked through by the artificial intelligence that was used during the aptitude assessment. A few seconds later, Michael was allowed to retrieve his Lord ID once again, and 3 notifications popped up in front of the tired woman. Final exam score, 584 points, excellent. Criminal records, none. Humanity danger level, 0. Looks fine to me, she said nonchalantly. Her hand reached out to Michael's stretched out arm in the next second. Don't resist the warmth. I am using my soul trait to scan your energy level and the age of your bones. As her words reached his ears, Michael felt a sudden warmth spread through his arm. It was refreshing and soothing. Layla, note down that the applicant turned 18 this month according to his bone age. Both the bone age and the time of his war rune's manifestation match with the date of birth on his Lord ID. The woman said before she stopped. One may not think that it was an issue, but it was crucial that the bone age, the ID's date of birth, and the time of the war rune's manifestation overlapped. The reason all this data had to overlap was that many big families tried to fool big universities and academies using means to fake IDs, stagnate their descendants' bone aging, and so on. Why? Not every descendant of the strongest families was exceptional. That was simply not possible, not even with the influx of countless resources, the best instructors, and various other methods to strengthen the youngest generation. However, the strongest families and most influential clans had to ensure their reputations wouldn't be harmed in any way. Their descendants had to be known as prodigies rather than bottom rankers and pushovers. That is why they used every possible means to provide their talentless descendants more time to study and train longer than others before they would have to compete against Awakened, who manifested their war rune much later. This worked for a while, until a few families' debauchery had been exposed. In response to the trickery used in the aptitude assessments, the tests were changed and made more stringent, making it near impossible to fool the system. But the exhausted woman had a different reason why she halted in her tracks. She was not worried that Michael was trying to fool the system. The woman closed her eyes, and Michael's hand was getting warmer as she completed the scan. Simultaneously, the AI's voice rang out. Noted, bone age and date of birth match. The applicant was born 18 years and 17 days ago. Energy level data is still missing. Lowest tier when you advance pretty fast, not bad. You're still a lord as well. Good, the exhausted woman said after a while. She let go of his arm and gave him a thumbs up. Afterward, the woman noted down his energy level on the assessment form with his name. You can go inside. Good luck. Michael smiled at the exhausted woman and thanked her profusely. Then he walked inside the Golden Sun College's gym. He overcame the first hurdle without any qualms. It hadn't been that difficult, but that was only because he worked hard enough in the last few years. His final exam score was high because of his hard work, and he didn't have any criminal records because he didn't beat the shit out of his former classmates. Michael endured their bullying without retaliation for years. Finally, he received acknowledgement for that, even if it was just from artificial intelligence. The past did not matter right now. What was important was that he had made it and that he didn't allow his intrusive thoughts of the past to subdue his willpower. It may not be important to others, but Michael felt proud. Inside the Golden Sun College's gym, Michael was led to the next station. His blood sample was taken, and a few staff members approached him with a few machines. Please don't worry, sir. We will attach something to your body to test the soul power of your soul trait. Please don't resist and utilize your soul trait's full power. It was rarely tested because the results had never been accurate in the past. That only changed with the technological advancement of the past decade. A testing device to perceive the soul power exuded by soul traits had been created. However, the testing device was not perfect. It couldn't determine the soul trait star rating or how many links of loyalty enhanced the Lord's soul power. Several machines were attached to Michael in order to test the soul power he could unleash upon releasing the strongest form of his soul trait. But Michael didn't move an inch. He was as stiff as a board. Michael didn't want his 4 soul traits to be discovered. In fact, he would rather reveal only one soul trait while keeping the others a secret. That was why the appearance of the soul power testing device scared him. "Sir, you have to use your soul trait, otherwise we cannot test your soul power," one of the female staff members said. She looked at him in annoyance. Michael's heart skipped a beat when he heard what she said. "They cannot test my soul power if I don't activate my soul trait. Oh my gosh, that's great." Color returned to his pale cheeks and he smiled brightly at the annoyed female staff. "I have 2 soul traits. A 3-star soul trait and a 2-star soul trait. Please take that into consideration when you test my soul power," Michael said energetically before he unleashed his eagle eyes and lesser enhancement soul traits to the extreme. The testing devices attached to his body began to gleam faintly, and the monitor attached to the testing devices displayed a few numbers. 2 sources of soul power have been detected. The weaker source has 69 units of soul power, and the stronger has 169 units of soul power. The staff member working on the monitor revealed with slight astonishment. He looked over to Michael and squinted his eyes. Afterward, he opened the assessment form with Michael's name on it and noted down the data. "That is the device broken?" the annoyed woman asked. She lifted her right eyebrow and took a second glance at Michael. Double trait, a 3-star soul trait with 169 soul power units, and a 2-star soul trait with 69 soul power units, and he is an 18-year-old Tier 1 Lord. That's amazing. The staff member working on the monitor exclaimed. Amazed by this revelation, the young man quickly opened Michael's assessment form and didn't think twice before he scanned Michael's data thoroughly. "Do you know what that means?" The young man asked loudly, turning over to Michael, who could only stare back at him with a blank expression. He didn't know much about soul power. The only thing Michael had learned about soul power was that soul power is the unit used to determine the strength of a soul trait. Soul traits were not only ranked according to their star rating, but their soul power as well. Soul traits could be nourished by the refinement degree of the war rune they're bound to. The higher the tier and refinement degree of the war rune, the stronger the soul trait. Simultaneously, the number of links of loyalty and their firmness played a similarly crucial role. Both the links of loyalty and the war rune could nourish the soul power of soul traits, enhancing their power gradually. That was also why the soul traits of lords grew stronger than the soul traits of adventurers. Lords had countless links of loyalty to nourish their soul trait's soul power, while adventurers could only strengthen their soul power by enhancing their war rune. But that was already the extent of knowledge Michael had about soul power. It was not a topic that was taught in high school. Soul power was only relevant to lords and adventurers, and not everyone in high school would manifest a war rune. Even then, soul power was a more advanced subject that couldn't be studied in depth without learning the basics. After testing hundreds of thousands of soul traits, it was found that the strongest 2-star soul trait cannot have more than 50 soul power units. Even if your 2-star soul trait is one of the strongest 2-star soul traits we've tested, it must have been nourished quite a lot by your links of loyalty and war rune. The male staff member exclaimed. "Can you tell me how you were able to consistently nourish your soul trait? It must have been really difficult to nourish your 2-star soul trait." He added with great curiosity. The young man was overly excited, which Michael couldn't really understand. Everything he did was expose eagle eyes and lesser enhancement. Was there an issue? Michael didn't think so, but he was a little bit nervous seeing how excited the staff member was. The young man talked only about his 2-star soul trait, but what about his 3-star soul trait? Was it because 2-star soul traits were said to be harder to improve? The other staff members didn't seem to understand the young man's excitement either, which further added to Michael's confusion. If the young man found out that something was wrong with his soul traits, he would immediately report it to his superiors. If that happened, his plan of hiding his other soul traits, especially extraction, would fail miserably. Thus, he approached the young man once the testing device had been detached from his body. "Can you tell me more about soul power?" Michael asked. The young man nodded his head vigorously and looked excitedly toward Michael. After so long, someone was interested in the same hobby he had: research of soul traits and soul power. However, before he could say anything, more students appeared to get tested. "Harry, stop flirting and come over. We have more work to do," the annoyed woman said, destroying Harry's bubble. "Oh, okay," Harry responded, the smile wiped away from his face. "We can exchange contact details. That way, we can speak a little bit more about soul traits and soul power when you have some more time to spare." Michael offered. Harry's smile returned when Michael came up with this grandiose idea. They exchanged their contact details and went their separate ways afterward. At least he didn't tell his superiors that something is odd, Michael thought as he went ahead to the next assessment stations. He was pretty sure that the Soul Star fragments were the reason Lesser Enhancement's soul power was so high. Lesser Enhancement was not a normal 2-star soul trait, after all. The 3 Soul Star fragments it absorbed had excessive energy after completing the 2nd star. The excessive energy formed the foundation of a 3rd star, indicating that it was stronger than normal 2-star soul traits. Unfortunately, he had to reveal both Eagle Eyes and Lesser Enhancement to the outside world. Why was that the case? It was pretty simple. Alice had already seen Eagle Eyes. Thus he had to show it, otherwise Alice would start doubting him. A 3-star soul trait was rare enough to meet the Sapphire Lake Military Academy's standards. However, Michael knew himself better than others. He knew that he would use Lesser Enhancement more often in the future. It was highly likely that someone would find out about Lesser Enhancement once he started to use it more. In the age of Starnet and technology, everyone could procure any kind of information that had been posted or stored somewhere. That simply meant the safest security system could get hacked and his information stolen. Thus, Michael made his life easier by revealing that he had only 2 soul traits. Nobody would expect that he was hiding more soul traits because only those 2 exposed soul traits had external physical features such as his glowing eyes and the white aura of Lesser Enhancement. Spirit Whip was a non-physical attack that couldn't be seen, so Michael was not too worried about it being exposed. He could always say that one of his artifacts had a mental attack enchantment. As for the reason he didn't expose Extraction, the 4-star soul trait was simply too powerful. He didn't want to expose Extraction even though he could lie about its special perks. His lies could be proven wrong, and the truth exposed the moment someone with enough connections sensed that something was foul. Connecting Extraction with his past transactions in the House of Witchery would be evidence enough to conclude that Extraction was an exceptional soul trait. If others were in his position, they might not think too much about the same things that bothered Michael. But Michael felt that his worries were justified and that he had to be well prepared for the worst-case scenario. Even if it was not necessary to do all of this, in the end, it was a safety measure and a means to decrease his worries. He didn't want to wait until something bad happened before taking action and simply wanted to be well prepared for everything. That way, he could ensure his safety and the safety of those important to him. Michael would be able to prevent unfortunate incidents like the invasion of the Lionhearts in his territory that way. Michael's mind was still focused on the young staff member, Harry, and what he said about soul power and soul traits when Michael was called over to his next test. Since he met the basic requirements, Michael was led to the other side of the gym where his physical capabilities were tested. His reflexes were tested, along with his burst speed, top speed, strength, flexibility, perception, and much more. His score was adjusted according to his age, precisely the number of months and days that had passed since he entered the Origin Expanse for the first time. Michael was a Tier 1 Lord with high enhancements from several artifacts. Compared to his counterparts who had entered the Origin Expanse a month or a few months ago, his physical standards were much higher. Most of them had yet to advance to Tier 1 and bind Tier 1 artifacts to their war rune. They were simply not on par with him. Peak-tier lords and adventurers were as fast, strong, and perceptive as the most exceptional unawakened athletes of mankind. If that sounded unimpressive, it had to be known that peak-tier awakened didn't have to train to achieve what unawakened athletes worked tirelessly for decades, by spending their whole energy and money to invest in their bodies by training, dieting, and using special nutrition solutions. Yet, most of those exceptional athletes were only good at 1 or 2 things. A wrestler would hardly be able to contend with the fastest sprinter, after all. On the other hand, even a chubby peak-tier awakened would be able to win against the fastest sprinter and overpower the wrestler with their raw strength and speed. Then again, Tier 1 awakened were on a different level. Breaking through the barrier separating Tier 0, awakened from the next tier meant that their limit reached new heights. No unawakened human could compete with a Tier 1 adventurer, or lord, not just with their physical body at least. Tier 1 existences were on a level where the limits of a human's mortal body couldn't compete against their strengths. Of course, shooting a laser gun at a Tier 1 awakened would cause lethal damage and kill them. Michael had broken the limits of his mortal body already. Adding the enhancement of the artifacts bound to him, his agility was on par with a mid-Tier 1 awakened. Even some Tier 1 monsters wouldn't be able to catch up to him if he were to run away from them. Once he was done with the physical tests, Michael was led to the knowledge exam. He couldn't even take a short break or find the time to change his sweaty clothes. The staff member led him straight to a small room with a single chair and table. Sit down and pay attention to your surroundings. The next test will start soon, the young staff member instructed before he left the room. He closed the door on his way out, leaving Michael in a dimly lit room. Is that what they want? Exhaust the applicants, throw them in a small room and then do what? Michael was a little confused. His gaze surveyed the room to see if something was odd, but there wasn't anything. Only after a minute or two of utter silence did a holographic screen materialize in front of him. It was a long bluish screen showing dozens of questions that had to be answered. There was even a countdown showing how much remaining time Michael had left to answer. 58,030,000 left. Was the holographic screen designated to only appear after 90 seconds, or did it appear after I was silent for a certain amount of time? Michael wondered. The aptitude assessment seemed to test far more characteristics of their applicants than it seemed at first glance. That was interesting, but even more reason to stay vigilant and observe his surroundings thoroughly. Michael wasn't afraid of the knowledge exam. Whenever he had some spare time, Michael studied the material Alice had sent him before diligently. Despite that, Michael studied less than what he wanted to since he had always been busy. That was also why he was fortunate enough to be an awakened, whose brain had also been refined through his war rune. He had always been a fast reader and pretty decent at memorizing content, and that was further improved through the war rune's refinement. He completed the knowledge exam and was notified that he could start the next test immediately. It was also held in the small, dimly lit room. Several pictures of landscapes appeared on the walls of the small room. Long descriptions of the landscapes were written down below. The descriptions were detailed and mentioned all kinds of monsters, foreign races, and their location. Some landscapes were in the origin expanse, while others had been found on large occupied planets. Michael spent the next 10 minutes intently reading and memorizing everything he could, and as if on cue the landscapes and walls of text disappeared. Simultaneously, a new message popped up on the holographic screen. Please write down everything you can. As expected, a test to figure out how the applicant's mind works and if he can memorize the most crucial information of several places, or if the applicant will spew out jumbled nonsense. Michael had expected such a test to be a part of the aptitude assessment. The Sapphire Lake Military Academy was a place to nourish warriors and prepare for war, after all. It was not a place to nourish philosophers and pacifists. Michael began writing and noted down everything he could remember. Once he was done, another set of pictures and walls of text appeared in front of him. However, this time, the pictures and the walls of text were different. The walls of text were written in other languages, including the old tongue of the Third Epoch, the origin language, and the languages of foreign races. The pictures showed beings of a few races and certain memorials that provided enough hints about the content of the texts. Michael couldn't understand most foreign languages because he had only been focusing on the origin language as it was the only and the most important language to learn for future awakened. However, he could use the pictures and his knowledge of foreign races to write down everything important about these races, including their habits, characteristics, weaknesses, and crucial points to remember when fighting them. He was a little bit worried about the last test because he was not certain if he would score high enough to pass it. Fortunately, he did not dwell much on the outcome. A staff member entered the room once he finished, and he led Michael to the second floor where many applicants were waiting in large open spaces. You can eat something in the cafeteria over there, the staff member said, pointing at a large door with the sign Food Monsters written on it. After that, the staff member moved to another position and showed Michael the bathroom, the showers, and where he could request a combat suit for later. The final assessment will start at 4 p.m. Good luck, the young man gave a brief overview of the place to Michael and left. Michael checked the time and noticed that he had only an hour left to shower and eat something. However, that was more than enough time before the final assessment would start. The final assessment was self-explanatory real combat. Michael didn't have much time to prepare himself because he was one of the last applicants to arrive for the final assessment. He went for a quick shower, ate his fill, and observed the people around him. Each of them was his competitor for a spot in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Is that all that is left out of 100,000 applicants? Michael wondered. It was almost 4 p.m., and it seemed that the preliminary tests were over. Not more than 100 young men and women were on the second floor of the Golden Sun College's gym. That meant only 0.1 of applicants made it to the final assessment. At 4 p.m. on the dot, everyone gathered in the open arena. A middle-aged man wearing a military uniform stepped in front of the young applicants, his eyes as cold as ice. His gaze moved through the crowd of less than 100 applicants, and a menacing smile appeared on his scarred face. Good afternoon, dear applicants, he said in a husky voice. My name is Silverian Child, and I am one of the many combat instructors in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy, and I was told to monitor the real combat assessment today. Silverian Child sounded nonchalant as he introduced himself to the crowd. He looked like he didn't want to be here. Nonetheless, Michael couldn't help but feel his chest tightening. The pressure radiating from the instructor was terrifying, and Silverian Child was not even doing anything. He merely stood in front of them, one hand resting in the pocket. The rules for the real combat assessment are simple. We will put students against each other and give marks for the fights. Every student will have to fight 3 times before they can go home. In a few days, you'll be notified whether the Saffir Lake Military Academy will accept your application or if you have been rejected." When Silverian Child finished the explanation, many awakened looked at each other. Usually, the final assessment was different. In the last few years, the final assessment had always been a fight against an instructor to test the applicant's combat prowess. But this time they were supposed to fight other applicants. What if going all out led to their death? "I don't want anyone to hold back," Silverian Child said as if he could read the minds of some applicants. He smiled devilishly as realization sank in the minds of the applicants, and it widened further when he saw the expression on the faces of the young awakened. "Let's start then." In the next 10 minutes, the staff separated the open space into several arenas. Referees with enough strength to interfere in the battle of the young awakened arrived, and a medic team set up a small medical tent for the worst-case scenario. Once all preparations had been completed, the first few students were called up for their first fight, and the referees started the first round of real combat. Michael watched the fights with great interest at first, but he quickly lost interest. It didn't even take a full minute before his slightly excited expression turned into a deep frown. "What is that?" he mumbled, as he watched the young awakened fighting, if one could call it a fight, in the first place. To Michael, the fight looked more like a friendly spar between two best friends who would never want to hurt each other. The young awakened of the first round was too afraid to go all out and cripple their opponents, possibly even kill them, and were playing safe. How were they even able to survive in the Origin expanse like this? Michael murmured in utter confusion. He had been disgusted with himself for killing monsters before, but he did it nonetheless. Michael left his comfort zone and killed the monsters that threatened his territory first. Now, he had gained enough confidence to attack monsters living far away from his territory. It was not as if Michael didn't feel bad for killing them, however. The Origin expanse was a place where the strong devoured the weak to become even stronger. Since Michael was stronger, he devoured those weaker than him. Silverian Child and his assistants stared at the friendly tussle with an impassive faces. Their expression didn't change watching the friendly spar-like fights, and Michael could slowly unravel what was going on. They're disqualifying those who are too scared to fight seriously. Is that the point of fighting other students? To figure out who can be a good soldier and fight others at command, and cripple or even kill them? Then there were those spars in which one opponent was considerably stronger than the other. In such cases, most young awakened who were too afraid to fight seriously were getting thrashed by their opponents. However, that was something everyone should have expected when one party held back while the other went all out with the intention to win by all means. "I won't hold back," Michael told himself when it was finally his turn to enter the arena. Michael Fang versus Nicholas Leekofen. Please enter the arena and prepare for battle. Michael, who had been ready to enter the arena, stopped in his tracks. He looked through the open space and found Nicholas. Nicholas Leekofen stared back at him, his eyes shot wide open. "This fool made it to the final assessment. That's to be expected, I guess," Michael thought before he gave it a shrug. It was not as if it mattered whether Nicholas Leekofen made it to the final assessment or not. Michael felt that it was much better to have someone like Nicholas Leekofen as his first opponent in the real combat assessment in the first place. He wouldn't have to feel guilty for beating the shit out of his first opponent. With that in mind, Michael entered the arena where he patiently waited for Nicholas. He expected Nicholas to make fun of him, but Nicholas Leekofen remained silent. He stared at Michael while gritting his teeth. Nicholas clearly recalled the archer competition and Michael's archery skills. He hated himself for losing, but even more so Michael for defeating him. According to him, Michael and Caleb cheated him in the competition. They were at fault for his loss and the humiliation he suffered afterward. A huge broadsword manifested in Nicholas' hands, and a bluish leather chest plate covered his upper body as he moved into combat position. Michael materialized the Onyx Dragon armor set and Tigerfang at once. He wielded Tigerfang in front of him and entered his combat stance as well. Even if Nicholas had barely reached the late stage of Tier 0, Michael wouldn't underestimate his opponent. It was possible for tierless lords to defeat someone at Tier 1. Michael was the best example for something like that. His soul traits, the enhancement of his artifacts, and his combat prowess allowed him to fight Tier 1 monsters while he was tierless. "I won't hold back, bastard," Nicholas cursed through his gritted teeth. Michael didn't respond. Instead, he activated his eagle eyes and angled his body slightly. The referee looked at the two combatants and lifted his hand. His hand shot down and his voice thundered through the arena. "Fight!" The moment the referee's voice rang out, Nicholas charged forward. A bronze-colored aura enveloped his entire body and his speed accelerated further. Michael's artifacts were engulfed by a white light, further enhancing their external enhancement. He pushed his feet off the ground and shot forward like a cannonball. Two blades made huge arcs through the air, and blood splattered. A second after the battle started, a loose arm flew through the air followed by an ear-splitting scream. Michael didn't show any mercy. He went all out and shot across the arena like a cannonball, slicing off Nicholas' sword arm with a single attack. Michael was not only a tier higher than Nicholas, but he had multiple other means to enhance his strength further. Nicholas's tierless artifacts and his 2-star martial aura were not enough to keep up with Michael's speed and strength. He could only scream as Tigerfang's razor-sharp blade cut through his flesh, muscles, and bones. Michael hadn't expected Nicholas to be defeated that easily. He stared at the pitiful figure of Nicholas with disgust and shook his head. "To think that I allowed someone like you to bully me in school," Michael mumbled in a voice loud enough only for Nicholas to hear before he turned to the referee. "I think you should announce the winner and tend to his wound. Otherwise, you won't be able to save his arm," he suggested in a neutral tone, though his gaze was ice cold. There was not a trace of guilt or remorse in his eyes. It was almost like he didn't feel anything right now. Michael Fang won the fight. The referee acted quickly. He called the medic team over, rushed to the arm that had been cut off cleanly, and handed it over while hoping that the leading doctor with her 4-star healing current soul trait could heal Nicholas Leikofen and reattach his arm. The referee knew that he had been too slow in reacting and should have taken the necessary steps without Michael having to suggest anything to him. But then he had not expected the situation to escalate so suddenly. Earlier fights barely caused any injuries, which was why the referee was a little bit too slow. Fortunately, Michael didn't pierce Nicholas' heart and merely cut off his arm. With the advancement of technology and soul traits that could be used for medical purposes, it was no problem to reattach limbs. Even the regrowth of lost limbs could be stimulated with the use of rare and high-ranking soul traits. That was also why cutting off arms and legs could be considered an ordinary injury on the battlefield. But they were not on the battlefield right now, and the Awakened were not fully trained soldiers either. Some of them weren't even daring enough to fight their opponents seriously, fearing that they might injure them. And that was why those young Awakened were terror-struck and staring blankly at Michael, thanking their fate that they had not been paired opposite the monster. They could not even begin to imagine what would happen to them if they were to face Michael in the arena. The thought alone was enough to wreak havoc in their minds. Their eyes began to quiver, and their legs felt like jelly. Meanwhile, Silverian Child and the assistants made notes of the battle and its result. "Looks like they came from the same school," one of the assistants mentioned. The assistant had opened the assessment forms of Michael and Nicholas Leikofen even before the battle started. He had noticed that there was some tension between the two combatants. "Is that so?" Silverian Child asked. He glanced at the assessment forms of the two combatants as well and realized something. Graduate from the elite class of the Golden Sun Explore High School. His background is very ordinary. "Michael Fangui, does that name ring a bell?" Silverian murmured. He looked at Michael sharply for a few seconds, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why he felt so strangely familiar. Only after his gaze moved to Tigerfang did he recall something, or rather someone, who was very interested in a particular epic artifact. "Is that the guy she mentioned before?" Nicholas was being tended to by the medic with the 4-star healing current. A warm and soothing light engulfed Nicholas' cut-off arm and the severely bleeding arm stump. The veins and muscles at the cut spot began to wiggle, while Nicholas began to groan in pain. His arm felt super sensitive at the moment, and his pain intensified as the medic put the cut-off arm back to the arm stump. The other medics used several machines to stimulate the growth of flesh and muscles, while small nanomachines were utilized to connect the severed veins and muscles, fusing it together. After 10 minutes of hard work, Nicholas' arm had been reattached. The medic team sighed in relief and returned to the small medical tent they'd constructed. They took Nicholas with them and ignored that their patient was glaring at Michael. Nicholas was in pain and angry, however. He couldn't say anything to Michael, whose eyes stared into the depths of his soul. Gone was the puny little kid who would cower before Nicholas. Now Michael stared defiantly in the young man's eyes who had bullied him in school. Instead, it was Nicholas, who couldn't endure Michael's intense glare anymore. Nicholas shut his mouth and disappeared in the medical tent with the medic team. While this glaring match was in progress, the rest of the participants had gone deathly still. An eerie silence filled the arena. At one point, the other combatants stopped fighting as well. They looked over to see what happened, and a terrifying scene entered their view. A massive amount of blood had splattered across the arena. Upon seeing that, their faces turned pale, and their eyes widened in shock as well. Did a monster wreak havoc next to them? Why did someone put these guys together? One of the combatants asked loud enough for everyone to hear, but nobody answered his question. The real combat assessment was fair and pitted Awakened of the same age against each together. The Awakened had roughly spent the same time in the Origin Expanse and could show off how far they had come in that duration. Of course, everyone had different starting points. Some received special training for more than a decade before they turned 18, and a massive pile of resources, while others started from scratch when they first entered the Origin Expanse. The only luck factor inside the Origin Expanse was related to the territory's location and what summon you would obtain from the Fortune Summoning Scroll. However, it didn't change the fact that ordinary people would have fewer resources when they started their journey in the origin expanse. They lacked artifacts, summoning scrolls to expand their population, and various techniques, which Ordinary Awakened could not afford for themselves and their subjects. Ordinary Awakened would struggle in the beginning while descendants of bigger families would have a head start. The more subjects they possessed, the stronger their soul trait would be. Simultaneously, with more and stronger subjects, it was easier to hunt. That resulted in more energy shares from more monsters that had been hunted by their subjects. Even if their links of loyalty were not firm, the massive advantage of lords with connections and backing was not to be underestimated. However, Michael was younger than Nicholas, and he didn't have a wealthy family backing him secretly. Yet, he had managed to overpower Nicholas and crippled him with a single strike. It seemed that a dark horse had appeared in the midst of the real combat assessment, and that it was thirsting for blood. While the other participants stared at him in shock, Michael left the arena calmly. He had won the first battle in the blink of an eye, and showed clearly that he was not afraid of shedding blood. His gaze traveled through the large open space, taking in the terrified faces of the other combatants before his eyes landed on Silverian Child. The combat instructor returned his gaze before he turned back to the arena. The real combat assessment had to continue. There was no time to waste. "Hey, sorry for bothering you, but I saw your fight and heard someone talk about you before." A skinny young man approached Michael with an amiable smile. Nicholas was the only one from his class, so technically nobody was supposed to know him. However, when he saw where the skinny man was pointing, he could only frown. "What are they doing here? Is it true that you don't have a backer and that your entire strength comes from your great luck?" "Is it true that you don't have a backer and that your entire strength comes from your great luck?" the skinny man asked with a faint smile on his lips. Michael's eyebrows furrowed deeply, but he didn't respond. What was that guy trying to do? He was already a little confused and astonished to see two familiar idiots standing on the other side of the arena, but their appearance didn't irk him as much as the words of the young man. The way he spoke made him want to slap the skinny man. "Some even said that you were simply fortunate with the summon you obtained from your fortune summoning scroll. They say that you have no skill and that the will of the origin expanse looks after you," the skinny man added, still smiling faintly. "Who the hell are you?" Michael growled in annoyance. He wanted to rest until his next battle would start and not listen to an idiot rambling on and on without knowing anything. "My name is Julian Spin. Nice meeting you." "That was not what I meant," Michael retorted. "What did you mean then?" Julian Spin responded, still smiling. "Who the hell are you to think that I care about you enough to keep listening to your bullshit?" Michael asked, his voice as cold as ice. Michael turned away from these words and left. Meanwhile, Julian Spin stayed behind, the corner of his lip tilting upward. "Looks like I hit a sore spot. That was easy," Julian mumbled to himself. Michael sat down on a bench to rest. He was a little bit angry. "Lucky, fuck off. I worked my ass off to build my territory in the untamed jungle, knowing that everything I've worked for can be destroyed at any moment." Was Michael lucky? He was pretty sure that calling himself lucky was a gross exaggeration. The untamed jungle was great to grow stronger in a short time, but it was even more dangerous. Too many powerful monsters resided in the untamed jungle, and they could destroy everything he had achieved by raising his territory within seconds. As for the fortune summoning scroll, summoning Fenrir had been quite helpful, but that was only the case because Michael turned Fenrir into a catalyst to stimulate his own growth. If he hadn't killed Fenrir by now, Cleve Fenrir would have grown powerful and killed him instead. That was something Michael could be certain about. Fenrir had given him various memories related to combat and the weakened version of his soul trait. That was pretty nice. Furthermore, Fenrir had also given him Blair Tracer, but the tracker had caused him more trouble than offering help at first. Was that luck? If it was, Michael didn't really feel lucky. He was always surrounded by danger inside the origin expanse. His territory could be bulldozed at any moment. If a powerful Tier 2 monster charged into his territory, everything would be over. They might have dealt with a few Tier 2 monsters by now, but that was with scheming and dirty tricks. Tier 2 monsters were many times stronger than peak Tier 1 monsters. Even Tiara would have difficulties facing one head-on without her soul trait, artifacts, and the help of everyone else residing in the territory. She was only a mid-Tier 1 battle maid, after all. Unfortunately, she was also the only Tier 1 subject in his territory. Michael could only leave the origin expanse without worries because he knew how powerful Tiara was. He recalled her fights against the lizards in the cave and felt that her extremely high combat prowess was reassuring to his mind. However, it didn't change the fact that the untamed jungle could cause unforeseen chaos and destruction at any time. One way or another, Michael didn't believe in the concept of luck. He knew that the untamed jungle was dangerous, yet with extraction at his disposal, he could make use of the dangerous territory and turn it into a great opportunity. Did that mean he was lucky? It didn't really matter. What mattered was that Michael was still alive and that he won against Niklas Leekhofen without breaking into a sweat. He finally got revenge on Nicholas for everything Nicholas did to him in the past. Michael had been weak-willed and afraid of the Lecofen family's influence. However, that didn't worry him anymore. He won the first fight of the real combat assessment easily, turning him into a savage beast who didn't know any mercy. And after seeing his performance, nobody dared to approach him on the bench, which was quite nice. It allowed him to rest in silence until it was time for his second battle. Half an hour after his fight against Nicholas Lecofen, Michael was called up to the arena again. Michael Fang versus Annabelle Claire. Come up to Arena 3 and prepare for battle. The referee from Arena 3 announced loudly. Annabelle Claire arrived in Arena 3 first. She manifested a bow in her left hand and an arrow in her right hand before she went into position. Michael had seen Annabelle's first fight. Her archery skill was impeccable, and she defeated her opponent easily. 3 arrows were all she needed to defeat an opponent of the same rank as her. Michael was already a Tier 1 Lord, while she was at the peak of Tier 0. This gave him an advantage from the get-go. Feeling confident about his archery skills, Michael summoned the Siltang bow as he stepped into the arena. To increase his ranking in the aptitude assessment and ensure that he would get accepted, he had to show off that he was a versatile combatant. Michael also summoned the Onyx Dragon armor set before he changed into combat stance. He grasped the Siltang bow tightly and waited patiently until the referee announced the start of the battle. Fight. The referee bellowed a few seconds after the 2 combatants changed into combat stance. Annabelle reacted instantaneously. She shot to the side while knocking her arrow on the bowstring. Her eyes were fully focused on Michael as she pulled the bowstring back. The moment the bowstring was fully drawn out, she took aim for a quarter of a second and released the arrow. Fast, Michael realized immediately. He used the arrow creation enchantment of the Siltang bow and manifested a simple arrow with little energy. It was already knocked on the bowstring and ready to be used. Michael pulled the bowstring back and fired immediately. A loud twang rang through the arena as Michael released his arrow. The arrow shot through the air with terrific velocity. It collided with Annabelle's arrow in the next second and destroyed it. Annabelle was baffled when she saw this, but her movements never slowed down. 2 more arrows flew through the air, aimed at Michael's vital spots. I shouldn't underestimate her, Michael told himself when he saw how calm and composed Annabelle was. She noticed that Michael's arrow had easily hit her arrow mid-air when it had been at full speed, but she did not let it influence her. Instead of allowing Michael's shot to influence her mind, she released 2 more arrows to put pressure on Michael. However, Michael faced the arrows calmly. He used lesser enhancement on his Onyx Dragon armor set and the Siltang bow, strengthening the artifacts by 20 respectively. Simultaneously, Michael used Eagle Eyes. He predicted the trajectory of the 2 arrows and took a big stride ahead to evade them. Simultaneously, he channeled energy into the Siltang bow to create another arrow. The arrow consumed the same amount of energy as before, but it was a lot firmer this time. Pulling the Siltang bow's bowstring back, Michael realized that the required pulling force had increased by roughly 20 as well. Michael released the arrow that cut through the air with much more force than before. Annabelle's eyes widened when she saw the arrow and its ridiculously high velocity. She panicked for a moment but reacted instinctively. Her gaze turned sharper and her stance changed at once. The pressure Annabelle radiated intensified severalfold, and her movements became smoother. She retrieved another arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, pulled it back, and fired. All those actions happened in the same second. The arrow she had released was not extremely powerful, but it was aimed precisely. It hit Michael's arrow from beneath, altering its trajectory and ending the attack that could have cost Annabelle her life. Michael raised an eyebrow when he saw the changes occurring to Annabelle, and he changed his approach to the fight once again. Did she just activate her soul trait? After Annabelle used her soul trait, the situation over the battlefield changed. Whenever one of them released an arrow, the other one would follow suit and shoot an arrow in the air. Their arrows always collided, and none of them could cross half the distance to their designated target. At one point, 3 arrows were sent mid-air near simultaneously, and they were all shot swiftly. To be able to shoot 3 arrows precisely and near simultaneously was extremely difficult. It required great aim and a ridiculous amount of practice to smoothly shoot one arrow after another. However, it was even more difficult to hit the 3 arrows in mid-air. Not only was it necessary to quickly shoot 3 arrows and to have precise aim, but it was also necessary to predict the trajectory of the arrows mid-air. But Michael made it look like it was as easy as taking a walk in the park. He was already Tier 1 with high agility and perception. Michael also had the Eagle Eyes soul trait and the Siltang bow with which he could follow the trajectory of arrows quickly and create an arrow knocked on the bowstring the moment the previous arrow had been released. These advantages allowed Michael to achieve many things that were supposed to be hard for someone like Annabelle. She was not yet a Tier 1 Lord and didn't possess a bow artifact like the Siltang bow either. Yet, Annabelle was able to keep up with him after she activated her soul trait. This shocked Michael quite a bit. Annabelle was extremely proficient with the bow, and her archery talent was clearly better than his. Given her capabilities, she certainly had more experience with the bow than Michael. Michael could only compete with her due to his higher tier, the artifacts in his possession, and the combination of his soul traits. She's so strong. What kind of training did she undergo, and what soul trait is she using? Michael was impressed seeing how strong Annabelle was and was curious to find out more about her. However, he couldn't allow her to emerge victorious. He manifested 2 arrows simultaneously, aimed and released them. Afterward, he released 3 arrows swiftly within 3 seconds. 2 of these 3 arrows targeted Annabelle's upper body, while the third aimed to hit her vital spot. In response, Annabelle moved swiftly. She shot the 3 precisely aimed projectiles in midair and proceeded to counterattack. Her movements were rapid, yet she noticed too late that Michael had changed his tactic. He restricted her movements by rapidly firing left and right to her while striding ahead. Michael inched closer to her while continuously condensing arrows and releasing them. Annabelle reacted by releasing arrows that targeted Michael's body instead of his projectiles. He was easier to hit than the projectiles, after all. The closer he came, the greater the difficulty of evading the arrow. Michael was aware of that, but he didn't care. He continued to release one arrow after another while evading her attacks as much as he could. After a few more minutes, Michael couldn't evade any more attacks. He twisted his body and used his shoulder to protect his vital spots from the arrow's impact. Onyx Dragon Armor Set, further strengthened by lesser enhancement, blocked the attack easily. Due to the protection enchantment, the Onyx Dragon Armor Set didn't even sustain a scratch. Despite that, a loud bell rang through the surroundings, indicating the end of the battle between Annabelle Claire and Michael Fang. Why did the battle end all of a sudden? It was just about to get interesting. One of the onlooking combatants complained. He was absorbed in the archery face-off and would have loved to see more. Didn't you see? Michael Fang was hit by an arrow. It was the first time one of them had been hit. Maybe the referee chose to end the battle because of that, another combatant said as he looked over to the referee. The referee was sweating profusely, and a sigh of relief escaped his lips as he looked over to Annabelle. 3 arrows condensed from origin energy were hovering in the air, millimeters away from Annabelle's throat, heart, and eye. If one looked closely, one could see 3 semi-transparent shields, blocking the arrows from impacting and killing Annabelle. The referee manifested the shield as late as possible to make sure that he wouldn't influence the result of the battle, yet ensuring that Annabelle wouldn't die or be seriously injured. Victory goes to Michael Fang, the referee said after the condensed arrows dispersed. Michael turned to Annabelle, who had lost control of her legs when she realized that she escaped death by a hair's breadth. She looked at Michael with shock and confusion. If we were at the same tier, you would have defeated me, Michael acknowledged in a serious tone, but I will grow stronger to make sure that you won't be able to defeat me even after you advance to the first tier. After he said that, Michael walked out of the arena. He returned to sit on the bench, where he closed his eyes to rest and review his fight against Annabelle Claire. He didn't have to fight for a while since there were many combatants in front of him, waiting for their turn. This gave him enough time to determine the mistakes in his battle and simulate what would have happened if he had chosen other tactics to fight Annabelle. However, one thing was sure: he would have lost against Annabelle if he had fought with Tigerfang. In the best case, he would have won by a hair's breadth and with several arrows stuck in his body. Michael watched some of the remaining battles after he finished reviewing his fight against Annabelle. He saw her third and last fight and analyzed it in his mind. He tried to find out what her soul trait was and how the activation of her soul trait gave her an upper hand in the battle. The result was quite interesting. Annabelle's presence changed when she activated her soul trait, and her movements turned smoother. Simultaneously, she grew faster in predicting the attack pattern of her opponent and coming up with counterattacks. It was quite interesting, but so were the fights of the other combatants. After watching Michael's first fight, the remaining applicants realized that they couldn't afford to hesitate. The final assessment was called real combat, not friendly sparring. How disastrous would their score look if they continued sparring lightly instead of fighting as if it was a life and death battle? Michael saw the change in attitude among many combatants, which was a welcome change. They used their full power from the start of the battle and began to inflict more or less serious injuries on their competitors. However, Michael was sure that it was already too late for most of them. The hesitation in their first battle marked the end of their aptitude assessment. That was what Michael thought before he started to practice the Sun Soldier's breathing technique. The Sun Soldier's breathing technique was more efficient and easier to practice with origin energy in the surroundings, but it was possible to replenish his stamina quickly even if there was no origin energy in the surroundings. Michael's stamina was fully replenished when he was called up for the third and last time. It was already evening, and the real combat assessment was in its last leg. Not many combatants were left with 1 or 2 fights. Yet, oddly enough, Michael faced a familiar face when he entered the arena. Michael Fang versus Frederick Kalbenheim. Enter Arena 2 and prepare for battle. It felt like a big joke that Michael and Frederick were put against each other in their third fight of the real combat assessment. However, it was also quite interesting. Michael hadn't expected to meet Frederick Kalbenheim and Jacqueline Orlando in the aptitude assessment for the Saffir Lake Military Academy, but he saw their idiotic faces when Julian Spin pointed at them. Even if they want to attend the Saffir Lake Military Academy, are their families not wealthy enough to purchase 2 spots to make their kids skip the aptitude assessment? He wondered as he recalled that both the Kalbenheim and Orlando families were the wealthiest families in the Golden Sun province. But that is actually better. I wonder how much this idiot has improved since our last encounter, Michael murmured inwardly. A confident smile appeared on his face as he looked straight into Frederick's eyes. His strength had increased drastically, and he was probably 10 times stronger than he had been in their last encounter. Maybe he was even stronger than he assumed. Meanwhile, Frederick had yet to break through the barrier separating him from the first tier. Frederick was not far off, but there was still a gap between them. Thus, Michael had a great advantage, or so he thought at first. Michael only realized that he had underestimated Frederick and his background when the battle between them started. Jacqueline cheered for Frederick loudly, while Frederick remained calm until the referee started the battle. The moment the referee shouted, "Fight," the energy within him erupted at once. Frederick conjured currents of greenish gleaming wind around him in an instant. He condensed the wind currents and formed wind spears. Simultaneously, he summoned 2 short swords and an emerald-colored leather armor. Frederick's strength seemed to increase further after his artifacts appeared, and he charged forward. His wind spears cut through the air and shot straight to Michael. 4 were aimed at Michael, while the remaining wind spears cut off his path of retreat, blocking him. Michael frowned deeply. He could clearly tell that Frederick's wind spears were several times stronger than they had been in the past. This was not just a matter of possessing more energy or having better control of his soul trait. No, Frederick's soul trait had grown much stronger since they last met. How? Michael wondered as he manifested the Siltang bow and his onyx dragon armor set. He used lesser enhancement on every artifact, enhancing their overall stats by 20 respectively. Afterward, Michael unleashed the strongest form of eagle eyes. He condensed an arrow on the bowstring, pulled the bowstring back, and fired the arrow at the most threatening wind spear. Michael released 2 more arrows after the first before he stepped forward. The Siltang bow disappeared in his war rune. It was replaced by Tigerfang, which was instantaneously mantled in a white aura. Michael's strength increased a tad, and he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. The 3 arrows he had released earlier were enough to pierce through Frederick's wind spears. Meanwhile, the 4th wind spear aimed at him was completely ignored, but that was not a worrisome fact as Michael had already moved away from his earlier position. He appeared in front of Frederick and clashed head-on. Michael was physically stronger, much faster than Frederick, and he could predict Frederick's trajectory using the subtle details his eagle eyes detected. Currents of wind swirled around Frederick's arms and legs, pushing the young man closer to Michael. Some wind currents blasted in Michael's face while others pushed against his whole body, slowing down his movements. Despite being slowed down, and Frederick's movements gaining speed, Michael's attacks impacted hard on his opponent. Frederick's expression changed when he felt the tremendous force colliding with his short swords, and he instinctively retreated. Simultaneously, he conjured multiple crescent-shaped wind blades around himself and Michael. He controlled them precisely and made sure that Michael would be attacked from all sides. His head, neck, throat, arms, and legs were targeted precisely, wanting to lock down Michael's movements from all sides and eliminate him. Michael wanted to evade all attacks, but that was not possible. There were too many wind blades, and they were too fast to hit and deflect them simultaneously. He activated the protection enchantments of his onyx dragon armor set, blocked a few wind blades with Tigerfang, and twisted his body to evade the vital attacks. Afterward, he had to retreat because another batch of 10 wind spears had already been conjured by Frederick. How did his soul trait grow that much in such a short time? Frederick was not even at the first tier, which meant that the increase of origin energy inside his body was not that high. Michael couldn't understand the cause behind the sudden boost in Frederick's strength, which was not a mere quantitative increase. Frederick's attacks were not only much more in terms of quantity, but their quality was also much higher. The attacks were stronger than last time. Is that a Soutrate technique from his family? No, that shouldn't be it. Michael's expression turned sour as he moved through the arena nimbly. He cut through the wind blades that pursued him and evaded most wind spears easily. However, there were too many attacks restricting his movements. He was not able to handle all of them at the same time. One attack after another impacted upon him. Luckily, they were blocked by the protection enchantments of the Onyx Dragon armor set, but they reached him nonetheless. This was beyond his expectations. He was already a Tier 1 Lord, while Frederick was still at the peak of Tier 0. Why was he at a disadvantage right now? Frederick saw the change in Michael's expression, and he couldn't help but smile arrogantly. It required only a few thousand subjects to defeat you, a lord of a higher tier than me. That's boring. I thought you were stronger, Frederick said arrogantly. His voice rang through the arena before he continued to speak in a ridiculing tone. You disappoint Meba. Why did I even expect anything else from a peasant like you? It was my fault to have high hopes from a dirt-poor fool. While Frederick continued to make fun of Michael, Jacqueline exclaimed in joy. Honey, you're so smart and powerful. The gift was well utilized. You are a genius. That was when realization struck Michael. His eyes widened slightly and his combat stance changed immediately. His first thought was completely wrong. Frederick didn't learn a new technique. Instead, his soul trait grew stronger because Frederick had summoned thousands of subjects. Their links of loyalty nourished Frederick's soul trait exponentially, strengthening it. That was how Frederick was suddenly so strong. Summoning thousands of subjects just like that was a direct show-off of his wealth. The Kalbenheim family must have spent millions to strengthen Frederick, and there was nothing wrong with that. Frederick's father must have helped his son by giving him money, or thousands of summoning scrolls. Michael understood immediately. Instead of spending billions to buy Frederick a seat in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy, he invested in his son directly. That was much cheaper, and it would continue to strengthen Frederick in the future. After all, thousands of additional subjects were an exceptional workforce for young lords, who lacked workers the most in the early phase of their territory expansion. But did it really matter whether Frederick had been sponsored by thousands of subjects from his father? Michael didn't think so. If his confidence wavered in the face of Frederick after that idiot's soul trait grew a little stronger, he might as well give up becoming a lord capable of protecting his people. He was bound to come across many such fools in the future who would try to downplay him using their resources or connections. Recalling that, Michael strengthened his resolve. He was not ready to give up. The fight was not yet over. Michael twisted his body to evade a few wind spears. They shot past him and pierced into the ground. Meanwhile, the wind blades around Michael moved irregularly, cutting his arms and legs. He could avoid severe injuries, but still sustain minor injuries all over his body. Nonetheless, Michael was not discouraged. His eyes moved through the arena at all times, analyzing Frederick's combat style and the true extent of his soul trait's current prowess. His wind blades never exceed 20 at a time, and his wind spears don't exceed 10. The wind blades move through the air through simple commands, but the same doesn't apply to the wind spears. They fly in one direction and don't stop. However, they're also much faster than the wind blades. The wind spears were fast, but Michael could still react in time and avoid them. His perception, agility, and eagle eyes allowed him to detect the wind spears and determine their trajectory early enough, providing Michael enough time to duck or parry. Despite being able to move, Michael couldn't approach Frederick. Frederick was utilizing his soul trait well. He turned the range of 20 meters around him into his little domain of control that Michael was trying to figure out a way to breach. Even changing to the Siltang bow was not useful. Michael released a few arrows, but Frederick blocked them easily. Each arrow was first blocked by a wind blade that burst into wind currents the moment they collided before a wind spear destroyed the energy-condensed arrow. Michael switched back to Tigerfang after his attempts to shoot Frederick failed. He used lesser enhancement on his artifacts once again before he put some of his remaining energy into his lower body before he kicked off. The moment his feet kicked on the ground, Michael turned into a cannonball. He ignored the wind blades and wind spears around him, leaning his body closer to the ground, and appeared in front of Frederick in the blink of an eye. A wind spear was all that separated them. Michael took care of that quickly. Tigerfang arced through the air with high velocity and cut through the wind spear before it could reach Michael. In the next moment, Michael appeared next to Frederick. Tigerfang held high in the air to cleave down. However, before he could bring it down, Michael suddenly felt disoriented. He couldn't see anything separating him from Frederick, but he heard the faint sound of something cutting through the air. Simultaneously, something subtle conjured with energy had manifested in front of Frederick. Problem was just that Michael couldn't see it. Something was wrong, and he moved instantaneously, pulling down Tigerfang to block his throat and head. Simultaneously, he ignored his high speed and changed his movement path by force. His ankles screamed in agony when he changed direction all of a sudden, but Michael ignored the pain spreading through his ankles. He continued to move and charge forward, and it was not too late. The moment he sensed that something was off, the invisible object shot forward. It shot past his head and scratched his neck before it dispersed. Warm blood trickled down Michael's neck, but he couldn't even feel the pain. The adrenaline coursing through his body blocked the pain he was supposed to feel. He can control the wind without making it visible, Michael concluded in shock. Until now, Michael had been certain that the wind Frederick controlled, or conjured, would be clearly visible for everyone to see. However, that didn't seem to be the case anymore now that his soul trait had grown stronger. But that was not the only thing Michael had noticed. When he was about to cleave down, Michael noticed that Frederick was ashen pale and that he was drenched in sweat. He was gasping for breath and his feet were wobbly, indicating that he was already past his limit. He quickly ran out of the energy to keep using his nourished soul trait. His energy is limited as a tearless lord. The moment Michael realized that Frederick was at his limit, he unleashed more energy. He had more than enough reserves to unleash the protection enchantments on the Onyx Dragon armor set simultaneously and at their highest level. The protection enchantments strengthened the Onyx Dragon armor set, but that was not everything. They also manifested small energy barriers around his vital spots to decrease the impact of incoming attacks. Because of the protection enchantments, Michael was not worried about his safety. He charged at Frederick once again by changing his movement pattern. His ankles begged for respite, but they obeyed his command nonetheless. Michael turned into a flash and appeared in front of Frederick once again. Several wind blades impacted all over Michael's body, but he simply ignored them as he sliced down. Frederick grit his teeth and slashed at Tigerfang with his two short swords. However, Michael just smiled. His soul traits were also stronger than before. The number of his summons was not small, and they had grown much stronger than before. Last but not least, their links of loyalty were extremely firm. The value of his subjects' links of loyalty was at least 3 times higher than the links of loyalty of ordinary subjects. Michael could see the wind spears Frederick manifested to his left and right, but he knew that they would never hit him. Instead of backing off now, Michael put more force into Tigerfang. Frederick's arms trembled wildly while trying to block Michael's attack with his short sword, but it worked somehow. He could stall enough time to focus on the wind spears, finish manifesting them, and order them to pierce through Michael. It was just a moment later when Frederick realized that he made a grave mistake. He had only focused on Tigerfang and his wind spears while ignoring various other factors that were crucial in a fight. But it was too late to react. Michael's left leg moved fast and deadly, kicking Frederick's right leg hard before pulling it closer. At first, pain spread through his leg, and it was only after a second that he noticed that he lost balance. He crashed down onto the ground while Michael cut upward with Tigerfang. The sudden change in force caused Frederick to lose one of his short swords as he landed on the ground, but Michael was not yet done. He twisted Tigerfang midair and cut downward with the blade's tip facing the ground. Tigerfang shot past Frederick's head by a hair's breadth, grazing his neck before it lodged itself into the arena ground. Frederick gasped for air as he stared at Michael, who was towering right above him. A faint but confident smile appeared on Michael's sweaty face before a bell rang through Arena 2. Victory goes to Michael Fang, the referee announced at last. Michael retrieved Tigerfang back into his war rune and stepped aside. "That could have been your head," he mumbled before he turned around. "I hope you know what that means." Michael was a little exhausted, but he was quite satisfied with his performance. He may not like Frederick as a person, but the young man from the Kalbenheim family was certainly strong. "It's not over yet," Frederick growled, seething in anger just as Michael was about to leave the arena. Michael sensed ripples of energy around him, and he heard the referee shouting loudly, "Stop right there." However, despite shouting loudly, the footsteps didn't quiet down. On the contrary, Michael could hear clearly that Frederick was rushing at him like a mad bull. He knew that Frederick was a sore loser, but Michael didn't expect him to be unable to control his emotions during the aptitude assessment. A loss didn't mean that his application to the Saffir Lake Military Academy was rejected, after all. Michael accessed his war rune at once. He retrieved a wooden spear, grasped it tightly, and gathered great momentum by turning around with a blinding speed. The moment his body turned to Frederick, Michael threw the wooden spear. It soared through the air with great precision and tremendous force, and it impacted exactly where Michael wanted it to be. Frederick didn't expect such a sudden attack, and even the referee couldn't react in time. The referee had been more focused on Frederick and how to calm the youth's bad temper when a wooden spear pierced Frederick's stomach suddenly. The wooden spear possessed enough force to slow down Frederick and force him down to his knees. "I don't think you understood me when I said it the first time," Michael spat coldly while staring at the severely bleeding youth. "I told you that I spared your life by piercing the ground instead of your bean-sized brain. Be graceful enough and accept your loss, idiot." Michael knew that Frederick was strong, but his intelligence and personality were questionable. He was already in a bad mood because the barbaric couple was once again around to annoy him once again. Michael could tell that Julian Spin must have heard them gossip about him, which is why the young, skinny man approached him with bad intentions. Julian Spin was not important to him, but the barbaric couple felt like a parasite. The first time he came across them was at the House of Witchery. Michael could accept their actions in the House of Witchery because he had received many benefits from interfering in their lovers' spat, but their attitude during the aptitude assessment was truly annoying. They were not weak by any means, but the barbaric couple was just too full of themselves, bad-tempered, and looked down at their opponents. Whenever they fought someone weaker than them, they fooled around intentionally, just to show off that they were superior. And this was visible with the way Frederick's first 2 opponents ended up with hundreds of cuts all over their bodies. Frederick could have but purposefully didn't end the battle quickly. No, he made his opponents suffer and humiliated them. They had to surrender for the battle to end. Meanwhile, Jacqueline's opponents were partially frozen before the battle ended with the interference of the referee. She toyed with her victims and never even thought about fighting seriously. They made fun of their opponents and disrespected them. It was unfair to those combatants who gave their utmost to fight seriously. Michael really wanted to see the barbaric couple have a taste of their own medicine. Their actions made him recall the fight against the Lionhearts from a few days ago. The Lionhearts had fooled around with his subjects, killing them slowly one after another with their blazing flames. They didn't show mercy. Instead, they used Michael's subjects as toys to fool around with and torture them. Michael's mind had been flooded with the memories of his fight against the Lionhearts after he defeated Frederick. He had been generous enough to the annoying brat by not slicing Frederick's throat when he had the chance, but Frederick was testing his patience. Michael couldn't hold back anymore when Frederick was foolish enough to ignore the mercy he had shown the first time. The tension and the memories of the gory battle where his people burned to death right in front of him were still fresh in his mind. So in order to not thrash the hopeless fool, Michael only stared at Frederick's pitiful figure for a few seconds and walked out of the arena. He noticed that Silverian Child's gaze was fixated on him, staring at him intently, and Michael returned his gaze. Their eyes met, and neither side was afraid to maintain eye contact. The right corner of Silverian's lip tilted upward, and he nodded subtly to Michael before he turned back to Frederick. Michael had finished his third fight, and he could go home now. Many other applicants had already left after they finished their quota of 3 fights, hoping that they had done well enough to be accepted into the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Michael was not too worried about that. He gave his best and showed what he was capable of. If that was not enough to get accepted, then the Sapphire Lake Military Academy didn't deserve someone like him. It was not as if his future would be destroyed by not getting accepted into the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Some things would be a little bit more cumbersome, such as researching the old languages before the third epoch and being taught unique combat techniques by high-tiered instructors, but that was it. He would not fret about rejection and simply move ahead with other tasks. With that in mind, he went for a shower and returned to the cafeteria. After using up so much origin energy, Michael was hungry once again. He had to refill his body with nutrition to provide the war rune enough power to replenish his origin energy back to the full capacity of a lowest grade Tier 1 Lord. Being able to use nutrition to replenish origin energy was another function of the war rune. Not only did it refine the body and increase the limit of origin energy that can be stored inside the body, but it could replenish the origin energy Michael used up. By the time he finished dinner, it was already past 8 p.m. He was a little tired, but he didn't go to sleep just yet. Instead, he hailed a shuttle that brought him to the Central Trading Hall. Michael had a vast fortune of 40 million to invest in his territory and didn't want to return to the Origin Expanse empty-handed. There were many things Michael wanted to purchase, but he had to do some research first. He opened the Bartholomew Network and spent an hour researching a few items, including the price for a basic summoning core. Unfortunately, summoning cores weren't sold online. Some articles reported about summoning cores being sold in VIP auctions, but there was no price mentioned. Most of the time, summoning cores were exchanged with other valuable goods rather than money. That was a little sad because Michael would have loved to purchase more summoning cores in the future, but it was fine even if he couldn't procure more summoning cores for the time being. He was about to close the crystal watch's holographic screen after completing his research when he noticed that he had received a message. Michael opened the message, hoping that it was his brother. Unfortunately, Danny had not yet returned from the Origin Expanse. Instead, he received a message from Alice Zenobia. Alice Zenobia, Fierce Beauty, I heard that you reached the last round of the final assessment easily. Congratulations. Message me please once you're done. I want to complete our transaction. The mythic summoning scrolls have been prepared for you. Transaction. Michael was confused for a moment. However, upon reading mythic summoning scrolls, he recalled something. Ah, right, I forgot that Alice wanted to buy Tigerfang. Tigerfang was an exceptional weapon artifact. He was thankful to Danny for gifting it to him, and it hurt his heart a little bit to sell it off. However, Danny also told him to make the most use of Tigerfang and gain as many benefits as possible when handing over the epic artifact to him. Danny knew that Tigerfang's utility would decrease the further Michael progressed. That was also why he told his little brother to sell Tigerfang once he felt the need to purchase better weapons. And according to Michael, exchanging Tigerfang with a bunch of mythic summoning scrolls was certainly worth it. After all, mythic summoning scrolls couldn't be purchased easily. They were increasingly rare, and only a few people would sell them instead of using them to strengthen their own territory. Michael didn't have to think long before he responded to Alice. Michael Fang, I finished the aptitude assessment, and I'm currently in the Central Trading Hall. If you're not in a hurry, we can meet up somewhere close in an hour or two. I just want to purchase a few things. He closed the crystal watch once he sent the message to Alice. He strode toward the House of Witchery, but stopped just outside the entrance when he received several notifications. Alice Zenobia Fierce Beauty, if you want to purchase stuff for your territory, wait until we've met. I can be in the Central Trading Hall in 10 minutes. The second message was the location of a restaurant in the Central Trading Hall, which was followed by a third message popping up in front of him. Alice Zenobia Fierce Beauty, let's meet up there. Just tell the staff that you have a reservation in my name, and they'll take you to a private room. Michael finished reading through the messages in no time. He was not sure how the mythic summoning scrolls were related to his purchases, but there was no harm if he waited a bit. Nonetheless, Michael was mildly curious about her plan. What is she planning again? Michael didn't have to wait long until Alice arrived in the private room. Nobody would come to bother them here. Michael retrieved Tigerfang, and he quickly terminated his connection to the epic artifact while Alice sat down on the opposite side of the dining table. She smiled vibrantly upon seeing Tigerfang and retrieved a bunch of summoning scrolls made from black leather. The summoning scrolls had a golden sigil sealing them tightly, but Michael didn't pay much attention to the summoning scrolls at first. He retrieved Saron Valge from the War Rune storage space and bound it to his War Rune. The binding procedure was slowed down to decrease the burden on his body. It took 10 minutes to complete. Alice watched him patiently for a few minutes before she picked up Tigerfang to inspect the epic artifact once again. A few minutes later, she diverted her attention back to Michael and retrieved a few more black leather summoning scrolls. Once he was done binding Saron Valge to his War Rune, Michael retrieved it. He accessed his War Rune to take out the study material he had obtained from Alice and gave everything back. Alice smiled in response. She pushed the summoning scrolls closer to him and cleared her throat. There are a total of 20 mythic summoning scrolls. You should know how difficult it is to purchase one and how pricey they are. Usually my parents wouldn't even think about giving you 10 mythic summoning scrolls in exchange for a natural epic tierless weapon artifact, but they're very interested in Tigerfang, Alice said straightforwardly. They seem to be a little bite under the weather because Caleb has become stubborn these days. They're also a boo. No, that doesn't really matter. Let's just say that they want Tigerfang, so they told me to give you as many mythic summoning scrolls as you need. 20 is all I have on me, though I would love to use them myself, she added quietly as if talking to herself. Michael wouldn't have complained even if Alice had only given him 10 mythic summoning scrolls in exchange for Tigerfang. He knew how valuable mythic summoning scrolls were from experience. His 3-star water elemental mage had been summoned from a single mythic summoning scroll, after all. However, Alice Zenobia was honest and straightforward. She gave him all 20 mythic summoning scrolls her family had procured since they last met. It warmed his heart that she didn't think about keeping a few of the scrolls for herself and negotiate hard with him to make him settle for a lesser number. But Alice was not yet done. This is a small gift from me, she said, retrieving a bunch of ordinary-looking summoning scrolls with golden letters written on the black seals. The golden letters formed words, precisely names of occupations. The scrolls Alice retrieved were actually named summoning scrolls. I want to give you these named summoning scrolls as an unofficial congratulatory gift. With your aptitude, you'll definitely be accepted by the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. She announced proudly while continuing to retrieve more named summoning scrolls. Alice Zenobia retrieved close to 30 named summoning scrolls before she stopped. She looked straight into Michael's eyes and smiled. However, Michael could only frown deeply. Each of the named summoning scrolls was worth more than 100,000 since all of them had combat occupations written on the seals. She spent 3 million on a congratulatory gift. What nonsense is that? Michael could only wonder in his mind. Didn't make sense, none at all. Why are you being so nice to me? Michael blurted out, confused and unable to find out why Alice was being so generous. It was one thing being honest about the mythic summoning scroll, and a whole different thing when it came to spending your own hard-earned money to give someone scrolls worth more than $3 million. Alice responded subconsciously. Her eyes widened slightly as she continued to look at him. However, Michael didn't repeat his question. He waited for Alice's answer. There is no apparent reason, but if you want some reasons to make you feel better, you can consider my gift as an apology for the incident with my brother, Alice said with a shrug. He acted up a little, so I felt bad. Or you can consider the gift as an investment for the sake of your future. That will work as well, she said nonchalantly. Alice smiled, faintly seeing that Michael's frown deepened and added, I hope you will repay me well once you're a big shot. That's nonsense, Michael wanted to say, but he held back. He could clearly tell that Alice avoided answering him truthfully, but there was only so much he could do about it. Michael was not satisfied with her answer. Alice didn't seem to care about his dissatisfaction and got up from her chair. She stored Tigerfang in her War Rune and took a glance at the notification she had received just now. Afterward, Alice walked over to the sliding door of their private room and pushed it open. She turned her head around and waved at him. I am a little bit tight on time. Let's talk about that later. Bye. Michael wasn't even given enough time to say goodbye, forget about waving back. Alice disappeared at once, leaving him alone in the private room again. I understand their parents' worries about Tigerfang, and that I might be unwilling to hand it over, but why is Alice so confusing? Michael couldn't quite put a finger on Alice's behavior. Alice Zenovia was a powerful lord and a direct descendant of the Zenovia family. They were wealthy, highly influential, and had power. There was no reason for her to pay any attention to him. It didn't make sense, like none at all. Is she trying to get on my good side? Michael wondered, but why would she do that? I'm not a people pleaser, and I wasn't exactly nice to her when I ignored her messages at first. She doesn't have a crush on me, right? He asked himself, but quickly disregarded this possibility. What nonsense was that? Just because someone treated you well didn't mean that they have a crush on you. Alice didn't seem like someone who falls in love easily either. Is she trying to lure me over? Could she gain something from treating me nicely and showering me with expensive gifts? To a lord of her caliber, a few $1 million might not be much, but that didn't mean it was worthless. She had been focusing on him way too much. It couldn't be a coincidence. Or was it? Seated around a large oval-shaped table, several imposing men and women had pensive looks on their faces. All of them were staring seriously at the dozens of holographic screens which had appeared above the oval-shaped table. Various statistics, personal assessments, rankings, and videos were displayed on holographic screens. The supercomputer finished computing the aptitude assessments. Layla generated the ranking according to the given instructions. It's done, a young man with a long white coat and blue jeans reported. He stared intently at the holographic screen in front of him and made a few adjustments. Are you sure that is the correct ranking, Harry? Are you sure that you didn't give Layla faulty commands? Maybe she broke down from all the information we've provided in such a short period, a young-looking but serious woman asked. She had long crimson hair and ruby-colored eyes that highlighted her unusual combat uniform even more. A supercomputer breaking down from some measly pieces of information. Please don't take Layla lightly. She's amongst the best 10 supercomputers of mankind. Her artificial intelligence is on par with us humans, and her computing skills are 1,000-fold advanced, if not more. Harry Barron retorted with a deep frown on his face. He was the same young man who had tested Michael's soul trait and soul power level, and the only one who voiced his concerns aloud. The atmosphere around him changed drastically the moment he spoke, but Harry Barron was unfazed by the immense pressure filling the room. Almost everyone in the room other than him was a powerful lord or adventurer, but Harry didn't care. The crimson-haired woman scoffed at Harry's comment, but she diverted her focus back to the final ranking of the applicants from all over Elira. Out of millions, only 10,000 made it to the ranking, and only the best 1,500 would be given a spot in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. The Sapphire Lake Military Academy might be humongous and almost the size of a city, but they wanted to only take in the cream of the crop. Their growth was the most important for the future of the Triton Alliance and mankind's future. Furthermore, every planet in the solar system was given a quota, and certain families purchased a spot to make sure that their children could attend the Sapphire Lake Military Academy without prior testing. Giving Elira 1,500 slots was already a lot. It looks like the child you recommended didn't make it into the top 1,500, or am I wrong? Ophelia Blaze. A young man with blonde hair and vibrant green eyes asked mockingly. He was sitting in the chair not too far from the crimson-haired woman and smiled provokingly in her direction. Ophelia Blaze's head flicked to the young man wearing casual clothes, and she showed him the middle finger. The child I recommended made it into the top 1,500, so keep your mouth shut, will you, Oliver? Nobody asked for your opinion. Just mind your own business and stay far away from me if possible. Ophelia Blaze cursed quietly, but in a voice loud enough for Oliver Zeus to hear. Everyone else seated around the sizable oval-shaped table sighed deeply upon hearing the bickering between Oliver Zeus and Ophelia Blaze. The Blaze family and the Zeus family were known for their hostile relationship, and their feud had been going on for more than 100 years already. Nobody really knows how it started, but something created blazing sparks between the two families, turning them into enemies. Dear professors, how about we move back to the main topic? We still have to determine if the top 1,500 are suited for the Sapphire Lake Military Academy, or if there are a few bad seedlings that are not suitable for the military academy and our teachings. A middle-aged man with a well-trained body, an imposing aura, and a scarred face said calmly. Ophelia and Oliver turned silent the moment the scar-faced man began to talk. Their expression turned sour, and they looked like puppies who had been scolded for eating their poo. The other men and women seated around the long table had to suppress a burst of laughter when they saw the reaction of the two bickering professors, but nobody said anything. The awkward silence was broken when the large arched gate leading to the room opened, and a familiar figure walked inside. The men and women inside the room nodded their heads in respect, while Oliver Zeus and Ophelia Blaze shot up with a smile on their faces. Alice, you're back. Professor Zenovia, we were waiting for you. Glad to see that you finished your business so quickly. While Oliver Zeus remained more formal and polite, Ophelia rushed to Alice Zenobia and embraced her arm, or she was trying to. Alice flicked Ophelia's forehead and walked past her to sit down in the empty seat next to the scar-faced man. "How far are we, Silverian?" Alice Zenobia asked the scar-faced man, Silverian child. "We have far more applicants compared to the previous years. The overall competence of the youngest generation seems much better than before as well. That's mostly related to the great clans, supreme families, and the high nobles. Only some of their descendants were sent to the Big Five universities and the Great Three academies before. That changed now that more news of a possible upcoming war reached the Lord Network. As expected, every family wants to ensure that their children and disciples will have a higher rank in the military once war erupts, and the draft call reaches them," Silverian Skeeld explained calmly while showing Alice the ranking of more than 100 applicants. These 100-plus students were all ranked in the top 200 and hailed from the great clans, supreme families, and high nobles. Most applicants who came with a recommendation made it into the top 1,500 as well. However, we have yet to finish looking through every applicant's score and performance in the top 1,500. "It shouldn't take too long until we're done, Professor," he explained calmly while studying Alice's reaction. "Is that so?" Alice murmured absent-mindedly before she started to take a look at a few assessment forms from applicants within the top 1,500. Silverian Child kept looking at Alice and trying to make note of the forms of which students she was studying, but he didn't receive the response he'd hoped for. "Didn't you say that you recommended someone? Is he in the top 1,500, Professor Zenobia?" Oliver Zeus asked after a while. He was curious about what kind of powerful child Alice Zenobia had laid her eyes upon. Most professors could recommend a few students for the aptitude assessment of the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Nobody expected Alice to have recommended someone because she was not the type of person to be around other people if she didn't have to. Where was she supposed to find someone to recommend, in the first place, if the only thing she did was take care of her troublemaker brother and work? Hence it was a surprise that against all odds, Alice Zenobia not only recommended one person to the Sapphire Lake Military Academy, but she had also kept his identity secret so far. That way nobody could tell whom she had recommended, or that the person had entered the aptitude assessment through the recommendation system. "Don't worry," he made the cut. "You should be more focused on your little nephew. It looks like he and his fiancée were quite the troublemakers during the real combat assessment," Alice Zenobia pointed out as her eyes stopped on one of the video footage of the real combat assessment. Oliver Zeus didn't expect the topic to change to his nephew so suddenly. He didn't even know that his nephew had applied to the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. However, upon searching up his nephew's name and looking at the video of him openly humiliating other applicants during the real combat assessment, Oliver's expression changed drastically. "Frederick, you fool. What the hell did my sister do to raise you to become such a spoiled brat?" Oliver cursed after watching the second real combat fight of Frederick Kalbenheim, his nephew. "Oh, look. Your nephew was beaten into a pulp and thrashed to the ground in his last fight. What a funny fella," Ophelia Blaze mocked after her attention moved to Oliver's nephew as well. She watched the final fight in the real combat assessment and kept exclaiming about Frederick so as to further anger Oliver. "This fella is not bad. Which family is he from? He is already tier 1 and his artifacts are exceptional. Isn't he using 2 soul traits simultaneously? Just who is he?" The more Ophelia squealed in excitement, the more instructors and professors switched their attention to Frederick Kalbenheim and his opponent in his last fight. "Who is that young man?" another instructor asked, only for Alice Zenobia and Silverian Child to answer simultaneously. "That's Michael Fang," Alice murmured. "Michael Fang. He is an applicant from the Golden Sun province. I watched his fight." Silverian declared loudly with a trace of excitement in his voice. This attracted even more interest. After all, everyone knew what it meant if the devilish saint showed interest in someone. Everyone's eyes flicked to see the rank of the young man, curiosity getting the better of them. Michael Fang 146, no affiliation, ordinary background, double soul trait, exceptional talent. That's 39,954,350 in total. Do you want to pay everything at once, or do you wish to utilize the installment system of your Golden Bartholomew membership card, sir? The clerk asked carefully as he looked at the young bald-headed man in front of him. "I'll pay in full," Michael answered, scratching his bald head. His expression changed when he recalled that there was no hair left on his head, and he let out a sigh. "How long will it take before my hair regrows? Give me back my eyebrows at least," Michael grumbled to himself, and he left the House of Witchery once his purchase had been completed. He spent most of his fortune in a single shopping trip, but he was still the most furious about the loss of his hair rather than his depleted bank balance. The money he spent was solely used for his territory and subjects. Michael already had enough exceptional artifacts and techniques for the time being, so he did not feel the need to spend on himself. That means his shopping cart was filled to the brim with high-quality arrows, bows, crossbows, bolts, sets of leather armor, different types of weapons, various traps, and much more for his beloved subjects. There were also a few very expensive items on his shopping list. Michael didn't mind their exorbitant price since he earned money to make use of it, and not to let it rest in his bank account. He was always reminded of the bad equipment his subjects had to use when facing the Lionhearts. Not only was the equipment his subjects used against the Lionhearts bad, but there was not even enough for everyone to use. That was not something Michael could accept. He somehow blamed himself for not being able to provide them with enough strong weapons, which led to their deaths. Hence, he reached deep down into his wallet and invested his money in the right means of protection to prevent incidents like the Lionheart invasion and be prepared for all kinds of unexpected scenarios. Michael hailed a shuttle back to his apartment once he finished his purchases. He organized his things and sent a message to Danny saying that he would return to the Origin Expanse and that Danny should message him the moment he returned from the Origin Expanse and manifested the runic gate. Michael returned to the Origin Expanse where he was greeted by the eternal darkness of the untamed jungle late at night. I should just sleep. It would be weird to wake up everyone now. The daily report can wait until tomorrow morning, Michael told himself. He yawned loudly and stretched his body before he fell heavily on the soft king-size mattress. The next moment, Michael had already fallen asleep. A few hours later, Michael woke up to the sound of nature and his hard-working subjects. He felt refreshed and took a deep breath of the vibrant air. Not only was the air in the untamed jungle refreshing and free of pollution, but the origin energy in the surroundings had an additional refreshing effect. It calmed Michael's stressed mind and body. Only 2 days had passed in the Origin Expanse since Michael left. It was not too long, but it was also longer than the time Michael spent outside the Origin Expanse usually. Both Michael and his subjects had to get accustomed to him, staying outside the Origin Expanse for longer periods. They had to create a system where the territory could flourish and work even without the constant management of the Lord. Only by coming up with a better system would it be possible for Michael to spend more time outside the territory, whether it was to conquer the Temple of the Forgotten, travel to Ziltra, or spend more time outside the Origin Expanse to acquire knowledge, receive thorough tutelage, get to know more human lords, and become stronger. Michael did a quick workout using the first level of the Berserker Physique technique. After that, he used the Sun Soldier's breathing technique, bathed, and went down to listen to the daily report. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere all over the territory had changed. Some subjects had been sad that their lord left them shortly after they lost so many good friends and comrades. They thought that their lord might have left them because he was guilt-ridden and that he couldn't carry the responsibility of being the lord of territory with hundreds of subjects. However, now that he returned, their worries dispersed at once. Everyone's mood improved significantly, and one could tell that the subjects felt better than 2 days ago, but there was still a heavy shroud of sadness enveloping them. They were still mourning their comrades. Many good people had died an untimely death because of the Lionheart's invasion. That was a fact. For new one-star subjects spawned, and Tiara went out with her combat unit to hunt a lot during the last 2 days. Michael mumbled as he read the report. The daily reports were getting more detailed and longer than before. That was something Michael liked a lot. The more detailed information he received about the situation of his territory, the easier it was to determine how to continue developing his territory. Tiara and the others hunted monsters like Crazywas that to relieve their stress and vent their anger. Michael wondered as he read how many monsters Tiara and the others hunted in such a short time. There were close to 300 corpses waiting for Michael to extract. He had yet to empty the warehouse of the remaining dissected Tier 1 monster corpses, and 300 new corpses were added once again. If he wanted to sell everything stored in his warehouse, he would have to make several trips back and forth using the runic gate. That was a little cumbersome and would take up way too much time. Thus, Michael would rather wait until his war rune storage space expanded more. Let's focus on the distribution of equipment and the installment of traps and defensive mechanisms first, Michael said after pointing at the to-do list. One of his subjects noted down his words immediately. Since I will summon more subjects in the next few days, we'll have to expand the territory. Let's focus on triple treehouse complexes in the central area around the clearing and single treehouse complexes around the central area. If the architect apprentice has finished the canopy bridge network, we should start this project. I want to make sure that we can move as high up in the trees as we can on the ground, Michael commanded after giving it some thought. The canopy bridge system was one of the most important projects Michael came up with before. It held significant value for Michael because the untamed jungle was filled with dense vegetation. It would be much easier to travel above the ground using the canopy bridge network than meandering through the obstacle course of a landscape. At the same time, the canopy bridge network could be used to run away, hide, and to initiate surprise attacks from all directions. If invaders such as the Lionhearts would attack their territory once again, they would have a hard time finding a well-hidden canopy bridge system, while simultaneously preparing for attacks from above and all remaining directions. Michael could position long-range combat units, taking advantage of the camouflage and height provided by the trees, and give the close combat units some leverage to circle around their opponents using the canopy bridge network. As long as it was constructed properly and used cleverly, Michael and his people would have a tremendous advantage against their opponents. The Billrocks Ranch can be expanded a little, and we need a second and third warehouse to separate and store the goods properly. I don't like the mess in the warehouse. It's too unorganized. Michael said a few more things before he finished giving instructions. He was not certain that he had covered every single point that had to be pointed out, but he gave his best. Michael allowed his subjects to openly share if they were bothered by something, or if they thought that the territory was in dire need of something. That way, his subjects could help him out if he missed out on something. He was just a human and not a machine after all. Once all instructions had been given, Michael retrieved most of the goods he purchased in the House of Witchery. His territory would soon have barracks where all weapons would be stored and a proper training field for everyone to use. Until then, Michael would just hand out the weapons and other goods inside the wooden manor. It was the biggest building, after all. Be careful when installing the traps and the arrays, Michael cautioned as he distributed some of the tasks. His subjects listened intently, and their eyes widened slightly when Michael's finger moved onto a huge semi-transparent orb. This is an orb of hostility. It needs to be treated with great care and is one of the most expensive items in our territory. It is also one of the most important ones that need constant supervision. The orb of hostility cost more than $15 million, and its effect was quite simple. It was connected to Michael's war rune and sensed the hostility directed at him and his subjects. His subjects were connected to him through the links of loyalty, which enabled this function. Hostility could be further divided in several types, which would be reflected in different colors. If monsters thirsting for blood entered the range of the orb of hostility, it would show crimson dots in the monster's direction. The stronger their bloodthirst, the brighter the crimson dot. On the other hand, if someone invaded their territory, it would show a blue dot. The stronger the invaders, the brighter the blue dot. Meanwhile, a green dot would appear for all monsters and invaders that had been registered as non-lethal or friends. This included the 3 Billrocks younglings that had grown a lot during the past few days. The orb of hostility consumed lots of energy, which was quite expensive over a long period, but Michael was fine with the expenses. It was the price he was willing to pay for safety. Of course, Michael was fine paying. While Michael was away, Blair Tracer visited the lizard cave several times. She used the GPS treasure map to travel through the cavern system and took notes about the variety of monsters underground, their habitats, and the location of exposed ore and glow crystal deposits. Blair even wrote a full report about the cavern system, which included a grading of the monster's power level. She couldn't determine the exact power level of the monsters she encountered, but their presence gave her a rough indicator of how strong they were. For example, the warriors in Michael's territory received 0.8 points from Blair, while Tiara received a 1.7 as a level indicator of her combat prowess. That way, Michael could roughly gauge how strong the monsters in the lizard cave were and which cavern tunnels he should avoid for the time being. Some habitats received a level 2 indicator, while others were given a 1.999 because Blair couldn't precisely determine whether the monsters in that area were at the peak of Tier 1 or if they had already broken through to the second tier. She could only tell that certain Tier 2 monsters were stronger than others. She could not come up with a perfect scale of measurement either. 0 stood for tierless, 1 for Tier 1, and 2 for Tier 2. It was just a rough indicator Blair could use with the help of her high perception. Of course, this didn't determine how strong certain monsters were in reality. Some were weaker, but had strong instincts and unique racial traits like the lizard mother's acid spit. The number of monsters was also written down in the report, providing more information to determine whether Michael's people could deal with them or not. His warriors had an average rating of 0.8, but if 20 warriors fought together, they would be strong enough to defeat 2 or 3 late Tier 1 Lionheart adventurers, even if they were to own decent artifacts. Michael read Blair's report with great interest. He hadn't expected Blair to know the combat prowess of his subjects and the monsters of the untamed jungle so well. In her report, she even made a comparison between the combat prowess of the gem jaguar, frenzy deer, and other monsters. It was very accurate, which meant that the level indicators of the monster habitats in the cavern system were likely to be accurate as well. I should use Blair's talent more often. It's a waste to limit her potential only to tracking, Michael thought as he put the report aside. He reached the warehouse with more than 20 volunteers, who wanted to help Michael organize the stuff and store it in an orderly fashion. Their help was necessary because Michael couldn't spend his entire day moving around 300 monster carcasses after he dissected them. That would be too wasteful. With that thought in mind, Michael opened the gates to the warehouse, and a humongous pile of monster carcasses entered his sight. He stretched his body a little and exerted the 4-star soul trade extraction. Dazzling golden streams manifested around his palms as he began his work. He extracted a total of 309 Tier 1 monster corpses in the next 2 hours. When extraction was still a 3-star soul trait, extracting many corpses would have taken up his entire morning. However, that was not the case anymore. The efficiency of his soul trait increased a lot, but so did the quality of extraction. After extracting a total of 309 Tier 1 monster carcasses, Michael obtained a total of 36 blueprints, 77 ordinary summoning scrolls, 19 summoning scroll fragments, and 2 tierless 2-star artifacts. On average, every 4th Tier 1 corpse dropped a complete summoning scroll and 13 summoning scroll fragments. That was a great qualitative increment. Overall, Michael was satisfied with his progress. He combined the summoning scroll fragments and ended up with a total of 237 ordinary summoning scrolls. Combined with the 28 named summoning scrolls and 20 mythic summoning scrolls which he brought back, Michael could summon 285 new subjects. It was a massive number for a small territory like his. After all, his population reached barely 500 after the Lionheart's invasion. This is a great way to give my people a fresh start and something to look forward to after a terrifying nightmare, Michael thought. He rushed out of the warehouse, leaving his people alone with the nearly perfectly dissected corpses. Michael reached the summoning gate in excitement. However, instead of tearing all summoning scrolls in his possession apart at once, he did something else first. He stepped onto the metal foundation of the summoning gate and opened the hatch. Surprisingly, it didn't resist and opened smoothly. 2 dazzling summoning cores entered his sight. Michael reached for them while activating extraction. Extraction had improved exponentially in terms of quality and the efficiency with which he extracted objects. That was also why he was certain that extraction could extract more impurities from within the summoning cores than before. His gut feeling didn't betray him, and he was proven correct shortly. He extracted a considerable amount of impurities from the summoning cores. The badly reeking black mass caused a bright smile on Michael's face. It might smell disgusting and make him gag, but it was a good sign that his summoning cores could be purified slowly over time. As long as extraction grew stronger, Michael could extract more impurities within the summoning cores. First extraction of impurities improved the star rating of his daily summons. Maybe it was possible to further increase the star rating of his daily summons by continuously extracting the summoning core's impurities. The thought of summoning 2 2-star summons every day was quite enticing. However, Michael's mind went even further and began daydreaming. What if it was possible to summon 3-star subjects as long as he kept extracting the impurities within the summoning cores? That would be amazing. With excitement filling his heart, Michael began to break the seals on the ordinary summoning scrolls. Breaking 237 seals took quite a while, but his heart was filled with joy and anticipation, making the time fly like the wind. He didn't use the named summoning scrolls and the mythic summoning scrolls yet because he wanted to see what kind of hidden gems more than 200 ordinary summoning scrolls would give him. At first, only starless summons appeared in the summoning gate. There were more than 200 of them, and all of them were confused. The information in their heads told them that they had been resurrected, and the links of loyalty that formed slowly over the course of the next 10 minutes showed them who their new lord and master was. However, other than that, they were helpless and confused. Michael ordered his people to explain the newly summoned subjects about the situation and their territory. Meanwhile, his eyes never left the summoning gate as 31 1-star summons emerged out of the energy pool. Seems like I was quite lucky. Great. He summoned more 1-star summons through the ordinary summoning scrolls than expected, but the mass summoning was not yet done. In fact, the most important part was just about to start. Michael broke the seals on the 28 named summoning scrolls and the 20 mythic summoning scrolls one after another. After breaking the named summoning scrolls, 1-star summons began to emerge from the energy pool one after another. First, 3 warriors emerged, wearing ordinary leather armors and wielding a longsword. Following the 3 warriors, 6 spearmen, 5 archers, 5 vanguards, and 4 assassins stepped out of the energy pool, filling the summoning gate's vicinity with 1-star combat summons. Last but not least, a group of 5 heavy armored cavalry riders emerged out of the summoning gate, wielding a large lance and shield while riding on a battle horse. Every summon of the named summoning scroll was a combatant. They wore ordinary combat equipment and wielded weapons of decent quality. If a battle was to break out right now, they would be ready to fight immediately. The warriors are the weakest combat unit. That's great, Michael thought with a bright smile on his lips. Out of the 31 1-star summons that had emerged from the ordinary summoning scrolls, 8 warriors, 3 archers, and 2 spearmen had been added to his military power. That meant the total strength of his combat units had reached to 41 Tadyan. He had yet to add the summons of the mythic summoning scrolls. The summons of the mythic summoning scrolls didn't rush to step outside the summoning gate. It felt like the will of the Origin Expanse was still determining what his summons would be. However, Michael was already very satisfied. He had expanded his military power by 41 combat units, but that was not everything. Many new one-star subjects with a wide variety of occupations were added to his territory as well. There were weavers, a carpenter, a potter, an artist, a tailor, masons, surveyors, a pub owner, a financial manager, craftsman, gardener, a cook, and a librarian. Some of these one-star summons were exactly what Michael needed. For example, he was happy to find masons, a pub owner, and a financial manager. They were important either for the expansion of his territory, to make sure that his subjects would have a place to meet, drink, and have fun after working hard all day, and someone to look after the administrative affairs when he would leave to do something outside his territory or outside the Origin Expanse. Just as Michael was about to call up some of his new subjects, he sensed a change in the summoning gate. He turned back to the gate and focused on the most important summons for today. A total of 20 summons with the lowest possible rating being 2 stars had arrived today. He even had a decent chance of summoning 1 or 2 3-star summons. The summoning gate's energy pool startled to ripple wildly. Simultaneously, 2 brightly shining stars shone on the surface of the gate's outer ring. At last, the outlines of more than 10 people entered Michael's view. The 2-star summons stepped out of the summoning gate simultaneously. Michael's eyes shot wide open, and his grin turned wider than before, if that was possible, in the first place. Following the first batch of a dozen 2-star summons, 4 more 2-star summons emerged out of the energy pool. 3 of them were chubby men wearing expensive clothes. They radiated the presence of wealthy merchants. Michael had yet to find proper businessmen among his subjects, which was why he was delighted to summon a few merchants. However, his attention was quickly moved to the gigantic summon that stepped out of the energy pool right behind the chubby merchants. The chubby merchants turned around when the ground beneath them began to tremble, and they nearly pissed their pants. One of the 3 merchants let out a shrill scream before he fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 merchants began to run as if their lives depended on it. Michael couldn't take offense with that. Even he was astonished. The 16th 2-star summon that had emerged from the energy pool today was not an ordinary summon. No, it was far from ordinary. It was actually a monster, a heavy armored elephant, a monster with a height of more than 4 meters and a weight close to 12 tons. It had 2 long and deadly tusks and thick gray skin that shielded it from most injuries. Even Michael was not confident breaking a heavy armored elephant's armor-like skin. It wouldn't be easy, at least. "Oh my gosh," Michael blurted out loud enough for the people around him to hear clearly. However, nobody focused on Michael. Everyone's attention was pulled to the heavy armored elephant, which looked around in confusion, turning its head in all directions until it found Michael. A faint link of loyalty was already forming between him and his newly summoned subjects. This included the link of loyalty of the heavy armored elephant that stepped closer to him with loud steps as its legs created big craters in the ground. The earth around the summoning gate trembled as the 12-ton monster paved its way through the sea of people. It didn't pay much attention to others and only focused on Michael. Once the heavy armored elephant was only 4 meters away from reaching Michael, it bent its front legs and lowered its head to the ground. To Michael and everyone else present, it looked like the heavy armored elephant was bowing to him. The bow was a sign of respect and reverence toward its lord by the heavy armored elephant. It had accepted Michael as its lord and master almost immediately. "I didn't expect to summon someone like you. Nonetheless, I'm glad that you heed the call of my summon. I'm very happy to welcome you in my territory," Michael said in a cheerful manner once he regained his senses. He was still a little bit shocked that he was able to make a monster submit to the link of loyalty so soon. However, that was for the better. It would make many things much easier. Interestingly enough, the heavy armored elephant was only one of many surprising 2-star summons. It stole the spotlight due to its enormous size, but it was not the only odd summon. Michael also recalled summoning a woman with fluffy rabbit ears and a young man with feathered wings sprouting out of his shoulder blades. He couldn't see them right now since most of his view was blocked out by the huge body of the heavy armored elephant, but he could swear that he had definitely seen these 2 oddballs. Michael turned to his right side, where Tiara was standing, trying her best to maintain her poker face and composure. She had appeared next to him at one point during the mass summoning. "Please make a list of all the new summons. Write down their gender, age, health, star rating including their occupation, what they want to do, where they were born before the will resurrected, and so on," Michael ordered quietly. Tiara bowed deeply and responded politely, "Your wish is my command, master." Saying so, the battle maid of the Silverfang Tigerfolk disappeared and she launched into action immediately. Michael's eyes followed her retreating figure, but he could only smile dryly. Does she have two personalities? One personality that surfaces when she is in combat, and another a more docile personality on standby when she is not out for blood? He wondered at this point. Tiara seemed like a mystery to him. She was definitely not an ordinary member of the Silverfang Tigerfolk. Unfortunately, she didn't answer the questions he was the most curious about. In fact, Michael was certain that she couldn't answer his questions, not that she didn't want to. Whenever he asked about the Silverfang Tigerfolk, or her being his personal maid while simultaneously being an adventurer, her expression would change, turning into one of pain and sadness. Maybe she can talk about it in the future, whether it's her heart restricting her from revealing more about her identity, or the will of the Origin Expanse putting restrictions on her, Michael thought, wondering when he would be able to find out more about Tiara's past and identity. He was so deep in thought that Michael didn't even realize that a third dazzling star had manifested on the metal surface of the summoning gate. He looked up to see multiple three-star summons stepping out of the summoning gate. However, the next moment, a terrifying screech rang through the surrounding area, pulling Michael out of his thoughts. What's going on? Are we under attack? Goosebumps erupted all over his body when the screech echoed through his entire territory. The pressure that accompanied the screech was more terrifying than the fear one felt by staring at the humongous, heavy-armored elephant. This shocked Michael and Tiara, who stopped in her tracks. She subconsciously summoned her artifacts and prepared for a life-and-death battle when the screech reached her ears. Her hair stood up on its end, and worry gleamed in her eyes. What kind of monstrous existence was about to attack them? What neither of the two realized was that the screech had actually originated from the inside of the summoning gate, and that another fierce monster was about to step out of the summoning gate's energy pool. A black-feathered eagle the size of a big battle horse emerged in front of the summoning gate. It screeched out loudly and spread its marvelous 10-meter-long wings for everyone to see before it shot in the air. It was fortunate that the clearing was void of tree branches. Otherwise, the huge eagle would have crashed into the tree branches and destroyed everything around. A greater eagle with black plumage. And this pressure is that something I can summon with a mythic summoning scroll, Michael murmured to himself. He noticed that the heavy-armored elephant retreated a few steps and sought protection behind him, but that amused him a little. It must look funny for others to see a 12-ton heavy monster hiding behind a bald man whose weight didn't cross 80 kilograms, but nobody could laugh just now. The appearance of the black-feathered greater eagle was enough to frighten a humongous monster such as the heavy-armored elephant. This had to be taken seriously. Please come down without destroying anything, Michael requested loud enough for the greater eagle to hear. The greater eagle steered itself towards the ground again after circling the clearing and dived down. It elegantly reached the ground and flapped its wings right in front of Michael, where it screeched much quieter than before. While looking at the majestic monster in front of him and feeling its pressure weighing solely on him, Michael could barely move. The black bear's pressure is not as intense as yours is, big guy. It's just that you are a tearless monster because you've been resurrected recently. Your pressure and body are the only remains from your past life, Michael said, forcing himself to withstand and overcome the greater eagle's pressure. It weighed hard on him and nearly made him succumb, but Michael didn't surrender. Who would ever want to follow him if he couldn't even endure the pressure his subjects exuded naturally? He grit his teeth and lifted his right hand despite the pressure. Michael used lesser enhancement on his right arm as he raised it high in the air. His hand slowly approached the greater eagle that was just staring blankly at Michael. The greater eagle tilted its head as it stared deep into Michael's dark abyss-like eyes. Their depth seemed endless, and so was the determination shining vibrantly in his eyes. The greater eagle lowered its head, giving Michael permission to touch it. Michael's fingers slowly caressed the greater eagle's soft plumage, and a faint smile blossomed on his face. The pressure weighing down on him decreased drastically as the link of loyalty formed between Michael and the greater eagle. He took a deep breath to calm his wildly palpitating heart. Michael's biggest worry had been that the greater eagle would simply deny his authority and wreak havoc in his territory before the link of loyalty had formed properly. That had also been his worry when he summoned Fenrir first. After all, controlling summons with higher star ratings was a tough task, and even a single mistake could lead the new summon to raise everything to the ground. If the high-ranked summons were violent, or their compatibility with the Lord was abysmally low, the link of loyalty would be frail and could be broken easily. Strengthening the frail link of loyalty was possible, but it would take a while. In Fenrir's case, the link of loyalty had been as thin as a thread, and it wasn't strengthened even after they spent 2 full days together. It was common knowledge that firm links of loyalty were rare to form between a weak lord and summons with a high star rating, since summons with a high star rating had rich past life experiences where they had to fight beings as strong as them or even a bit stronger than themselves. Only by overcoming various ordeals and becoming stronger through painstaking efforts were they able to amass achievements and reach the thresholds to be resurrected and summoned with a high star rating after they died. Michael was not too worried about his links of loyalty with most of his subjects. They formed properly and weren't as fragile as his link of loyalty with Fenrir had been. Michael was much stronger now than he had been when he first entered the Origin Expanse. He was a Tier 1 Lord and had grown after experiencing life in the Origin Expanse for more than a month. The incidents he had encountered inside and outside the Origin Expanse since his war rune manifested were abundant, and taught him much more about life and leadership than school ever did, allowing him to mature and become a better version of himself. It screeched softly as if it agreed readily and trusted its lord wholeheartedly. Michael forgot about the mass summoning temporarily. He was focused on the greater eagle and tried to communicate with his new summon using their link of loyalty. This worked more or less as the link of loyalty made it much easier for both parties to communicate with each other even if they had never learned each other's language. Time passed swiftly, and Tiara reappeared next to him after a while. Her arrival made Michael recall what he had been doing before the greater eagle arrived. "I finished the task. There are 2 reports for you. One is a summarized list of all subjects that joined our territory today. The other list is more detailed," Tiara explained swiftly before handing him a report that had only 4 paragraphs and a second report with several pages of detailed information about his newly summoned subjects. Michael merely nodded his head and smiled faintly before he sent the greater eagle away. Michael gave Tiara a new task before he took a glance at the summarized report. The appearance of the heavy armored elephant was shocking enough to make him forget inspecting the other 2-star summons as they stepped out of the summoning gate. Weirdly enough, the appearance of the greater eagle was exactly the same. Because of the greater eagle's show, he didn't even pay proper attention to the other 2-star summons. Mass summoning report. Starless summons, 206 summons, 95,000,001, 11 W1-star summons, 59 summons, 1 carpenter, 1 potter, 1 artist, 1 tailor, 1 pub owner, 1 financial manager, 1 cook, 1 librarian, 2 masons, 2 weavers, 2 surveyors, 2 craftsmen, 2 gardeners, 4 assassins, 5 vanguards, 5 cavalry riders, battle horse included, 8 archers, 8 spearmen, 11 warriors, 2-star summons, 16 summons, 1 summoner, 1 earth mage, 1 priest minor healing and poison purification, 1 weaponsmith, 1 doctor, 1 architect, 1 heavy armored elephant tamed, 1 demi-human typhoon eagle folk, 1 demi-human speedster rabbit folk, 2 berserker, 2 knights, 3 merchants, 3-star summons, 3 summons, 1 greater eagle tamed, 1 master alchemist, 1 botanical magician, no combat power, spells related to botanics only, 4-star summon, nature spirit. Michael's expression was full of gleam and joy as he read through the summarized report of today's mass summoning. He had been way too lucky today. But there was one thing that confused him a lot. I summoned a 4-star summon. When, where, who, what, how, 4 stars. It was already beyond his expectations to summon 2 demi-humans, 2 tamed monsters, and a total of 3 3-star summons. But there was also a 4-star summon amongst his new subjects, a nature spirit at that. There was a low chance to summon a 4-star summon with a mythic summoning scroll, but it was extremely rare. Even the chance to summon a 3-star summon using a mythic summoning scroll was relatively low at 10. Michael was quite fortunate summoning 3 3-star summons, but that kind of luck was not out of the world. However, summoning a 4-star nature spirit was something else, especially in a place such as the Untamed Jungle. The Untamed Jungle was flourishing with origin energy and beautiful nature. The growth of plants and monsters was fast in the Origin Expanse, but it was even faster in the Untamed Jungle. The flowers, herbs, and seeds that had been planted in his territory not too long ago were already fully blossomed and ready to be harvested. The growth of plants was more than 50 faster inside the Untamed Jungle than anywhere else. By adding a magical helper such as a 4-star nature spirit to aid the growth of herbs and plants, the time required for herbs to grow would be cut even shorter. But that was not all. A nature spirit's green finger would increase the quality of nature in its range drastically. Fruits would taste better, herbs would have a stronger medical effect, and the potency of mythic plants would be elevated as well. Nature spirits can control the nature around them as well. The stronger a nature spirit, the bigger their range, and the stronger their control of the surrounding area. Inside the Untamed Jungle, where everything was densely grown and overshadowed by nature, a 4-star nature spirit could be considered a disaster for everyone who chose to be foolish enough to attack it, or the territory it lived in. The thought of adding a powerful nature spirit with the capability of controlling the movements of large monster groups within the Untamed Jungle seemed like a dream. It was exciting and caused Michael to act immediately. Michael began to search the nature spirit as he realized that he missed the summoning of the most important summon. He used his link of loyalty to pinpoint the direction of the nature spirit and found it quickly. However, what he found confused him. It was totally beyond his expectations. The nature spirit was a small, inconspicuous tree sapling with tiny roots, which it used to walk around slowly. Nobody paid any attention to it until now, which was also why it had to hide near the summoning gate, trembling in fear. Everyone was so huge and trampling around the summoning gate, nearly causing it to be bulldozed several times in the few minutes that passed since it was summoned to the untamed jungle. It couldn't even ensure its own safety, because the nearest bushes and trees were too far away from the center of the clearing. Otherwise, it would have used its power to protect itself and push everyone aside. When Michael bent down to look at the nature spirit issued a loud creaking noise. Michael felt like the nature spirit was complaining to him and crying loudly. It jumped straight in Michael's arms, seeking safety in his embrace. Michael was a little shocked when he realized how timid the nature spirit was. He didn't expect something like that from a 4-star nature spirit. "Why are you so tiny? You look like a starless nature spirit," Michael asked, slightly confused. His knowledge about spirits was not great, but he knew enough to know that most elemental spirits would take on the appearance of something closely related to their element. Starless elemental spirits usually looked like ordinary flames, a ball of water, a rock, or a seedling. However, the higher the star rating, the stronger elemental spirits were usually. Elemental spirits gained strength by developing their form. Fire spirits would grow stronger flames and expand at first. After its flames grew to a certain extent, their form would change. Under normal circumstances, a 3-star elemental spirit would change its form and develop continuously. It would become stronger as its form evolved to the next level. But the nature spirit in front of him was nothing like that. It could use its tiny roots to walk, but that was already the only advantage it possessed compared to a starless nature spirit. At least, that was what its appearance suggested. Furthermore, the nature spirit was timid and overly clingy. Its roots coiled around Michael's arm as if it would never let go of him. Michael's dream of using the nature spirit to aid the combat units in hunting in the untamed jungle, which could be considered the best region for nature spirits to use their powers, shattered into oblivion. "You don't really want to fight, do you?" Michael asked, still holding onto the last straw of hope. However, the emotions spread through the recently established link of loyalty were so overbearing, filled with fear and denial, that Michael could only give up. "It's ok, you don't have to fight," Michael said calmingly. He was a little bit disappointed that he couldn't use the nature spirit in combat since it was a great loss, but forcing it to join fights when it was that afraid of fighting would create chaos. The nature spirit might even end up hurting its allies and turn the tide of the battle against them. "I will give you a nice place where you can spread your roots and grow freely. However, you might have to protect yourself in the territory if enemies attack. You won't be able to avoid defending yourself in that case. As long as the 4-star nature spirit could develop into a tree nature spirit, it would be able to control a bigger range of the untamed jungle around the clearing. That way, the nature spirit could be used as an additional layer of defense. The nature spirit should also be able to help him develop his territory in the untamed jungle once it has grown up a little. It was still the lowest grade Tier 0 nature spirit and could improve a lot. Furthermore, its presence was enough to affect the environment around it. The blades of grass next to the summoning gate had already begun to grow, demonstrating just how great the nature spirit's potential was. Michael had yet to test the limit of its power, but as a 4-star summon, it had to be special even if it couldn't fight. Combined with the orb of hostility and the installed traps and arrays, it could detect and protect the territory, while simultaneously accelerating the growth of the teacha, cocoa pods, various herbs, and other plants. Adding fertilizer and the 3-star botanic magician, whom Michael had summoned today as well, it wouldn't be much of an issue to grow multiple sources of income. That was especially important. "It's okay," Michael repeated while patting the trembling nature spirit. "It's okay, after all, I gained more than enough combat units to change my future plans." As a human lord, Michael had an increased chance of summoning his own kind. This chance was increasingly high for summons with a low star rating. Only with the expansion of his territory and an upgraded summoning gate would the probability of summoning tamed monsters, demi-humans, and other races increase. Nonetheless, Michael was quite surprised that he had yet to summon a Gogi. By installing the Gogi Lord's summoning core, the probability of summoning a Gogi should have been higher than the chance of summoning demi-humans, tamed monsters, and the nature spirit. Now that the population of his territory expanded so quickly, Michael had to distribute tasks more carefully. He had to tend to the various needs of his new subjects, whether they were human, demi-human, or monsters. "With what should I start now that the arrays and traps have been installed?" Michael murmured to himself. "Making most use of the 2-star summons is important, but I summoned many new 1-star summons today as well." He had to plan everything thoroughly and slowly. Michael didn't want to make a big mistake just because he was impatient and hasty. The monster population inside the untamed jungle is way too high. Even after hunting them for more than a month, the reports never mentioned a lack of monsters. In fact, Tierra and the others always mentioned that they had to avoid the monster habitats because there were way too many for them to handle. That should be different now. She'll be able to handle it with the territory's military power. Now that he summoned many combat-affine summons, they could make up new battle strategies and hunt together to improve their teamwork. Once their synergy in battle was high enough, attacking the habitats of big monster groups won't be suicidal anymore. Fortunately, they weren't in a rush and could slowly create unfathomable teamwork and increase their strength at the same time. The military power in Michael's territory would be busy for a while, which gave Michael enough time to plan the following steps of his territory development thoroughly. The financial manager, the merchants, and a group of starless summons formed the economic logistics department. They had to take care of the goods in the territory, organize everything in the warehouses that were about to be constructed, and the territory's finances. Their task was to plan where the territory's funds had to be invested, and what to sell for which price once they created a trail outside the untamed jungle. After all, they could easily use the battle horses, bilrocks, or even the heavy armored elephant to carry large carts to Ziltra once a proper trail, preferably a street, was constructed. The tamers in his territory didn't have to do anything new. They raised the bilrocks and took care of the newly summoned monsters. The alchemy master made a list of the potions he could produce and the ingredients he required to concoct them, while the weaponsmith shared in a detailed report what weapons he could create and which ores and monster parts would be most suitable to forge them. With the arrival of the alchemy master and the weaponsmith, the production of weapons and potions was bound to increase by many times. This decreased Michael's expenses by a large margin and increased the possibility of earning a fortune from selling goods they didn't need. It was planned to construct an alchemy house, an enchanter's lair, and a smithy. However, there was more. Michael wanted a large pub to be built, and a humongous garden to utilize the abilities of the nature spirit and the botanic magician. After careful consideration, Michael planted the nature spirit in the center of the clearing. Because the nature spirit was still weak, it couldn't control the densely grown nature around the clearing yet, but that was fine. Given some time, the nature spirit would grow stronger in the near future. It would become the centerpiece of his territory and turn into a ginormous tree nature spirit. Now that he knew how timid and frightened the nature spirit was, he could only hope that the nature spirit would man up and develop into a sacred tree such as Yggdrasil. Many tales about the elves' sacred tree reached mankind over the last 500 years. They seemed exaggerated and unlikely to be true at first glance. However, if the tales were not exaggerated, it would be great if his nature spirit could develop into an existence similar to Yggdrasil. Michael looked forward to the nature spirit's development. It was exciting, just like the development of his territory. As the lord of a territory, Mikhail had a lot of work to do. After all, his territory was still underdeveloped. It didn't look like anything special and lacked proper infrastructure. Nonetheless, he was proud of the things he achieved in such a short period. He overcame many hurdles already. Of course, it was just the start of his journey. Michael was not even close to the end. Understanding that he was just at the starting point, Michael changed his daily routine once again. He didn't go out to hunt but trained hard using the Berserker physique body refinement technique and the Sun Soldier's breathing technique. Even if the techniques were rather cheap compared to what he could afford, changing his breathing fundamentally was something not many techniques made possible. Michael had already proven to himself that a slight change in his breathing was very helpful in the replenishment of his stamina. It didn't even require origin energy to replenish his stamina much faster. On the other hand, the Berserker physique first stage had to be completed before he could switch to another body refinement technique. He didn't want to risk damaging his body by switching to a more complex body refinement technique when his body was only half refined. Michael focused on the foundation of his body for the next few days. He had already adapted to the changes in his body after his war rune reached Tier 1, but he still felt a little bit uncomfortable. He made too many gains in the past few days, fused with 2 new soul traits, and he upgraded 3 out of 4 soul traits as well. Furthermore, he obtained a new weapon, Saron Valge. Michael had to study his body, the true limit of his soul traits, including all changes that happened after upgrading the star rating of his soul traits, and he had to pay attention to the development of his territory. It was important that he paid equal attention to all of the above and neglected neither of them. Michael didn't want any major issues to happen. As such, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The territory development progressed smoothly, and the citizens found joy in finding out more about their new friends and companions. Everyone grew closer to him, which was reflected in the strengthened links of loyalty. They represented how loyal the subjects were to their lord and territory, and how much they believed in him. The links of loyalty also showed clearly how much they loved being in the territory. Their satisfaction was also a factor that determined the firmness of their link of loyalty. That was also part of the reason why Michael worked so hard to ensure that everyone felt welcomed in his territory. Michael was usually present to welcome 2 new 1-star summons into his territory. It was part of his routine to ensure that his subjects would get to know their lord and that the links of loyalty would form properly. But on the third day, something unexpected happened. A 2-star berserker stepped out of the summoning gate. Michael received a 2-star berserker from his daily summoning. That's actually possible. Removing the impurities of the summoning cores had a great effect. It was even possible to summon 2-star summons now, though the probability was extremely low. This was good to know for the future, and the benefits made Michael's desire to procure more summoning cores increase drastically. Unfortunately, it was not that easy to get more summoning cores. Nobody would sell their summoning cores, at least not if they had even a shred of sanity left in their mind. Michael could only wait and stay up to date with the Starnet market, hoping to be lucky enough to find a summoning core being auctioned. To stay up to date, Michael had to leave the Origin Expanse every day. However, that was something he would have done regardless. Michael wanted to spend some more time with his brother before it was too late, and he had to leave for the academy. He had been notified that he got accepted into the Sapphire Lake Military Academy and that the accepted students would depart at the end of the month. That meant they had only a week left, and Michael wanted to make good use of it. Thus, Michael sent his brother a message whenever he returned home. He used his time efficiently and made a few trips to the Central Trading Hall to sell goods and purchase more ingredients for the Master Alchemist, ores for the weaponsmith, and enough seeds, herbs, and other plants he wanted to grow in his territory. However, his shopping trips were merely an excuse to spend more time outside the Origin Expanse. Michael hoped that his brother would return and respond to his messages, while he was also outside the Origin Expanse and in the Central Trading Hall. Unfortunately, stalling time didn't provide any fruitful results. Danny seemed truly busy and didn't return home, so Michael went back to the Origin Expanse gloomily. It was only 3 days later when Michael finally received the message he had been looking forward to. "Danny, little fool, aren't you a bit too anxious? And here I thought you'd gotten calmer. Looks like I need to test my eyes again." Danny was clearly joking with Michael, but Michael felt like throwing fists. Yet instead of throwing insults at his brother, he snickered and typed a short message. "Michael Fang, where are you? Let's meet up." After a little back and forth, the brothers found a nice place to dine. The gluttonous brothers knew that they would talk for a while, which is why they chose a big restaurant chain with savory meals and a private dining room to chat without anyone bothering them. They met up after half an hour and took their seats at the dining table, and Danny started with a big order of more than a dozen dishes. Meanwhile, Michael observed his brother from head to toe. Danny had gotten much taller than before, and his hair had grown a lot. However, he looked sleep-deprived and exhausted. "Did you not sleep since our last meeting?" Michael asked worriedly. He couldn't believe that his brother looked so exhausted and pale and felt concerned about his health. This appearance of Danny was far from the usual. "At least I don't look like a baby. Just look at you. Did someone throw you into a furnace or what?" Danny retorted, ignoring his younger brother's question. Danny may be tired, but he was not blind. He also knew that Michael would never shave his head, forget about his eyebrows. Either Michael had been bullied during the aptitude assessment, or something happened to his territory, but Danny did not have to wait long for the answer. "A group of Lionheart's adventurers invaded my territory before the aptitude assessment. I was almost too late with my breakthrough," Michael answered in all honesty. His expression turned sour and he sighed deeply. "Too many brave subjects died to stall time and make sure that I can complete my first natural cleansing without any worries." Danny turned serious when he heard what his brother said. He had hoped that Michael wouldn't have to face the invasion of other adventurers that soon. Unfortunately, it was not an uncommon occurrence. Michael was lucky to be in the territory, and that he broke through to Tier 1 just in time, otherwise, things could have gotten worse. "Did you already install a large-scale orb of hostility? If you don't have one, make sure to buy one. I can give you a few modification codes. That way, you'll be informed when many hostile lifeforms invade your territory." This works outside the Origin Expanse as well, Danny advised Michael before he carefully added. "The energy consumption of the Orb of Hostility will increase drastically, but you will be glad to be informed if your territory is under attack even when you're outside the Origin Expanse." Michael's ears perked up. Danny smiled, opened the holographic screen of his crystal watch, and sent Michael a few documents. "If you need anything else, just tell me. I gained a lot from the expedition." It was a great success, Danny revealed nonchalantly. However, Michael could only shake his head. "You look like you're on the verge of collapsing. Take care of yourself first." Michael shouted in his mind, but he said something else out loud. "I can take care of my expenses now. You don't have to worry about me." After that was said, the two brothers talked about all kinds of things. Their topics were mostly related to the Origin Expanse, their experiences, and their future plans. Danny revealed less about his future plans and mostly listened to his brother. "By the way, I think it was a good choice for you to join the Sapphire Lake Military Academy," Danny said suddenly. "I researched the Sapphire Lake Military Academy a little bit and found out that most instructors and professors are high-ranked lords and renowned adventurers. The Academy didn't shy away from spending a fortune to ensure that the youngest generation will be taught with the best resources and aided by the cream of the crop. As long as you can ensure that someone takes note of your hard work and progress, you'll have it much easier. If you can become a battle representative and defeat some berserker or warlock centaurs, the teachers and instructors will give you special treatment. You won't have to worry about resources. Forget about your military rank by then. Danny was excited right now as he spoke about his younger brother's future. This was a rare sign, and it was confusing. If you're so excited for me, why didn't you apply as well? Michael wanted to ask, but he didn't dare to. He knew that Danny was not the same as him. Danny was cold and distant from anyone other than him. Michael was the only person Danny was close to. He wouldn't allow others to order him around, no matter how much authority the other party had or how strong they were. Furthermore, Daniel Fang hated the corruption rampant in the Big Five universities and the Great Three academies. He had heard enough stories about the attitude of the great clans, supreme families, and the high nobles, and how they could do as they pleased as long as they used their power and influence. It was disgusting. Yet, at the same time, Daniel Fang loved the extraterrestrials. He was very intrigued by the Triton Alliance, the Berserker race, and the Warlock Centaurs. In fact, he was already acquainted with some of them, and he loved their culture and behavior. In the future, Danny planned to travel to Kelta and make his way to the Berserker and Warlock Centaurs. That was one of his big goals. Michael was also very interested in extraterrestrial races. However, his curiosity was different from Danny's. He knew about corruption and favoritism from an early age, along with being aware of how powerful big families could be. Their influence was enough to suppress weaker families and force others to obey their commands. Despite that, Michael would rather face his opponents head-on than avoid them. He had been bullied in the past, but had overcome this ordeal through his hard work and tenacity. Furthermore, not all big families were bad. Alice Zenobia was kind and straightforward. She may look cold and fierce on the outside, but she was a good person. Michael didn't want to give up on humanity and travel to other races with the thought of migrating just because some people treated him badly at his home planet. That didn't sit right with him. Danny noticed that Michael was deep in thought. He smiled mischievously and flicked his younger brother's forehead with great force. "Little fool, are you down for a spar?" "I will restrict my strength to the lowest stage of Tier 1 since my soul trait will still be stronger than yours," Danny said lightly as he stepped out of the changing room. After filling their stomachs to the brim, they searched for the closest training hall where they could rent an arena to spar. Michael was already in his combat clothes, while wearing the onyx dragon armor set on top. He wielded Saron Valge in one hand and swirled it around playfully. His stance changed once Danny entered the arena wielding a wooden sword, and he turned serious. Danny might not use an artifact, and he restricted his strength drastically, but that didn't mean Michael could take this spar lightly. Michael knew that his brother's 5-star soul trait was not something that could be taken lightly, especially not after it had been nourished by a peak Tier 2 war rune and the links of loyalty of far more than 10,000 subjects. Danny had even a few subjects with a true link of loyalty. His soul trait was most definitely greatly nourished and extremely powerful. Even an ordinary wooden sword became a deadly weapon in Danny's hands. "Show me how much stronger you have become since our last spar," Danny exclaimed while also changing his combat stance. He pulled his sword arm back and stretched his other hand out. His left foot moved forward, and the heel under his right foot separated from the ground a little. Danny took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. As he exhaled, a silver membrane shrouded the wooden sword. The wooden sword looked like it had transformed into a mythical silver sword as it began to exude terrifying pressure. Michael felt as if inertia increased suddenly as Danny began to use his 5-star soul trait reinforced sword chi. It was not the first time Michael saw Danny's reinforced sword chi. However, it was the first time that Danny aimed his reinforced sword chi at him. Right now, they were not brothers who held each other dearly. No, they were opponents with the desire to win against their opponent. Michael swallowed his saliva hard and activated lesser enhancement on all of his artifacts to increase his strength as much as possible. He exerted the Eagle Eye's soul trait to its full capacity as well. Danny could only see a golden shimmer in his brother's black eyes and the white hue shrouding Michael's artifacts. Multiple. Danny started, but he was interrupted by the countdown that the arena's AI started automatically after the brothers had changed into a combat stance. Michael burst forth like a lightning bolt the moment the battle started. He thrust Saron Valge straight at Danny's throat the moment he was in his brother's range. Danny reacted in time, diverting the trajectory of Michael's thrust with the wooden sword. He strode forward and smacked his empty hand against Saron Valge's shaft. Simultaneously, he swiftly changed the wooden sword's position and slashed down at Michael. Michael wanted to move Saron Valge to block Danny's attack with the shaft, but the flick against the Valge's shaft shattered Michael's rhythm and momentum. He reacted instinctively using the subtle details he could see in Danny's movements and twisted his body. Simultaneously, he used his remaining momentum to kick Danny. Danny terminated his attack to evade Mikhail's kick. He changed his strategy and regained his momentum in an instant and started the second attack. Michael used the opportunity to step back, swirl Saron Valge around his body, and regain his momentum. He could subtly determine where Danny was heading and what his next move would be. The way Danny moved, the way he held his weapon, and the way his eyes subtly glanced in the direction he would move next provided more than enough information to initiate a counterattack even before Michael was attacked. He used Saron Valge's mid-range and lengthy blade to his advantage and kept Danny at bay with a slice in his direction. Danny evaded the attack and shot toward Michael. However, Michael had predicted that. A Valge was not only a saber-like weapon, but a mix between a staff and a curved blade. Michael moved Saron Valge around and smashed the blunt lower end against the wooden sword's flat side. The impact of the wooden sword shook Michael heavily. He expected Danny to be the one who suffered from the hard impact, but Danny's reinforced sword chi burst forward. It reflected the force and pushed everything onto Michael. Following that, Danny's empty hand shot forward, shaped like a blade and mantled in reinforced sword chi. "Your hand is not a fucking sword, bro," Michael shouted in his mind as the silver reinforced sword chi shot closer to his abdomen. Danny's flat hand was about to pierce the onyx dragon armor set when Michael's mind and body reacted simultaneously. First, several spirit whips appeared out of nowhere and whipped Danny with full force simultaneously. Second, Michael's body began to creak as he used his highly advantageous agility and perception to twist his body at an uncomfortable angle. Michael evaded the attack, and Danny staggered, surprised by the sudden mental attack. Spirit Whip was only a 1-star soul trait with short range and weak power output. However, it was also extremely cheap to manifest a Spirit Whip, and it didn't require much mental power to control them. Michael only had to target someone while activating Spirit Whip to lash out at them. Using Spirit Whip several times in the same instance was also possible, though the energy consumption increased exponentially. Danny restricted his strength, but he never restricted his willpower and mind's natural defensive mechanism. He was not prepared against the Spirit Whips, but they weren't lethal to someone like Danny either. Their strength was merely enough to startle him once, but that was already enough for Michael. He used the momentum to thrust Saron Valge deep in his brother's stomach. At least, that was what Michael intended to do. Danny's body suddenly disappeared as silver fumes filled the air. A huge human-sized silver sword had manifested in front of Danny, surprising Michael. Danny had condensed the reinforced sword chi to create the sword, which blocked Michael's attack easily. The human-sized sword dispersed in all directions before it reshaped itself into 10 short swords. They were all levitating mid-air and moved according to Danny's will. Danny just smiled, seeing Mickey's wide-open eyes. He dashed forward while giving the reinforced sword chi short swords the same order. They shot toward Michael with terrifying velocity and impacted in the next moment. Danny didn't even think of terminating the onslaught of attacks when he saw the protection enchantments all over Michael's onyx dragon armor set shining brightly. Michael used most of his energy to activate the protection enchantments to block the reinforced sword chi that impacted hard all over his body. He stayed focused on Danny and slashed at him. However, Danny disappeared from sight once again. Not even his eagle eyes could find Danny anymore. His brother had just disappeared into thin air, but in the next second, something blunt smacked hard against his body. Blood splattered through the air, and his entire field of vision was filled with swords manifested from silver-reinforced sword chi. The next second, a wooden sword pressed against his neck from behind. Not good enough, little fool. After their spar, the brothers decided to spend more time together until Michael's departure. Danny grew increasingly interested in Michael's soul traits, and the fact that his younger brother possessed multiple soul traits. Meanwhile, Michael was more interested in Danny's stories about the Primeval Pyramid and everything related to it. Michael wanted to use Danny's combat prowess as a threshold to roughly determine how strong he had to be to conquer an ancient ruin on the same level as the Primeval Pyramid without turning the conquest into a suicidal attack. He presumed that the Temple of the Forgotten was, at least, as dangerous as the Primeval Pyramid, if not more dangerous. The problem was just that the Temple of the Forgotten was much older than the Primeval Pyramid, yet it was still intact and emitting terrifying pressure. Learning more about the Primeval Pyramid and its dangers was very important to Michael. Thus, Danny began to tell him more about his most recent experiences and the death of thousands of powerful and loyal subjects. Compared to last time, Danny revealed something about the Primeval Pyramid's outer perimeters. This time it was far more terrifying. Danny had lost more than half of his military might, and he had to rebuild his army now. Michael was forcefully dragged out of his dreams to conquer the Temple of the Forgotten in the next few weeks as he heard Danny's experience. It was simply not feasible to conquer the Temple of the Forgotten without more thorough preparations. The two brothers met up daily over the next few days. They met and spent half the day together talking about all kinds of things, including their soul traits, Michael's future in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy, and Danny's expedition. The two sparred together daily, and they conducted research together as well. Their research was about the old tongue, and who could know more about the time before the third epoch. Their research result was nothing surprising. The most astonishing find was that the Berserkers and Warlock Centaurs were much older than expected. The awakened in their oldest generation might know something about the period before the third epoch and the language used in that era. Danny was not satisfied with the result of their research, but Michael didn't mind. He was just glad that he could spend some more time with his brother. Ever since Danny became a lord 4 years ago, they hardly found time to spend together. Michael understood that because he learned early on that lords had a busy life filled with dangers. Danny didn't think that it was important to meet up every day of the week since they could always make a video call, but Michael forced his brother to make sure that they spend as much time as possible together. Video calls were not the same as meeting in person. Others may not agree with that, but Michael didn't really care about the opinion of others. They should mind their own business. Thankfully, Danny wasn't able to resist Michael's puppy eyes. They separated their schedule into two 12-hour periods and spent one of them together, while they used the other period to take care of all business within the Origin Expanse. Half a day outside the Origin Expanse was worth a full day inside. 24 hours were more than enough to sleep, manage the territory, spend some time with his subjects, work out a little, and train the starless summons that were willing to grasp a weapon and fight for their lord and territory. Michael was certain that the final week before his departure was one of a kind in his life. At least, it was the best week he could remember. In this short span of 7 days, he had grown much closer with Danny, who in turn had grown more comfortable with revealing more information about his territory, the way he reigned his subjects, and that he was known as the Lone Wolf of the Sacred Desert. Michael learned about Danny's lord title and the name of his region for the first time. Feeling curious, he researched his brother's region and his title in secret. The research was quite fruitful. Michael got to know more about the Sacred Desert and his brother, the Lone Wolf. The Sacred Desert was a humongous region with various tribes, nomads, and unique desert races. Various monsters lived in the Sacred Desert, the weakest being mid-tier 0 monsters living in large groups. Most lone monsters were tier 1, and there were many stronger monsters closer to the center of the Sacred Desert. Apparently, the Lone Wolf of the Sacred Desert conquered the southern outskirts of the Sacred Desert, turning everything into his territory. Many stories revolving around the Lone Wolf existed, and they were both terrifying and extremely interesting. The stories showed Michael clearly how powerful his brother had grown in merely 4 years, and how terrifying his reign was to the lords and tribes living near his territory. He obliterated all of his opponents without mercy and punished those who were brazen enough to offend him. Danny was still only a tier 2 lord, but that was mostly due to the foundation of his territory. The Lone Wolf spent most of his time inside the Origin Expanse to create an indomitable foundation for his territory. This foundation was what allowed him to wage war against an alliance of tier 3 lords and emerge as the sole winner. The alliance of tier 3 lords died miserably, and so did their army. Their territories were bulldozed and conquered by the Lone Wolf and the survivors of his desert core. That was crazy. Michael and his subjects would have to suffer a lot upon encountering an unscathed tier 2 monster, even after the mass summoning. That was how strong tier 2 monsters were, and how important it was to make sure that your summons were given enough time to increase their refinement degree and tier. Yet Danny fought alone against an alliance of tier 3 lords, and he emerged victorious. That was simply mind-boggling as well as exciting. Michael saw his brother in a different light from that point onward. It was like Danny's aura changed suddenly. Unfortunately, the week was way too short. The last day of the month arrived much faster than expected, and even Danny was at a loss. He didn't expect time to pass this quickly. Felt like their sparring session had just started, and it was already over. The week felt like a blur now. The brothers would be separated. Danny was glad that he listened to Michael's proposal. He felt like he would have regretted it if they hadn't met up that often before his younger brother's departure. It was truly worth it to postpone a few meetings in the Origin Expanse to spend more time with Michael. Who knew when they would meet again? Why didn't you join the Sapphire Lake Military Academy as well? Michael complained quietly to his brother when it was about time for him to depart. He had to reach the spaceship harbor and meet up with the other soon-to-be freshmen. I'm almost at the 3rd tier, and I have to put my entire focus on the Prime Devil Pyramid. Plundering the sarcophag of the Forgotten Pharaoh will take up most of my time. I might have to spend years to reach the core region, and splitting the little bit of time I have to study in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy will be a waste of time for me, Danny explained resolutely. Their situations were different. Danny always took care of himself. He spent years studying, procuring knowledge, and learning various martial arts from all over Elira. Danny even paid adventurers from other races inside the Origin Expanse to teach him their martial arts. He spent a fortune and much more time than necessary traveling and learning from people who were not even instructors. They shared their experiences while practicing their martial arts, rather than the most efficient ways to master them. Danny found this approach to be far more interesting than things taught by instructors. That was why he was not too keen to enroll himself in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. The instructors were mankind's cream of the crop, and the network system possessed the vast majority of books and tomes collected by mankind. Michael was in dire need of more knowledge. He didn't want to spend years traveling around possibly without any results, and it wouldn't harm to reap more benefits from the Sapphire Lake Military Academy either. Thus, he told himself to broaden his horizon by joining the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. It was the path that was the most efficient and offered most opportunities. "Good luck," Danny said when Michael departed. His expression turned sour as he saw Michael's fleeting back, and he was at a sudden loss. "If you die, I will come and find you in hell, so don't even think about it," Danny shouted, his voice echoing loudly through the hallway. Michael's entire body shook when he heard his brother's words, but he didn't turn around. He knew that his resolve would crumble, and he would dissolve in tears if he turned back to see Danny one more time before departing, and he didn't want to cry. "It's only a few years, that's nothing," Michael told himself. "Just call him every now and then and it will be fine. Nothing much will change compared to the last few years," he reassured himself before he slapped his cheeks hard. "Don't be a crybaby and get your act together." Michael reached the ground floor, entered the shuttle he had hailed, and they departed. Overwhelmed by his emotions, Michael kept staring out of the window for the next 2 hours. The shuttle left the city in 10 minutes and began to accelerate until it reached a speed of more than 600 kilometers per hour. Michael didn't want to dwell too much on his departure from home. Thus, he focused more on what to do next once he stepped inside his territory. The territory expanded fast, and the Billrocks younglings had fully matured by now. The Billrocks ranch had been expanded as well, and it was about time to make use of it. For now, Michael didn't want to conquer other territories or wreak havoc in the untamed jungle. Instead, he believed that it was far more important to create an indomitable foundation just like his brother did. Contrary to Danny, Michael was in possession of the extraction soul trait. This provided various benefits, including a vast influx of summoning scrolls, blueprints, the ability to dissect corpses perfectly, and harvest a huge pile of resources in no time. Michael's foundation would be different from the indomitable foundation Danny had built up over the course of several years. Of course, that didn't mean his foundation would be worse. In fact, Michael was certain that he had the means to build an even stronger foundation than his brother. The only issue was that Michael hadn't heard any news of the powerhouse backing the Lionhearts so far. Most people believed that no news was good news. However, Michael would rather be up to date and informed about his opponents than stay an ignorant fool, unprepared and standing on the edge of a cliff without even realizing it. "It's about time that I travel to Ziltra," Michael told himself in the shuttle. Lilica was the only one who might know something about the person backing the Lionheart Adventure Team, and her Emerald Leaf Adventure Team was stationed in Ziltra. But let's settle down in the spaceship first. Michael reminded himself as a ginormous construction entered his sight far away at the horizon. The immense structure of Elira's spaceship harbor was situated within a colossal domed structure spanning several square kilometers. The dome was constructed using advanced, translucent materials, allowing natural light to filter through. The exterior looked sleek and streamlined, which was different from the huge metal pipes and rough structure Michael had expected to see. As the shuttle approached the spaceship harbor, Michael realized many things. The shuttle slowed down upon entering the perimeter of the spaceship harbor. Security drones appeared around the shuttle, requesting Michael to identify himself and state his reason for arrival. Michael wasn't surprised by this. He had already been given the Security and Defense Protocol document, which included a list of rules and documents one had to bring to be allowed to leave the planet. Michael had prepared everything, so he quickly passed through the identification with his Lord ID, travel documents, biometric scanners, and so on. It might seem like a hassle to some, but it was actually convenient. He didn't even have to leave the shuttle. Once he passed through the security check, Michael's gaze took in the spaceship harbor and he looked around with wide eyes. It was truly fascinating. Not only was the defense system of Elira's spaceship harbor one of the most advanced autonomic defensive systems created by mankind, but the spaceship harbor was also one of the safest in the solar system. Energy shields capable of blocking psionic beams and attacks of planetary-level powerhouses were installed, and a highly trained security force to maintain order was also present to act swiftly in case of an emergency. Michael felt safe and sound as the spaceship made it inside the spaceship harbor, which boasted of a futuristic aesthetic just like one would imagine. Sleek lines, polished surfaces, and minimalist design. Holographic displays and interactive interfaces were integrated into the walls and walkways next to the shuttle hallway, providing real-time information and navigation assistance. Overall, Michael felt as if he had been transported to a different world. Lackey was already one of the most modern cities on Elira, and the spaceship harbor was on a completely different level. The entire ambience exuded a sense of the extraterrestrial, or how Michael imagined outer space to be like. It made his heart beat faster and ignited the excitement of exploring outer space. Amazing, he blurted out in awe as the shuttle took a turn to the right, where his destination was waiting for Michael. He was greeted by an array of docking bays, each capable of accommodating multiple spaceships simultaneously. The bays were spacious, one bigger than the other, with towering walls and a high ceiling. None of those spaceships is for us. Just how big will our spaceship be? Michael wondered as he looked at the serial number of the spaceships they passed by, wondering which one was theirs. One was bigger than the other, yet none of the serial numbers corresponded to their spaceship. Only a few spaceships were left at the docking bay, and they were the biggest. The spaceship they would use to travel to Kelta had to be the size of a small town. Michael's heart skipped a beat when he thought about traveling in a town-sized spaceship. It had always been one of his goals to travel to space, and he was finally about to achieve one of his bigger goals. It felt like a dream came true. He was excited like a little child, grinning from ear to ear at the sight of the humongous spaceships. Meanwhile, the shuttle continued to fly through the humongous spaceship harbor, looking like a tiny ant. After a few minutes, they reached the end of the docking bays. The shuttle stopped and descended to the ground. Michael stepped out of the shuttle, where he was greeted by a crowd of people exuding terrifying pressure and a large group of serious-looking young men and women. So it's already starting, he mused to himself. Michael swallowed his saliva, sensing the seriousness hanging in the air. Most freshmen who made it past the aptitude assessment in Elira had already arrived in the spaceship harbor. Their bodies were tense, and they were impatiently waiting for the boarding command. The professors, instructors, and remaining staff who had supervised the aptitude assessments had already arrived as well, but nobody boarded the metallic gray spaceship. Michael, who had been excited and smiling brightly like a little child, was feeling pumped up and looking forward to this new chapter in his life. He looked at his fellow freshmen and felt goosebumps spreading all over his body. This is much more serious than I expected. It is about to get real. Michael thought that the competition between students would be harsh, but he never expected everyone to think of each other as rivals even before they arrived at the academy. Wasn't it better to stay amiable in the spaceship at the very least? Michael was glad that his crystal watch rang as his gaze moved through the crowd of students and instructors. It pulled his attention away from the tense atmosphere around him. However, the notification he received was not what he expected. A message from Alice. Curious, Michael opened the messenger. Alice Zenobia, fierce beauty, make use of the time you spend in space. Most groups and cliques are formed on the way to the academy. It will be much easier to have a friend or two for future group assignments. Michael stared at Alice's message for a while, confused and unsure what to do with this information. Traveling to Kelta would take roughly 30 days, according to the documents he received from the administration of the academy. That meant he roughly had 60 days to spend inside the Origin Expanse. Was it really necessary to go out of his way and make friends with other lords and adventurers right now? It was not as if he couldn't do that later as well. Furthermore, he was busy and had a lot to do in his territory. He typed something on the holographic screen in front of him when he noticed a commotion in front of him. The staff had formed a line and were slowly boarding the spaceship. Michael closed the messenger and diverted his focus to the boarding staff in the spaceship. He saw a few familiar faces, including Silverian Child and Harry Barron boarding the spaceship. However, his attention was quickly pulled over to an even more familiar face. A fierce beauty was under the spotlight, and everyone's gaze was upon her. It was Alice Zenobia, and she was boarding the spaceship to Kelta. What the Michael blurted out loud before he shut his mouth tightly. What the hell is Alice doing here? Michael stared blankly at Alice Zenobia as the fierce beauty boarded the spaceship. He was confused to the extent that not a single coherent thought formed in his mind for a while. His brain was malfunctioning, and it took him a while to put the pieces together. So that's why it was so easy for her to apply to the Sapphire Lake Military Academy in my stead. She's one of the professors or a combat instructor. Michael also saw Caleb Zenobia boarding the spaceship right after Alice, but he didn't pay much attention to Alice's idiotic brother. He was more interested in Alice, the other professors, and the staff who had supervised the aptitude assessment across Elira. Why are there so many professors and combat instructors present? It's not really necessary for all of them to travel across space just to have them supervise the aptitude assessment and pick up the freshmen that were accepted. That's just weird. Michael was sure that there were some reasons behind it, but he didn't waste his time pondering over it. Once the time was ripe, he would naturally get to know what was going on. Hence, he focused more on the Decalos-class spaceship. It was known for its imposing appearance, living up to its glory of being a formidable interstellar spaceship. Its angular design exuded a sense of power and advanced technology. The exterior was constructed with the combination of metallic alloys derived from the Origin Expanse, giving it a robust and durable outer shell, and the means to engrave enchantments across its entire hull. The Decalos-class spaceship featured a distinctive forward section with a bulging structure housing the primary bridge. The bridge was adorned with a network of control consoles and advanced holographic displays, allowing the crew to monitor and operate the ship's various systems with precision. The main body of the spaceship was huge, and it extended further with a series of sleek and angular sections. These sections housed a range of vital components, including the engine compartments, weapon systems, and hangar bays. The hangar bays, positioned on the sides of the ship, were enclosed by a massive blast door that could be opened to employ smaller spacecraft or retrieve personal supplies. The propulsion system was located at the rear, consisting of powerful Origin Sunlight and catalytic Sunter hyperdrive engines of the Hyper Beast series. These engines enabled the ship to achieve incredible speeds, allowing interstellar travel and to leave the solar system. Why did Michael know all of that? It was very simple. Michael loved the Decalos-class spaceship, and he had researched a lot about it before he awakened. He had sworn to himself that if he wouldn't manifest a war rune, that he would become the captain of a Decalos-class spaceship. Now that he was a lord, Michael obtained the chance to board a Decalos-class spaceship and inspect it from within. How lucky! Michael ignored everyone else around him, and he completely forgot about Alice and her message. His entire focus was on the spaceship's interior, and he couldn't stop marveling at it when it was finally Freshman's turn to enter the Decalos-class spaceship. Time seemed to fly, and close to 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Michael found himself inside the Decalos-class spaceship, where he was led to his cabinet. Everyone was given a small cabinet. It was nothing special and consisted just of a small bed, a safety chair that had to be used when the spaceship set off, and during the landing, and an empty space big enough for a runic gate to manifest. That was everything. A cabinet with a length of 3 meters and a width of 3 meters. That much space was more than enough for Michael. He could wash up, brush his teeth, and shower in the big bathroom on the floor. Being able to get an isolated cabin where nobody could bother him was already great, even if it was unlikely that he would be using it often. Sleeping outside the Origin Expanse just to sit in that small cabin was a waste of precious time. Sleeping in the Origin Expanse was far more time efficient. That was also why most awakened would enter the Origin Expanse to sleep and return once they woke up. After all, it was possible to manifest a runic gate in a moving vessel. The runic gate would be anchored to the place it was manifested, not the point in space. If Michael entered the Origin Expanse inside his small cabin, he would emerge in his cabin even if his spaceship moved hundreds of thousands of kilometers forward. There should be some time left before we depart, right? It won't be a problem if I walk around habitually, it won't. Michael mused with a childish smile as he opened the door to his cabin. However, it was at this moment that a stewardess walked past his room. She halted in her tracks with a professional smile on her lips. I know that it's exciting to travel to space in such a big spaceship, but please sit down and put on your seatbelt. We will depart soon. You will have more than enough time to inspect everything once we're in the air, the stewardess said, still smiling. Michael pressed his lips together, nodded, and closed the door to his cabin again. He sat down on the seat and fastened a total of 3 seatbelts, 2 around his shoulders and 1 around his waist. He received a few notifications on his crystal watch, saying that it was connected to the network of the spaceship. It was only then that he saw a few notifications in the public channel. Sapphire Lake Military Academy, notification to all freshmen. By entering the Decalos-class spaceship, you've officially become freshmen at the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Hereby, the fight for resources begins. Sapphire Lake Military Academy. The first task as a freshman will be to increase your strength until we arrive in Kelta. A second aptitude assessment will be held once we arrive in Kelta. All information collected during the aptitude assessment will be used to determine your progress in the next 30 days. We don't have any mandatory courses, but the instructors will give pointers during the day. Spend your time as you wish inside the Origin Expanse and outside, and be ready for the day we arrive. Tests will not be postponed, and those who won't improve will receive a negative mark. We don't like slackers. Sapphire Lake Military Academy, of course, there will be a reward. The freshman with the highest progress will be rewarded with a summoning core. A summoning core. It was at this moment that chaos erupted, and the spaceship had yet to depart. With an additional summoning core, Michael could get 1 more 1-star summon every day. There was even a low chance of obtaining a 2-star summon. The only thing he had to do was use extraction on the summoning core. However, Michael also knew that his progress wouldn't be fast now that he became a Tier 1 Lord. Others would advance from peak Tier 0 to lowest Tier 1, and they were likely to obtain more points for their progress than Michael. After all, Michael could only advance to low Tier 1 from the lowest grade if he were to put everything aside and join his small army to fight day in day out for a whole month. That was how much energy the war rune required to advance to low grade Tier 1. The higher the grade, the more effort and energy required. Furthermore, Michael promised himself to build an unbreakable foundation. He chose to disregard the first prize of the competition, even though Michael would love to obtain one more summoning core. He had other plans to execute, and while he was deep in thought, Michael didn't even notice that the spaceship began to shake or that the spaceship harbor's ceiling separated. Michael was too distracted to notice as the spaceship set off. Only when they accelerated did he sense that something was amiss. The spaceship accelerated and it shot high in the air, while inertia almost slammed Michael hard into his seat. At that point, Michael's eyes were fixed on the window in his small cabinet. He looked outside to witness Elira's surface growing smaller in the distance. Slowly, the majestic celestial body was unveiled in its full glory. The majestic planet Michael called his home revealed its magnificent terrain, from the jagged peaks of mountain ranges and the vast oceans covering most of the planet's surface to the smooth curves of expansive plains. The hues of Elira's surface captivated Michael as the planet grew distant. After a while, Michael felt the pressure lifting off of him just a little. He was not pressed into the seat anymore as the gravitational force pushing him down diminished. Michael's hand reached out to the seatbelts, but he stopped midway. He knew that it was not yet time to release the seatbelts. His gaze moved back to the window, where he witnessed a scene of unparalleled beauty. The inky blackness of space stretched out infinitely, dotted with countless shimmering stars. They all shone brightly, making it look like a blanket dusted with stars, forming a magnificent cosmic tapestry. Glimmers of distant galaxies, wisps of nebulae and celestial clouds revealed the immense cosmic forces shaping the universe. As the spaceship glided through space, Michael saw a few glistening comets passing by. They looked small and harmless, but that couldn't be more wrong. In this vast expanse, Michael and the other freshmen were the only things that were truly small and harmless. They were but a small speck of dirt in the vast expanse of the universe, a witness to the wonders of the infinitely big universe. Once again, Michael was reassured that his dream of traveling through space and everything he had done so far was truly worth the effort. Traveling to space was a reminder of the sheer beauty and vastness that existed beyond the boundaries of Elira. It shook Michael's entire being and rekindled his adventurous spirit. After gliding through space for less than 20 minutes, the feeling of weightlessness deteriorated. The inertia generator had been activated, artificially creating inertia inside the spaceship. The weightlessness of space was nullified. The crystal watch rang, and a notification popped up in front of him the next moment. Inertia 1.5x, the gravitational force on Elira has stabilized. During the next 30 days, inertia will slowly increase to 3x gravity than Elira to train the body and make it regulate to the gravity on Kelta. You may remove the seatbelts now. Inertia 3 times higher than in Elira. Michael made a mental note and nodded his head. He removed the seatbelt and got up from the seat. Michael figured that it was time to make a plan and find out which lessons to attend in the next 30 days and how to make the most use of the Sapphire Lake Military Academy's network. Freshmen had only an ordinary access rank to all the facilities of the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. This included the spaceship shop, the network system, and so on. Even if he procured Sapphire points, the currency used in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy, it was not possible to procure everything Michael wanted to obtain. He opened the Academy's network and researched a few particular topics to determine how valuable the ordinary access rank was. Unfortunately, it seemed like the ordinary access rank was slightly worse than the golden membership access of the Bartholomew network. If I upgrade my access once or twice, I should be able to find out more about the old languages probably, Michael concluded, feeling more or less certain about his plan. Improving his access to all facilities could be done by various means. Either he had to secure a place for himself in the freshman rankings by getting the best grades, or he could use Sapphire points to upgrade his access grade. The former seemed easier because Michael had yet to find a way to procure Sapphire points. Thus, it was time to leave the cabinet and move to the central hall where all instructors, professors, and staff introduced their lessons and curriculum to the students. The students could sign up and receive pointers from their future instructors and professors. Michael didn't rush to reach the central hall. He walked slowly, allowing others to pass by him while he carefully inspected the interior of the Decalos-class spaceship. Michael wasn't sure when he would be able to get such an opportunity the next time, and he wanted to make the most of it. It was not as if the instructors would run away, either way. After satisfying his curiosity by walking through the hallways of the Decalos-class spaceship, Michael reached the central hall. Most freshmen had already arrived. There were a total of 1,500 freshmen from Elira, yet it looked like the central hall was not even half full. It didn't seem crowded at all. That was mostly because bigger groups of freshmen had gathered around a few particular professors and instructors, while the minority surrounded other instructors. Interestingly enough, there were even combat instructors, and professors giving non-combat lessons where not a single soul had gathered. Michael had yet to find out what he could learn from the respective instructors. He slowly made his way through the central hall, patiently watching the demonstration videos that were being shown on big screens to help the students understand what the instructors' lessons would look like. Michael didn't allow anyone to rush him. He made a few notes about particular lessons, watched their videos with great focus, and asked a bunch of questions before he walked to the next instructor. After 2 hours, Michael was almost done. Only the 3 professors surrounded by more than 100 students each were left. The 3 professors were talking to each other, not minding the crowd around them. Should I just squeeze my way through? Michael wondered for a moment before he disregarded this idea. One of the 3 professors left was Alice Zenobia. He wanted to ask her for pointers, but it was not really his intention to become one of a few hundred students. The next 30 days were important, and Michael wanted to use them to build his foundation. A good foundation required great focus and effort, which included that his teachers should be able to focus on him and immediately point out whenever he made a mistake. That way, wrong movements and mistakes were fixed before they could turn into habits. That was crucial. After all, habits were hard to kill once imprinted into the mind. Having the entire focus of a combat instructor should be great. But then again, most combat instructors have a requirement of at least 2 or 4 students. Otherwise, their lessons will be canceled. Michael thought while his eyes moved across the combat instructors. He halted in his tracks when he saw a familiar face. It was Silverian Schild, the combat instructor supervising the real combat assessment. He was staring at Michael while standing pridefully in front of his empty stand. Nobody wanted to join his course, however. That didn't seem to bother him in the slightest. On the contrary, he seemed to be relieved to not have students swarming around him, asking questions. Michael recalled having watched the demonstration video in Silverian's stall. It was a terrifying demonstration where 4 students fought against each other fiercely while wearing heavyweight combat suits that had weight enchantments engraved upon them. Oddly enough, Michael wasn't bothered by the thought of wearing heavyweight combat armor. He felt that it might actually be the best for him. Michael had noticed that Berserker physique worked quite decently, with the additional pressure of 1.5 times the inertia weighing down on his body. The issue with Silverian Schild's lesson was something else. 4 students had to sign up minimum for the classes to be conducted. Nobody wanted to sign up, and Michael didn't have anyone to ask and sign up with him. After all, he didn't have any friends. To think that something like this will hold me back, how pitiful. GG eds DG FVWWZ. The link is also in my profile. It would be great if you could leave a review as well. Every bit helps, D. Maybe I can strike a deal and work 4 times harder to make up for the lack of students. Michael felt that asking strangers to join Silverian Schild's lesson wouldn't help. They may sign up, but it was highly likely that they would give up after a few days and never return. He was in need of some people who were as stubborn as he was. Otherwise, the lesson would be canceled later. As Michael approached Silverian Schild, he noticed someone staring coldly at him from further away. It was Caleb Zenobia. Caleb Zenobia was still 17 and not yet an awakened, but it looked like he was also a freshman at the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Michael figured that the Zenobia family used their connections to pull some strings to make sure that Caleb could stay with his sister and enroll as a freshman in the academy once he awoke his war rune. Everyone in the Zenobia family was a lord, and it was highly likely that Caleb would become one as well. The probability of him manifesting a powerful soul trait was also high. Thus, he was taken in by the Sapphire Lake Military Academy after a generous donation, of course. "What are you staring at, idiot?" Caleb asked coldly, his voice seething in anger at the sight of Michael. Caleb was also the reason Alice Zenobia arrived at the after-party of the graduation ceremony. Without Caleb, Alice would have never noticed how valuable Tigerfang is, and their parents would have never given him 20 mythic summoning scrolls either. How could Michael dislike Caleb? Thinking about Caleb's personality, Michael's smile widened. He instinctively took a step closer to Caleb, who noticed that something was amiss. He instinctively stepped back as Michael strode forward. "What?" Caleb asked again, but much louder than before. Some people turned around to see what was going on, only to see Caleb Zenobia retreating a little. His short, silky blue hair and handsome appearance caused various emotions to erupt in the people around him. Caleb Zenobia was handsome and charming, and he hailed from one of the supreme families. His name was enough to strike guys with envy and cause the hearts of the females to flutter. Of course, Michael didn't care about any of that. Caleb glanced at his sister as if he was a puppy seeking help from his guardian. Alice had also noticed that Caleb and Michael were face to face once again. However, this time it was a little bit different. Before Caleb could say another word, Michael disappeared from his spot. He shot forward like a cannonball, and his right arm lunged forward. In the next moment, Michael appeared in front of Caleb, threw him over his shoulder, and walked over to Silverian Child. Caleb tried to use every bit of force in his body to escape Michael's grasp, but he was just an ordinary, unawakened human. His physical strength might be exceptional, but that was only the case using the standards of ordinary humans. Michael was a Tier 1 lord, and he could hardly feel Caleb's struggle. He ignored Caleb's bickering and thrashing, and only put down the young member of the Zenovia family on the ground when they arrived in front of Silverian Child. We want to sign up. Please give us some pointers. Michael bowed deeply while using some force to make Caleb bow as well. Is that guy an idiot? One of the onlookers asked loudly. Who does he think he is? That fool probably thinks this is a game, or maybe he just hit his head somewhere. Either way, he is stupid to think that he can force a Zenovia into doing something. This fool is clearly waiting for a beating, a young man added. Maybe he wants to attract Professor Zenovia's attention by using her younger brother. A young female student pointed out a possibility. The others nodded their heads in unison. They recalled that Alice Zenovia was known for doting on her younger brother. She would never allow anyone to mistreat her brother. Will we be able to see the wrath of the frozen Duchess today? Amazing, the first guy exclaimed, clearly excited about the possibility of witnessing Alice's prowess up close. Despite the commotion caused by Michael, Alice Zenovia didn't move an inch. She merely watched Michael and Caleb from her position and upped her sense of hearing to figure out what was going on. Caleb stared coldly at Michael, however. There was also confusion in his eyes. What the hell was Michael trying to do with him? However, Michael just smiled at the young Zenovia. Are you afraid to miserably lose against me again? He asked provokingly. Michael's entire expression turned into a mocking smile, which caused Caleb's expression to twist into one of pure hatred. He ground his teeth and clenched his fists. However, not a single word escaped his lips for a moment. Caleb could clearly recall what had happened the last time they met. Michael had played him and made a fool out of him in front of his sister at that. Just wait until my war rune manifests. Okay, I will take that as in I am too afraid to compete with you. You are much stronger, better, and more handsome either way. That's the correct translation, or am I missing something? Michael asked, taunting the young Zenovia again. He smirked and turned his attention to Silverian Child, ignoring Caleb's face, which had turned as red as a tomato due to the immense anger that spread through his entire being. Meanwhile, Silverian Child could only look at Michael confused. He clearly recalled Michael from his real combat assessment and the instructor's meeting afterward to determine the ranks of the students. Michael Fang didn't have an extraordinary background, and he shouldn't be familiar to Caleb either. There was no instance where they could have met and become friends. It didn't even look like they were friends in the first place. How did they get to know each other? Either way, Silverian Child felt that the situation was quite interesting. He glanced over to Alice Zenovia, who didn't interfere in Michael's actions, and cleared his throat. Even if the two of you want to join my lesson, we need 2 more freshmen to join. Furthermore, Caleb is not yet an awakened, so I cannot train him a lot. Professor Zenovia would skin me alive if something was to happen to him. That means we need at least 2 more freshmen to join the course. Otherwise, you'll end up wasting your time here, Silverian explained impassively. Michael frowned deeply, but he turned his head in all directions a moment later. He didn't know many people, which made him recall what Alice had messaged him. She had suggested him to get to know a few more freshmen. Otherwise, some courses would become a hassle in the future. What an idiot. Why is he willing to sign up for the Devilish Saints training? Doesn't he know that his training caused mental trauma to more than 90 of his class in the last semester? A familiar voice reached Michael's ears. His ears perked up, and he turned in the direction of the voice with a wide smile. I found another fool. The second familiar freshman Michael found was none other than Frederick Kalbenheim. Michael didn't really like Frederick Kalbenheim, but if he could see him suffer while undergoing Silverian Child's training course, the next 30 days would be quite fun, wouldn't they? Frederick had been calling out the idiot, who wanted to sign up for the Devilish Saints training course without knowing who he was. Thus, Frederick realized too late that it was Michael. Michael exerted his full strength at once. He charged into Frederick Kalbenheim, took him off guard, and threw him over his shoulder before he returned in front of Silverian again. Jacqueline Orlando gave a startled cry when Frederick was kidnapped, but Michael ignored that. He used his strength to suppress Frederick and put him down next to Caleb. I found number 3. His girlfriend will probably join as well, Michael announced, not bothering to ask Frederick whether he was willing to sign up for the training course of Silverian Child, who seemed to be nicknamed Devilish Saint. Caleb and Frederick glared daggers at Michael, while Silverian, Alice Zenva, and many other instructors simply stared at Michael with mixed feelings. Some didn't know that Frederick and Michael had fought before, but even they could tell that something was amiss. Meanwhile, others clearly recalled Michael brutally thrashing Frederick to the ground during their fight in the real combat assessment. They had seen the video multiple times, and could clearly tell that the relationship of the two was far from friendship. So why did Michael do that? Was he trying to provoke Frederick? and make more enemies even before they arrived in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. In fact, Michael was not sure about that himself. He had no idea why he had dragged them along. Silverian Child's training course seemed devilish, just like his nickname suggested. However, it was also quite interesting, and would certainly improve his foundation as long as he made it through the devilish training. In the worst case, he would have merely wasted 30 days. It was not as if he would spend an entire semester training with Silverian Child. But then again, there was no apparent reason why he had to force Caleb and Frederick to join the training course. However, he pulled them over because he felt that it was the best decision. It should be fun. Even if they don't like me, we can turn into each other's grinding stones, Michael thought. Caleb was likely to awaken a powerful soul trait soon. He was also from a very influential and wealthy family, granting him many subjects and resources that allowed him to increase his strength rapidly. Meanwhile, Frederick's soul trait may only be 3-star, but his control of the surrounding wind currents and the ability to create air out of origin energy was something that could hardly be found in soul traits. It was extraordinary even amongst 4-star soul traits. Bastard, what the hell do you think you're doing? Frederick asked, his dagger-like eyes trying to murder Michael thousands of times. Will you join or not? Michael asked curtly. He didn't give an explanation for his actions. Forget about apologizing. Instead, Michael stared deep into Frederick's azure eyes with a hint of ridicule. Frederick hated Michael for repetitively humiliating him. Whenever they met, Michael made fun of him. The first time was when they met in the House of Witchery, then during the real combat assessment, and now for the third time. Frederick had not even forgiven him for the first time because his father further humiliated him and his fiancée, forcing them to join the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Forget about the second time, where Michael had spiked him to the ground with a wooden spear. Even Jacqueline had looked at him with pity when he had been spiked to the ground during the real combat assessment, but it turned even worse. Oliver Zeus, his maternal uncle, sent his parents the video of his fights and actions during the real combat assessment, making him receive further lecture from his parents. Frederick didn't know why his uncle would do something like that, but it was humiliating. And it was all Michael's fault. He was the core issue for all the times he had been humiliated and punished. Frederick wanted to see Michael suffer. He wanted to defeat the poor peasant. Thus, he turned over to Silverian Child, clenching his fists tightly. Let me sign up as well, he declared, sensing an opportunity to see Michael suffer and make him regret his decision to have ever offended him. Now that Frederick had the chance to compete against Michael again, he would make use of it and take revenge. His family had given him enough resources to refine his body rapidly. Using additional weights would accelerate the refinement process. After all, he was given the Kalbenheim's family inheritance body refinement technique, the Wind Sage's sacred body refinement technique. The technique was hard to practice, but the benefits were tremendous. Using the resources at his disposal, Frederick was certain that he could defeat Michael and make fun of him while seeing him suffer. Simultaneously, he could grow stronger. That was a clear win-win situation. Soon enough, he would be able to challenge Michael to a battle and spike Michael to the ground with the same wooden spear that had pierced his abdomen. Michael noticed that Frederick was overflowing with anger, but that was something he expected from a person like Frederick. Frederick might actually not be as bad of a person as he first imagined. He was just a spoiled child that had never been told what no means, or at which point their actions crossed the boundary and became offensive. Nobody had ever restricted descendants like Frederick, and children like him had grown up getting very pampered. They had always been protected by their families, treated as if they were precious treasures, flowers that had to be guarded day and night. Thus, Michael believed that people like Frederick were in need of a good beating to fix them. It was not Michael's mission to fix Frederick's personality, but he would have to clash often with the spoiled brat if he wanted to turn him into his grinding stone. Meanwhile, Caleb was not a bad person either. The young Zenobia was just entitled and full of himself. It was almost as if Caleb credited himself for all of his family's achievements and believed that it was him who brought their family to glory and fame. Michael felt quite amused by that. It was more interesting to have some weird-ass people around him than boring fools. Furthermore, both Caleb and Frederick were well-trained. Their combat prowess might be lower than his, but that was mostly because he was a Tier 1 lord with multiple soul traits. Based on his knowledge and experience of martial arts training, Michael was above average using the standards of an elite high school class. However, compared to the prodigies attending the Sapphire Lake Military Academy, his martial arts techniques were below average. He had a lot to work on. While Michael was wondering who to pick next, Jacqueline rushed up to Frederick to see if her fiancé was fine. After reassuring herself that he wasn't injured, she started to shout at Michael, only to end up signing up for Silverian Child's training course as well, albeit reluctantly. Frederick had already signed up, and Jacqueline didn't want to separate from him. Interestingly, a few more people chose to sign up as well upon seeing a few prominent freshmen taking up the course. They surrounded Caleb, which was why Michael labeled them Caleb suckers. They ignored Michael and gave him a wide berth while trying to become the young Zenovia's friend. After all, he was a nobody and had also forced Caleb to join the Devilish Saints training course, but that was for the better. Michael just wanted to give his best and enjoy the fact that others would suffer alongside him. Frederick dashed forward. He appeared next to Michael, evaded his kick, and delivered a heavy punch straight to his face. Blood spurted through the air and Michael fell to the ground. Under normal circumstances, Frederick would be smiling brightly right now. However, he stared at Michael with contempt. Frederick was panting, his breathing uneven and ragged while sweat trickled down his temples. Frederick stared at Silverian Child in all seriousness. He hesitated for a moment, but asked the question that annoyed him the most. "Why is Michael's heavyweight combat suit 3 times heavier than mine?" he asked sharply. His heavyweight suit was configured to weigh exactly 100 kilograms. The weight was distributed evenly across the entire combat suit, which made it harder to move around while keeping balance, and to fight with light and precise movements while wearing ordinary clothes. However, Michael had a much harder time than Frederick. His heavyweight combat suit weighed a whopping 300 kilograms. Michael Fang's physical tests clearly state that his strength, speed, endurance, and other physical limits are very high for a lowest tier 1 lord, Silverian answered calmly. He then added, Michael also uses his soul trait, which increases the weight enchantment's power by 20. That means he doesn't have to carry 300 kilograms like luggage, but he walks around with 360 kilograms weighing down on his body. Silverian Child had everything set for his training course. He knew how strong everyone was because of the aptitude assessment. Thus, he frowned when Michael used his soul trait on the heavyweight combat suit, shrouding it in a white hue, increasing the weight enchantment's potency by 20. However, for now, he allowed Michael to do as he pleased. Michael would learn sooner or later that he overestimated his physical strength and that he was too impatient. It was possible to rush and increase one's strength, but a carefully constructed foundation was a sure-shot way to earn long-term benefits. Arrogant fool, Caleb spit out coldly with his gaze fixated on Michael, who was struggling to get up from the ground. Michael wiped his bloody face as he got up slowly, and Caleb's gaze never left him. Right now, Caleb was just an ordinary human being. He might be well-trained with great resources at his disposal, but he was weaker than everyone else present. That irked him even more so because Michael acted high and mighty in front of him. I want to learn how to subconsciously use lesser enhancement. This has nothing to do with being arrogant or overestimating myself. Michael responded to Caleb, but the young Zenovia moved away from Michael as if he couldn't hear him. Usually, soul traits would be deactivated once the user lost focus. No matter if their focus had wavered even for a millisecond, the moment it was disturbed, the soul trait would be deactivated. Michael wanted to work on that. He wanted to make sure that he could use lesser enhancement to enhance his power at all times, even if he was distracted by the loss of a limb or two. Stop talking, kids. Catch up with the others, make an additional lap around the hall and fight for 5 minutes. Silverian Child instructed before kicking the 3 young men back onto the track. The 3 groaned, but none of them thought of complaining out loud. They returned to the track, made a lap around the central arena before they returned to fight against each other for a few minutes. Afterward, they would have a 1-minute-long resting period before the next step of today's training would start. The Devilish Saints training was quite unique. It was known as Mental Breaker by some and Limit Breaker by others. It was a training course that forced both the body and mind to reach their limit and go beyond or break down before. Silverian Child created this training course as a way to unravel the hidden potential of the human body. After all, the human body was a mystery, a subject that had yet to be fully researched, and a hidden treasure with the ability to unleash tremendous power. The freshmen hadn't even learned new combat techniques from the Devilish Saint yet. However, they learned something far more important. They got to know how to use their body's strength precisely, to a near-perfect level. The first task was to make sure that they could put their mind and body in sync with the refinement of their war rune to feel the most subtle changes in the war rune's degree of refinement. Most lords couldn't even sense the increase of their strength, except during major enhancements such as the breakthrough from the lowest grade of a tier and the low grade. However, it was important to sense every bit of strength within the body. Duke-ranked lords would always have soldiers stationed across their territory. Some of them would almost always hunt monsters, invaders, or criminals. The Duke-ranked lords would receive an energy share from their soldiers' energy influx, no matter how negligible the energy share may seem. Using that little bit of additional energy in a moment of crisis, the possibility to change the tides of a losing battle would increase drastically. All it took was 100 control of one's strength and perfect perception of the war rune. Of course, that was not something Caleb could achieve for now. However, he had figured out how to utilize 100 of his strength at all times. That was just as important, and it could be deemed as his preparation for the future. His survivability in the Origin Expanse would increase exponentially. The first training session in Silverian Child's training course was 2 hours long. At one point during the training, Michael started to practice the Berserker physique while continuing to follow the instructions he had been given. The Berserker physique's body refinement technique used the precise distribution of origin energy and nutrition and the workout of certain muscle groups to refine them one after another. Michael was not sure why he thought that practicing his body refinement technique would work out during the training session, but it did. In fact, it was oddly efficient. Michael practiced the Berserker physique for 5 minutes straight before he switched to utilizing the Sun Soldier's breathing technique because his entire body felt sore and his stamina was drained. Repeating the process until the end of the training session pushed Michael infinitely close to the brink of his bodily and mental limits. He could barely move a single muscle and was on the verge of breaking apart, but he was extremely satisfied with himself. The refinement of his physique progressed rapidly, and his breathing slowly changed. It was a great feeling. "You're a weakling. Your expression makes me wonder if your brain looks like mashed potatoes." Frederick provoked Michael as he squeezed his wobbly limbs out of the heavyweight combat suit. He continued to make fun of Michael while barely retaining enough strength in his body to move around. His entire body was trembling, and moving became increasingly difficult, but Frederick made sure that nobody would focus on him. After the first training session, they moved to the changing rooms, removed their combat suit, showered, and put on their normal clothes. While Frederick continued to provoke Michael in an attempt to make him snap, Caleb and the others kept their mouths shut. They didn't have the energy to act as if they were perfectly fine, let alone engage in a verbal spar. Once everyone was done showering, Silverian led the members of his training course to the cafeteria. That was where the second stage of his daily training began. It was time to feast at the Sapphire Lake Military Academy's expense. "Everyone has to finish their plates, otherwise, you'll be kicked out of the Limit Breaker course," Silverian Child announced nonchalantly. He snapped his fingers and more than 10 staff members walked out of the kitchen carrying humongous plates. Everyone received one of those plates that were filled to the brim with highly nutritious meat and vegetables. Since they had already been accepted officially, Michael and the others were now freshmen of the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Thus, most of their food expenses would be covered by the academy. But that was not the most important. The quality of the food was the most important. Their food had been prepared with high-grade ingredients from the Origin Expanse. They were either highly nutritious or infused with a tremendous amount of origin energy. Both of these were necessary means to accelerate the refinement of the body, replenish the body and mind, and make sure that the daily training regime wouldn't be too taxing on the new students. Since they enrolled for the Limit Breaker course, Michael and the others were even given potent medicinal solutions. They could dissolve the medicinal solutions in water and bathe in it for a few hours to ensure that the soreness all over their body would be eased. Michael told himself that he would use it later once he returned to the Origin Expanse. Food was Michael's passion. He didn't even need a command to start eating, and was genuinely happy that he was given a humongous plate filled with all kinds of delicious dishes. It felt like he had been thrown into paradise after a hellish 2-hour training session. He was tired and his muscles felt like they might tear apart at any moment, but Michael forced them to move. His desire to eat was too strong, and even his sore muscles couldn't stop him. Michael was not the first to start eating, but he was the first to finish the humongous plate. While everyone else was still groaning in pain and forcing more food down their throat, Michael had already shot up from his seat. "Can I get another plate, please?" he asked, smiling vibrantly. His entire body was overflowing with energy. It was almost like he had never undergone a hellish 2-hour-long training session. Michael's body was still hurting and he was sore all over, but the humongous plate was simply too tasty to focus on the pain. He wanted to have more delicious food. Caleb, Frederick, Jacqueline, and even Silverian Child stopped in their tracks when they heard him. Their forks froze mid-air and their heads turned simultaneously over to Michael. "Are you a pig or what?" Frederick blurted out without thinking. Caleb wanted to stay quiet, but even he couldn't help but murmur quietly, "Is his stomach a bottomless pit? Is that another soul trait?" Silverian Child remained silent. He watched him get his refill and finish the second humongous plate when the others were struggling to finish their first serving. Michael looked perfectly normal, while the others were bloated and appeared drowsy. Their bodies were still sore, and now their stomachs were filled to the brim as well. "Will I have to pay extra for such meals once we arrive at the academy?" Michael asked suddenly, looking straight at Silverian. Silverian Child looked at Michael, who moved around nonchalantly as if his muscles weren't sore after having trained until they were on the verge of tearing apart. "Usually, you would have to pay for these meals. They're prepared with valuable ingredients and require a specially trained cook who can handle ingredients of the Origin Expanse. After all, we want to make sure that the origin energy and nutrition of the ingredients won't be wasted, right?" Silverian explained. He saw that Michael's expression turned sour and snickered lightly. "Don't be too sad. As long as you join courses like my Limit Breaker course, you'll be given a special meal quota and a special medicinal solutions quota, but don't be fooled. Most courses with additional resource quotas have higher passing requirements. If you fail the course, you will receive a mark and you don't want to receive marks. Michael and the others knew that failing your course was bad. 1 mark was not that much of a problem, but if you failed 3 courses in a single semester, or 5 courses over the course of 3 years, you would either be expelled from the Saffir Lake Military Academy, or they would punish you and send you somewhere to make up for failing to uphold the Saffir Lake Military Academy's honorable image and standards. That means we can either play it safe and pick courses without resource quota and pass them rather easily, or face the challenges head-on, obtain more resources, and pass the courses with higher difficulty, one of the other freshmen who had joined the Limit Breaker course pointed out. He was one of Caleb's henchmen and initially joined the course to please Caleb and become the friend of the Zenovia family's young master. However, after a hellish 2-hour-long training with a 100-kilogram heavyweight combat suit and feasting on several times more food than he would usually eat, he was not sure if he could keep going. Was the possibility of breaking down worth becoming Caleb's underling and pleasing him day in and day out? Michael didn't bother pleasing anyone. Silverian's lesson was over, and both Caleb and Frederick seemed hooked. That was enough for him. Looks like I'm the winner today. I feel great, so I'll leave now, he said simply while patting the sore shoulders of Frederick and Caleb. Afterward, he disappeared from their sight with quick steps. This bastard, Frederick growled quietly, while Caleb stared coldly at Michael's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Silverian Child began to smile lightly. These youths, I wonder how far they can go by competing. Michael could tell that his body could convert nutrition and origin energy much faster than others. He was not sure if that was solely caused by his high metabolism, or if there was more. Either way, it was extremely helpful to recuperate. Initially, Michael wanted to use the Saffir Lake Military Academy's network to research more about foreign languages, but he disregarded that idea for the day. They had just entered space, and he had more than enough time to do so in the future. But there was something else he had to do before returning to the Origin Expanse. He joined a few more classes, one of them being History of the Origin Expanse, another one being lectured by Harry Barron, called Soul Power Study, and a third being Memory Lane. Amongst his 4 classes, Memory Lane was the only popular lesson Michael joined. It was a lesson on how to improve the memorization ability of the mind. It was quite interesting. Meanwhile, Soul Power Study was not something anyone was curious about at this point. It was not a popular study anywhere because it didn't really matter how strong your soul power was. Every lord could tell how strong their soul traits were by utilizing them. As such, it was not important to measure your soul power. Despite that, Michael was curious about soul power. It was not popular, but there were a few things only he could test out using extraction. The History of the Origin Expanse was something everyone learned in high school and in after school. Most freshmen had been taught about the history of the Origin Expanse, including Michael. However, there was a major difference between knowing the history of the Origin Expanse from mankind's point of view and the point of view of older races. Michael hoped that the History of the Origin Expanse lesson from the Saffir Lake Military Academy used information collected from older races. Maybe it would help him find out more about Fenrir, his own family, or the Temple of the Forgotten. In the worst case, Michael would ask the professors about information related to the Berserkers and Warlock Centaurs, and how to get closer to them. They were his best chance to get to know more about the Temple of the Forgotten, and Michael already had a feeling that he would have to approach them to find out more about the underground ecosystem and the languages used before the Third Epic. However, he already knew how to get closer to the Berserkers and the Warlock Centaurs and grab their attention. The easiest way was to get stronger and be assigned as the freshman's representative in the next Triton battles. Unfortunately, that was easier said than done. It was a fierce competition. Everyone wanted to reap the benefits of being the freshman's representative. This included Michael, but he was up for the challenge. The competition excited him. It ignited his desire. It made him want to get stronger by all means. His gluttonous greed was slowly awakening. At last, Michael returned to the Origin Expanse. He reported his arrival to his subjects before he made all preparations to take a medicinal bath. Even if his sore muscles felt much better after devouring 2 humongous plates of savory and highly nutritious food, Michael took the medicinal bath. He wanted to provide his body with the best possible treatment. While he immersed himself in the bathtub to relax, a young man entered his room to hand Michael the daily report. Michael smiled lightly at the young man, who could only see his lord's battered face and the bruises all over his body. The young man left shortly, confused, and unsure what kind of torture their lord was going through outside the Origin Expanse. Michael didn't even know that Frederick had beaten him black and blue. He felt great. Trails leading outside the untamed jungle have been successfully laid. The traps are installed. the nature spirit stretched out its roots, and the heavy armored elephant is currently paving a way straight to the lizard cave. The trail will be completed soon. Great, Michael summarized in his mind while reading through the daily report. Tiara and the others went out to kill hundreds of monsters. Looks like they want to increase their ranks swiftly. Well, it makes sense. Tiara and I are the only ones in Tier 1. It's time to change that. It was important to strengthen the military's combat prowess, not only to protect the territory, but also to conquer the lizard cave and ensure the safety of the miners once they would start mining the ore deposits in the cavern tunnels. The constructions of the enchanter's lair, the smithy, and the alchemy house have been completed, and the Billrocks ranch has been expanded. That's pretty fast, Michael realized. But now that he thought about it, Michael also understood that his territory's workforce had increased rapidly. With more combat units in his army, who had great equipment, high star ratings, and a vast, highly populated region to hunt, it was only obvious that Michael could summon dozens of subjects every day. After all, he possessed a soul trait that complemented his military power and the highly populated, untamed jungle perfectly. Despite that, Michael didn't think that he would have to extract more than 350 monster corpses once he finished the medicinal bath. 350 Tier 1 monster corpses resulted in an extraction of 261 ordinary summoning scrolls after the summoning scroll fragments were combined in addition to 3 tierless artifacts, other unique drops, and 41 blueprints. Some of the blueprints were new to Michael. There were even recipes among the blueprints which were new. One particular recipe attracted Michael's interest. It was a recipe called Jungle Street Mixture. It didn't seem like anything special at first, but it created a concrete-like substance using the most common resources of the untamed jungle. I can upgrade the dirt paved trails into proper streets. What a great recipe, Michael exclaimed. He immediately stepped out of his room after wearing fresh clothes, found someone, and gave new orders. The Jungle Street Mixture had to be mass-produced and used immediately. After the new orders were given, Michael walked over to the summoning gate. He used up all 261 ordinary summoning scrolls at once, adding 234 starless summons and 27 one-star summons to the population of his territory. As usual, the links of loyalty slowly formed between the Lord and his new subjects. Michael approached his subjects and talked to them while ordering his older subjects to explain the situation, give the newlings a place to stay, and so on. The summoning process had already become a daily routine, and it was completed quickly without any disturbances. Just as Michael thought that the next few days would be calming and without any trouble, Blair appeared with a request to him. Since the population in his territory expanded so quickly, Blair Tracer turned her desire to train more trackers into one of her missions. More than enough summons had the means to become trackers, even if they did not possess the natural skills of a 3-star tracker such as Blair. She taught them in an attempt to help Michael to ensure his territory's safety. Michael had heard about that, but he didn't expect an incident to happen already. What did Blair do again? Don't tell me that she stole the cubs of a Tier 3 monster or something like that. I swear, I will whip her bum if she did that, Michael cursed quietly in his heart. He clearly recalled the last incident with Blair and couldn't help but worry. Fortunately, Blair and her students hadn't done anything wrong. The report was about something they had witnessed. It was a huge mess. Michael was relieved when he read the first few sentences of the report. He was happy that Blair didn't do anything stupid. However, his expression turned sour real quick. What? Michael blurted out, and his expression turned deadly serious the next moment. Apparently, Blair and her students had been near the habitat of a saber-toothed wolf pack. She initially planned to teach her students more about the saber-toothed wolf pack, the power disparity of an alpha, Luna, and beta of a wolf pack, and point out a few more pieces of information by giving them a live tour. However, their study trip turned into a horror trip shortly after they arrived near the saber-toothed wolf pack's habitat. A single monster had invaded the territory of the saber-toothed wolf pack. According to Blair's power scale, the alpha, Luna, and beta of the saber-toothed wolf pack were as strong as the black bear respectively at the lowest Tier 2 with exceptional instincts and above-average combat experience. Yet, despite being that strong, and having a pack of more than 200 peak Tier 1 saber-toothed wolves by their side, a single monster annihilated them in less than half an hour. Michael could tell that it had been a close shave with death with a single glance in Blair's eyes. Blair may be a little stupid, but she was a confident young woman. She knew how strong their small army was, yet she was scared witless. Adding the detailed content written down in the report to her reaction, Michael felt that the monster was far more troublesome than any opponent they had encountered until now. The monster was a 3-meter-tall minotaur, wearing metal armor and a huge war axe. A monster foreign to the untamed jungle had somehow appeared and wreaked havoc, massacring the saber-toothed wolf pack without sparing a single soul. Its huge war axe sliced through the air, flesh, and bones without any resistance. The Minotaur's crimson glowing eyes, which were fixed on obliterating one opponent at a time, struck Blair and her students with terror. They were frozen to the spot while the Minotaur slaughtered one saber-toothed wolf after another. The saber-toothed wolves attacked the Minotaur from all sides, but it never paid much attention to them. Instead, it used its empty hand to grasp the saber-toothed wolves, nonchalantly, and smashed their skulls with brute force. After their skulls were smashed, the Minotaur tore their saber-tooth out of its hide before it proceeded to kill the remaining saber-toothed wolves as if nothing happened. The Minotaur was like a highly combat-aware, yet bloodthirsty berserker. It was a monster that obliterated everything in its way before it disappeared from sight. Michael read through Blair's report several times, and his expression worsened every time he finished reading through it. He took note of a few points and pieced the clues together. Unfortunately, the result wasn't really pleasant. It was the second time a Tier 2 monster had gone completely wild and acted weirdly. The first time was the black bear, and now a Minotaur, a monster that didn't belong to the untamed jungle, just like the black bear. This time it was worse than the first incident. The Minotaur wore a set of high-quality armor and wielded an exceptional weapon. Was it a summon or possibly a tamed monster? The probability was not zero, but it could also be something else. Maybe the Minotaur is an evolved species. It's not impossible for monsters to evolve after they have absorbed enough origin energy. It could have broken through its racial genetic limitations. The armor and axe might be from adventurers which it hunted after evolving. Michael theorized in his mind, but it was not adding up together. There was something about the theory that irked him. It was like he was missing an important piece of information. What would be the easiest way to obtain this missing piece of information? How could he find out more about the Minotaur after it appeared out of nowhere? Maybe it wreaked havoc somewhere else before, Michael wondered. The thought crossed his mind, but he had nobody to ask about the Minotaur. Wait, I do have someone to ask, Michael recalled a familiar elven face. It was about time to visit Ziltra. Ziltra was the nearest city bordering the untamed jungle. It was one of the outer cities belonging to the Zentaka Empire, and a place Michael had to visit due to various reasons. Ziltra was a good place to gather more information about most of the things Michael was curious about, including the crimson-eyed Minotaur. Other than the Minotaur, Michael was also curious about the person supporting the Lionheart's leader. He hadn't heard anything about the supporter for a while, and he grew increasingly worried. Was the Lionheart leader's supporter not curious about what happened to his investment? Was the supporter aware of what had happened? If so, why didn't the supporter do anything up until now? Michael was not only interested in these few questions. His interest in the Origin Expanse increased consistently as well. He was curious how a city in the Origin Expanse looked, what races he would meet, and what kind of information he could procure in Ziltra. Furthermore, Lilica lived in Ziltra as well. He wanted to find her and ask her a few questions. I hope she will be in Ziltra when I arrive, Michael thought at that moment. But there were more reasons why Ziltra grew increasingly important to Michael. He wanted to expand the Bilrox ranch quickly. Buying fully matured Bilrox in Ziltra would be the fastest way to do so. Last but not least, Michael could earn a fortune using Ziltra's market. The shops in the spaceship required sapphire points if one wanted a fair deal. They accepted dollars as a currency as well, but their conversion rate was ridiculous. He would have to pay a lot more for everything he purchased, and his goods weren't worth that much when he requested to sell them. That was when Michael first realized how much the Golden Bartholomew membership card had spoiled him. He gained so many benefits from the House of Witchery that he felt like crying now that he realized his loss, but there was nothing he could do to change it now. It was time to think of a better way to earn a fortune, and Ziltra was the best to achieve that. Michael had already manifested the runic gate when he recalled the Limit Breaker training. He opened his messenger and typed a short message to Silverian Child. Michiel Fang, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I have to enter the Origin Expanse for a day or two. I will make up for the lack of training once I return. Sorry. Remark, please make sure that Frederick and Jacqueline suffer the most. These two are a nuisance. Michael grinned when he sent the message. The remark was something he added on a whim, but it was definitely something he hoped Child would listen to. Seeing the barbaric couple's struggle felt great. With a foolish grin on his face, Michael entered the runic gate. He appeared in the Origin Expanse, where he found Tiara and Blair talking to each other. They turned to Michael the moment they saw him and bowed deeply. Master, you've returned. Welcome back, my lord. Michael simply nodded, before he told the two women what he planned. Neither of the two women was surprised that Michael wanted to travel to Ziltra. Too many reasons were pulling them to the border city. If you use Icarus, you'll arrive in Ziltra in less than an hour, Blair proposed, pointing at the black-feathered greater eagle. Michael named it Icarus, which the greater eagle seemed to love. We can send the cavalry rider through the trails to pick up the fully matured Bilrox. You won't have to waste your time herding the Bilrox through the untamed jungle that way, Tiara added after she considered it for a second or two. Michael agreed readily. I will take Heron Tarn with me in that case. He knows the most about Bilrox, and he can deal with them much better than anyone else in the territory. Heron will be in charge of the Bilrock's purchase, Michael said after he gave it a thought. The lesser tamer had raised 3 Bilrocks, and his link of loyalty was extremely firm. Heron could be trusted, that was for sure. Michael was curious about what riding Icarus would feel like. He couldn't use the Bilrocks to travel around yet because they were still a little bit stubborn, and the battle horses were certainly much slower than Icarus. However, the most important factor was that Icarus could fly through the air and cut down the travel time by a large margin. Additionally, Michael was a little excited to freely fly above the densely grown ground of the untamed jungle. It made his heart thrum wildly. Thus, Michael chose to travel on Icarus with Heron by his side. When Michael informed Icarus and Heron about their mission, Icarus screeched in excitement. Meanwhile, Heron's face was drained of all color. He didn't dare to say anything, but it was obvious that he was afraid of making a mistake. Heron didn't like the responsibility that had been placed upon his shoulders. However, they didn't have any time to waste, as Michael wanted to depart immediately. He sat down on Icarus' back and pointed behind him. Heron hesitated only a moment before he sat down behind his lord. He grasped his lord's clothes tightly to make sure that he wouldn't fall off. The next moment, a piercing screech rang through his ears and Icarus' body tensed up. The black-feathered greater eagle flapped its wings and stirred the dirt around before taking up from the ground. In an instant, Michael and Heron were pushed against the greater eagle, who shot high up into the air. They passed through the open space of the clearing and continued to ascend higher even after they left behind the canopy of the humongous trees around them. Michael's heart was beating wildly in pure excitement, while Heron screamed at the top of his lungs. Heron's arms were coiled around Michael's waist, using every bit of strength to stay on Icarus' back and not to fall. On the other hand, Icarus continued to screech loudly, voicing out his excitement to soar high in the air. After ascending for a few minutes, Icarus changed his course. He tilted his body just a little, changing direction before adjusting his position mid-air. The greater eagle's body was parallel to the ground, several hundred meters separating them. His wings were spread out as far as possible as they glided through the tranquil sky. At least, the sky was supposed to be tranquil. It was cloudless without a single aerial monster bothering them, or so Michael presumed at first. The cloudless sky turned dark between one moment and the next. Raging thunder swept their surroundings all of a sudden, and a huge shadow engulfed Icarus. Michael, who had been watching the seemingly endless untamed jungle from a bird's view, turned around slowly and was shocked to the core. I didn't even sense anything, he wondered as he turned to the humongous existence, whose shadow engulfed him, Heron, and Icarus easily. A 30-meter-long streamlined body, wings with a wingspan of more than 100 meters, supported by sturdy bones and adorned with translucent membranes, a beak-like mouth with sharp teeth, and large round eyes that seemed to be staring deep into Michael's soul entered his view. His body began to tremble subconsciously as the earthy tones and unique markings of the monster invaded his sight. I am so dead. The moment the monster, whose magnificent sight captured the essence of a prehistoric existence, appeared high up above them, Michael came to a realization. The canopy of the untamed jungle protects its inhabitants from the ferocious existences in the sky. He was terrified, and rightfully so. High-voltage electricity currents engulfed the earthy tones of the prehistoric monster as it issued an earth-shattering screech. Icarus' body stiffened, and he instinctively adjusted his wings to lose altitude. The closer they were to the untamed jungle, the higher their chances of survival were. What is a Tier 4 Thunder Pteranodon King doing in the outer area of the untamed jungle? No matter how terrified Michael might be, it didn't make sense that a Thunder Pteranodon King turned the aerial space above the untamed jungle's outskirts into its territory. Monsters with the name King in their names may not be on the same level as saint beasts or mythical creatures, but they were existences with enough strength to fight monsters a rank above their tier head-on. They may not necessarily win, but they wouldn't easily lose either. For a Tier 4 King-level monster to turn the space above the untamed jungle's outskirts into its territory, what kind of nonsense was that? The Thunder Pteranodon King was one of the few existences Michael had read about. It was a terrifying King-level monster that was known for living high up on the peak of the Thunder Range. The Thunder Pteranodon King ought to love regions where thunder-attributed origin energy was present. Attributed origin energy was rare, especially rare elemental origin energy such as thunder origin energy. Yet, such an existence chose to stay in the untamed jungle. Did someone throw logic into the garbage bin? Just as Michael thought that it couldn't get any worse, and that the Thunder Pteranodon King would strike them with a bolt of compressed lightning, the atmosphere all over the untamed jungle changed suddenly. The dark clouds manifested by the Thunder Pteranodon King dispersed as the intensity of the sun increased severalfold. It was impossible for Michael or anyone else to look high up into the sky because it was too dazzling. The sky was shrouded in a golden light that expanded infinitely. And it seemed as if time slowed down for Michael all of a sudden. He felt weird, as if someone was watching him from afar. Michael broke out in a sweat, and goosebumps spread all over his body. The next moment, a heavy pressure weighed down on him, Icarus, and Heron. His body stiffened and he felt incapable of even moving an inch. Even Icarus stopped moving, unable to flap its wings. However, instead of falling to the ground as they should have, they remained hovering in midair. Michael's eyes were fixated on the Thunder Pteranodon King, but something was odd. At first, he thought that the Thunder Pteranodon King was playing with them and that it was at fault for the heavy pressure. However, Michael was quickly proven wrong as he made eye contact with the fear-stricken eyes of the Thunder Pteranodon King. Oh fuck, he had never seen someone being that afraid. Forget monsters, any existence as afraid as the Thunder Pteranodon King was either at the brink of losing its last strand of sanity, or realized that they were on the verge of death and almost invisible, thin lines separating them from being struck by the Grim Reaper's soul-reaping scythe. Michiel could clearly see the Thunder Pteranodon King struggling, while the heavy pressure weighed down on its body, pushing it down. It struggled desperately and regained control of its beak-like mouth. The next moment, it screeched out loudly. To Michael, the screech felt like it was filled with desperation, the fear of death, and the monster's unwillingness to succumb to its fate. But it couldn't escape its fate, no matter how much it struggled. Before its desperate screech dispersed in the seemingly endless sky, the Thunder Pteranodon King's wings caught fire. Blazing, azure-blue flames engulfed the Thunder Pteranodon King's wings entirely within seconds, and they continued to expand. In less than half a minute, the entire humongous body of the Thunder Pteranodon King was shrouded in blazing azure-blue flames. The desperate screeches of the monster turned into pitiful, pained wails that seemed to be pleading for mercy and to end its misery. However, Michael and the others could only watch with a horrified expression. The heavy pressure weighing down on them prevented them from moving. They couldn't even close their eyes from the terrifying sight unfolding in front of them. The smell of burning, sizzling flesh reached their nostrils, and smoke spread everywhere as the dark outlines of the burning Thunder Pteranodon King distorted. At a speed much faster than Michael could have ever expected, a Tier 4 King-level monster had met its death, and a pitiful way at that. The magnificent creature had burned to a crisp without the slightest chance to even flee, forget about fighting its opponent. The Thunder Pteranodon King didn't even see its opponent before it died miserably. Would the same happen to Michael and his subjects? They were merely insignificant ants in the face of the Thunder Pteranodon King. Shouldn't that mean the being that killed the Thunder Pteranodon King easily wouldn't notice their existence in the first place? It was only after the Thunder Pteranodon King turned into ashes that Michael saw a huge shadow in the seemingly infinite sky. The shadow was humongous, even from tens of kilometers above them. Its outlines looked like a serpent slithering through the air, but it had two magnanimous pairs of feathered wings as well. Michael couldn't make out who exactly this mysterious monster was even after he used eagle eyes at their full capacity. The dazzling golden hue in the air disappeared following the death of the Thunder Pteranodon King. Simultaneously, the blazing azure flames dispersed in all directions. Hot air blasted upon Michael's face, forcing him to close his eyes. It was only then that he realized the heavy pressure weighing down on him had also vanished. He could move freely once again and opened his eyes wide. He searched the sky for the humongous serpent but couldn't find it anymore. It left just like that. The next moment, Icarus regained control of his body as well. Heron shivered in terror, and Icarus' initial excitement seemed to have disappeared after the spine-chilling encounter. What they had witnessed just now was simply too terrifying. Michael pressed his right hand against his chest in an attempt to calm down his wildly beating heart, but it hardly worked. His entire body continued to shiver, recalling the pitiful demise of the Thunder Pteranodon King and the mysterious humongous serpent. "Buddy, I think it's better if we fly at a lower altitude," Michael ordered Icarus at last. Icarus followed Michael's order quietly. They flew across the canopy of trees, not uttering a single sound in the hopes of not attracting the attention of another terrifying aerial beast. They didn't fear the monsters living on the ground of the untamed jungle's outer area. However, the space above the untamed jungle was an uncharted territory. It was terrifying, and a place that ought to be avoided if possible. Flying at a low altitude seemed a safe bet for short distances, but Michael didn't dare to make long trips at a high altitude. Even Icarus didn't dare to do so anymore. The greater eagle was a prideful monster with great prowess, but it was incomparably weaker than the two monsters they'd encountered in air. It knew that the sky several meters above the canopy of the untamed jungle was off its limits. The flight to Ziltra, which ought to be filled with excitement and magnificent landscapes covering the infinite horizon of the Origin expanse, fueling his adventurous spirit, turned out to be a complete disaster. The scenery around Michael was still extravagant and magnificent as they flew through the air, but Michael's heart and mind couldn't feel the excitement anymore. They reached the plains adjacent to the untamed jungle, and a vast expanse unraveled itself in front of Michael, yet the beauty of nature had suddenly lost its appeal for him. Not even the towering walls of Ziltra attracted his attention. The border city was humongous, surrounded by a huge wall that had intricate enchantments engraved in every nook and cranny, and hundreds of archers and mages had been stationed on top. It was only obvious, but besieging Ziltra wouldn't be easy. Even the most ordinary guards were at the first tier. Older guards reached the second tier, and the guard captains were even stronger. Icarus landed on the ground a kilometer away from Ziltra's arched gates that served as the entrance. Michael and Heron got down from Icarus back, and the three of them approached the city on foot. Entering Ziltra was not further difficult. Michael was told to press his hand against a small semi-translucent orb, which he did without complaints. Heron was the next to press his palm against the orb, and Icarus pushed his head against the orb. Their data was fed into the orb, and they were registered since they'd never been in Ziltra before. Entering the city and being registered in the database of the Zentica Empire cost money, which they didn't have. They didn't have a single Zentic, the currency used in the Empire, in their hands. Fortunately, that was not a problem. Michael retrieved a Tier 1 gemstone and handed it over to the guard, who accepted it readily. It seemed like the guards didn't care that Michael didn't have any Zentic. He retrieved a few golden shimmering coins from his purse and put them inside the metal box used for depositing the city entrance fee. Meanwhile, the Tier 1 gemstone was stored in his pockets. The guard sneaked a small fortune for himself to let them pass and was overjoyed. "Can you tell me where the best merchants are located and where to purchase fully matured billrocks?" Michael asked in the origin language, smiling amiably as if he didn't see what the guard had just done. "Of course, my friend," the guard said in a friendly tone before pointing out a few places he had to visit to make sure that he wouldn't be exploited as a newcomer. The guard meant well after he became friends with the stranger. It was quite intriguing. Michael could tell that it was rare to see humans in Ziltra. He and Heron were eyed with more curiosity and vigilance than Icarus, who was a black-feathered greater eagle. Icarus should be unique to the citizens of Ziltra and make heads turn, but nobody paid attention to him. But that was something Michael could have anticipated. There are Lionhearts, Distors, Xanter, Jeglaw, and a few more races I've never seen before. Are there no forest elves? Looks like they're also a minority here. Michael's gaze roamed across the bustling main street of Ziltra. He quickly determined that there were no humans, and that it was more common to see unique monster mounts than a forest elf or human in here. As a matter of fact, Michael didn't see a single forest elf as he paved his way through the bustling street. He led Icarus to the mount stall after the guard from the entrance had directed him to it. It will be much easier to travel through Ziltra, while Icarus would wait in the mount stall. After all, it was quite difficult for the greater eagle to fly around when there were countless Tier 2 archers, mages, and adventurers. If they felt like hunting down Icarus, Michael wouldn't even be able to do something against them. Thus, Icarus was led to the mount stall, where they were told that they had to pay a fee when they returned to pick up the mount. To think that Icarus entered the stall so easily, maybe he got traumatized after we encountered the Thunder Pteranodon King and the mythical serpent. Michael wondered, is he too scared to fly around all by himself now? It was not as if they would stay in Ziltra for several days, but Icarus' behavior was still a little bit weird. For the prideful greater eagle to obediently enter, the crammed mount stall was anything but normal. Michael was a little worried about Icarus' mental health, and he told himself to spend some time with the mighty beast once they returned. He would talk to Icarus and make sure that they would overcome his trauma together. Oddly enough, Michael wasn't terrified of the mythical serpent anymore. He had been afraid when the Thunder Pteranodon King appeared, and he had been at his wit's end when the mythic serpent burned down the king-level Pteranodon as if it was the easiest thing in the Origin expanse, but he was fine now. It was weird. Michael couldn't understand himself either. Why was he not terrified anymore? He should be afraid to return to the untamed jungle and forget about the fact that he and Icarus would fly back since they wouldn't want to waste a day traveling by foot. "Let's meet up with the Rainbow Koi Xanter merchant first," Michael said out loud to change the topic, seeing that Heron was still shaken by their encounter. Heron nodded his head faintly and they set off. As they made their way through the bustling streets, Michael learned a lot about Ziltra, its infrastructure, and the living conditions of the various races living in the bordering city. He spent the next hour distracting himself until they finally reached the Rainbow Koi shop of the Xanter merchant. It was a big shop with an even bigger ranch connected to it. They entered the shop where they were welcomed with bright smiles. Michael noticed the slight astonishment on the staff members' faces, but they were professional enough not to be affected by the arrival of new faces from unknown origin. That was a bonus point in Michael's opinion, and he felt much more comfortable staying in the shop and supporting it by purchasing and selling goods. It's rare to see new faces in my humble establishment. "How can I be of your service, esteemed lord?" a young man of the Xanter race asked in an overly polite manner as he approached Michael and Heron. The Xanter race was a calm and business-oriented race. They would rather shed ink on a piece of paper and fight verbally than shedding blood and spreading death and misery. Michael didn't know much about the Xanter race, but the young man was just like he had expected, with silver skin, human size, one eye, three pointed ears, and a thick skull that protruded out of the back of his head. I have a few dozen low tier 1 corpses from the untamed jungle to sell. I also collected a big stash of blueprints for a while, and I think it's about time for me to sell them. Michael got straight to the point. I hope the Rainbow Koi Shop can give me a satisfying price for the goods I wish to sell. The young Xanter merchant responded near instantaneously, moved his body to the side, and pointed at the back door. My friend here wants to take a look at the fully matured Billrocks. We want to purchase a few healthy ones, Michael added, to which the Xanter merchant reacted by motioning his assistant to get moving. The assistant led Heron outside to the ranch while Michael was tended to by the shop owner. In the next 10 minutes, Michael retrieved more than 100 near perfectly dissected low tier 1 corpses, 82 blueprints, and a few other things which he had wanted to sell for quite a while now. The merchant was slightly astonished at first, but he calmed down quickly. His business-oriented mind took charge, and he appraised all corpses and blueprints precisely and efficiently. Once the merchant was done, he retrieved a notepad, scribbled a few things, and looked at Michael intently before he tilted his head to an uncomfortable degree. At last, he nodded his head subtly. He made a final note and was about to hand Michael the estimated price when his assistant returned with Heron. The assistant whispered something in the merchant's ear, and the merchant scratched something and wrote a new one again before clearing his throat. It seems like your comrade has good eyes. He picked the 3 female Billrocks of the highest quality, the merchant said with a tinge of respect in his voice as he looked at Heron. Afterward, he returned his attention to Michael, whom he handed a note. After deducting the price for the 3 high-quality Billrocks females, you'll be left with 32,532 Zentic. This is the best I can offer. Michael was actually a little bit surprised. Initially, he was worried that the corpses and blueprints wouldn't be enough to purchase more than 2 Billrocks females. However, that couldn't be farther from the truth. He was even left with 32,532 Zentic after deducting the price of 3 high-quality Billrocks females. Michael subconsciously turned his head to the nearest shelf to inspect the price for the displayed goods. At first, everything seemed perfectly normal, but when his gaze landed on the price for summoning scrolls, blueprints, and other drops of the Origin Expanse, he was not sure what to think about them. Did someone switch the price tags, or am I just high on air? Michael noticed a few things by comparing the price tag of the items in the Rainbow Koi Shop and the price he was given for the goods he sold. First, the Tier 1 monster carcasses of the Untamed Jungle were being sold for a pretty high price. Michael expected many adventurers to enter the Untamed Jungle to hunt monsters, but it looked like they couldn't supply enough to cover the demand. Second, summoning scrolls and blueprints were ridiculously expensive. In fact, the blueprints Michael sold were priced much higher than the blueprints that were hard to purchase in the House of Witchery and other shops under humanity's governance. The blueprints he sold were duplicates that could be procured everywhere in the Untamed Jungle, yet their price was quite high. The price of summoning scrolls was even more ridiculous. Using a rough conversion from Zentic to dollars, Michael guessed that summoning scrolls were roughly 3 to 4 times more expensive. That was also why Michael ended up signing the deal before he used his small fortune to purchase the blueprints he thought of as rare and cheap, and a few special techniques that had been created specifically for starless summons. Apparently, these techniques provided enough information to increase the summon's probability of attaining enlightenment. As long as they reached perfect mastery of the respective techniques, their chances to be promoted to 1 star would increase. That was extremely helpful, and something Michael wished to provide to all of his summons. With that thought in mind, he bought 24 techniques, both combat and non-combat related techniques, while his eyes continued to roam through the shelves in the Rainbow Koi Shop. Michael's interest in the displayed items was extremely high. It was enough to make him retrieve a bunch of tierless artifacts, which he placed on the wooden counter in front of the Xanter merchant. How much can you offer me for these artifacts? Michael asked, pointing at the batch of artifacts. They were 2-star tierless artifacts and worth a small fortune, which was just enough for Michael to buy various beast tomes and books about the Zentica Empire, the Untamed Jungle, the adjacent regions, and various other forces within and around the Zentica Empire. The Rainbow Koi Shop had a small library section, which Michael nearly emptied with a single purchase. Information was the best investment of his money right now. Michael understood that Ziltra's shops were advanced, and that they didn't have as many restrictions and requirements to purchase and sell goods. This was something Michael could make use of to become stronger until they arrived in Kelta, even if he could not sell the monster carcasses to the House of Witchery anymore. As long as he used the information at his disposal well, Michael could create a loop of infinite money. He merely had to buy certain blueprints for a low price in Ziltra and sell them for an exorbitant price to other human lords. Of course, creating a loop of infinite money was just theoretically possible. Practically, it was just temporary income since the price of the cheap blueprints would increase if his purchases decreased the already limited supply of rare and cheap blueprints too fast. The supply would lack and the cheap blueprints would become more expensive. Nonetheless, Michael would give it. He was starting to become increasingly more interested in Ziltra, which included the races living in the border city, and the 7 races that made up the majority of the Zentaka Empire's population. Michael didn't really like being around the Lionhearts because it made him recall the Lionheart leader, but it was not as if it was fair to turn all Lionhearts into devils just because a bunch of them had invaded his territory. That was not only unfair, but also nonsensical. Why would he fault someone for someone else's mistake? Instead of acting like a piece of shit, I should focus on procuring information about the eras before the third epic. There should be a few old veterans in Ziltra. Michael thought after he mentally chided himself for his earlier thoughts. Heron took care of the 3 Bilrox females and left Ziltra riding on one of them. The lesser tamer subdued the Bilrox females quickly and he returned, feeling happy that he didn't have to fly back on Icarus anymore. Heron swore to himself that he would never fly in the sky above the untamed jungle anymore. He had learned his lesson. Michael now all by himself walked through Ziltra's bustling streets. Many people stared at him, but they seemed more curious to figure out about his race rather than glaring at him in hatred. That was also why Michael ignored their gazes as nobody stepped forward to talk to him. It was not as if they had bad intentions, after all. After walking through the bustling border city for an hour or two, Michael finally reached Ziltra's Adventure Guild. Most adventurers would register at a guild. That way, they could earn money easily, purchase artifacts using secret channels, and accumulate more benefits by increasing their adventure rank. However, Michael didn't go to the Adventurer Guild because he had a mission to post, or because he wanted to register as an adventurer. Michael went there because he wanted to meet Lilica. He had yet to see any other forest elves, which answered his earlier doubt. Forest elves didn't have a main spawn point in the Zentaka Empire, which also applied to humans. It was known that all races had a specific area where most of their lords would emerge. That was also one of the many reasons why certain supreme families chose to bond together and join their forces. Their territories in the Origin Expanse were nearby, and they wanted to fight together against their common opponents. To ensure that they would be loyal to each other, they arranged marriages of their descendants so as to strengthen their ties and become one family. Arranged marriages were more common than one expected in the era of technology and interstellar travel, and it was initiated because of the Origin Expanse most of the time. Frederick Kalbenheim and Jacqueline Orlando were a great example. They were engaged with each other because their parents' territory was located near each other. They had joined forces decades already, but it had only been 10 years since they announced the engagement of their children. One of the reasons may have been because Jacqueline clung to Frederick, but the biggest reason was that a powerful opponent had appeared at the borders of their parents' territories. Michael didn't think highly of arranged marriages, but it was not as if this affected him in the first place. Neither his nor his brother's territories were located somewhere near human forces. Only a few human lords had spawned in the Zentaka Empire or the area around it. Most of them were unlucky souls who had to give up their territory to survive. Thus, Michael couldn't even hope to encounter a human lord or adventurer in the Origin Expanse. Not anytime soon at least, but that was fine. Michael didn't have anything against other races. In fact, they may be easier to deal with than humans. One way or another, Michael was in need of a reliant informant, yet he couldn't find Lilica anywhere. Where was she when he needed her? In that case, I might as well spy a little. Ziltra was a border city, and the city closest to the untamed jungle and his territory. Michael had to know more about the military power of Ziltra to be prepared for the worst-case scenario. In the future, he might clash with the Zentaka Empire, and Ziltra would become his first hurdle to overcome at that time. Of course, it was too far-fetched to consider Ziltra and the Zentaka Empire his opponent already, but it may turn into a real scenario in the future. The future was not set in stone, after all. Feeling confident about himself, he entered the Adventure Guild without any worries, ignoring the attention he received from everyone. His focus moved to the guild's counter at first. However, instead of asking about the whereabouts of the Emerald Leaf Adventure team, Michael's attention moved subconsciously to a particular mission on the mission board next to the counter. A detailed drawing of a well-armed minotaur caught his attention. Michael approached the mission board where he read the details of the hunting mission. Highly intelligent Tier 2 minotaur acting like a bloodthirsty beast 20 kilometers southwest of Ziltra. It's unknown if the minotaur is a subordinate of a summoner or if it evolved on its own. However, it is extremely deadly and doesn't seem to feel pain. The hunting mission has failed 4 times in total. Casualties: 159 citizens, 9 guards, 17 adventurers. Recommended rank B if alone, C rank group 5 members. Reward: 150,000 Zentik. Michael murmured some of the descriptions mentioned in the hunting mission. He wanted to collect some information about the Minotaur, but it looked like the Adventure Guild didn't know more than the information Blair had reported to him. Why are you so interested in this hunting mission, dear Lord of the Untamed Jungle? A sonorous voice rang out behind Michael. Hearing the last words, Michael's head flung back and he was about to manifest Saron Valge and pierce the curved blade outward. Fortunately, he had held back instead of attacking the newcomer. Lilica Bourian, the leader of the Emerald Leaf Adventure team, was standing behind him, her long hair combed into a neat ponytail and a mischievous smile plastering her face. Nice haircut, by the way, she added lightly with a look at his bald head. Michael was already frustrated that his hair didn't grow back as fast as he hoped for, but Lilica made things worse by rubbing salt in his wound. Despite being annoyed, and a little tense because he had expected the worst when Lilica said, "Lord of the Untamed Jungle," Michael sighed in relief. Lilica hadn't left Ziltra yet. His expression lit up and he smiled brightly at the forest elf. "The haircut is part of the reason why I came to Ziltra," Michael said half-jokingly before he added, "but I'm also here because of that Minotaur." Lilica didn't have to be a genius to understand what Michael's words entailed. His haircut was most likely the result of his fight against the Lionheart Adventure team, and the reason he came to Ziltra was probably to find out more about the person supporting the Lionheart leader with a Lord Seal. The Minotaur was Michael's most recent issue. It should have invaded the Untamed Jungle. That was what Lilica deduced. Since you're already here, we might as well talk. Your haircut is somehow my team's fault, after all. Lilica responded with a faint smile. She gestured to Michael to follow her and walked out of the guild house. Michael followed closely behind. Less than 10 minutes later, they found themselves sitting in the bright sun, munching on some snacks from a nearby stall. Lilica ate her snacks with sparkling eyes. She didn't even pay attention to Michael as he stared at her, waiting patiently for her to reveal more information about the supporter of the Lionheart leader. After she finished her packet of snacks, she looked at Michael's half-eaten packet and pointed at it though her mouth was still filled to the brim. "Are you still eating that?" Lilica asked while her hand had already reached forward, taking away the packet from Michael's hands. She savored the snack and continued to eat in excitement. Michael was not even sure how to react to this kind of behavior. Was he supposed to flick her forehead for stealing his food, shout at her to start revealing information, or was he supposed to kidnap and torture her until she would finally pay more attention to him than a puny packet of snacks? There were too many things he could do, but all of them were created by his intrusive thoughts. They wanted him to hurt Lilica, and he felt his subconscious agree more and more to the idea of scolding her openly. Fortunately, he kept his mouth shut. "I actually don't know too much about the Lionheart leader's backer either, but you probably expected that already." Lilica finally finished the packet and dusted her hands with a satisfied smile. Michael tried hard not to roll his eyes at her as she started to speak. "I only know for sure that the Lionheart leader's backer is a higher-up of the Lionheart race. The Zentaka Empire's interest in the Untamed Jungle increased in recent years. Of course, this is just my guess, but I think that the Zentaka Empire is trying to find something in the Untamed Jungle and that they're preparing meticulously for the day when they find what they're looking for." Michael listened intently to Lilica's words. His theories were not that much different from Lilica's, but it was not nice to hear. It looks like one of the Lionhearts couldn't wait patiently any longer. He probably acted on his own and won't invest too much money to investigate the whereabouts of the Lionheart leader, Lilica added. If the higher-up didn't want to stay secretive, he would have sent stronger Lionhearts into the Untamed Jungle. Hiding the actions of a few dozen Tier 1 adventurers is much easier than covering the disappearance of stronger adventurers. You shouldn't worry too much about him for now. Now that Lilica had reassured him and dismissed his worries, he felt that the backer of the Lionheart leader was a small problem. On the contrary, the Zentaka Empire's interest in the Untamed Jungle seemed to be more problematic. "Are they searching for the Temple of the Forgotten?" Michael asked, but he could already guess the answer. The Zentaka Empire must have some old records revolving around the Temple of the Forgotten. Or maybe they had someone with a unique treasure-hunting soul trait who was led to the Untamed Jungle to find a great treasure. It bothered him a little bit, but Michael was sure that there wouldn't be a problem as long as he could hide the Temple of the Forgotten. After all, the mythic serpent in the air, the eerie Untamed Jungle, and the powerhouses inhabiting the ground would ensure that the Zentaka Empire wouldn't act until they were certain that the thing they were searching for was actually in the Untamed Jungle. Oddly enough, the thought of the Zentaka Empire attacking the Untamed Jungle with all its might felt less threatening than not knowing what would happen and being ignorant to the truth. The uncertainty was more burdening on Michael's mind than knowing what would happen in the future if the Temple of the Forgotten was to be exposed. It was oddly relieving, and a bright smile blossomed on his face. "Why are you smiling like a creep? Stop it." Michael didn't have much hope when his conversation with Lilica started, but it ended up being quite an interesting one. He enjoyed it thoroughly and didn't have any regrets when he left. The information he gained today was everything he needed to analyze the importance of Ziltra, the Zentaka Empire, and the Temple of the Forgotten. His territory's position was dangerous, but it was not as if that was breaking news. Michael picked up Icarus after paying the fee of the Mount Stall, and they left the city together while the afternoon sun descended slowly. It was not the last time he would visit Ziltra, Michael was certain of that. He got on Icarus' back and they ascended in the air. "You can do it, buddy. Don't worry, I'm here for you," Michael said reassuringly while patting Icarus. The prideful greater eagle was still traumatized from their earlier encounter with the Thunder Pteranodon King and the mythical serpent. Michael's words calmed Icarus a little bit, but the greater eagle was still too afraid to fly too high in the air. Michael was certain that everything would be fine, but he didn't have any hard evidence to prove his point. His certainty was solely based on his gut feeling, after all. After flying through the open plains for almost an hour, they reached the untamed jungle. Icarus was tense the whole time they flew above the untamed jungle, and he didn't dare to leave the vicinity of the canopy of the trees. The greater eagle could only feel at ease when they finally reached their territory. Icarus landed in the clearing before he collapsed on the ground. The tension that had accumulated in his body during the whole flight had been released at once, and his body couldn't handle this right now. Michael was greeted by Tiara and Blair when he returned to the territory. They told him that Heron and the 3 Bilrock's females had already returned, and that the blood-eyed minotaur had attacked a second habitat of Tier 2 monsters. Blair retrieved one of the maps she made based on her knowledge of the untamed jungle and pointed out the destroyed habitat of the saber-toothed wolf pack, and the habitat the minotaur had attacked now. "It's getting closer to our territory," Michael realized, and both Tiara and Blair nodded their heads in unison. "We're not sure if the minotaur is looking for our territory, or if it's getting closer to us without realizing. However, it's a fact that the minotaur's second attack indicates that it will find us sooner or later," Tiara explained. Michael bit his lower lip in response. He understood what her information entailed. They had to get rid of the blood-eyed minotaur. "It looks like I won't be leaving the Origin Expanse for the time being," Michael mumbled to himself before he returned his attention back to the 2 women. "Blair, search for the minotaur and secretly follow it. Make sure that it won't find you while you track its movements on the map. I want its movements to be noted down as detailed as possible. Tiara, make sure that everyone close to reaching the next refinement stage will advance soon. You can go out and hunt with everyone, but don't go too far from the territory. Return immediately when I call you guys through the link of loyalty. Our link of loyalty should be firm enough to transfer a simple pull when I call for you." Michael didn't stop with these commands. He spent the next 5 minutes issuing commands to various people, including the master alchemist, the weaponsmith, the mages, the tamed monsters of his territory, and the nature spirit. Maybe he was overdoing it with the sheer amount of orders he gave out just before the untamed jungle would be devoured by the darkness of the night, but he wanted to make sure that everyone would know what they had to do from tomorrow onward. Some of his construction projects and other plans had to be postponed with the approaching danger of the blood-eyed minotaur. Everyone understood Michael's worries. Everyone followed his commands without batting an eye. Meanwhile, Michael handed out the special techniques he had purchased. He gave them to the librarians and scholars to take a look at them. Michael hoped that they could be replicated to ensure that all of his starless subjects would be granted a higher chance of attaining enlightenment and the opportunity of a star rating promotion. Unfortunately, the librarians and scholars felt overwhelmed by the special techniques. At first glance, the special techniques looked like ordinary books. However, that couldn't be further from the truth. The special techniques were techniques that stored the experience of summons with higher star ratings, their memories, and special skills that could only be fully mastered by 1-star summons with the specific occupation that was taught through the technique. Understanding the special technique was one point, mastering it was entirely different. As for duplicating it, without being at least a 4-star summon of that particular occupation, it would be a near impossible task to duplicate the techniques. While that was a bummer, Michael was not too disappointed. The inability to duplicate the special techniques meant that they were the real deal. Michael would wait until he received the first results, and purchase a few more once he was certain that they worked as intended. At the end of the day, the special techniques were an attempt to distract his starless summons. He wanted to train them as well, but he was more worried that the starless summons, who were willing to fight for their lord and territory, would use the same sacrificial tactic as they did when the Lionhearts invaded. Michael hoped that the special technique and the new orders were enough to distract them from foolishly thinking that they stood a chance against the Tier 2 blood-eyed minotaur with their current strength. The Lionhearts and the blood-eyed minotaur were not on the same level. Facing the blood-eyed minotaur would lead to the death of all starless summons. Like that, Michael spent the next 4 days inside the Origin Expanse. He didn't leave the territory because he had to be always ready for an all-out fight. Of course, that didn't mean Michael idled around. He spent his time reading through all Beast tomes and the books he purchased in the Rainbow Koi shop. Michael worked out a lot as well. He could clearly tell that he was on the verge of fundamentally changing his breathing pattern. At first, it felt like his breathing fundamentals changed only subtly, but Michael was certain that he was on the verge of achieving something big. He wasn't missing much. Just a small bit of enlightenment was all he needed to change his breathing pattern completely and reach perfect mastery of the Sun Soldier's breathing technique. Unfortunately, attaining enlightenment was easier said than done. It couldn't be achieved at will and would reach him at the weirdest times. Michael was fine with that. He wasn't rushing anything. Instead, he patiently waited for the last report from Blair. According to her detailed reports, the blood-eyed Minotaur had attacked 2 more areas with Tier 2 monster habitats. It continued to get closer to their territory, and it was time to tackle the Minotaur. After Blair arrived with the final report at last, and he read through it, one thing was clear: the blood-eyed Minotaur had to be dealt with today itself. The preparations had been completed, everyone was armed to the teeth, and multiple strategies had been prepared to battle the blood-eyed Minotaur. There was no way that anything could go wrong. Michael and his army began to move after Blair's arrived with her report. The blood-eyed Minotaur had initiated a massacre in the nearby Gem Jaguar hideout, just like Michael and his people had predicted. The Gem Jaguar hideout was the only gathering place for Gem Jaguars. Hundreds of them had found a habitat in the darkest parts of the untamed jungle's outer area because of the evolved horned Gem Jaguar. According to their research, the horned Gem Jaguar was a female with the ability to pull the Gem Jaguars together and create synergy between them. That was also one of the reasons why Michael and his army always encountered more than one Gem Jaguar in the untamed jungle. The horned Gem Jaguar was thrice as big as ordinary Gem Jaguars, and she was much stronger than the saber-tooth wolf pack, which was no surprise. The blood-eyed Minotaur picked stronger monster packs as its opponents with every attack, which led to fiercer attacks and more wounds all over the Minotaur's body. However, it didn't seem to mind the pain caused by the various wounds that had yet to fully heal. That was stated in Blair's report. Michael spent lots of time reading through the reports Blair and her people provided about the blood-eyed Minotaur and its movements. He knew that it was injured, its equipment was badly damaged, and the battle axe's blade was duller than before, but that was not something he could be happy about. On the contrary, the Minotaur was a huge problem. It had grown stronger in the past few days. The blood-eyed Minotaur had adjusted to fighting large groups of opponents and utilizing the untamed jungle's freaky environment to its benefit. Fortunately, nobody was better at utilizing the untamed jungle than the Lord of the Untamed Jungle and his loyal subjects, who used the untamed jungle to their advantage all day. Michael led his people through the untamed jungle straight to the horned Gem Jaguar. He gave Tiara command of the close combat unit and ascended the canopy bridge high up in the air with the long-range units. The arrow crossbowmen, archers, the earth elemental mage, and the water elemental mage were better off high up in the canopy bridge rather than standing on the ground where the blood-eyed Minotaur could charge at them and snap their necks easily. Icarus and Igleses, the demi-human from the Typhoon Eagle folk, were also high up in the trees, perched on the branches. They didn't use the canopy bridge, but that was not necessary. In fact, the canopy bridges would restrict their movements later. The warriors, spearmen, cavalry riders, vanguards, assassins, and others made their way through the thicket of the untamed jungle with the help of the heavy armored elephant. It paved the way through the untamed jungle with its humongous body. The heavy armored elephant didn't like fighting. However, it was one of the crucial members of today's battle strategy because of its heavy weight and thick gray skin, which was covered in a second layer of protection. The blacksmiths had toiled endlessly for the last few days, creating a thick and heavy metal armor for the heavy armored elephant. The heavy metal armor didn't look great, but it would certainly fulfill its goal. How far along is their fight? Michael asked Igleses as the demi-human from the Typhoon Eagle folk flew past him. Igleses shot through the canopy of trees and approached their final destination while remaining undiscovered by everyone. A minute after he departed, Igleses returned. His face was drained of all its color. The battle is already over. The Minotaur won, Michael asked, even though Igleses' face was enough to answer his questions. Igleses nodded his head heavily and responded slowly. The Minotaur sustained a few injuries, but it won. It killed every single Gem Jaguar already. Michael didn't expect the Minotaur to be that fast, but it didn't change anything in their plan. He turned to his right to look down at the ground where Tiara was already waiting for him. Everyone was in position and ready to move. "Let our speedster go," Michael said loud enough for the people down below to hear. Tiara nodded, and their little speedster, the demi-human from the speedster rabbit folk, began to move. She shot past the heavy armored elephant, squeezed through the thicket, and accelerated. She was not at the first tier, but her speed rivaled Tiara's. However, that was not the sole reason why they sent the speedster demi-human out. Members of the speedster rabbit folk reached an even greater speed in moments of fear and desperation. The hormones they released allowed their body to go past their limits. But on the flip side, the hormones they released attracted nearby monsters as well. Some would fall into a state of rage, while others would be overwhelmed by sudden curiosity. One way or another, most monsters were affected by the speedster rabbit folk's hormones, and they would follow the trail left behind by the hormones. They were the perfect bait. Seconds after the speedster was released into the densely grown habitat of the horned gem jaguar, a terrifying roar reverberated through the surrounding area. The minotaur took the bait. The ground began to tremble wildly as the blood-eyed minotaur charged behind the speedster. Meanwhile, Michael and the others began to move. In the next 10 seconds, everyone got into position. The close combat group entered Formation A, with 3 different types of potions in their empty hands, while the long-range group spread across the canopy bridge with 2 potions in their hands. The master alchemist prepared various potions to temporarily enhance everyone's strength, stamina, and pain resistance to a certain extent. The potions would have slight side effects once the effect wore off, but that was a small sacrifice in exchange for a boost in strength, stamina, and a certain degree of immunity to physical pain. I hope I'll summon a poison master soon, Michael thought when he retrieved a bunch of potions from his war rune. The master alchemist had never been interested in concocting poison. Thus, Michael and the others weren't in possession of highly potent venom to use against their enemies. The paralysis venom in Michael's possession was strong, but it wouldn't work against a monster such as the blood-eyed minotaur. It was partially resistant to venom. Fortunately, the master alchemist was a sly bastard. He had a particular potion that was perfect for the given situation. It was expensive to produce, which was also why they had only a single potion of it, but that was more than enough to fight the blood-eyed minotaur and use it at the very end as a trump card. Now that everybody was in position, Michael summoned the Siltang bow. He conjured the strongest arrow using the energy stored in the bow frame and coated the entire arrow with the tincture prepared by the master alchemist. Once the arrow was fully coated, Michael stored the half-empty glass vial back in the war rune. He activated Lesser Enhancement and Eagle Eyes simultaneously and pulled back the bowstring while calling out loudly, "Ready." As his words resounded across the canopy bridge, everyone else moved as well. They pulled their bowstrings back, readied their crossbows, and manifested their elemental spells while waiting for the perfect opportunity to attack. The commotion on the ground intensified and a terrifying roar rang through the untamed jungle as the minotaur barged through the densely grown thicket, slashing at the desperately running speedster. But before the blood-eyed minotaur's battle axe could slice through the speedster's frail body, something heavy smashed into the minotaur's side with a weight of close to 13 tons. The impact was hard and unexpected, and the blood-eyed minotaur couldn't react in time. It was flung to the side as it desperately tried to regain its balance but was unable to do anything. Meanwhile, the heavy armored elephant found itself in a state of shock. Its sharp tusks weren't strong enough to pierce the blood-eyed minotaur's hide. Plan A was thus rendered useless. The heavy armored elephant reacted quickly. It used its heavy weight to smash the minotaur against the nearest tree before making space for everyone else to attack. Even if the heavy armored elephant looked terrifying with its humongous size and heavy weight, the monster's mission was to protect and distract rather than attack. After losing its momentum and being smacked upon the nearest tree trunk, the blood-eyed minotaur required a second to regain its senses. It had been fueled with uncontrollable anger seeing the tiny demi-human and had solely focused on it, forgetting to keep a lookout for other unexpected attacks. Hence, the minotaur simply charged behind it for a few seconds until it had nearly caught up with the little bastard demi-human. In the next second they charged through the thicket, only to be faced with the assault of a heavy armored elephant and the appearance of dozens of tiny bastards unveiling themselves in front of it. The blood-eyed minotaur's gaze moved across the tiny bastards standing behind the heavy armored elephant. It roared out again, causing some of the human warriors to step back subconsciously. They were struck by fear and couldn't stop themselves from shivering anymore. Staring at the blood-eyed minotaur, they could only feel its uncontrollable desire to tear apart every single one of them. The warriors were frozen in place. None of them was capable of resisting the fear that had surfaced from the deepest parts of their subconscious. The blood-eyed minotaur was intelligent enough to notice this. It sensed the weak presence of the tiny bastards in front of it and made a sound that resembled a sneer. These weaklings wanted to assassinate it. That had to be a joke. The battle against the horned gem jaguar might have drained its stamina rapidly, but that didn't mean it couldn't obliterate these tiny bastards. They should have stayed home and practiced a bit more, instead of throwing themselves at a living inferno. The blood-eyed minotaur was just about to get up from the ground when a loud and confident voice reverberated through the vicinity. "Charge!" A moment later, dozens of arrows and bolts rained down from the canopy above the minotaur. Simultaneously, the deep-rooted fear in the hearts of the warriors seemed to disperse. Their lord had spoken. It was time for war. The arrows pouring down from the canopy bridges hit their target precisely. The distance was not large enough to miss a target as large as the blood-eyed minotaur. However, despite hitting the target, only a few arrows and bolts did any real damage. The bolts of the arrow crossbowmen tore through the Minotaur's thick hide, and the archer's arrows found their way through the cuts, claws, and bite marks from the Minotaur's earlier fights. Michael's attack was one of the arrows that found its way through a claw mark on the Minotaur's chest. The arrow dug deep into the target's chest, after which the tincture coating the arrow tip began to spread rapidly through the veins. The tincture was a rather simple potion, even though it was made with expensive ingredients. It enhanced the sensitivity of the target's nerves more than tenfold. In less than 5 minutes, the blood-eyed Minotaur's sense of touch would be enhanced to the extreme, driving it to insanity whenever it came in contact with something. It was not a poison, and was often used in an attempt to help cripples regain their sense of touch and help improve the functioning of the nervous system of disabled patients, but it could also be used to drive his opponent to insanity. Plan B, stalling for time, was executed, and everyone began to move. Icarus and Iglisses dived down from the treetop above the blood-eyed Minotaur. They impacted heavily and clawed at the blood-eyed Minotaur in an attempt to injure it heavily. Following the distraction caused by the two aerial combat units, the Water Elemental Mage and the Earth Mage worked together to pull the blood-eyed Minotaur's legs underground. Earth spikes shot out of the ground, piercing the Minotaur's armpits, while water ropes conjured all around the Minotaur. Most of the manifested water ropes coiled around the Minotaur's arms to restrict its movements. Meanwhile, the remaining water ropes shot toward the hand holding the battle axe tightly. The mages tried to disarm the Minotaur while restricting its movements simultaneously and locking it in place. They stalled time for the close combat group to attack and the long-range units to prepare their second and third barrage. Meanwhile, Michael took his time to shoot one arrow after another. He coated a second arrow in the tincture prepared by the master alchemist and released the arrow. This time, however, his arrow impacted the Minotaur's left calf. The Minotaur struggled to free its legs and escaped being buried alive by the two elemental mages when an energy arrow pierced through the thick hide covering its left calf. Its left calf was not injured but just scratched, however. The Siltang bow, enhanced by lesser enhancement, could create enough force to further push the arrow through the Minotaur's hide. The arrow didn't dig deep through the Minotaur's calf, but that was not needed. Everything Michael desired was coming to fruition with the slow-spreading tincture prepared by the master alchemist. Michael achieved his goal, which was also why he began to release one arrow after another to restrict the Minotaur's movements and distract it. His arrows targeted the Minotaur's throat, mouth, nose, eyes, and even ears. One arrow after another was conjured and released through the Siltang bow, and every single one of them hit their designated target. Meanwhile, as Michael depleted the energy storage of the Siltang bow, the other long-range units released their projectiles as well. The close combat group waited patiently, hoping that their comrades could restrict the blood-eyed Minotaur while inflicting lethal injuries. That way, the close combat group would have a higher chance of survival, and the terror induced by the blood-eyed Minotaur would decrease drastically. Every projectile that inflicted an injury, or worsened an existing wound, no matter how big or small, was a great deal. It meant that the blood-eyed Minotaur would have a harder time dealing devastating damage once the close combat unit had to jump into action. However, something was weird. The blood-eyed Minotaur seemed to be struggling to regain freedom and escape the attacks of the two elemental mages, but its attempts seemed lax and sluggish. It was almost as if the blood-eyed Minotaur was not actually trying to escape the restrictions of the water ropes or sinking further into the ground. It was a matter of fact that the injuries all over its body had increased. Michael's attacks alone were already enough to injure the blood-eyed Minotaur severely. One of its ears had been pierced by an energy arrow, and one of its eyes had been damaged as well. Why would the blood-eyed Minotaur allow anyone to injure it to such an extent when it had the means to escape? Michael frowned deeply. He jumped down from the canopy bridge and replaced the Siltang bow with Saron Valge. Simultaneously, the onyx dragon armor set covered his body. Michael used lesser enhancement on all of his manifested artifacts while rushing over to Tiara and the others, who approached the blood-eyed Minotaur slowly. His perception heightened to the extreme, and his eyes and focus never left the blood-eyed Minotaur. Something was off, but Michael couldn't really tell what it was at first. Only after he jumped down to the ground and approached the Minotaur did he slowly gain more insights into the situation. At first, it looked like the blood-eyed Minotaur's chest was coated in blood. While that may be true, it did not catch Michael's attention. He noticed that the blood-eyed Minotaur's hide was about to turn crimson. "Is that berserk? No, it shouldn't be." His complexion worsened and he paled. The highly intelligent Minotaur was a trickster. It used its fresh injuries and the blood covering its body to hide that it had almost finished transforming. The sound of steam blowing off reached Michael's ears, and the sound made his brain rattle wildly. It was only after a few seconds that he realized what was about to happen. Fuck. He regained his senses the next second and shouted out aloud, "Get away from the Minotaur, immediately." Michael's shrill voice rang through the surroundings, but it was already too late. Some of his subjects reacted in time. They noticed that something was off the moment the Minotaur's body began to emit smoke. When its hide turned red, they knew that all their preparations had missed out on considering one particular factor: unique racial abilities. Unfortunately, the realization came too late for some. The Minotaur's bloody eyes shot wide open and it began to move. Smoke engulfed the monster's body. The water ropes quickly evaporated into thin air, and the Minotaur's legs stomped out of the crater it had been halfway buried into, ignoring the injuries spread all over its body. The blood-eyed Minotaur looked over to Michael for a second before it charged toward the closest cavalry rider, its empty fists smashing downward, mercilessly crushing the cavalry rider's head. However, the monster didn't stop at that. No, it was just the beginning. The Minotaur's fist continued to punch downward, and as a result, the cavalry rider's body was squashed and the spine of the battle horse beneath snapped as well. Only when the miserable cry of the dying battle horse rang through the untamed jungle did the Minotaur's fist stop delivering lethal blows. It looked over to Michael once again, its body covered with black smoke and bloody eyes staring menacingly at him. And at that moment, Michael realized one thing with jarring clarity. Hell was about to descend. Monsters didn't have unique racial abilities under normal circumstances. Racial abilities were something only highly intelligent lifeforms could attain. Even then, the chances of having one were extremely low. Humans, for example, weren't born with unique racial abilities. On the other hand, all Lionhearts were born with the innate ability to manifest and control flames. But the blood-eyed Minotaur was different. Even if the blood-eyed Minotaur was on the same level as intelligent races, it shouldn't have been born with a unique racial ability. That was why Michael and the others never thought that the Minotaur might have manifested a unique racial ability. At most, they had considered the possibility of the Minotaur going berserk and thought of a few strategies, but that was already it. Berserk was a rare ability a Minotaur could use as long as it met certain requirements. However, Berserk was not an ability that initiated a transformation. It wouldn't change the color of the Minotaur's hide to a deadly crimson, or make the Minotaur's body exude black smoke. The unique racial ability utilized by the blood-eyed Minotaur was something different. It was something far more dangerous, something Michael and the others never expected to encounter while fighting the Minotaur. Burning Life, a unique racial ability that provides a tremendous amount of power if utilized properly. It turned the injuries all over a berserker's body into power by depriving the user of his ability to sense pain. The more injured the user was, the more lethal the granted power, and the stronger the pain immunity. At the same time, Burning Life turned overwhelmingly negative emotions, such as pure hatred and wrath, into power, by combining the user's life force with the overflowing emotions before they would be converted into energy. The energy would be used to transform the user's body into an existence of immense power. The blood-eyed Minotaur exuded black smoke from all over its body as it looked menacingly at Michael. It expelled the tincture that had spread through its body and nullified its effect easily. However, that was not something Michael could pay any attention to right now. The disfigured corpse of a cavalry rider was lying right next to the blood-eyed Minotaur. Blood was splattered everywhere, and the mashed head of the young cavalry rider fell to the ground with a thud. The blood-eyed Minotaur's menacing smile widened. It sneered and slashed the battle axe at the dying battle horse, thrashing it viciously as more blood splattered through the surrounding area. However, neither Michael nor the blood-eyed Minotaur paid any attention to that. Michael dashed ahead with full speed and uncontrollable anger gleaming in his eyes. Yet, before he could even cross a distance of more than 5 meters, the blood-eyed Minotaur had already reacted. It tilted its battle axe to squeeze it through the gap between the ground and the battle horse's corpse, lifted up, and used some strength to throw the brutally thrashed horse at Michael. One moment, Michael was able to see the blood-eyed Minotaur clearly. The next moment, a severed horse shot toward him like a cannonball. Michael had to move quickly. He dispersed Saron Valge and dived to the side, and rolled on the ground to jump up again. His head flicked to the blood-eyed Minotaur's previous position, and Saron Valge manifested in his hands once again. However, the blood-eyed Minotaur was gone. Screams of terror and groans of pain to his right informed him about the Minotaur's new position. A group of warriors and vanguards were fighting valiantly against the Minotaur, but before they knew it, their bodies were sliced apart and their intestines ripped out of their mangled bodies. They collapsed to the ground and died miserably in the next following seconds, but the Minotaur didn't pay any more attention to them. It was faced with the heavy armored elephant, which charged at the Minotaur at full speed. The Minotaur was too late to twist the heavy battle axe and behead the heavy armored elephant. However, it could still react in time to not get brutally injured. The Minotaur released its battle axe and grasped the heavy armored elephant's tusks, accepting the charge head-on. The 13-ton heavy elephant slammed its body hard upon its opponent, pushing the blood-eyed Minotaur a few steps backward, but the heavy armored elephant couldn't overpower the Minotaur anymore. Instead, the heavy armored elephant's charge was forcefully slowed down. Tiny, spider web-like cracks spread across the heavy armored elephant's sturdy tusks as the blood-eyed minotaur utilized more of the strength that coursed through its bulging muscles to halt the charge of the heavy armored elephant forcefully. The power surging through the blood-eyed minotaur after it used burning life was terrifying. It was high enough to show everyone in Michael's army how powerful a Tier 2 monster could be. The minotaur threw the heavy armored elephant aside and was about to use its battle axe to slice the elephant apart when it realized that its weapon had disappeared. It faintly recalled having let go of it, but the battle axe was nowhere to be seen, and now it saw a woman covered in whitish silver fur standing where the battle axe should have been lying. A long striped tail swished behind the woman as she spun a silver spear around her body. She moved with grace, and it seemed like she was not serious at all, but the wild pressure she radiated and the energy surging through her body indicated the opposite. Tiara was one of the first to realize the transformation of the blood-eyed minotaur, but she couldn't do anything to stop it from occurring. They didn't expect the minotaur to be able to use burning life. It was nobody's fault. Unfortunately, that didn't mean the corpses would regain their vigor and stand up again. The soldiers whom she had trained for weeks had been killed with a single attack. She couldn't even react in time to block the minotaur's battle axe as it arced through the air, cutting armor, flesh, and bones like a hot knife slicing through butter. Even if she had been able to react in time, she wouldn't have been able to block the attack. Instead, Tiara would have turned into another corpse. It was their great fortune that the heavy armored elephant charged at the minotaur fearlessly, and that the minotaur let go of the battle axe at the same time. This allowed Tiara to act swiftly, pick up the battle axe and store it inside her war rune storage space. Then she initiated Plan G and activated her soul traits. Now was not the time to hesitate anymore. Her physique and presence changed the moment she activated her soul traits. Bloodlust glinted brightly in her eyes, and her wild instincts surfaced. Slowly, she lost control of her reasoning and rationality. The only thought left in her mind was her uncontrollable desire to tear apart the minotaur. Everyone was struck with fear when the minotaur killed several warriors and 2 vanguards with a single slash. However, now that Tiara made her move, the warriors regained some of their wavering confidence. They began to move as well and surrounded the blood-eyed minotaur. Even if it was terrifyingly powerful, burning life should have increased its agility and strength in exchange for terrifyingly high consumption of energy, stamina, and a decrease in its defense. The minotaur's body was searing hot, and so was the black smoke the monster exuded, but it still had several injuries all over its body. No matter how resistant one was to pain, if the body was on the brink of destruction due to too many lethal injuries, one would collapse. The minotaur was still a living being, and not a machine, after all. Michael was also on the move, and so was everyone else. The archers and crossbowmen released their projectiles in an attempt to worsen the minotaur's injuries, but the searing hot black smoke repelled most projectiles. Meanwhile, the earth mage and the water elemental mages began to move as well. They began chanting the incarnation for their higher-ranked spells. The berserker and knights stepped forward as well. They stood by Tiara's side and waited patiently next to their commander to charge forward into the battle once the command rang out. Fear glimmered in their eyes, and they could barely control their trembling bodies, but they were ready. Tiara bent down to the ground, the finger bones of one of her hands cracking as claws grew out of the tips of her fingers. They dug deep into the ground in front of her as she looked up at her opponent. Tiara lowered her body closer to the ground, imitating the stance of a ferocious tiger, while pressing the silver spear against her side. The minotaur reciprocated her movements. It lowered its head, its hooves pawing across the wet soil. Then the 2 ferocious opponents charged at each other. Burning life was a terrifyingly strong, unique racial ability, but it came with severe repercussions as well. Activating burning life would put the user in a weakened state. The weakened state would be proportional to the increase in strength burning life had provided when it was still in effect. Despite the weakened effect, the power burning life could provide was terrifying. The blood-eyed minotaur gained enough brute strength to stop the heavy armored elephant's charge and throw it to the side using its bare hands and brute force. But even an existence with such a terrifying brute strength couldn't get hold of Tiara. The battle made from the Silverfang tigerfolk had transformed into a ferocious and nimble tiger-like existence. Faint strands of hair had grown all over her skin. It was silverish white and looked like fur. Her eyes had turned into the sharp eyes of a tiger, and Michael could swear that he heard the sound of breaking bones from Tiara's direction. She moved around nimbly, using her unique movement patterns, with which some of them were already familiar, including Michael. In one moment, Tiara dashed to the left at full speed. The next moment, something burst out from within her, allowing Tiara to change her trajectory without losing the slightest bit of momentum. The way she could leverage the ability to move around and change her trajectory without losing momentum allowed her to evade the attacks of the superior minotaur. The blood-eyed minotaur was twice as fast, maybe even faster, and much stronger after it used burning life. Despite that, the minotaur was not able to get hold of Tiara, Everyone tried to aid Tiara to stall for more time. Every second counted, while they thought of a way to kill the mighty beast. Michael appeared next to her at one point as well. He knew that he was not really helpful, but he could still utilize the Spirit Whip soul trait. Spirit Whip, strengthened with lesser enhancement, could cause considerable damage. Despite not being as lethal as a one-star soul trait with low consumption, Michael didn't underestimate the power Spirit Whip could generate. He conjured 5 Spirit Whips simultaneously and intertwined them to create one big Spirit Whip. Each Spirit Whip was strengthened by lesser enhancement, which further increased the power of the braided Spirit Whip he had created. The Spirit Whip lashed out several times. The impact was hard and it weighed heavily on the blood-eyed Minotaur. It struggled for a moment, which provided the other combatants an opportunity to strike. Everyone in the close combat unit had already surrounded the blood-eyed Minotaur, and they struck their opponent from all sides now. Michael initiated an attack with Saron Valj as well. He was the second strongest warrior in the territory, and his attack should be able to deliver considerable damage. If it was yesterday, Michael would have been confident to announce that he was the strongest in his territory. He had 4 soul traits, and 3 of them could be used for combat. Even though Tiara's degree of refinement was higher than Michael's, he had been certain that he could overpower her using his soul traits. Unfortunately, that turned out to be nothing more than a daydream. Michael realized at last that Tiara was much stronger than he thought. She had never revealed her full power before. Her combat prowess was even higher than it had been when they fought the Lionheart Adventure Group. Michael was certain that she had given her all in that fight, yet the power she exuded in front of the blood-eyed Minotaur was clearly stronger. Who the hell are you? Michael shouted in his mind, confused and unsure why his personal maid was so powerful and mysterious. With no time to think about something else than the fight ahead, Michael's Saron Valj pierced through the smoking crimson hide of the blood-eyed Minotaur. He cut deeply, twisted the blade in the wound, and pulled out his blade the next moment. Afterward, he retreated immediately. The blood-eyed Minotaur might have been affected by the braided Spirit Whip and Tiara's relentless distraction, but the Minotaur was neither weak nor stupid. Michael feared that the Minotaur would do something crafty once too many people dared to get into its range. His fear couldn't be more true. The moment more than 10 people reached the blood-eyed Minotaur's range, it shot to the side, both arms lunging forward like vicious pythons. One hand grasped a warrior's head, while the other hand grabbed the berserker's chest. The head was squashed mercilessly while the berserker was used as a projectile. The Minotaur flung the berserker across the battlefield, and it smacked hard against a few warriors, who were clearly too slow to react in time. And just like that, 5 combatants were rendered unable to continue fighting, but the Minotaur was not yet done. The moment the blood-eyed Minotaur began to move again, chaos descended onto the battlefield. Several warriors charged fearlessly at the monstrosity, but it didn't even cast a sideward glance at the oncoming attackers. The Minotaur clenched its fists and executed several high-velocity punches. The warriors slumped down like sacks of potatoes and didn't even forget about getting up and attacking it. "Priestess, get moving," Michael shouted at the top of his lungs. The young priestess had yet to move since the blood-eyed Minotaur began wreaking havoc, and Michael couldn't leave her like that anymore. She was a priestess, someone who was supposed to help the injured and prevent unnecessary deaths. She may only be a young priestess without much experience, but she was a 2-star summon, and they had various potions at their disposal. As long as she did not freeze in shock and began moving, many lives could be saved from the Grim Reaper's merciless soul-reaping scythe. Michael's gaze lingered on the priestess for a moment. That was all she took to start moving. The hair all over her body stood up on its end, but she still ran straight towards the berserker and the warriors, whom she appraised and tended to. Meanwhile, Michael saw their 2-star summoner for the first time since the battle began. The summoner had been chanting summoning spells for a few minutes straight by now. Sweat trickled down his tanned face, and his back was drenched in cold sweat as well. "How much longer do you need?" Michael wanted to shout aloud, but he held back. The summoner had already announced that his summoning incarnation would need his full attention and several minutes. He wanted to summon a Tier 1 monster and require every bit of attention to do so. After all, he was only a late Tier 0 summoner right now. Controlling a Tier 1 monster wasn't that easy. Michael was not sure how a single Tier 1 monster would help them against the Minotaur, but the confidence in the summoner's eyes at that time told him that he could trust his subject. "Hurry up and show me how strong you are, summoner," Michael shouted in his mind. He turned back to the battlefield and rushed forward. A braided Spirit Whip appeared in front of him again, and it lashed out at the blood-eyed Minotaur the moment he reached its range. The second Spirit Whip attack was less efficient than before. It looked like the blood-eyed Minotaur was prepared this time to deflect it. Its arms shot toward Tiara, who evaded the attacks easily. The blood-eyed Minotaur knew that it couldn't catch Tiara that easily. Thus, its attack was merely a feint. It shot to the right, grasped 2 spearmen, and smashed their hands against each other. Their skulls cracked and blood gushed out like a fountain. Tiara was trying her best to distract the blood-eyed minotaur, but the intelligent monster had already taken note of her attempts. It used Tiara as a plaything to make it seem as if it was fully focused on her, while the exact opposite was actually the case. The blood-eyed minotaur focused on Michael, his mental attacks, and the other ant-like opponents. The spearmen, warriors, and other one-star summons weren't even worth its attention. Only Michael and Tiara were at Tier 1. Thus, nobody would be capable of inflicting injuries on a 2-star monster like the blood-eyed minotaur. However, that was actually what was happening right now. The blood-eyed minotaur couldn't feel the pain caused by the minor injuries they inflicted, but it could clearly sense the resistance of its hide when the sharp blades and projectiles impacted upon its body, and its flesh stopping the advance of the minority of attacks strong enough to pierce its hide. Fueled with anger and frustration, the blood-eyed minotaur began to slaughter the lowly ants that were daring enough to approach. Tiara fought with the minotaur with all her might, and the others tried to help her desperately, but it was useless. The warriors were picked up like toys and torn apart with brute force, or flung through the air, crashing into others or the trees like cannonballs. The damage caused by the minotaur's basic attacks was already extremely terrifying, yet it looked like the blood-eyed minotaur was just getting started. A single attack could injure several combatants severely or kill an individual quickly. It was terrifying. The priestess did her best to contain herself, but she was shocked to the core. In the years she had lived as a young elite priestess, she had seen many bad things, but even she felt at a loss when one of the assassins was impaled by one of the blood-eyed minotaur's horns and pulled through the air. The assassin's horrified screams echoed through her ears as she and everyone else on the battlefield witnessed how their comrade was flung around and slowly torn apart from the insides. The minotaur didn't even seem to realize that it had impaled the assassin as it continued to fling its head around and throw its fists. The assassin's insides were slowly torn apart as the gaping hole in the young man's chest widened. At one point, his horrified screams grew more and more muffled and silent until they were no more. The assassin stopped moving completely. He was dead. Yet, even after the assassin died, the blood-eyed minotaur didn't seem to notice anything. It attacked the nearest opponent, whose head it squashed like a watermelon. The next opponent was torn apart mid-air, and another was flung through the air like a deadweight. At last, Michael's subjects stopped, and nobody dared to approach the blood-eyed minotaur anymore to fight head-on. But that did not mean they had given up already. The water elemental mage had combined her spell with the earth elemental mage to create a mud field around the minotaur's hooves. It restricted the minotaur's movements and speed, but the effectiveness was not exceptional. Icarus and Iglisses attacked the blood-eyed minotaur from behind. Their dive was sudden and their acceleration terrific. The blood-eyed minotaur noticed them, but the elemental mages controlled their mud field spell precisely. They released 2 pillars of mud from the ground. The pillar engulfed the minotaur's arms, slowing down the monster effectively. Utilizing the opportunity, Icarus' talons pierced through the minotaur's damaged left eye, drawing a line of blood, while Iglisses pierced his short swords deep into the blood-eyed minotaur's back. A flood of black smoke burst out of the minotaur's body when Iglisses' swords pierced his back, and a terrifying roar reverberated through the vicinity. The weakest combatants lost their ability to move and breathe, as the roar seemed to shake the deepest parts of their souls. For a moment, they weren't sure if their territory could overcome this ordeal. Their death seemed to be inching towards them with every passing second, creeping closer to deliver the final blow. The black smoke burned some of Iglisses' and Icarus' feathers, forcing them to retreat immediately. One of Iglisses' wings caught fire and began to smoke, but they extinguished the likelihood of a demi-human getting burned to a crisp at once, with a flood of water splashing all over Iglisses' body as he returned to the canopy bridge. The temperature in the minotaur's vicinity increased drastically as the black smoke engulfed the blood-eyed minotaur like a second layer of hide. Overflowing with rage and power, the blood-eyed minotaur demolished the mud pillars. Meanwhile, the sodden mud field around its feet dried up, returning the minotaur's movements and speed back to its peak. In fact, the blood-eyed minotaur seemed faster than before. Its hooves kicked the ground, and it shot toward the closest enemy at once. The monster's armor had long since disappeared, fallen to the ground after its armor burned to a cinder, exposing the rippling muscles all over the minotaur's body. It appeared in front of Tiara, who was the only one left in its range other than Michael. However, instead of attacking it with its fists and attempting to defeat her with a single attack, the blood-eyed minotaur slowed down and tried to catch her first. After fighting Tiara for a while, it had realized that the young member of the Silverfang Tigerfolk was nimble, in perfect control of her body, and that the tigress possessed a unique power with which she could execute unique movement patterns and change her direction with a terrifying speed. The blood-eyed minotaur was intelligent enough to come up with a different tactic to deal with Tiara. It was overflowing with wrath and clearly influenced by the rage and power surging through its veins, but the monster could still follow the simple tactic of catching her opponent before tearing her apart. Tiara noticed the change in the Minotaur's strategy the moment it slowed down. She reacted at once and closed in. Her silver spear shimmered brightly, reflecting the afternoon sunlight straight into the unscathed eye of the Minotaur. The Minotaur instinctively shut its eyes close and backed off while one of its arms shot forward to shield its vision from the blinding light. However, it was already too late. A barrage of arrows whizzed through the air, and most of them found their designated target. A handful of them were repelled, but a few pierced through the layer of black smoke and the crimson hide beneath. Following that, Michael, the berserkers, and the knights appeared around the blood-eyed Minotaur. They issued various attacks and hacked at the black smoke protection layer before they could reach the Minotaur's hide and flesh. Michael was the closest to the Minotaur, so it heard him and kicked in his direction. However, Mikhail twisted his body at such an awkward angle that his bones creaked, but he managed to avoid turning into the Minotaur's plaything. The Minotaur's leg missed Michael by a hair's breadth, but Michael didn't even realize that anymore. Saron Valj pierced forward, digging the lengthy blade deep into one of the many wounds all over the Minotaur's chest. He twisted the blade inside the Minotaur and pulled it down with all his might, worsening the injury tremendously. The Minotaur didn't feel any pain, yet it stared menacingly at him when it opened its eyes. "You don't like that, huh?" Michael thought to himself before driving the blade deeper into the Minotaur's body, but even then the Minotaur didn't move. It even turned its head to look at one of his hands. Subconsciously, Michael's head turned to his left as well, and his eyes widened in terror. Tiara was dangling in the Minotaur's grasp, clawing the Minotaur in a desperate attempt to free herself. At last, the blood-eyed Minotaur did it. It caught Tiara just before retreating. The dazzling reflection of the silver spear hadn't been enough to force the Minotaur to give up. The black smoke engulfing the Minotaur burned Tiara's fur as she continued to viciously claw the Minotaur. She began to scream like a trapped beast, blood spurting out of her nose and ears, and her eyes turned bloody red. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," Michael screamed in his mind. He pulled out the Saron Valj, ready to use every bit of strength inside his body to sever the Minotaur's hand holding Tiara. However, Saron Valj got stuck the next moment. The Minotaur's other hand grasped Saron Valj tightly while staring at Michael in amusement. It had been consumed with anger and the desire to kill, but at this moment, the Minotaur's entire being felt a sense of amusement. Seeing the reaction of the young man, and watching him struggle as he put more strength in the hand holding the tigress filled him with a new feeling, something he hadn't felt while destroying the Tier 2 monster habitat's excitement. Watching the young man's struggle excited the Minotaur. It made him want to see more of his despair, and to be able to watch the young man's crumbling confidence and expression as he witnessed the desperate struggles of the tigress and force him to see the spark of life leaving her eyes while he watched helplessly, unable to do anything. But Michael was not going to let that happen, not when he could still breathe. He instinctively dematerialized Saron Valj, inched closer to the Minotaur, and jumped high up in the air. With his muscles coiled and his heart beating wildly, he shot up. Michael's target was the Minotaur's unscathed eye. He hoped that the Minotaur would react instinctively and protect its last unharmed eye. After all, it was fated to die the moment it lost both of its eyes. And when that happened, Michael and his people could retreat, wait for the burning life ability to wear off, and slaughter the blind monster in its weakened state. But Michael miscalculated something. He didn't expect the Minotaur to stare at him and smash its iron-like skull downward. It headbutted Michael, not with full force, but with a force strong enough to make him dizzy and make sure that he wouldn't be able to do anything about what happened next. Michael felt like his skull was about to burst when the Minotaur headbutted him. His sight blurred for a few seconds, and his mind went totally blank. The last thing he remembered was that he smashed hard on the ground, and blood was pouring down his face. As he regained his composure several seconds later, Michael's head flicked upward. The knights and berserker had been pushed away. Some of their bones were broken, rendering them incapable of continuing the fight against the Minotaur. However, none of them was dead. The Minotaur felt it was high on adrenaline that was pumping in its body while watching Michael's fear and desperation. He wanted to see him struggle more, watch him as he slowly lost his sanity at the death of his precious comrades and subjects. "Fucking piece of shit," Michael screamed in his mind. He unleashed the braided spirit whip in its strongest form and whipped the Minotaur several times. The Minotaur responded by further tightening its grip over Tiara. She was scrambling against its body, trying to kick and claw while gasping for air. A pain-driven squeal was all she could issue at this moment. Her movements were weak, and all it required was a little bit more strength to break her neck. Yet the Minotaur didn't move. It watched Michael as he struggled to get up from the ground. They suffered enough. I cannot. Michael's mind was a mess. His head felt like it was on the verge of exploding, and his vision was blurred. Blood covered his right eye, and he could hardly move. However, he couldn't give up. If he allowed the Minotaur to keep killing his people, it wouldn't be over with Tiara. Tiara was just the beginning. Michael knew that he shouldn't allow the Minotaur to keep going, but he was too weak. Just as Michael thought Tiara was taking her last breath, a terrifying scream rang through the surrounding area. The scream made Michael's skin prickle with nervousness. It was filled with emotions and felt oddly weird when it reached Michael, as if it didn't belong to this realm. The scream originated from behind them, from the summoner's location. At last, the summoning circle had been completed, and a haunting figure had emerged out of it. A monster, mantled in darkness and clad in tattered, blackened robes, was now standing in front of them. Its eyes, hollow and malevolent, cast an eerie light on the bloody battlefield, while its semi-translucent skeletal hands stretched out toward the sky. Floating above the ground and exuding frosty, vengeful energy, the haunting figure seemed to be silencing all the sound around itself. As the haunting figure passed through the battlefield, a heavy gloom descended, and the atmosphere seemed to be screaming in terror and fright as ripples of energy could be seen with the bare eye. It seemed ethereal, distorting, and warping, as if caught between dimensions, unable to ascend into the afterlife, and banished from the mortal realms at the same time. The haunting figure, a vengeful ghost, represented the torment of the soul. Draped in darkness, it infused a sense of despair in the skin, flesh, and bones of those who were brave or stupid enough to stare at it. "Oh my!" Michael nearly screamed aloud as he recognized the existence the summoner had manifested. A vengeful ghost, and an existence without a physical body. An existence that was far from being alive, but unable to leave the physical world due to the hatred and resentment that had corrupted its soul. Fighting such an existence unprepared would lead to the loss of sanity, at best, and the loss of one's soul in the worst case. Such an existence ended up summoned and subdued, fighting on their side against the Minotaur. Even though the summoner couldn't keep the vengeful ghost for a long time in the origin expanse, a short period was all they needed. The summoner commanded the vengeful ghost to attack the Minotaur, which it did immediately. As the vengeful ghost shot through the air like a semi-translucent bolt of lightning, the Minotaur felt danger approaching rapidly towards itself. The sense of danger was intense and affected the Minotaur's mind immediately. Michael's danger senses were tingling as well, but he trusted his subject and hoped that the vengeful ghost was completely under the summoner's control. He manifested several braided spirit whips and lashed out simultaneously. The vengeful ghost appeared above the Minotaur the next moment, and its gloomy pressure immediately affected the Minotaur, who was already in pain. Burning life fueled its anger and physical strength, but didn't enhance the Minotaur's mental power. In fact, it weakened the Minotaur's willpower in exchange for the power the unique racial ability granted. The Minotaur responded quickly. It let go of Tiara and kicked fiercely. Now that Tiara couldn't satisfy him anymore, keeping her alive was of no meaning. Michael saw the glint in the Minotaur's eyes and responded by pure instinct. He jumped ahead, took Tiara in his embrace, and held her tightly. Simultaneously, he unleashed the full power of his protection enchantment and strengthened both the protection of his artifacts and the protection enchantments with lesser enhancement. Yet, even after doing everything he could to protect himself, Michael felt as if his entire body was breaking apart the moment the Minotaur's kick impacted. At last, Michael thought he heard the sound of cracking bones. The next moment he was flung through the air before he could launch a counterattack. Meanwhile, the Minotaur began to struggle against the vengeful ghost. Michael and Tiara were flung through the air and crashed hard against a nearby tree. His breath hitched and Michael gasped for air while also trying to ignore the pain that spread through his entire body. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Tiara. Her neck was bruised and she had difficulties breathing. She was weak and her body was shivering as he held onto her tightly. "She's still alive-a-good," Michael thought, sighing in relief. He got up from the ground with some difficulty and picked her up from the ground. His eyes flicked once to the Minotaur, who was struggling against the vengeful ghost's spiritual attacks, and briefly held the priestess' gaze. "Make sure she survives," Michael ordered sternly before manifesting the Siltang bow once again. Since the vengeful ghost was playing the role of an immortal vanguard, Michael didn't have to approach the Minotaur to deal more damage. He used bits of energy to conjure an arrow before he drew back the bowstring. With no pressure around him, Michael had enough time to aim precisely before he released the arrow. The arrow made a beautiful arc through the air before it hit its target. It pierced the Minotaur's chest exactly where Michael's Saron Valge had caused considerable damage. The other archers, the crossbowmen, and the mages released one projectile after another to attack the Minotaur, slowly wearing down their opponent. It may not be able to feel pain, but it could still bleed to death. Overflowing with adrenaline, Michael could ignore the pain all over his body as well. He was tired and a mess, but he knew that he couldn't stop before the Minotaur died. It had to be defeated today. After the vengeful ghost had been summoned to the origin expanse for exactly 150 seconds, it screamed out loudly. It turned to the pale summoner and screamed in anger and resentment. The next moment it disappeared, just like the summoning circle that brought the vengeful ghost to the origin expanse. Michael's first reaction was a deep frown. Now that the vengeful ghost was no more, they had nobody to use as a vanguard against the Minotaur. However, it was at the same instance that Michael noticed something about the Minotaur. Is it emitting less black smoke than before? he first mused to himself, until the realization struck him hard: brown hide. The Minotaur's crimson hide was slowly reverting back to its original brown color. Meanwhile, the black smoke was about to disperse completely. Burning life's effect had worn off, and the blood-eyed Minotaur was about to enter a weakened state. Coincidentally, both Michael and the blood-eyed Minotaur noticed at the same time that its burning life ability completely wore off. Slowly, the sensation of pain returned, and the Minotaur felt like it was burning in hell. It had sustained hundreds of minor and dozens of serious injuries during the last 10 minutes, but the pain reached the Minotaur in its full force only now. The moment it noticed that its immense power had been drained, and pain spread through every cell in its body, the Minotaur threw a last glance at Michael. Afterward, it turned around and ran with all its might. The brutal monstrosity, which had traumatized everyone on the battlefield, fled. It ran for its dear life instead of attacking them. Michael couldn't really believe it either. He stared blankly at the departing Minotaur, his eyes shot wide open in shock. He spent a second or two regaining his composure. His eyes moved across the battlefield, and he clenched his fists tightly. Everyone was either drained, in a state of shock, injured with broken bones as the lightest injuries, or they were dead. Nobody was full of energy at this point. However, Michael knew that he shouldn't allow the Minotaur to escape, recuperate, and return. Too many loyal subjects had valiantly fought to wear down the Minotaur, and Michael didn't want to repeat the same procedure once again. It would be a great loss to let the Minotaur flee like this. Good job, everyone. Tend to your wounds and help your comrades. Don't let anyone die, Michael commanded as loud as he could before he turned over to Icarus. The greater eagle sensed his gaze, and it subconsciously dived down from the canopy bridge. Let's follow the Minotaur. We'll finish it for good, Michael said as he jumped up on Icarus' back. Icarus was also traumatized due to the Minotaur's great combat prowess and terrifying brute force, but it could also tell that the Minotaur's presence weakened considerably after its hide reverted to its original color. He screeched loudly in agreement and shot through the air. They tore through the canopy of trees and reached the sky. Both subconsciously stared into the sky to make sure that there was no mythical serpent waiting for them before Icarus dashed in the direction the Minotaur had run off. It might have been a subconscious decision, but the Minotaur charged straight outside the untamed jungle. Michael and Icarus had a hard time pinpointing the Minotaur's exact location through the canopy of trees, but flying high up in the air was the easiest way to pursue the Minotaur silently. In fact, the Minotaur couldn't afford to pay any attention to potential pursuers in its current state. It was already on the verge of death, and it was only a matter of time until it would bleed to death if nobody was to tend to its wounds. The blood-eyed Minotaur continued to run even after it broke through the thicket of the untamed jungle. It reached the plains bordering the untamed jungle and continued running. The weakened Minotaur slowed down with every minute that passed, but it never stopped running. Half an hour after it reached the plains, Michael noticed something further ahead. He had been following the weakened Minotaur from above and would have continued to do so, if not for the ripples of energy spreading through the area in front of him. The ripples were hard to perceive, but they were there. Michael didn't dare to order Icarus to fly through the ripples at first. Yet, when he saw the Minotaur pass through the energy ripples and disappear suddenly, he began to understand something. Invisible dome. He mused before he dared to test it out. He pushed one of his hands through the energy ripples, only to see that his hand seemed to have disappeared. Michael retracted his hand, and he could see it again. Driven by curiosity and the desire to kill the weakened Minotaur, Michael ordered Icarus to fly through the energy ripples. They passed through the energy ripples and disappeared from the plains, or so it seemed for everyone outside the barrier. It's just like an invisible dome, but it feels different. There is no device empowering the barrier, Michael noted after he passed through the invisibility barrier. The barrier felt eerily natural. It was certainly different from an artificially manifested dome of protection. In fact, it felt similar to the protection barrier given to rookie lords. The effects of the barriers were different, but they both felt and looked very natural. It was very interesting, but even more so were the 3 tents on the ground, and the fact that 6 adventurers were standing around the weakened blood-eyed Minotaur. Found you bastards. Michael had to use his entire willpower to control himself. Seeing the adventurers standing around the weakest Minotaur made his blood boil. He instinctively knew that they were on the same side as the Minotaur. The monster collapsed on the ground the moment it saw the 6 adventurers, as if finally relieved to be with them. Michael wanted to retrieve the Siltang bow and shoot them all, but he knew that he shouldn't do that, not yet at least. He didn't know if the 6 adventurers were the only perpetrators, or if there were more of them somewhere else. Additionally, Michael had yet to find out why the adventurers used the Minotaur to invade the untamed jungle in the first place. The Minotaur massacred the Tier 2 monster habitats, but it never paid attention to their corpses. Plundering the untamed jungle didn't seem to be their final goal. In that case, what did they want? Michael's head was buzzing as Icarus circled above the tents. He shook his head and Michael closed his eyes to concentrate. Next, he circulated origin energy through his ears and used lesser enhancement in an attempt to increase his hearing sense as well. Didn't you say that the Minotaur would be strong enough to finish the mission? Why to Cankle's beard is the Minotaur in such a state then? One of the 6 adventurers, a Distors, asked loudly. Distors were a very emotional race. They were driven by their emotions and couldn't control themselves properly. They were purple-skinned and had scales on their bodies which they could control at their will. Distors were born with great physical strength and 2 pairs of arms. They were larger than humans but had a similar physique. Calm down, will you? Control your energy barrier and keep your mouth shut while I stop the Minotaur's internal bleeding, the only Xanter in the group of 6 adventurers said sharply. He broke into a sweat while utilizing his soul trait to tend to the weakened Minotaur's internal wounds. Fortunately, the Distors didn't say anything else. He kept his mouth shut as told even if his eyes seemed to be shooting lasers at the Xanter. It lost its battle axe and the armor said as well. Looks like it encountered something much stronger than we researched, a woman added. She was the only female in the group, and also a Distors. The group of adventurers consisted of 6 people, 2 Distors, 1 Xanter, 1 Jeglaw, and 2 more Lionhearts. However, there was a distinct difference between the 2 Lionhearts and the rest. They didn't say anything about the Minotaur's condition. Instead, one of them looked impatiently at the group of 4 adventurers, while the other one glanced at his brethren every few seconds. It looked like some silent communication had occurred between them through their gazes. What are we even doing here? We're just wasting our time and resources, the Jeglaw suddenly said out loud. He looked at the Minotaur and shook his head in denial. It hadn't been easy to raise the Minotaur. Forget about the training and equipment. Shut up and do what you've been paid for, one of the Lionhearts growled. They don't seem like a team. Are the Lionhearts their clients? No, the Lionheart on the left is being subjected to glares by the others even though it was the Lionheart on the right who's acting aloof, Michael comprehended, his eyes now open and staring intently at the group. He had activated eagle eyes to get a good look at the 6 adventurers on the ground, and he grew quite interested. According to his understanding, the male Distors was in charge of the invisibility barrier. It was probably related to his soul trait. On the other hand, the Xanter possessed a healing soul trait. The female Distors was more concerned about the lost armaments, and there wasn't much to figure out about the Jeglaw. The Jeglaw wielded a wand and was probably some sort of a mage with a related soul trait. Only the timid Lionheart seemed to care about the Minotaur's well-being. Is he a tamer? He is timid, but his war rune has the highest degree of refinement. His war rune is being refined right now as well. Did he obtain a large influx of energy recently? But there are no monsters near. Michael was deep in thought when he recalled something Heron, the lesser tamer, told him a while ago. Some tamers are extremely powerful because of the bond they can create with their tamed monsters. It is said that they receive a small portion of their tamed monster's energy influx when it kills a monster. Heron's words kept echoing through his mind repetitively. At first, the words didn't seem to be related to the current situation, and Michael was about to disperse them. But the realization struck him before he could disperse these thoughts. His expression worsened drastically, and pure hatred emerged in them. He was on the verge of bursting apart. That bastard is using the energy share left behind by my subjects to refine his war rune. Ordinary monsters weren't able to absorb the energy influx released by the lifeforms they killed of the Origin Expanse. They had a monster core in which they could absorb the raw Origin energy in their surroundings. The energy influx was too pure for the vast majority of monsters. However, tamed monsters were slightly different. Michael had noticed that to be the case with the heavy-armored elephant and Icarus. Whenever Icarus killed a monster, Icarus's monster core received a small portion of the energy influx. Simultaneously, Michael received his energy share through their link of loyalty. The same seemed to apply to the timid Lionheart and the blood-eyed Minotaur. The Minotaur grew stronger by massacring the Tier 2 monster habitats, and the Lionheart received a small energy share through their link as its tamer. That also meant the Lionheart used the energy share the Minotaur had procured from killing Michael's subjects. That thought made him lose his mind. He wanted to jump down to the ground and beat the shit out of the Lionheart. However, he held back knowing that he had to gather more information first. The aggressive Lionheart mentioned pay. Did he hire them to attack the Tier 2 monster habitats? If so, why would he do that? None of the 5 adventurers dared to say anything after their pay was mentioned, and the information Michael could gather was negligible. He found out that the 5 adventurers were a team that had formed only recently. They weren't strong by any means, yet their soul triats complemented each other. All they needed was a powerful force amidst them to tie them all together. This core turned out to be the blood-eyed Minotaur, who is now in a weakened state. If you guys are unwilling to provide more information, I won't be able to hold back anymore, Michael told himself, holding on to the last strands of willpower to restrict himself. However, his entire being was filled with pain and agony. When 2 more links of loyalty tore apart, indicating the death of 2 more loyal subjects, Michael finally snapped. He couldn't control his rage anymore. Michael retrieved a bunch of potions, which he consumed at once. He then manifested the Siltang Bow artifact in his hand and condensed an energy arrow. Afterward, lesser enhancement came into effect, enhancing his artifacts considerably. Michael didn't have much energy left in his body, but he couldn't care less about that at this point. The only thought that permeated his mind was the desire to kill the Minotaur and the other perpetrators to quell his anger and avenge his subjects. By now, the reasons why they attacked the untamed jungle didn't matter anymore. His people died because of those jerks, and they didn't deserve to stay alive even for a minute. Their fate was sealed, and he was going to deliver it to them, once and for all. Nobody had taken notice of Michael and Icarus, even after they had been circling above them for quite a while now. The adventurers beneath them were too focused on listening to their client and tending to the wounds of the weakened, blood-eyed Minotaur. Michael knew that the element of surprise was on his side, and he made full use of that. He planned his attack within seconds and started right after by drawing the bowstring back. The first arrow was released in the next second. After the first arrow was released, Michael had to move fast. He released several arrows in quick succession while Icarus dived down to the ground. Surprised by the sudden attack, the adventurers were just a moment too late to react. Xanter and the Jeglo had already been hit in their chest, and when the others stared upward in confusion to see Michael and Icarus dive down. By the time they manifested their weapons, the female Distors had already been killed. Icarus smashed into the ground without slowing down. The greater eagle crashed onto the male Distor's body to absorb the impact and used it to soften the blow. As a result, a few of his bones cracked and Icarus screeched out in pain. He knew that one of his talons broke, but it was certainly worth it. The Distors was momentarily incapable of moving, which provided Michael enough time to replace the Siltang Bow with Saron Valge and thrust the curved blade through the Distor's head. 4 enemies had been killed in the course of a single attack, but Michael and Icarus were not yet done. Michael pulled Saron Valge out of the Distor's head before he began moving again. He used Eagle Eyes and Lesser Enhancement before throwing Saron Valge at the weakened, blood-eyed Minotaur. The bleeding all over its body had barely stopped when Saron Valge's long blade penetrated deep into its chest, worsening its injuries. Michael jumped down to the ground, while Icarus shot toward the tamer Lionheart. Icarus might not have been part of Michael's subjects for a long time, but it had grown attached to Tierra and everyone else in the territory's small army. Witnessing the death of the people he had grown attached to wasn't nice, nor was the trauma caused by the blood-eyed Minotaur's tremendous power. The Minotaur might be in a weakened state now, but it had been terrifying, shocking the greater eagle to the bones. It wanted to take revenge, but Michael was already dealing with the Minotaur. Thus, the next target was obviously the tamer of the blood-eyed Minotaur. Screeching loudly, Icarus charged at the timid tamer and began to tear him apart, using his talons and razor-sharp beak. Meanwhile, Michael emerged in front of the weakened Minotaur. Saron Valge had impaled the Minotaur. The monster was already at death's door, so Michael's attack simply sealed the blood-eyed Minotaur's fate. It didn't even retain enough strength to reach out for Michael when he stood less than 2 meters away from the beast. Michael grasped Saron Valge's shaft, twisted the curved blade in the Minotaur's body, and dragged the weapon downward, ripping the insides of the Minotaur. The blood-eyed Minotaur's body was in a weakened state. Even the resistance of the Minotaur's hide and flesh seemed to have been affected. The razor-sharp curved blade cut cleanly through the Minotaur, nearly splitting the monster in 2. Michael would have loved to torture the Minotaur a little longer and witness its miserable death, but he was also aware that the battle had yet to end. Revenge was not over just yet, hence he pulled Saron Valge out of the Minotaur's body and turned around. Icarus was viciously tearing the Lionheart tamer apart. The timid Lionheart was physically stronger than Icarus, but the greater eagle was heavier and more ferocious. Lionheart could only protect his face and hope that the greater eagle's attack would end soon. Meanwhile, Michael dashed forward, spinning Saron Valge around his body. He accelerated rapidly, gained momentum, and slashed Saron Valge across the Lionheart's throat, beheading the tamer at once. Icarus shot in the air a moment before Michael's attack reached the Lionheart tamer. He wanted to torture the tamer a little longer, but it was not as if the Lionheart tamer was the last enemy. There was still one more Lionheart left to attack and kill. The Lionheart, who had been shouting at the adventure team a minute ago, had gone completely silent. He didn't look scared. Instead, his gaze was filled with curiosity and a trace of disbelief. "So that's how it is," the Lionheart mumbled after a few seconds. It looked like he had finally gained some understanding of the situation. "You are a lord in the untamed jungle, aren't you? By any chance, did you encounter a group of Lionheart adventurers in the untamed jungle before?" The Lionheart could see the scars and remnants of healing burns all over Michael's head and arms. It wasn't easy to see them, but the Lionheart had great eyes and an exceptional understanding of the Lionheart race's fire affinity. He didn't have to be a genius to conclude that Michael's burns had been caused by something hot enough to burn his hair and skin. Michael coldly stared at the Lionheart without saying anything, but that was enough of a response for the Lionheart, who began to smile. Let's join forces. How about it? The Lionheart stretched his hand out while his smile widened. What about your friends over there? You surely want to take revenge, don't you? Michael asked, neither sounding friendly nor enraged. His voice was devoid of emotions. The Lionheart burst into laughter when he heard what Michael said. Michael raised an eyebrow, but he didn't say anything for a while. You are a weird one, Michael finally said after a full minute of utter silence had passed. The Lionheart knew about the Lionheart Adventure Team and about the existence of a lord in the untamed jungle. It was only obvious, but it would be best if he killed the Lionheart standing in front of him as well. Many problems could be solved or postponed that way. The Lionheart should know that as well. Yet why did he seem so confident? I can tell what you're thinking about. It's actually nothing special. I work for Senator Keltos, just like the leader of the Lionheart Adventure Team, whom you've killed, I presume. My rank is higher than that idiot, so having killed him is not a big deal. It's finny as long as you join me. You'll be rewarded generously if you help me complete Senator Keltos' mission. Senator Keltos was one of the senators in the Zentaka Empire's Congress. Michael recalled having read something about him in one of the books he had purchased in the Rainbow Koi shop. Senator Keltos was one of the senior senators, a powerhouse and a highly influential lord. He was the lord of a large territory in the Zentaka Empire and a Lionheart. Yes, he was also a Lionheart. The corners of Michael's lips curled upon hearing what the Lionheart said. That sounds interesting, he answered, nodding his head faintly. However, his expression turned cold the next moment. The Lionheart's mission was the reason his people died. Whether it was intentional or not, Michael didn't care. He only cared about his people. They had been killed cruelly, and Michael wanted nothing more than revenge, complete revenge. Recalling the pained cries of his subjects, Michael's grip tightened on his weapon. Saron Valge gleamed dangerously, and the Lionheart noticed that something had gone wrong. He only saw that Michael's lips parted as a dangerous glint emerged in his eyes. But I don't really care. Blood splashed like a fountain in the next moment, and a head flung through the air. Looks like this Senator Keltos sent multiple people to search through the untamed jungle without attracting anyone's attention. His interest in the untamed jungle is pretty high, Michael murmured quietly to himself. He recalled Lilika's words and began to frown deeply. It is not only the senator, but the rest of the Zentaka Empire is looking for something as well. It's just that Senator Keltos is more proactive. Are they looking for something else? Or is it actually the Temple of the Forgotten they're looking for? One way or another, Michael figured that Senator Keltos was a piece of shit and that he wouldn't receive much peace in his territory anytime soon. Even if he and his territory were now strong enough to survive the dangers of the untamed jungle's outer region, his territory's location was too close to the Zentaka Empire. It would not take adventurers much time to spot his territory while searching through the outer region, and they would end up in front of his territory sooner or later. It was located between the middle area of the untamed jungle and the Zentaka Empire, after all. What a hassle! Michael was already dead tired and on the verge of collapsing, but more trouble seemed to unveil itself in front of him. He was in pain, and his head was aching horrifyingly, especially the area headbutted by the Minotaur. Unfortunately, it was not the time to rest yet. His gaze moved over to Icarus' talon and a sigh escaped his lips. One of Icarus' talons twisted when the greater eagle had dived toward the ground. He was lucky that only a talon had twisted and that the greater eagle hadn't broken his neck, but it was still a grave injury nonetheless. Thus, Michael retrieved a potion, unstoppered the lid, and made Icarus drink it. Then he stored the corpses spread around him in his war rune before he returned to the territory on Icarus' back. The trip back to the territory was short. The atmosphere was gloomy, and nobody cheered like usual when he returned. However, it was not as if Michael expected them to be in a mood to celebrate. They had far more casualties than they could have hoped for, and that didn't even include the number of injured. A little over 24 people had died, and almost no melee fighter returned from the battlefield unscathed. The smallest injury was a broken leg. Meanwhile, the mages had used 2 powerful spells to subdue the Minotaur, draining more origin energy than their body could hold or make use of. As a downside, they entered a state of magic overcharge, which sealed their ability to cast spells for several days. The summoner had fallen unconscious from the backlash he received after summoning a monster that was not only of a higher tier than himself was, but also from a different realm. Then there were the archers and other long-range combat units. Their confidence was completely shaken after witnessing how useless their attacks had been against the Minotaur. They were unstable after having been forced to watch their comrades and friends die at the hands of the monster that they couldn't kill. They hadn't even been strong enough to seriously injure the blood-eyed Minotaur. It was a shame. Last but not least, Tiara was seriously injured. She had to be tended to for the next few days until they could see whether she would be able to recuperate fully or if she had sustained permanent injuries. That was a hard blow for Tiara and for everyone else. Nobody was in a condition to fight anymore. The close combat units had to recuperate, and the long-range combat units were in a bad mental state as well. They needed some time to digest what had happened and how to improve themselves so as to avoid a repeat of this incident at all costs. Their uselessness had led to the death of their friends, and they blamed themselves for the massacre. Michael was not a therapist, but he could tell that everyone required some time off. This included himself as well. Fighting the blood-eyed Minotaur had been an eye-opener for him, and he realized with glaring clarity that he and his territory were still far too weak. They might have won the battle, but it didn't feel like it. Their losses had been far too great. All in all, the potions the master alchemist had created in bulk were completely used up after the battle with the blood-eyed Minotaur. It was a stock that should have lasted for 10 battles. Unfortunately, too many injuries had to be treated with great care. Once all the fallen comrades' bodies had been brought to the center of the clearing, a huge pyre was set up and ignited. Everyone stood solemnly in front of the pyre, their hands crossed and their heads bent low as they offered prayers to the departed. It was nothing special, but it was the least Michael could do to wish a final goodbye to his loyal subjects who had fought valiantly. Michael looked like he was on the verge of collapsing on the spot, but he ensured to give the fallen the last rites they deserved. Their souls were cleansed and they were given food as a tribute to ascend to heaven, fully satiated. Michael sensed that the links of loyalty of hundreds of subjects were growing firmer, but that was not his intention when he set up the memorial fire. He wanted to take care of the people who had died to protect the territory. Before the corpses of his subjects were burned, Michael tested extraction on the 2-star berserker who died in battle today. He remembered the berserker from a few days ago. Michael had asked his soldiers what they wanted to happen to their corpses if they were to die in battle at that time. Nobody really wanted to die, but they knew that the possibility was there. Michael recalled their simple wishes and one particular wish that had astonished him at that time. The 2-star berserker wished that Michael would use his corpse to experiment with his soul trait on it. The berserker wished to provide something for the territory even after he died in battle and had said that it would be his greatest honor. At that time, Michael had been quite surprised by the berserker's wish. He always thought that his subjects wouldn't want to be touched by extraction because they believed that their soul shouldn't be touched or affected in any way after death. Michael completely understood and respected his subjects' beliefs. He wouldn't experiment with their corpses if they didn't want him to. That was why the berserker's wish shocked Michael a little bit. Unfortunately, the Will of the Origin Expanse didn't create any special drops for the summoned subjects under one's control. The berserker didn't even drop a single summoning scroll fragment after extraction was used on him. He didn't know what happened to the souls of the deceased, especially subjects who had been resurrected once already, but he was not sure if he would like to find out more. Maybe it was great that some mysterious things would stay a mystery forever. It retained the magic behind the unknown and allowed the living to hope and dream. He had a lot to do, but his body and mind didn't allow him to stay awake. Michael stumbled into his room before he fell heavily on the bed. In the next moment, he found himself in a deep slumber. Michael was disoriented when he woke up. The headache was still as bad as before, but Michael got up nonetheless. He looked out of the window and noticed that it was already early in the morning. Did I sleep that long? Michael wondered before he took a quick bath and changed his clothes. He left his room after a light workout to examine his body and find out where he was the worst injured. After he stepped outside the room, Michael was greeted by dozens of starless summons who were busy tending to the injured with great care. The non-combat summons with higher star rating were also there, supporting the injured in any way they could. Everyone was doing what they could to help their injured and traumatized friends and colleagues. It might take a while for everyone to recuperate from today's fight, but everything will return to normal sooner or later, Michael thought on his way to the warehouse. Michael had enough space to retrieve the corpses of the 6 adventurers and the blood-eyed Minotaur inside the warehouse. First, Michael used extraction on the 6 adventurers. He extracted the items stored in their war runes, soul star fragments, or artifacts bound to their war runes. Afterward, he did the same to the blood-eyed Minotaur. However, contrary to the adventurers, Michael dissected the blood-eyed Minotaur's corpse. It was more valuable dissected than left untouched, which was the case for the adventurers' corpses. They were worth quite a lot in mankind's marketplace, with their corpse left intact. Of course, the corpses were far less valuable than the other loot he had obtained, but he was not going to respectfully burn them either way. Michael extracted a few pieces of paper from the war rune of the aggressive Lionheart, several huge Zentic bills, and a few artifacts. Most artifacts were 2-star or 3-star tierless artifacts, but they were quite valuable nonetheless. Michael was happy about the gains he made, but his biggest focus was on the soul star fragments. Interestingly enough, even the Minotaur dropped soul star fragments. It was a tamed monster bound by the Lionheart adventurer, whose soul trait was related to taming, but did that mean it could drop soul star fragments? Did that make sense? Does it drop soul star fragments because of the taming soul trait? If that's the case, was the black bear also a tamed beast of that bastard? Michael wondered as he recalled the black bear dropping soul star fragments as well. Michael was confused, but also angry. The senator was getting on his nerves. It felt as if everything Senator Keltos did was to annoy Michael and make his life miserable. Unfortunately, there was nothing Michael could do about it. He didn't even know the true extent of Senator Keltos' power or the secret channels of influence in his possession. The few pieces of information Michael read about Senator Keltos were already more than enough to tell him that he couldn't fight such an existence, not now at least. In that case, use your peanut-sized brain and throw more low-ranked idiots at me. I will kill them all and use them to grow strong enough to beat the shit out of you, Michael swore in his mind. His head flicked to a semi-translucent symbol that was hiding in the midst of the small soul star fragment pile. It was a soul trait symbol that looked frail and easily breakable. Michael initially wanted to focus on increasing the star rating of the soul traits in his possession, but thinking about Senator Keltos made him absorb everything. It dropped in its complete form. Tearing it apart might not benefit me, he thought before allowing his war rune to absorb everything. When he was asleep, his war rune had refined the energy influx he obtained from killing 6 Tier 1 adventurers and 1 low Tier 2 monster. His degree of refinement didn't increase a lot, but Michael felt more energetic. His war rune mirrored his energy, and several tentacle-like streams of energy shot out of the back of his right hand. They coiled around the soul star fragments and the frail soul trait symbol before devouring everything at once. A stream of information entered his mind as the frail soul trait symbol fused with the white pillar in the deepest parts of his consciousness. Michael closed his eyes and focused on the white pillar as well. A moment later, it appeared in front of his closed eyes. He saw his 4 soul traits and the frail soul trait symbol of taming. Is it broken? Michael thought at first, but he shook his head. No, that's not it. The information about the taming soul trait didn't seem incomplete in any way. It took Michael a while, but when he finally compared Spirit Whip's 1-star soul trait symbol with the taming soul trait symbol, and realization struck him. Taming is not even a complete 1-star soul trait. Only the outer frame of the first star has formed. Michael didn't expect to fuse an incomplete soul trait. Incomplete soul traits usually awoke much later than ordinary soul traits because they lacked the necessary soul power to manifest. That was what happened to the taming soul trait symbol. It lacked the necessary soul power to completely manifest the first star. Fortunately, I have a way to fix this easily. Michael thought before he moved a single soul star fragment near the taming soul trait symbol. The frail symbol shook violently as the soul star fragment fused into it. Michael felt goosebumps all over his body as more information about the taming soul trait entered his mind. Simultaneously, the first star of the incomplete soul trait was fully manifested. His plan had worked and Michael gained a new 1-star soul trait. A single soul star fragment was enough. Well, that's even better then. Michael mused, giving himself a pat on the back. So far, he had obtained a total of 31 soul star fragments and an incomplete soul trait symbol by using his 4-star extraction on 6 adventurers and the Minotaur. Michael might not have been lucky enough to extract some memory fragments, but the soul star fragments were more than enough to make him happy. I shouldn't use any soul star fragments on lesser enhancement and eagle eyes for the time being. It would be too suspicious if the soul power of each soul trait would increase by more than 100 units in just 30 days, right? Michael asked himself, recalling that his soul power would be evaluated in the second aptitude assessment. Upgrading lesser enhancement to a 3-star soul trait would attract even more attention. He might unintentionally reveal his secret and attract everyone's attention. Michael didn't want that to happen. With that in mind, Michael chose to focus on taming and Spirit Whip. Taming seemed quite useful, though it didn't seem to be much different from a link of loyalty. The only differences were the quality of the connection between a tamer and his or her tamed monster, and the ability to communicate telepathically with each other through a long distance. He could tame monsters of the Origin Expanse and create a combat unit of tamed monsters. That didn't seem like a bad plan. Spirit Whip had come in handy a few times already. Thus, Michael wanted to upgrade it to a 3-star soul trait at once. He spent 4 soul star fragments to upgrade to a 2-star soul trait and spent another 23 soul star fragments to complete the upgrade to 3 stars. Michael tested the lethality of his upgraded Spirit Whip, and he was slightly shocked. The energy consumption increased quite a bit, but so did the damage output of the non-physical attack. It was quite exceptional. If my opponents are not prepared for a feisty Spirit Whip, I can change the tide of the battle easily, Michael murmured, feeling quite satisfied. Afterward, he spent the remaining soul star fragments on taming, barely completing the 2nd star, and upgrading it to a 2-star soul trait. At last, Michael's gaze fell on the pieces of paper which he had extracted from the war rune of the senator's direct subordinate. Let's see what you've been hiding from me. Michael spent a while reading through the documents left behind by the senator's direct subordinate. There was not much content, but it revealed certain clues about the Lionheart's mission and what he should avoid doing for the time being. The documents were a part of the official exchange between the senator and the 5 Lionhearts he had chosen as trustworthy enough to complete the secret mission. Seems like you never expected someone to be capable of plundering a war-ruined sacred storage space. That's your misfortune, bastard. Michael cursed the senator in his mind as he reread the documents a few more times. He didn't want to miss a single detail and stored the documents inside his war rune only after he was certain that he had imprinted everything in his mind. The Lionheart leader of the adventurer team and the aggressive Lionheart from the day before were only 2 out of 5 Lionhearts who had been given the secret mission. Michael wasn't able to find out more about the remaining 3 Lionhearts, but that didn't disappoint him a lot. Michael had to prepare for the worst, either way. Selling the Minotaur in Ziltra would only attract suspicion. The 5 Lionhearts should have been connected to each other. If even one of them knows about the connection between the Tamer and the Lionheart, they can find out what happened, Michael concluded after he thought about selling the blood-eyed Minotaur corpse to the guild. He could have completed a guild mission and earned a fortune selling the corpse. Unfortunately, he had to let go of the small fortune for the time being. The daily report was waiting for Michael. He read through it thoroughly and gave his subjects a few orders that had to be completed on priority before he walked over to Icarus. "Are you ready for a short trip to Ziltra, or do you want to rest a little longer?" Michael asked Icarus, whose twisted talon had been mended and realigned correctly. The greater eagle was still exhausted, but seeing the glint of determination in Michael's eyes, Icarus could only screech out in agreement. Michael smiled lightly, got on the greater eagle's back, and they ascended back into the air. Icarus didn't dare to fly too high through the air. Their altitude was not even 2 meters above the canopy of trees beneath them. The fear of the serpent in the greater eagle's heart was too strong, and Icarus was not yet ready to fight him head-on. Michael didn't say anything to Icarus. He understood why the greater eagle was so worried. After all, he was also present when the Thunder Pteranodon King had appeared above them, just to be burned to a crisp without the slightest chance of retaliation. It was far weirder that Michael wasn't concerned about their well-being as they flew across the untamed jungle. His confidence was groundless and merely based on his gut feeling. Michael was certain that no aerial monster would attack them for the time being. The reason his gut feeling told him that the mythical serpent didn't want any troublemakers in the sky above the untamed jungle. Michael was not sure why he felt like that, but the day they encountered the mythical serpent made him believe that his thoughts were right. As expected, they didn't encounter a mighty monster in the air. They reached Ziltra, paid the entrance fee, and Michael put Icarus in the mount stall, just like he did the last time he arrived in Ziltra. In the next 2 hours, Michael sold a few blueprints and the artifacts that were collecting dust in his war rune storage space. The artifacts were also the batch of items he had extracted from the adventurers, but that was not important. Michael earned a small fortune, and he used that money, in addition to the fortune he had plundered from the adventurers, in order to purchase a wide variety of cheap blueprints. Once he was done purchasing everything he needed, Michael visited the guild house. He wanted to talk to Lilica, but the Emerald Leaf Adventure team was out on a mission. Michael didn't want to waste any more time, so he picked up Icarus and they returned to the untamed jungle. When he was back in the territory, Michael organized his thoughts and watched his subjects work tirelessly before he left the Origin Expanse with 100 blueprints that were considered rare and hard to procure for most human lords. When Michael stepped out of the runic gate, he reappeared in his small cabin within the Decalos-class spaceship. He opened his messenger to take note if he had missed out on something very important, only to see that Frederick had hurled dozens of messages at him in an attempt to provoke him. This kid never learns, does he? Michael could only ask in his mind before he closed the messenger. Nothing noteworthy seemed to have happened in the past few days. Relieved, Michael stepped out of the cabin and made his way to the spaceship's shops. However, he noticed something on his way. First, inertia grew stronger during the time he spent in the Origin Expanse. It didn't affect Michael too much, but it was important to note that his headache grew worse with the increased gravitational force weighing down on him. Maybe I should go to the infirmary first. There was no shame in visiting the medical team on board. Sustaining injuries during training was not an uncommon occurrence. The same applied to getting injured in the Origin Expanse. It happened quite often. That was why the Sapphire Lake Military Academy was prepared for everything. Of course, they had an infirmary of the highest level. Even the spaceship was equipped with the best medical devices and means to ensure your survival even if you're on the verge of death. However, the cherry on the cake was that all of it was free of charge. It was normal to be injured in the military academy, and it was only obvious that the academy would spend a considerable amount of money to ensure the well-being of its students. With that in mind, Michael changed his course. He went to the infirmary where he was treated by a middle-aged woman. She was an adventurer with a powerful healing soul trait. As the nutrition and origin energy in Michael's body was enough, she didn't even have to use much of her own energy to heal the crack in Michael's skin skull, the swelling where the Minotaur had headbutted him, and the cracked bones all over his body. Michael didn't even realize how injured he had been until the medical staff started to question him about how the hell he was able to walk around with such injuries. They gave up questioning him when they saw the confusion in his eyes. It was obvious that Michael was clueless about how lucky he had been and how resilient his body was. You should eat a lot. Healing you used up most of the nutrition in your body. Take this special meal quota coupon and use it. The dishes are highly nutritious and they have great medicinal value. Don't waste them and eat everything to recuperate faster, the middle-aged woman advised, transferring a special food coupon to his crystal watch. He received it with a bright smile, and his happiness was further amplified by his grumbling stomach. The medical staff chuckled lightly and sent him off with a smile. Distracted by the thought of more free meals, Michael even forgot about his mission for the time being. He hadn't eaten for a while now, and that was one of the greatest sins he could commit. Feeling re-energized, Michael headed to the cafeteria. It was time to feast. Michael enjoyed his meal. He didn't gobble it down like a starving beast, but savored every bite of the juicy meat and the vegetables rich in origin energy. The whole meal was a combination of nutrition, origin energy, strong medicinal effects, and exceptional taste. It was much better than the big plates he received for being a member of the Limit Breaker course. Michael felt a warm and soothing feeling spread through his entire body. It invigorated his cells and stimulated their growth and regeneration. Unfortunately, he was still hungry after he emptied the plate of food. Hence, he walked back towards the cafeteria staff and ordered the special meal reserved for participants of the Limit Breaker course. After he waited for a while, Michael received his plate. He saw that more special meals were brought to another table and noticed that Caleb and the barbaric couple were feasting on a lavish meal, gobbling down the food on their huge plates. Michael walked over to them and sat down next to Caleb without a second thought. Where are the others? Did they enter the Origin Expanse or did they leave the course? Michael asked when he noticed that Frederick, Caleb, Jacqueline, and another young woman were the only ones feasting on the jumbo plates. Didn't you run away just like them? Because you were too afraid to challenge me head-on. Frederick provoked the moment he realized that Michael had returned. Michael raised an eyebrow but didn't comment on Frederick's nonsense. The others have already left. They said that they couldn't keep going like this. Apparently their bodies won't allow them to move anymore after they attended the lesson after the Limit Breaker training session. Caleb answered Michael's question without looking up from the plate. Their willpower was not strong enough for the Limit Breaker course. The young woman seated next to Caleb declared loudly, proud that she made it this far. Who was this girl again? One of Caleb's bootlickers. Michael tried to remember, but he gave up quickly. Caleb and Frederick were about to finish their jumbo plates, while Michael had yet to begin. He didn't say anything else and focused on the jumbo plate in front of him. Michael inhaled the aroma of the food and finished the meal before Jacqueline or the unimportant bootlicker of Caleb were done. As he devoured the food, Michael noticed that Caleb's eyes drifted to him every now and then. His eyes were filled with contempt, which was totally understandable. To think that Caleb can get envious. It's such a simple thing as well, Michael chuckled, but kept his thoughts to himself. He understood that Caleb wanted to manifest his war rune and enter the Origin Expanse at last. However, he was not yet 18 years old, and he was surrounded by Elira's strongest lords of the youngest generation. This fueled his envy, but also his motivation to strive for more strength. In the last few days, Caleb learned a lot about the competition and his shortcomings. The limit of his body was only one of those things. He also learned that mankind had many unique lords who had overcome great ordeals, the lack of a powerful soul trait, and various obstacles to make it into the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Many lords were like Frederick Kalbenheim and Jacqueline Orlando, children of strong lords. They were in possession of resources, techniques, the best training methods, and means to expand their territory quickly without harming the territory's foundation by expanding too fast. However, there were also many no-names and lords who had hidden themselves until the aptitude assessment. They possessed many secrets and were hiding the true extent of their power very well. Michael was such a lord in Caleb's opinion. Caleb had no idea how Alice and Michael got to know each other, or why his sister was so interested in him. However, Caleb could also tell how he felt as well. At first, Caleb hated Michael to the core. He considered Michael the crux of all his problems, but that was just him being delusional. Caleb realized that Michael had never really done anything to be worth his hatred. Before the archery competition started, he learned that Michael had been bullied. His classmates didn't like that he was a nobody without any special background. They thought he was not worthy of being in the elite class. Their bullying grew worse when he ranked first in the first semester. Caleb knew that, but he could have never thought that Michael would use his archery competition as a way to take revenge on the fools who were brazen enough to bully him in the past. At that time, Caleb didn't think much about it. He felt provoked because a nobody had accepted his challenge, and he didn't realize that something was off when Michael put a tierless epic weapon artifact into the betting pot. He had accepted the bet and rightfully lost because he had overestimated himself. There was no reason to hate Michael. However, Caleb couldn't accept it at that time. His pride didn't allow him to accept that he made a fool of himself by grossly underestimating Michael's power and craftiness. Finally, after the terrifying training sessions of the past few days and his encounters with Michael and other, no names, Caleb began to understand that his pride was worthless in the face of life and death. Michael and the no names had to put their lives on the line whenever they entered the Origin Expanse. Being prideful couldn't bring them anything. Being crafty, on the other hand, may ensure their survival more often than one might think. Now that you're back, you should join today's training session, Caleb murmured in a low voice before he got up from his seat. He put his plate away and left the cafeteria. It was almost time for today's limit breaker training session. Michael stared at Caleb's retreating back, his right eyebrow lifted in surprise. Then he nodded his head and followed the young Zenobia. "I am so pumped. Let me beat the shit out of you today," Frederick exclaimed from behind, causing Michael to sigh deeply. "You can do it, babe." Jacqueline screamed. Hearing that, Michael could only shake his head. These idiots really don't learn. Is it normal for couples to share one brain cell, or is that unique to these idiots? 3 hours later, the limit breaker training session ended. Michael's face was bruised black and blue, but he still managed to stand firmly on the ground. He towered above the writhing figures of the barbaric couple with a deep frown on his face. "Is that what you meant by saying, 'let me beat the shit out of you'? To me, it seems like both of you grew weaker. How about you take this more seriously from tomorrow onward?" He snarled coldly, his eyes void of pity. Everyone wore the same heavyweight combat suit for the limit breaker course. However, the configuration was different for everyone. A whopping 360 kilograms weighed down on Michael after he used lesser enhancement on the combat suit. Yet, even such a heavy weight wasn't enough to drag him down or slow his movements. On the contrary, Michael felt as if the heavy weight pressured him to exceed his limits and to use the full potential of his body. Looking at the bloodied faces of the barbaric couple that was writhing on the ground, staring at him in confusion and disbelief, Michael could tell that today's battle had been a little different. Something felt off. Did I complete the first stage of the berserker physique? Mickey wondered, feeling like his entire body was overflowing with power, and that too despite having attended a long and grueling training session. However, Caleb could only stare at Michael with slight surprise gleaming in his eyes. What happened to him in the Origin Expanse? Even Silverian Child couldn't help but spare a second glance at Michael. He knew that Michael didn't win against the barbaric couple by sheer luck, or by reaching the next stage of his body refinement technique. His physical standards might have improved a little bit, but it was not enough to overpower the barbaric couple. Frederick and Jacqueline were arrogant, narcissistic, and a little bit stupid as well, but they were also hard-working and talented. It was easy to tell that they had been trained very well for more than 10 years. That was also why it was so surprising that Michael was able to defeat them. Usually in a 2-versus-1 face-off, the lone fighter was supposed to block and evade attacks. Michael shouldn't have counterattacked in the first place. However, while enduring the barbaric couple's punches, Michael prepared a series of counterattacks. He deflected the punches before starting to deliver fierce and relentless punches himself. It almost looked like a fierce, undying beast had been fighting against the human couple. Michael's body was still damp when he left the shower. He changed into casual clothes after drying his body and put the heavyweight combat suit aside for it to be cleaned thoroughly. Afterward, Michael turned to the door to leave without saying a word. "Wait a moment," Caleb's voice rang out from behind. Michael halted in his tracks and turned back to the young Zenobia. "Are you sure that you're fine?" Caleb asked reflexively when he saw the impatience in Michael's eyes. Until the last minute of Michael's battle against the barbaric couple, everything had been fine. But after that, the pressure he exuded was heavy, and being around him felt weirdly uncomfortable. Caleb was not sure why, but he felt like their spar had turned into a desperate life and death battle. That was how Michael had fought, as if his life depended on it. "I am fine," Michael responded emotionlessly before he turned back. The next moment, he opened the door and left. Caleb didn't say anything else. He pressed his lips together and glanced over to Frederick and Jacqueline. The barbaric couple, which was known for their barbaric actions, bad temper, and rude attitude, was now silently staring at the ground in front of them. They had been tended to, but they had yet to clean up the dried blood covering their faces. Their stare was blank, and Caleb could imagine that their mind was empty as well. Or they were thinking about their fight against Michael. Caleb was not sure what was worse, Michael's indifference or the couple's shaken confidence. Well, whatever, he told himself before he entered the shower to freshen up. Once he was done, he put on his fashionable clothes and left the changing room, leaving the barbaric couple alone. Only after everyone else left the changing room did Frederick and Jacqueline breathe out heavily. They looked at each other and blurted out in unison. Now that the training session was over, Michael could finally focus on his initial mission again. With that in mind, he made his way to the spaceship's shop. However, he was also a bit confused. Michael knew that he lost control of himself near the end of the battle. He didn't feel bad for beating up the barbaric couple because they deserved to learn a lesson, but it was not as if he had purposely planned to beat them into a pulp before. It just happened. He was lucky that his opponents had been the barbaric couple. Punishing them for being spoiled brats and arrogant jerks was better than beating up someone else who had never done something bad before. This thought put Michael at ease, but it didn't change the confusion troubling his mind. Is it the stress of being a lord in the untamed jungle? Michael wondered, but he couldn't answer for sure. It might be the case, but it might be something else as well. Confused and deep in thought, Michael was happy to reach the hallway filled with shops. The shopping hallways of the Decalos-class spaceship were most certainly enough to distract him. He had a mission to complete after all. "Hello, sir, how may I help you today?" A young staff member greeted him at the entrance of the first shop. The young man wore a vibrant professional smile on his face, which Michael tried to reciprocate, only to fail miserably. "Hello. I want to sell a few rare blueprints, and I'm not sure which shop will provide me with the best rates," Michael revealed honestly. He was about to ask where he should go when the young man nodded his head understandingly. "I haven't seen you before, so I presume that you don't know how the shops in the spaceships all over mankind's territory are managed, right?" The young staff member asked in an amiable tone. Michael nodded his head. He had heard some rumors, but he never had the time to research the truth. The only thing he was certain about was that every ship above the Decalos class had at least one shop to access. That makes it much easier. I will transfer a small file to you with all the detailed information. If you want, I can also summarize the file for now, and you can read the detailed information later. How about it? That sounds great. Please share the file with me and help me out with the summary. Michael responded, glad to have found a forthcoming staff. The young staff member seemed nice and ready to go out of his way to help him. That was rare to find in this age and era. To summarize the file, all shops are handled by different corporations. The spaceships at the Decalos class and above have one shop managed by the government, but every other shop is managed by the big corporations of mankind. The shop I'm working at is managed by the government, but the shop on the left is managed by Olympus. The shop left to the Olympus is managed by Pandemonium, and over there is a shop affiliated with the Bartholomew Corporation. There are quite a few corporations, and all of them are managed by an adventurer. Michael found himself nodding weakly as the young staff member continued to explain the system behind the management of shops within spaceships. It was very interesting, and the wild thoughts of his spar against the barbaric couple slowly turned insignificant. An adventurer has to manage the shops, but why? Michael asked quietly just before he realized something. His eyes shot wide open and the young staff's smile widened. "I think you got the gist. All adventurers have to be adventurers in order to enter the Origin Expanse. This is not the case for every organization, but most merchant corporations have one big place where all shop managers are gathered. They may say that their headquarters are somewhere in the solar system, but it is actually in the Origin Expanse." The staff member took a short break. He took a deep breath to continue speaking and provide further explanation when Michael interfered. "So you're trying to tell me that the shop managers are connected to the Origin Expanse, and that they trade goods in the headquarters, which is situated in the Origin Expanse as well," Michael pointed out, and he continued to speak when he saw that the staff member nodded his head. "If I were to sell 100 rare blueprints, the shop manager would bring them to the headquarters, where they would be distributed among the shops all over mankind's territory to make the highest profit. At the same time, if I were to request 2,000 summoning scrolls, but the shop in question has only 500 in stock, the shop manager would visit the Origin Expanse and bring the summoning scrolls I've asked for." All in all, Michael felt that the managing system that combined the Origin Expanse and the outside universe was very intriguing. The only problem in the managing system was that the shop manager had to find a way to travel through the Origin Expanse and make his way to the headquarters of the corporation he worked for. Once the runic gate's anchor was set up, everything was fine, but to get that far was a long journey for some. Under normal circumstances, that may not be difficult because most humans spawned in specific regions, and not as far from mankind as Michael. People as unlucky as Michael would have a hard time becoming a shop manager. Fortunately, becoming a shop manager was never something Michael had wished for. His dreams had always been other things. You can put it like that. It is a little bit more complicated, but I've shared the files with detailed information with you if you're interested in understanding the mechanism and logic behind the managing system, the young man said as Michael received a notification on his crystal watch. Michael smiled in return. Suddenly, he recalled something the young staff member had said earlier. "If there is a branch of the Bartholomew Corporation, they wouldn't decline my golden membership card, right?" Michael hadn't expected to learn so many new things about mankind's managing system and special tricks that allowed a more efficient means of transportation. By using the Origin Expanse and the outside world, it was quite easy to transport goods from one planet to another within minutes. Unfortunately, this means of transportation was restricted to objects. The living couldn't move back and forth that easily. Michael's interest was piqued, but he chose to satiate his curiosity later. He entered the shop affiliated with the Bartholomew Corporation and showed them his golden membership card. And the moment he did that, the attitude of the staff changed at once. They became overly polite and treated him like a little king. Michael retrieved the rare blueprints he bought in Ziltra before returning a faint smile in their direction. "Please offer me a good price." The staff member standing behind the counter stared at the blueprints in awe. He had seen numerous blueprints by now, but the moment he realized what types of blueprints they were, he knew that this transaction was not something he could validate. "I am sorry for the inconvenience, but I have to notify the manager." "The transaction you want to conduct exceeds my authority," the staff member said apologetically while calling the shop manager. A sigh of relief escaped the staff member's lips when the manager picked up the call a few seconds later and was informed about their customer. Not even 10 minutes later, a middle-aged woman with thick glasses appeared. She saw the blueprints and immediately knew what she had to do. "I will appraise the blueprints and give you a satisfactory price." The shop manager had begun her usual sales pitch before her eyes fell on the golden Bartholomew membership card in Michael's hand. She swallowed her words and glared at her subordinate before she straightened her back and began to work fast and thoroughly. "Are you looking for something special, sir? Maybe I can help you out while the manager appraises your goods," one of the female staff members offered. Michael thought about it for a moment and nodded. "I'm looking for named summoning scrolls. Warrior, spearman, or archer summoning scrolls." Even with the golden Bartholomew membership, Michael would have to pay roughly 100,000 for a warrior summoning scroll. They were pretty expensive, but Michael knew that he had to use his entire fortune and the money he would earn from the blueprints to purchase as many combat-related summoning scrolls. He now required mentally stable, physically fit warriors to protect his territory. Summoning warriors, spearmen, and archers using summoning scrolls was the easiest way to achieve that. They wouldn't be strong just after being summoned, but their combat prowess and numerical advantage would be more than enough to deal with the monsters of the untamed jungle's outer area. However, there was another problem Michael had yet to solve: how to accelerate his subjects' growth. He knew that his subjects were growing stronger at a fast pace already. Unfortunately, they were too slow, nonetheless. A single Tier 2 monster with a unique racial ability had been strong enough to kill dozens of people and injure the rest of his military, whether it was a mental or physical injury. What was he supposed to do when a group of Tier 2 adventurers decided to attack his territory? Michael wasn't willing to watch his territory getting bulldozed and his subjects massacred mercilessly. He didn't want to see that. Thus, he had to help them out. After all, he was their lord. They relied on him and trusted him with their whole heart. "Furthermore, I can spend $2.6 million on a neutral energy absorption technique that can be used efficiently by anyone. It shouldn't require the practitioner to have a high comprehension ability. Even subjects without talent should be able to use the technique," Michael added carefully. He only had $2.6 million left in his bank account, but it was fine to use up all of it. After he watched his subjects use the Sun Soldier's breathing technique, Michael realized that the technique was too complex and time-consuming. It was a great technique once the second stage was completed, but most summons didn't have the time, let alone talent, to reach the second stage. That was why a second energy absorption technique was required. The term neutral meant that it could be practiced anywhere and that it was not necessary to meet any conditions to practice the technique. It was not even impossible to continue working while practicing a neutral energy absorption technique. Of course, the efficiency with which one absorbed energy would decrease drastically if one didn't pay full attention to it. But that was the thing. Not paying full attention to the technique wouldn't cause a backlash. It would merely slow down the rate at which energy was absorbed into the body. If there is still some spare money left, I would like to buy a neutral body refinement technique as well. Michael's train of thought was pretty simple. If he could provide good techniques, better meals with great medicinal effect, and high energy value, it shouldn't be impossible to nurture strong combatants in a short period. That was something they had learned in school as well. Unfortunately, Michael never had enough funds to invest that much in the things that accelerated the growth of his military's prowess. It hadn't been his highest priority until now. However, now that 2 incidents happened in a short time span, Michael changed his list of priorities in accordance. A budget of $2.6 million for a neutral energy absorption technique and a neutral body refinement technique. That's pretty difficult if you want something of quality, the young lady mumbled to herself. She opened the item catalog and moved next to Michael to show him a few techniques that might intrigue him. None of those techniques are exceptional, Michael thought, but what did I expect? Neutral techniques are rare, and their efficiency is exceptional. Everyone wants them, and only lesser techniques are sold in most shops. The big shots keep their techniques for themselves and their families. At this point, Michael wondered if Frederick, Jacqueline, Caleb, and everyone else had been given a neutral energy absorption technique to use. That should explain why Frederick and Jacqueline's soul traits grow stronger, even though they don't enter the origin expanse that often. After they searched through the item catalog for nearly 20 minutes, they had yet to find the perfect techniques. The manager finished appraising the blueprints at last. The corner of her lip twitched and a droplet of sweat trickled to the ground. She stared at Michael for a while and flicked her attention back to the blueprints. What I'm going to ask you might sound insulting, but can you tell me where you spawned after you entered the Origin Expanse for the first time? The manager asked, breaking the silence around her. She moved the rim of her glasses up her nose bridge and stared intently at Michael. I spawned in an area that has an abundance of densely grown flora and fauna. The region doesn't lack any of that, Michael answered without hesitation, pointing at the blueprints in front of him. He thought about it for a moment and added, however, they're not cheap either. These blueprints drop rarely from Tier 2 monsters and are more likely to be found in the drops of Tier 3 monsters. I understand, so you purchased them in the hopes of earning a small fortune. That's pretty smart. It works, after all. The manager murmured quietly like she wasn't speaking to Michael. A few 100,000 Zentica and 7 tierless artifacts of high value had been turned into 108 rare blueprints. The blueprints were not the ordinary blueprints Michael could procure by killing a few low Tier 1 monsters. They weren't worth a few thousand per piece. No, their value was on a whole different level. No, these rare blueprints dropped only from Tier 2 or Tier 3 monsters. They might be considered cheap in Ziltra, and rather useless because the lands were fertile, but they were still worth quite a lot. However, for mankind, these blueprints were exceptional. Each of them was related to the agricultural industry, something mankind needed. After all, one of the regions mankind spawned in was a barren land spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. Both Michael and the shop manager understood mankind's predicament. It was hard to turn the barren lands into a verdant grass field. Forget about large fields of wheat, vegetables, and so on. Farming was hard, and the price for energy-rich ingredients was high. Can you procure more? The manager asked, a glint in her eyes shining brightly. However, Michael had already figured out what she wanted to do. Why are you asking? He responded lightheartedly. Are you trying to propose a deal? I didn't expect to find such a good opportunity with freshmen on the Decalos-class spaceship. The shop owner mumbled quietly to herself. Her gaze moved back and forth between Michael and the blueprints until it remained on Mitchell at last. Are you interested in an exclusive deal with the Bartholomew Corporation? She asked. Michael smiled lightly in response, but he didn't answer immediately. My authority is high enough to promise you a higher price than the highest market value. Nobody else will be able to match the price I can offer, she pointed out, while pushing the rim of the glasses up her nose before adding, if you're not satisfied with that, I can promise you a higher discount for items purchased in the shops affiliated with the Bartholomew Corporation. This benefit is far better than the benefits of the Golden Membership, and only a handful have been granted it. Michael recalled the young staff member mentioning that the big corporations had shops in the Saffir Lake Military Academy as well. This included the Bartholomew Corporation, which meant that he could make use of the benefits even in the academy. Michael nodded when the shop manager finished mentioning the benefits. And what do I have to do in return? You won't give me such benefits if there is no condition attached, Michael asked. It was quite obvious what the shop manager wanted, but Michael wanted to be certain. It was pretty difficult for anyone to offer benefits exceeding the Golden Bartholomew membership, as they were already quite nice. Yet, from the way the manager spoke, she suggested that she could offer something that exceeded the Golden membership by far. I have to see the numbers to make sure that she's not deceiving me, but this sounds too good to be true, doesn't it? It is pretty simple, actually. I want to sign an exclusive contract with you. You will receive the benefits mentioned above, and the Bartholomew Corporation will be given 300 agriculture-related blueprints on the same level as the blueprints you bought today, the woman exclaimed calmly. Her gaze turned sharper as she added, since it will be an exclusive contract, you won't be allowed to sell blueprints related to agriculture to any other organization, Supreme Family, Great Clan, and so on. Michael's expression changed when the shop manager mentioned the Supreme Families. He had been deep in thought, but all of his thoughts dispersed at once. At last, he realized something about the way the shop manager worded her sentences. You don't even want to sell the blueprints, do you? The manager's eyes widened slightly, and a faint smile blossomed on her face. Her guess was right. The young man was not a fool. What do you think will happen to the blueprints after you sell them to the Bartholomew Corporation? Faced with this question, Michael remained silent for a while. At first, he didn't think that anything special would happen to the blueprints, but the manager's words stirred up his thoughts. The Bartholomew Corporation will probably keep the blueprints. Then you might gather some lords in the barren lands, sign them under the Bartholomew Corporation and form a big farming industry using the blueprints. Yes, that is probably what you're thinking about, Michael murmured more to himself than to the shop manager. The lords will use the blueprints to develop the barren lands and become high-scale farmers, who will then supply the Bartholomew Corporation with energy-rich vegetables and all kinds of other plants. Basically, the blueprints will be purchased and used as an investment into the barren lands. Barren lands will then develop in your treasure trove end. To make sure that nobody else can achieve the same results as the Bartholomew Corporation, you would want to make sure that people like me won't be able to sell their blueprints to anyone other than you. Given the widening smile on the manager's face, Michael realized that his theory was spot on. He came up with the theory after the manager mentioned that he wasn't allowed to sell the goods to other organizations, families, and clans. It's pretty smart, he thought. The staff member was staring with a stupefied expression at Michael, while the shop manager kept smiling. If your theory were to come true, would you complain about the benefits I've offered, or would you still be willing to accept them? The manager asked, seemingly nonchalantly. The manager didn't smile, nor did she glare at him. However, Michael understood what she wanted to convey. If he came up with ridiculous terms, his relationship with the Bartholomew Corporation might end before it even started in the first place. Michael knew that he had been quite lucky with the Golden Bartholomew membership, and he understood that he shouldn't be too greedy right now. The terms and benefits stated sound nice. However, I'm in need of a high-quality neutral energy absorption technique, Michael said in a heavy voice. He intentionally left out stating that he wished to have a neutral body refinement technique, knowing that he might be asking for too much. The manager sighed heavily upon hearing Michael's request, which was why Michael decided to speak up again. I know that top-notch techniques are kept secret. I am not asking for such a technique since I know these are heirlooms. I just want to ensure that my territory can grow fast. If you wish to discuss my terms with your superior, you can do that. However, I don't think that I'm asking for too much. The Bartholomew Corporation will gain far more from this deal in the long term. Michael studied the manager's reaction carefully. When he noticed something, he lightly added, in the worst case, we can just forget about the deal. No, the manager exclaimed in a startled voice. How could she miss out on such a great opportunity? Did that little brat even realize how long they'd been planning the redevelopment of the barren lands? They couldn't allow anyone else to purchase Michael's blueprints. The corner of Michael's lip curled upward at her reaction. He had caught her. Agriculture was a big deal in the Origin Expanse. The regions most populated by humans were the barren lands. It was the biggest region with the most human lords. Other than that, there was the frozen cataclysm, the sacred desert, and a few more minor regions. Only 2 of the minor regions were suitable for farming on a large scale. Realizing that he had the upper hand, Michael used some leverage to obtain what he wanted. After some back and forth with the manager, the deal was done and signed. In the end, Michael was quite satisfied with his gains. Even if it wouldn't be easy to find an exceptional technique for him, a high-grade neutral energy absorption technique should be feasible. That was something the manager stated confidently. The manager told Michael that she would talk to her superior, show the manager the blueprints, and reveal the conditions and terms of the deal she struck with Michael. Afterward, they would figure out what kind of neutral energy absorption technique they would hand over. She would do her utmost to provide him with the best technique. In accordance with the technique's level, Michael's monthly quota of blueprints would either increase or decrease. It would take a few days until the manager would get hold of the technique, but Michael was more than fine with waiting. At last, he would obtain his high-quality neutral energy absorption technique. By then it wouldn't be too difficult to increase the refinement degree and tier of his subjects. That was the most he could do for now, increase the tier of his subjects. After all, Michael and Tiara were still the only beings at Tier 1 in his territory. The deal put aside, Michael earned a fortune by selling 108 rare blueprints. They earned him $17.5 million, which was enough to purchase a neutral body refinement technique for a little bit more than $5 million and 150 combat-related summoning scrolls. Michael had to tap into his $2.6 million savings to purchase everything, but that was something Michael had already expected. With his wallet considerably lighter, 150 combat-related summoning scrolls in his possession, and the body refinement technique called Sacred Rectification in his hands, Michael left the shop. Michael returned to his cabin where he manifested the runic gate. He entered the Origin Expanse and shared the body refinement technique with the librarians and scholars, who were asked to duplicate the technique for everyone to read. Afterward, he focused his attention on the summoning process. Michael broke the seals of 150 summoning scrolls to summon 50 warriors, 50 spearmen, and 50 archers at once. Michael introduced himself to the new summons before he gestured to the starless summons to guide them through the territory and explain their situation thoroughly. Simultaneously, the links of loyalty with their lord were formed. Once Michael completed everything, he finished a few minor tasks before he left the Origin Expanse once again. He had a few more lessons to attend. Michael, what is the most cost-efficient external means to improve your subject's refinement degree and tier? Michael knew a few external means to accelerate a subject's growth and boost his refinement degree, but most were too expensive for someone like Michael to afford. The external means were consumables, which were priced much higher than the money Michael had in his bank account most of the time. That was also why he had sent a short message to Alice before he closed the messenger. Alice might not be able to help him, but he could at least try asking her for guidance. Once the message was sent out, Michael closed the messenger. He arrived in the small room that was set up especially for Harry Barron to conduct his research on soul power and soul traits. Other than the Limit Breaker course, Michael had 3 more lessons to attend. He had applied for the history of the origin expanse, memory lane, and soul power theory. He had attended a memory lane lesson before and was impressed and intrigued by the subject. Memory lane taught a technique that applied origin energy in a specific and a very complex way to accelerate the brain's memorization process. It was a very tricky technique that had been separated into 10 different stages. Mastering the first stage increased the brain capacity by 30, allowing the practitioner to memorize content much easier and imprint it deep into the mind to ensure that it wouldn't get forgotten. The technique was quite difficult to master, and Michael could only marvel at the few people who were able to practice memory lane to a high stage. Their comprehension ability, willpower, and endurance to keep practicing the technique for years had to be excellent. Michael could feel that he had gained a basic mastery of memory lane after working on it for a few times, but that was already it. He would have to spend months to improve his understanding of the subject and slowly attain perfect mastery. Courses like Memory Lane were exceedingly popular. To apply for the Memory Lane course in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy, one would have to spend a small fortune of sapphire points. That was not necessary on the way to the academy since everything was free of charge during that period. It was one of the open secrets that certain courses required special conditions and a fee if one wanted to sign up for them in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy, and that they were free of charge while you were traveling to the academy. That was also why certain courses were flooded with students while others were avoided. This included the Limit Breaker course, History of the Origin Expanse, and Soul Power Theory. However, Michael didn't pay much attention to these things. He signed up for the lessons he wanted to spend the little spare time he got. Michael tried to use memory lane to remember the teachings of the history professor. It worked to a certain extent, but Michael quickly noticed that he couldn't recall everything the history professor taught him. Thus, he rather focused on the teachings instead of memorizing everything word for word. There was a significant difference between memorizing something and understanding it. Michael wanted to understand the history of the origin expanse and connected the events of the past with each other to gain a better understanding of the origin expanse, how devastating simple actions can be in the grand scheme of things, and the reasons certain races came to an end. History lessons seemed boring, but they were quite intriguing once a point of interest was found. Michael's point of interest was the Temple of the Forgotten and the backstory of his family. Unfortunately, not many were interested in the history lessons taught in the Decalos-class spaceship. It was similar to the case of soul power theory. Michael was the only freshman who signed up for the lesson. However, Harry Barron didn't seem to mind that. On the contrary, he was quite happy that Michael was intrigued in the subject he taught. The young researcher was overjoyed to see that Michael shared an interest with him. However, that was not the only happy occasion for Harry. No, Michael seemed to have been invested in the research of soul power even before they met. Michael made a few suggestions about Harry Barron's theory, which the researcher first denied before he took a second glance at it. Michael didn't know much about soul power, but he often spent his time theorizing about extraction, the soul star fragments, soul traits, and ways to maximize his power. While he was busy spending his time with the 4 courses he applied for and searching for ways to strengthen his subjects, 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Only 11 days were left before they would arrive in Kelta, where the real competition would begin. By now, most students had formed groups, and the competitive spirit between the groups began to surface. A handful of fights had already broken out until now, and the tension would only increase in the next 11 days. Michael didn't join any group, but he didn't make any enemies either. That was probably because he was around Caleb Zenobia and the barbaric couple whenever he visited the cafeteria. The 4 didn't become friends after they trained next to each other for hours every single day, but they spent enough time together to get to know each other much better than before. Frederick and Jacqueline were oddly silent since Michael had humiliatingly defeated them in the spar, but that was actually for the better. The couple focused on their training rather than wreaking havoc in the cafeteria or throwing a tantrum whenever something didn't go their way. Frederick's comments and provoking messages stopped as well. That one fight against Michael had been enough to open his eyes and beat some sense into him. Michael made it a point to visit his territory every day. He spent more than half a day in the territory to help the injured and give out more orders. Furthermore, Michael introduced the body refinement technique Sacred Rectification and the neutral energy absorption technique called Pandemonium's Requiem. When Michael was given the technique a week after he signed the deal with the Bartholomew Corporation, he was stupefied. It was different from what he'd expected. Pandemonium's Requiem didn't really sound like an energy absorption technique to him. Fortunately, it was a high-grade neutral energy absorption technique of the highest quality. He introduced the two techniques, followed up by some tactics which Alice had introduced to him. Alice Zenobia was very busy, but she found enough spare time to send some files to him a few days ago. After he had received all the techniques and tactics from her and safely stored them, Michael got back to work. Most of his combatants had recuperated from their injuries within 7 days. Michael gave them 3 more days to rest and make sure to get back to their peak state before they began hunting again. The trauma caused by the blood-eyed minotaur was still apparent in the minds of some combatants, but they had overcome their fear by facing it head-on. Michael was lucky enough to summon a few 1-star summons with knowledge related to overcoming traumatic events. That was something Michael desperately needed because his knowledge about psychology and how to tend to traumatize soldiers was really bad. It was one of the mandatory courses in the elite class when he was in high school, but he never excelled at the subject. Thus, 4 days ago, more than 230 soldiers of the territory's military went into action. They began to hunt once again. Within 4 days, more than 1,000 low Tier 1 monsters had been hunted, near perfectly dissected, and transported to Ziltra, where they had been sold. Michael also sold the blueprints and artifacts dropped by the monsters, leaving himself with only a vast fortune of Zentic to purchase rare blueprints and 754 ordinary summoning scrolls. Michael purchased enough blueprints in Ziltra to fulfill his side of the deal with the Bartholomew Corporation. He earned a fortune from selling the blueprints to the shop manager, who had introduced herself as Selena Magna, at last. The fortune was used up to initiate one of the tactics introduced by Alice: grow your own herbs and concoct energy-rich pills. It may sound stupid, but purchasing a ton of herbs and plants to grow, and a few recipes containing low-grade energy pills seemed to be the most cost-efficient way to utilize cheap external means to accelerate the growth of his subjects. The initial investment was extremely expensive, but the funds required for a long-term production of energy pills were rather low. Not a mere handful, but a total of 30 summons broke through the barrier and ascended to the first tier in the last 2 weeks. The territory's foundation was growing firmer, slowly and steadily. The majority of the 30 Tier 1 summons had a higher star rating. Higher star ratings indicated better potential, which made it much easier to break through the barrier separating the tiers. That was also why the Nature Spirit and all 3-star subjects advanced to Tier 1 even though they had been summoned only recently. Michael didn't venture out to hunt often, but his war rune had also reached the low refinement degree of the first tier by now. The soul share he received from his subjects was quite high, after all. Even though his territory had grown much stronger than before, it opened a lot of opportunities for them to explore. In fact, it was because of the strength they gained that they had a lot more things to do. One of the tasks they could focus on now that they had grown much stronger was the conquest of the Lizard Cave. But before they started working on it, Michael had to look after a few more administrative tasks. He had summoned 750 summons, who had to be introduced to the territory and help them settle down. Their helping hands had to be distributed according to their past lives' work experience, and they had to be given a place to sleep. Michael knew that not everyone would selflessly sacrifice their time and effort to work tirelessly for their lord and territory. Thus, he provided new summons with a basic package or more of a welcome kit to ensure their survival. They would survive in his territory even if they wouldn't work hard. After all, Michael gained something from their sheer existence. Their link of loyalty strengthened his soul traits. To gain a higher level of treatment, which included a home, better food, more sets of clothes, and the chance to take a glimpse at the neutral energy absorption technique Pandemonium's Requiem, the subjects had to work hard. Starless summons would be distributed tasks evenly and given work somewhere inside the territory. Meanwhile, 1-star summons and summons with a higher star rating would pursue their occupation and strive toward helping their lord and territory while becoming more adept at their occupation. There were even higher perks, but they could only be attained by having an increasingly firm link of loyalty and by meeting certain conditions. As long as they fulfilled the above criteria, they're given energy pills, better resources, tools and equipment, and full access to copies of Sacred Rectification and Pandemonium's Requiem. It was necessary to implement different levels of benefits offered at this point in the territory's progress. His territory's population expanded rapidly, and it was not possible to distribute all the resources uniformly among his subjects. In the first place, not every summon was in dire need of energy pills, forging blueprints, books related to forging, concocting, enchanting, carpentry, and so on. It was understandable. However, Michael couldn't accept that lazy subjects received the same benefits and perks as hard-working subjects. Thus, the new system was implemented, allowing the lazy slackers to survive and sleep in a slightly crowded space and eat ordinary but filling food. After the new system was implemented, a portion of the lazy slackers began to work harder again. Not everyone did their best, but the situation improved considerably. Slowly but steadily, everything in the territory seemed to be working out. There was no news about the three Lionhearts, who had been tasked with the senator's secret mission, either. Michael finally felt like he wasn't surrounded by trouble all the time. The last 2 weeks had been quite enjoyable, peaceful, and very beneficial. At last, Michael perfected the Berserker Physique's first stage. He had yet to complete the second stage and finish the Berserker Physique for good, but Michael was not in a hurry. Rushing through the second stage wouldn't help him in any way. Slow and meticulous work was far more important when it came to the refinement of the body. Everything had to be perfect, after all, if he did not want to injure himself. Michael could have switched to the sacred rectification technique now that he finished the Berserker Physique's first stage. However, he didn't want to change midway, even if it was possible to do so using sacred rectification. Switching to new techniques whenever something with higher potential appeared wasn't good. Michael would rather finish one process after another to minimize risk and ensure the best performance. What should I do now? Michael murmured to himself as he went through his mental to-do list. There was a lot to do, but nothing that put him in a tight spot. He wasn't pressed on time anymore, which was quite a relief. Unfortunately, his joy didn't last long. The moment he saw Little Rabbit, the young demi-human from the speedster rabbit folk, barge through the thicket of bushes, he knew that something was wrong. Little Rabbit looked distressed as she charged straight at him. She was so fast that Michael thought Little Rabbit might have advanced to the second tier. Of course, that was not the case. She was just in stress, which resulted in her racial trait activating itself naturally. "Lord, you have to see this," Little Rabbit shouted loudly. She could barely slow down to prevent crashing into Michael and skidded to a halt inches away from him. "Did you guys find something? Is it a tier 2 monster?" Michael asked without feeling too worried. After working tirelessly on the conquest of the Lizard Cavern, Michael and his people came up with various ways to separate tier 2 monster groups and how to kill them. He could keep his calm in front of her. After all, he was confident enough to say that they had grown strong enough to win against the blood-eyed Minotaur without a single casualty if the attack were to happen now. That was how strong they had grown. Another encounter with a monster like the blood-eyed Minotaur wouldn't end in a humiliating defeat this time. However, Little Rabbit shook her head. "There is no monster, my lord." We found a group of forest elves," Little Rabbit added, her voice filled with concern. "Forest elves? Do you mean the Emerald Leaf Adventure team?" Michael asked, slightly confused. Tiara and Blair knew about the Emerald Leaf team and that they were the only forest elves nearby. "Why didn't you guys bring them over?" "They're not our allies, but the Emerald Leaf Adventure team is not our enemy either," Michael said lightly. He was not too bothered about hiding the territory's progress from the Emerald Leaf Adventure team. However, Little Rabbit didn't seem to be convinced. No, the conviction was not the problem. "My lord, that might be a little bit difficult," she began to speak, only to shut her mouth when she saw the darkness deep inside Michael's eyes. He looked straight into her eyes, causing Little Rabbit to lose the ability to speak for a moment. "They've been poisoned, and it looks like they were pursued." Tiara and the others weren't sure what to do with them, Little Rabbit revealed at last. "Pursued, so they brought guests?" Michael asked, which Little Rabbit affirmed with a faint nod. "Then let's welcome our guests." Michael looked at the writhing figures of the 5 forest elves with a deep frown. Their breathing was rough, and it looked like they were about to pass out at any moment. The 5 forest elves were conscious, yet at the same time they weren't. Tiara was standing next to him, wearing her combat armaments and a grim expression. She and the territory's army had been hunting when they noticed a commotion. They found the Emerald Leaf Adventure team lying on the ground, writhing in pain as they tried to endure the effect of the highly potent poison that coursed through their bodies. Due to the poison, the bluish vein beneath their fair skin had turned purple. They were throbbing wildly and were clearly visible to the eye. "What happened to them?" Michael asked quietly while bending down. His hands hovered above Lilica's body, golden streams manifesting in his palms. "Icarus, Igleses, Blair, and her tracker team are currently observing the pursuers from a considerable distance. They'll warn us once the pursuers get too close to us, or our territory," Tiara explained calmly. She threw one glance at the forest elves writhing in pain and added, "It looks like there are quite a few adventurers after them." That was not an answer to his question, but Michael simply nodded his head. He began to use extraction on the forest elves to extract the poison that coursed through their veins. Extracting the poison within all of them required great focus and a total of half an hour. Afterward, they were given healing potions to invigorate them and aid their recuperation. In the meantime, the pursuers inched closer to their position. Igleses reported that they had issues passing through the densely grown untamed jungle and that the pursuers were very careful. They expected to encounter monsters and the forest elves behind every bush and tree trunk. According to Igleses, most pursuers were also injured. Some even pursued the forest elves after they'd sustained severe injuries. Why are they doing that? Are their lives worth less than their desire to kill the forest elves? Michael wondered at this point. It wouldn't take long before they would encounter the pursuers, and Michael had yet to make a decision about what he was going to do. "Where are we?" A weak voice reached his ears. Michael turned around and saw that the first forest elf had regained consciousness fully. What happened? He asked instead of answering the forest elf's question. Something felt off. The trackers reported a few minutes ago that the pursuers were split up in 6 different groups, and that it looked like the 6 groups were not working together. They insulted each other and threatened to attack each other more than once. Michael believed that the pursuers were different adventure teams, which had joined their forces to pursue the Emerald Leaf team into the untamed jungle. But that was especially weird. By now, Michael had been to Ziltra many times. Hence, he knew that most people avoided the untamed jungle. Rumors in the city were ripe that most adventurers wouldn't make it out of the untamed jungle if they were to venture in, which was more or less the truth. If one didn't know the topography of the untamed jungle and the location of the monster habitats, it would be quite difficult to pave a way through the untamed jungle and survive. Why, Yaoyu, are the human lord, are we in the untamed jungle? The elf asked weakly, barely able to keep her eyes open. What happened to you guys? Michael asked again, a little bit sharper this time. The elf's pointed ears twitched and she moved her head to look straight into Michael's dark eyes. The next moment, her eyes turned moist. She was not able to say anything as she pressed her lips together in a thin line and began to cry silently. Fortunately, Lilica had regained her full consciousness as well. She was disoriented and looked around to figure out where they were. She only stopped moving frantically when she saw Michael. Thank Yggdrasil, we're not dead, Lilica murmured while the tension in her body eased a little. She ended up lying flat on the ground, staring gratefully at the canopy of humongous trees high up in the air. We were on a mission, Lilica said after a minute of silence. A mission? Yes, but that doesn't matter right now, Lilica sighed deeply before she added. Important is just that the mission was outside Ziltra, and that 6 adventurer teams ambushed us. We managed to kill or cripple the strongest adventurers we faced, but they managed to poison each of us. A stunned silence followed Lilica's words. It was only when the remaining members of the Emerald Leaf Adventurer regained their full consciousness that one of them added painfully, Jighoram sacrificed himself to help us flee into the untamed jungle. If 6 adventurer teams joined their forces, you guys must have offended someone big in Ziltra. What did you guys do? Michael asked straightforwardly. While it was sad that one of them had sacrificed his life to protect his team, that was not important to Michael. He didn't want to intervene in a battle against a powerhouse if Lilica and her team had done something stupid. Michael may not hate the Emerald Leaf Adventure team, but it was not as if they were best friends either. Their relationship was nothing special, and he wouldn't sacrifice his loyal subjects by offending another powerhouse just to save a few people he was barely acquainted with. Senator Keltos was already problematic enough. That's the thing, we didn't offend anyone. Since we're the only forest elves in Ziltra, and one of the few groups of forest elves in the entire Zentica Empire, we have always been very careful. The only time one of us has been careless was when our youngest went out to drink with a few lionhearts. He exposed that there is a lord in the untamed jungle. However, that is something I already told you, and it is not exactly something that justifies the ambush of 6 adventure teams either, Lilica said, while her tone grew colder as the words tumbled out of her mouth. I think I heard someone asking if we've killed the blood-eyed minotaur. A weak voice from behind Lilica added all of a sudden. It was one of the other forest elves who had regained his consciousness. One of them asked me who our master is. It was a little weird. We clashed and he asked that question out of nowhere, another forest elf added. At this point, Michael roughly understood what must have happened. Did the remaining subordinates of the senator take action? That should be it. Michael murmured to himself. That must be it. They probably thought that the forest elves lied to them to kill the Lionheart leader and his group, and the Lionheart, who was working with the blood-eyed minotaur's group. That's why they chose to eliminate the Emerald Leaf team altogether. Michael couldn't be certain that his guess was right, but he was confident that it was at least close to the truth. He took a deep breath and let a few thoughts run through his mind. Not long after, Blair, her group of trackers, and the 2 aerial units of his combat team returned to him. The pursuers were about to reach them. Michael manifested the Onyx Dragon armor set before he waved his arm once. In the following seconds, the territory's entire army disappeared in the thicket of the Origin Expanse. The guests are about to arrive, Michael mumbled with a small smile on his face. How about we welcome our guests? After sending off everyone else, Michael and the forest elves were left alone. The poison inside the forest elves had been extracted, but they were still worn out and drained of all the Origin energy. Maybe they could release a few arrows, killing 1 or 2 Tier 1 adventurers in the process, but that was already it. Their combat prowess was nowhere close to their peak. Will he rat us out? One of the forest elves couldn't help but ask Lilica. She could tell that none in Michael's army was above the 1st tier. In fact, the battle maid seemed to be the strongest, and she was merely a mid-tier 1 adventurer. Lilica didn't seem too bothered by that. She wasn't close to Michael, but their few encounters were enough for her to have a rough image of the young human lord. Michael could have hated them for the mistake the youngest in their team made. Their youngest told a Lionheart about Michael and his territory when he was dead drunk. Yet, instead of blaming the Emerald Leaf Adventure Team for what happened afterward, i.e., the attack of the large Lionheart Adventure Team, and taking revenge, Michael stayed put. He even helped them remove the poison in their bodies, saving their lives in the process. Why would he have done that if his plan was to get rid of them? Michael decided to ignore the discussion of the Emerald Leaf Adventure Team. Instead, he focused on the commotion that broke out in front of him. The first Distors, Lionhearts, and members of other races broke through the thicket of the untamed jungle. They noticed the forest elves, along with Michael immediately, and didn't hesitate to charge forward. Meanwhile, Michael took a step forward as well. Did Leopold Darkin, Alakan Darkin, or Zuak Palav send you guys? He asked the 6 adventure teams calmly as they charged ahead. The 6 adventure teams had more than 40 members left. 6 of them were low Tier 2 adventurers, while the rest were either at the peak of the first tier or at the late stage. Under normal circumstances, Michael would be shuddering at the sight of such a powerful force charging at him. However, Michael's expression didn't change. He remained as calm as before. Some of the adventurers slowed down for a moment when they heard what Michael asked, while others snapped at him, just shut up and die. Michael raised an eyebrow at the outburst. His gaze never left the adventurers as they passed slowly through the densely grown untamed jungle. He raised his arm slowly and cleaved downward once his arm was fully stretched out. The next moment, the siltang bow manifested in Michael's empty hand. Simultaneously, the canopy of trees was covered by spears and arrows that flew through the air in a beautiful arc. Earth spikes shot out of the ground, and water whips emerged from all directions. The attacks impacted one after another. The water whips coiled around the arms and legs of the adventurers in the vicinity, restricting their movements before the earth spikes pierced their calves. Simultaneously, the spears and arrows hit their targets, further immobilizing them. The majority of the adventure teams used their soul traits and artifacts to block the attacks or evade them. However, some of them were a second too late. Targeted by the water whips and the earth spikes, they couldn't even move as a barrage of spears and arrows hit them hard. As if that was not enough, precisely targeted crossbow bolts whizzed through the air the next moment, piercing through the vital points of the adventurers that had been hit the worst. Michael watched the release of the first barrage of projectiles with a satisfied smile. He might have chosen to spare them if they were unwilling to kill him. However, none of the 6 adventure teams seemed to care about his life. It was not as if Michael expected them to care, but being targeted with killing intent allowed Michael's consciousness to be void of guilt and remorse while killing them. He conjured an energy arrow, began to draw the bowstring back, and activated Eagle Eyes. After adjusting his angle once, Michael released the arrow. It whizzed through the air with terrific velocity and pierced through the eye of the closest opponent. That was a little weak, he murmured to himself before exerting lesser enhancement. Michael conjured another arrow and pulled the bowstring back once again. He released the second arrow in the next second. Along with Michael's second attack, the second barrage of more than 100 projectiles shot through the vicinity simultaneously. The pressure was less than before because there were no earth spikes nor water whips restricting the adventurers. Nonetheless, more than a dozen projectiles found a way to their designated target. It was only after the second barrage that Michael retrieved the siltang bow. He manifested Saron Valge and whistled aloud. Following his whistle, the bushes all around the adventurers began to shake. A tremor rang out from the left, and a screech reached their ears from the right. The heavy armored elephant barged through the bushes on the left, and Icarus dived down from the canopy bridge from the right. Icarus dived down swiftly and picked up one of the Distors before he shot back into the air. Meanwhile, the heavy armored elephant charged ahead fearlessly, but it was not alone. The demi-humans, warriors, spearmen, knights, berserker, and everyone else followed behind the heavy armored elephant. The territory's close combat units emerged from all directions, led by the heavy armored elephant on the left and by Tierra on the right side. Thunderous roars filled the surroundings as the warriors roared out loudly. Their morale skyrocketed as a third barrage of arrows and spears flew through the air. The projectiles impacted moments before the warriors appeared in front of their opponents. The earth spikes and water whips didn't resurface anymore. But that was only a short moment of relief for the few Tier 2 adventurers in the front who found themselves caught in the mud and faced with a sudden pulling force that wanted to pull them underground as if they were stuck in quicksand. Luckily, escaping the mud trap was not too difficult for them. However, it grew increasingly tiring to evade the projectiles flying toward them while trying to escape the muddy pool. The Tier 2 adventurers were already injured and not in their best form anymore. Fighting against the forest elves had been more devastating than expected. Nonetheless, the Tier 2 adventurers were not weak. They possessed multiple Tier 1 artifacts respectively and could utilize their soul traits to gain an advantage. Their vitality was strong enough to ignore most projectiles that found their way to them. They were simply not strong enough. However, everything changed when several assassins appeared around them all of a sudden. As their weapons were coated in poison, even minor injuries could turn into a big problem. But that was not everything. A small group of cavalry riders passed through the thicket of the untamed jungle. They rode through the bushes and shrubs in a straight line, pierced a weak adventurer who was already covered in several cuts, and impaled the adventurer with their lance. Afterward, they dragged the impaled adventurer through the bushes until they disappeared in the thicket of the untamed jungle. The only thing the impaled adventurers left behind were endless screams of terror. At one point, the screams died down and an eerie silence followed suit, but the fight was not yet over. The massacre had just begun and the forest elves witnessed all of it from the VIP seats. "What the this I am not seeing things right," one of the forest elves asked, feeling utterly confused. However, even Lilica wasn't sure what to say right now. She stared blankly at the massacre that unveiled itself in front of her, her expression turning uglier by the second. "If you're seeing what I see, then we're not imagining things." "But it doesn't make sense," the young elf exclaimed, and Lilica couldn't agree more. "No, it doesn't." The moment Michael joined the fight, the tide of the battle changed drastically. It turned out much worse for the invaders. The 6 adventure teams were occupied with facing his soldiers when Michael appeared next to a late Tier 1 Zentor's adventurer. His artifacts were shrouded in a white hue, and his eyes shone in a golden luster. Eagle eyes and lesser enhancement were unleashed, and on full display for everyone to see. Certain that Michael's soul trait was related to his eyes, or the white hue engulfing his artifacts, the Zentors unleashed his own soul trait. His body expanded, and he was about to smash his heavy fists down on Michael's tiny body when his expression turned blank all of a sudden. The corner of Michael's lip tilted upward in a smirk. He had caught the Zentors off guard. Not expecting a mental attack at this point, the Zentors was hit with a fully empowered spirit whip. The Zentors lost focus, and his soul trait was deactivated immediately. Michael used the Zentor's struggle and shock to pounce upon him and thrust forward with Saron Valge. Normally, his opponent would have regained his composure by now, but the backlash of having his soul trait forcefully deactivated dealt additional damage on his mind. The Zentors regained his senses when it was already too late. His head felt extremely light, blood spurted through the surroundings, and his vision tunneled all of a sudden. The last thing the Zentors could remember was hearing a thud. After that, there was nothing. He had been devoured by eternal darkness. Death was the only thing that remained. Michael moved on after defeating his first opponent in close combat. He didn't waste any time and kept Eagle Eyes, Lesser Enhancement, and Spirit Whip activated. After upgrading Spirit Whip to a 3-star soul trait, it turned even more terrifying than it had been. The Spirit Whip's range expanded quite a bit, and the lethality increased exponentially. But the same could be said about the difficulty of maintaining and controlling the Spirit Whip. Before, Michael could use 5 Spirit Whips simultaneously. However, right now, a single Spirit Whip was all Michael could use while fighting and using his other soul traits, but that was all he needed. A single Spirit Whip was strong enough to affect a Tier 1 adventurer. If they were hit with the Spirit Whip off guard, their defense would crumble, and it would become increasingly difficult to regain their former dynamic and upper hand in the fight. That was something Michael made use of. On his way to the Tier 2 adventurers, his Spirit Whip lashed out at every one of the remaining adventures. They were unprepared and lost their focus for a moment after the impact. That was enough to deactivate their soul traits and fire affinity for a moment. The moment of disturbance was not enough for Michael to kill all of them, but his warriors had already been prepared to attack when Michael arrived and caught the opponents off guard. They used the golden opportunity and struck their opponents from all directions. As the massacre continued, the forest elves witnessed everything, and they realized what total annihilation truly meant. They might have injured the most powerful members of the 6 adventurer teams before the poison rendered them unable to continue fighting, but the forest elves knew that the battlefield in front of them was far from simple. Their opponents were obliterated, rendered unable to run through the untamed jungle with fast strides, and incapable of properly fighting against the people who fought like they had been trained to move through the untamed jungle for years. "They're just a bunch of Tier 1 Samanso," why one of the forest elves began to speak, only to stop midway. He was baffled at the sight of Michael and Tiara working together to not just fight but kill a Tier 2 adventurer. Of course, the two didn't fight alone, but even then, the combat prowess and synergy displayed by Michael and Tiara was terrific, just like their soul traits. Lilica had difficulties forcing a smile on her face. She had already sized up the surrounding area and the battlefield, and knew that there was a canopy bridge spread across the dense thicket above them. The canopy bridges were well connected and well hidden. Lilica wouldn't have found the canopy bridges if not for the barrages of arrows and spears. She noticed that the projectiles shot downward after reaching a certain height, which was why she looked up, just to find hidden canopy bridges that had close to 100 archers, 2 elemental mages, and most other long-range combat units hidden behind the lush greenery. They were close enough to participate in the battle, but far enough to not bother the close combat units and stay safe. Everything was well designed, perfect for a situation like today. It was quite shocking. Nonetheless, Lilica looked at her comrade with a faint smile. She asked in a voice loud enough that summarized what everyone else had been thinking. Do you think they could defeat us? The attention of the four forest elves was pulled to their leader. It's pretty simple, actually, Lilica said. She frowned deeply and couldn't smile anymore at the sight unfolding right in front of them. We wouldn't stand a chance against them. Maybe, not even when we're at our peak. She revealed the bitter truth in an emotionless tone, almost like it was a bad joke. However, they knew that Lilica wouldn't joke about something like that. They knew her well enough to understand what she was feeling right now. After a while, Lilica's expression turned sour. It was hard to hide the bitter feeling in her heart, tinged with just a little jealousy. In fact, everyone felt like her. They all lost their territory due to various reasons. However, the biggest reason was their inability to face their enemies. Overpowered, they could only surrender as a lord and become part of the Zentaka Empire, or give up their rights as lords and become adventurers. That way, they could retain some freedom. However, it was incomparable to the feeling of freedom and power one had as a lord, and the confidence received by leading an army of loyal subjects. Michael hadn't been a lord for a long time. The members of the Emerald Leaf Adventure team clearly recalled that the protection barrier of his territory was still up when they first met. Not much time had passed since then, but Michael was already strong enough to fend for himself against powerful opponents. It was amazing, but it was also a slap on the face of all those who hadn't been strong enough to protect their territory. She added, they learned to use their environment and numbers to their advantage. In such a short time, they learned how to overpower existences of S-higher tier. They learned how to hunt tier 2 monsters while being tierless. She was highly impressed by Michael's progress. I have to be dreaming. That doesn't make sense. It was a fact that all monsters had a weak spot and exposed vital points that could be hurt even by existences of a lower tier. However, the damage caused by a tierless existence's attack was nothing noteworthy to a tier 2 monster because its vitality was extremely high. But if hundreds of people attacked simultaneously, even a small attack with pebbles could turn into a downpour of rocks, drowning the enemy slowly. The situation in Michael's territory was not much different. Most of his summons were still tierless. However, the summons with high star rating were also those who advanced to the first tier. They had been strong before, but now their power has increased by leaps and bounds. Their attacks were either used to distract the opponents, restrict their movements, or slowly take them out one after another. By skillfully hiding their attacks amid the insignificant attacks of tierless warriors, they gained several opportunities to inflict serious injuries, and that was exactly what they did. In the end, the battle ended in less than 10 minutes. It was total annihilation. They killed every single member of the 6 adventure teams without suffering a single casualty. Every member in Michael's army fought carefully. They executed the combat tactics perfectly and emerged victorious. First, attacks poured down from the canopy bridges. The first barrage included an onslaught of earth spikes jutting out of the ground, and water whips emerging from all directions. After the first barrage, the lethality of the elemental attacks was vividly branded into the minds of the attacking adventurers. They grew increasingly more vigilant of attacks from the ground and surroundings. The second barrage of projectiles was ordinary, void of any elemental attacks. They believed that Michael and his team had exhausted their powerful attacks. Hence, the adventurers didn't expect the appearance of tamed monsters. Forget about a heavy armored elephant and a greater eagle. Neither were monsters that could be found in the untamed jungle, nor were they easy to tame. And that is why the arrival of the tamed monsters distracted the attacking adventurers once again. They were shocked even more so as the close combat units unveiled themselves all around them. The adventurers had now been surrounded. At last, the elemental attacks started again. The mages focused on the strongest opponents to restrict them. By then, the numerical advantage of the territory's army was displayed. Tierra, the knights, and the berserkers combined their terrific combat prowess to fight the strongest opponents. Meanwhile, Michael began to help the weaker forces to get rid of the adventurers one by one. Michael didn't expect Spirit Whip to be that powerful after upgrading it to a 3-star soul trait. However, it was powerful enough to open a small gap in the enemy's defense, restrict their utility of soul traits for a moment, and to use both to strike once, killing them with a single attack. It was important to take note that the 6 adventurer teams had already been injured in the fight against the Emerald Leaf Adventurer team. None of the Tier 2 adventurers had been unscathed, and most had even sustained 1 or 2 severe injuries, which affected their combat prowess greatly. At the same time, they had been mentally and physically exhausted after pursuing the Emerald Leaf Adventure team for hours, and by entering the untamed jungle, which was something they would never do under normal circumstances. Nonetheless, Michael was overjoyed. It was an exceptional achievement to win the battle against the 6 adventure teams without a single casualty and merely a few minor injured warriors. It was the first big battle they had won without the need to hold a memorial for the deceased. As Tierra and the rest collected the adventurers' corpses, Michael turned calmly to the forest elves. He smiled at them and extended a friendly invitation. If the Emerald Leaf Adventure team is free tonight, how about you join us for dinner? Michael seemed genuinely happy, but that was something the forest elves couldn't understand at all. It was quite obvious that his achievement in today's battle was glorious, but was it not a problem for him to have killed their pursuers? Didn't he know how problematic that could be in the future? Furthermore, the Emerald Leaf Adventure team had led their pursuers to Michael's territory, forcing them into an unwanted fight. Shouldn't he be angry at them? Why would he invite them for dinner? The forest elves couldn't understand Michael, but that was only obvious. They didn't know that Michael was in possession of extraction and that he made huge gains from killing the adventurers. He was confident of being able to extract a large number of soulstar fragments, potentially more complete soul traits, and items from the adventurers' storage space, which is why he offered them a helping hand. Even some of their artifacts would be extracted, further increasing his wealth once sold. How were they supposed to know why he was happy? Despite being oblivious, Lilica agreed to feast with Michael and his people. They didn't know what would happen once they returned to Ziltra. Even if the Emerald Leaf Adventure team never offended anyone, enough citizens of Ziltra and the rest of the Zentaka Empire didn't like them. Usually, the forest elves were accepted in society, but they were clearly a minority even amongst minorities in the Zentaka Empire. Anything could happen to them once the authorities got to know that 6 adventure teams suddenly disappeared into thin air. Meanwhile, Michael guided the Emerald Leaf Adventure team back into his territory. He was not afraid that they would attack anyone because they had witnessed the combat prowess of his army. Furthermore, they were in a weakened state. Michael and Tierra would be enough to deal with them. Everyone probably thinks the forest elves are at fault for the mishaps revolving around the people involved in Senator Kelto's scheming. Michael thought on their way back to the clearing. He listened to the quietly gossiping forest elves, who were wondering what crime they had done to offend someone with enough influence and wealth to hire 6 adventure teams to send after them. There might be more reasons the Emerald Leaf Adventure team was attacked, but it didn't really matter. And Michael couldn't care less either. The Emerald Leaf team owed him a big favor now, at least that was what the forest elves believed, and that was all that mattered. On their way to the territory, the forest elves looked around in awe. They didn't expect to see treehouse complexes spread all over Michael's territory. They were well connected via canopy bridges and constructed with high-quality materials. Everything was sturdy and well-functioning. In fact, even the trees were taken care of to ensure that they wouldn't die and that their growth was not restricted. Michael had removed a few trees, but he paid attention to removing only those which stunted the growth of other trees. The forest elves' image of Michael and his actions as a lord improved considerably after witnessing his territory's state. They witnessed firsthand how Michael treated the environment around him and his people. His subjects loved him, and he reciprocated their care and loyalty. "You can wash up over here and rest for a few hours in this treehouse," Michael said, pointing at a big bathhouse which had been constructed not too long ago and a nearby treehouse that was still empty. He wanted to give the forest elves some time to think about what had happened and what they wanted to do in the future. At the same time, Michael didn't want to postpone the extraction of 43 adventurers. The corpses had already been brought to warehouse number 3, where he could extract them without anyone bothering him. Michael simply nodded before he departed. He reached warehouse number 3 in no time, where his loyal subjects and a bunch of corpses were waiting for him. Wasting no time, Michael exerted extraction and got started. Less than 2 hours later, Michael was done. He would rather use the extracted soulstar fragments to upgrade his soul traits rather than amass more soul traits. He already had too many soul traits and couldn't use more than 3 simultaneously in a battle, either way. That was bound to change in the future with his increased proficiency in wielding his soul traits and the simultaneous usage of several soul traits, but that was something for the future. But what will I do about Harry then? Michael suddenly recalled Harry Barron. The thought of upgrading his soul traits immediately led his thoughts back to Harry, and the excitement the young researcher exuded whenever they talked about soul power and soul traits. Only recently, Harry had been overjoyed for days just because he finally found someone to talk to about his soul power theories, how it was directly related to the power output of soul traits, and how soul traits developed with the increase of soul power. There was a lot to talk about, and Michael learned a lot from Harry, especially when it came to learning how to maintain focus mid-fight and keeping the soul traits activated even if something unexpected happened, but he was not willing to expose his soul trait's secret to him. That was too risky for the time being. Should I wait until after the second aptitude assessment to distribute the soulstar fragments? Michael wondered, his gaze moving to the pile of soulstar fragments. Upgrading Spirit Whip was fine and all, but Michael would rather upgrade Lesser Enhancement and Eagle Eyes. They allowed him to increase his combat prowess in a wide variety, whether it was close combat or long-distance battles. Should I just lie and say that I had a fortunate encounter? No, that would be too suspicious if I keep upgrading my soul traits. I cannot use the same excuse over and over again. Michael shook his head and sighed deeply. Well, it's not like I'm in a rush right now. I can just wait until the second aptitude assessment ends before upgrading my soul traits again. After the second aptitude assessment, I won't care anymore, I guess. It was certainly not easy to come up with plans to keep a secret hidden. Michael would rather expose extraction, but he knew that he was not strong enough to protect himself and extraction from the greed of humans and other races. With that in mind, Michael absorbed 121 soul star fragments without using them. They rested next to the white pillar in his consciousness, waiting to be used. Afterward, his attention returned to the artifacts and other loot he had extracted from the adventurers' corpses. Interestingly enough, he was very lucky this time around. He extracted a few memory orbs from the adventurers. Contrary to his expectations, when he first obtained memory orbs and soul star fragments, the probability of extracting memories from others was much lower than soul star fragments. Furthermore, Michael had yet to extract a memory orb from a monster. It had been a while since he obtained his last memory orb, and Michael absorbed them immediately. Streams of memories flooded Michael's mind. At first, it hurt a bit. Too many memories entered his mind at once, and he had a hard time sorting through the feelings that infiltrated his mind. However, he slowly gained control of the memory stream, which he absorbed slowly. Only an hour later, Michael was already done. All memories had been imprinted onto his mind. So that's who you guys are. At last, Michael got to know 2 out of the remaining Lionhearts, who had been given a secret mission by Senator Keltos. He knew where they worked and what kind of cruel tasks they had given the 6 adventure teams in the past. The 6 adventure teams had been formed by the 2 Lionhearts, who were twin brothers. They called themselves Twin Lions and earned most of their fortune by managing several mercenary groups in other border cities and the 6 adventure teams in Ziltra. The Twin Lions ordered the attack on the Emerald Leaf Adventure Group because they had a big misconception. They believed that the Emerald Leaf Adventure team worked for one of Senator Kelto's competitors and that the Forest Elves had been ordered to kill the Lionheart leader and his adventure group, along with the Minotaur group. Michael got to know a lot more, but the most important information was that he found the Twin Lions and that they were his enemies. Just like the Lionheart leader of the big adventure group, they would rather regain their rights as lords and use their territory in the untamed jungle to fulfill Senator Kelto's secret mission than live their life as adventurers. The Twin Lions were interested in the Lord within the untamed jungle. They wanted to find Michael and kill him. Unfortunately, he wouldn't allow that to happen, especially not now when he knew everything. Now that he had completed the extraction, Michael stored 26 artifacts inside his war rune. Most of the 6 adventure teams had at least one Tier 1 artifact, and Michael was fortunate enough to extract 26 Tier 1 artifacts out of 40+ adventure corpses. They could be sold for a small fortune in Ziltra, but Michael had a better idea. But he put that aside for the time being. He left the warehouse and returned to the center of the clearing. The forest elves were already seated near the open mall, if one could call it such, which Michael and his people had constructed to ensure that everyone could eat together. Hundreds of people could eat there at the same time. Tiara, Blair, and a few other people were seated around the forest elves. They tried to make the forest elves feel more comfortable, which worked more or less. Lilica was the only one who seemed a little bit uncomfortable. Her eyes were restlessly scanning the surroundings, and she jumped up from her seat when she found him. In the past few hours, Lilica had received enough time to contemplate, and she had a lot to think about for sure. At the end of the day, she came to a conclusion she had to forfeit her pride and do something she didn't really want to do. Over the past few years, Lilica had meticulously collected various detailed pieces of information about the Zentica Empire, the surrounding regions, the other empires and kingdoms adjacent to the Zentica Empire, and so on. Initially, Lilica wanted to use these detailed pieces of information for her own future. Once everyone in the Emerald Leaf Adventure team advanced to Tier 3 and they accumulated enough wealth, connections, and knowledge, she wanted to create her own territory. Unfortunately, she didn't have the means to create a territory and reclaim her rights as a lord, just like that. To create a territory, she would have to receive her elders' guidance and resources. After all, she was not wealthy and knowledgeable enough to do so on her own. However, the elders' guidance and resources wouldn't be given to her without a reasonable demonstration of her power and preparations. She had to be fully prepared and strong enough to ensure that she wouldn't lose her territory again. Lilica never expected that her carefully constructed plans would fail like this. They shattered into countless pieces, and she didn't even know how or why. As bitter as it may be, Lilica chose to share some of the information she had collected over the past few years with Michael. That way, she could repay Michael's favor and maybe elevate her position and think of a way to keep working toward her plan's success somehow. Lilica approached Michael, and they went on a long walk to have a deep discussion. More than 2 hours passed before they finally returned. There was no change in Michael's expression. He looked nonchalant, as if Lilica's information hadn't been exceptionally helpful. However, the opposite was the case. Michael learned a lot, and he was quite shocked, especially about the last point she mentioned before they returned. During my research, I found information about a Lord Rift in the Zendika Empire that opens every few decades. It is a rift that can only be entered by lords. According to the information I procured, the will of the Origin Expanse created it long before the Zendika Empire was created, and it is one of the reasons the Zendika Empire was able to flourish and stay strong against the enemies surrounding it. In fact, the Lord Rift is also one of the reasons the Zendika Empire accepts lords despite being a native empire. When Lilica told him about the Lord Rift, he grew curious. However, he wouldn't enter the deeper parts of the Zendika Empire just because he obtained some information about a Lord Rift. Rifts were special creations of the Origin Expanse. They lead to a separate realm where heavenly treasures form. A Lord Rift was a rift specialized for lords. The loot they could find inside ranged from summoning cores to Lord Seals, and even included soul trait symbols. Even soul traits could be found in Lord Rifts. These rifts were one of the places in which the strongest of mankind found a way to procure a second soul trait artificially. Soul trait symbols were the least valuable for Michael. He was more interested in summoning cores and other treasures. Nonetheless, it was not worth entering the depth of the Zendika Empire for the Lord Rift, not as long as he didn't have more information about them. I can think about it when the Lord Rift opens, but not right now, Michael told himself as he picked up a big-sized plate to eat something. Lilica looked at him from the side and frowned deeply. Either Michael was too good at keeping a straight face, or her high-value information was worthless to Michael. One way or another, Lilica was frustrated. Nothing seemed to go according to her plans. After Michael sat down next to Lilica and the other forest elves, he considered something before he retrieved a few pieces of paper. The papers were the documents which he had extracted out of the war rune of the aggressive Lionheart, who had worked together with the Minotaur's team. Michael figured that Lilica was up to something, but he didn't want it to work. Thus, he handed her the documents. Afterward, his focus turned to the highly nutritious meal, and he inhaled the delicious aroma wafting through the air. While Michael went back to the cooks for seconds, Lilica and the other forest elves began to understand how cruel reality was. Their dreams and plans had been smashed to the ground and bulldozed repetitively as realization dawned upon them. The documents in their hands were hard proof, depriving them of their last ray of hope. A senator is after us. Lilica mumbled in shock as she put the pieces together. All of the forest elves turned deathly pale, and their youngest blurted out what all of them were thinking. We have nowhere left to go in the Zendika Empire. There was no way that the forest elves could accept their fate, but reality was often cruel and merciless. Now that the 6 adventure teams died in the Untamed Jungle, while they'd been pursuing the Emerald Leaf Adventure Team, the forest elves would never be able to explain the situation properly. They were not even aware of the existence of the twin lions, and could only guess that the senator had sent his subordinates to give them a silent death. Luckily, they didn't die due to Michael's timely intervention. Unfortunately, the senator's followers would now think that the Emerald Leaf Adventure Team killed their underlings. What should we do? One of the forest elves asked with a trace of desperation in her voice. She looked at Lilica, whose expression was bitter and overflowing with frustration. Lilica didn't know how Michael had procured the documents, but they were authentic. She was certain of that. Lilica started, only to stop when Michael lifted his hand. He had just finished his second helping and decided that it was time to speak now. If you're willing to listen, I have an offer to make. Of course, you can choose to decline at any time, Michael said, which made Lilica curious. Even before handing over the documents he had extracted, an idea had formed in his mind. Michael couldn't tell whether Lilica and her team would agree, but it was worth a try. He had the upper hand right now. Under normal circumstances, the forest elves wouldn't have to worry about anything. Killing a few adventurers in the Untamed Jungle wasn't much of an issue. However, the core problem was that the adventurers attacked them in the name of the senator's subordinates. If the underlings used the senator's authority, or Senator Keltos put them on the wanted dead or alive list, their life would be over. They couldn't stay in Ziltra or the Zendika Empire without living in constant fear of being caught. This was something Michael realized quickly. Lilica and the others didn't have much of a choice if they wanted to stay in the Origin Expanse and make a living. They still wanted to get stronger by using the dormant energy of the Origin Expanse and all other benefits the Origin Expanse had to offer. That was why they grudgingly agreed to listen to his offer. I can accept you in my territory, under the condition that you become my subordinates. Michael began to speak. However, before he could finish his offer, the youngest member of the Emerald Leaf Adventure Team jumped up from his seat. His face flushed in anger, and his eyes glaring daggers. The young forest elf was jabbing his finger in the air, pointing accusingly at Michael. Do you want to insult us, human? What kind of offer is that? Do you feel almighty just because we're in a sticky situation? We will never accept to be enslaved by a lesser race." He bellowed, speaking out what all forest elves thought at this moment. Even if they didn't have a safe place to stay, they could still work it out somehow. Michael raised an eyebrow at that as he watched the young man trembling in anger. "Shut up and let me finish," Michael retorted sharply, his ice-cold eyes causing the youngest forest elf to feel the chills running down his spine. The others had a lot to say as well, but nobody uttered a word. They kept their mouths sealed shut. The situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. Entering the Origin Expanse by manifesting the runic gate in an unprotected area was suicidal. If they emerged in the Origin Expanse when a hungry monster walked by, they would be torn to shreds. It was common knowledge to seek well-protected places to anchor your runic gate. Too many powerhouses, who had been too confident in their capabilities, ended up dying because they underestimated the hidden dangers of manifesting the runic gate in the wilderness. If the Emerald Leaf Adventure team wanted to stay in the Origin Expanse while retaining the opportunity to safely return home and come back whenever they wanted, they required a secure place to stay. Unfortunately, the Zentaka Empire was not an option anymore, and the untamed jungle was overpopulated. The chances to encounter a fierce monster while returning from home were extremely high as well. As I said, I can accept you in my territory, under the condition that you become my subordinates. You will have to form a link of loyalty with me. However, the link of loyalty will have a special clause that allows you to break the link as long as certain conditions are met. That way, you can leave whenever you want to, or break the link of loyalty if I mistreat you, Michael explained, his eyes still glaring coldly at the youngest forest elf who had buted in without letting him complete. Of course, the conditions will be known by all parties involved, and they will include the clause that you can only break the link of loyalty after informing me about it. That way, you can leave whenever you wish while I can ensure the safety of my subjects, since I will personally send you out of my territory once the link of loyalty has been terminated. I won't accept potential threats in my territory, and I cannot trust you enough after the link is severed. After all, my goodwill has already been abused once. Michael intentionally mentioned the last two sentences. He recalled the Gogi Lord corpse, which he had handed over to the Emerald Leaf Adventure team upon their request, and the fact that the youngest forest elf had ended up exposing information about his territory, thereby breaking the promise Lilica made to him as a representative of the Emerald Leaf Adventure team. The youngest forest elf's complexion paled upon hearing the reason why Michael couldn't trust them. Meanwhile, Lilica and the others fell deep in thought. "Even if you guys want to stay only temporarily in my territory, you will have to accept my condition. Furthermore, you'll be part of my territory the moment the link of loyalty has been established. That means I won't mistreat anyone. You won't make any losses because you can always terminate the link of loyalty if you don't like my attitude," Michael revealed in all honesty. He didn't hide anything since it would make things worse, and added, "But I think it's quite obvious that I won't give you everything for free. If you want to eat and sleep, you'll have to work just like everyone else." Michael knew that he was not offering a lot. However, the little things such as safety and a place to stay were of immense value right now. He didn't put any restrictions on the forest elves and gave them a secure place to anchor their runic gate. They would be able to travel back home and come back to the Origin Expanse at any time, without the need to worry about their safety. The untamed jungle might not be the best place for them to stay, but it was by far not the worst. They were forest elves and could survive in any kind of forest. As they were born, raised, and trained in a forest, the forest elves wouldn't die easily in a forest. That was also how they earned their money in Ziltra. They used their expertise and accepted the mission that led to the untamed jungle. Others didn't want to enter this place, but the Emerald Leaf Adventure team didn't have a problem with that. However, staying in the untamed jungle by themselves wasn't helpful either. They had lost access to Ziltra and the Zentaka Empire as trading hub for resources. Being one of the only forest elves, if not the only forest elves in the Zentaka Empire, their appearance would expose them immediately. Lilica and the others were enraged at Michael's offer at first, but the more Michael revealed, the more they understood their situation. They might survive in the untamed jungle without any help, but what then? The loot they procured from the untamed jungle was worth close to nothing at home. At the same time, the goods produced at home couldn't be sold in Ziltra anymore. After all, they couldn't return without fearing being captured and prosecuted. That was just one of the many things revolving in Lilica's mind, and it was already frustrating enough to feel like punching the air for a few hours. Michael didn't push the forest elves closer to the idea of becoming his subjects. He knew that it was not something he could force. Instead, Michael remained silent after he said what he had to say. He just waited and let them think it through. Hypothetically, Lilica murmured quietly, which Michael took as a positive sign. "What would happen if we accept your condition, become your subordinates by forming a link of loyalty with you, and bring some goods from outside the Origin Expanse? Would you claim them as your territory's property, or would they still belong to us? Lilica was being very careful and calculative. She didn't want to make a mistake by blindly trusting Michael. Her gut feeling told her that Michael was sincere and that he wouldn't take advantage of them, but she also knew that her gut feeling was not always right. Goods from the forest elves' home. That would be amazing. Michael blurted out his thoughts in excitement. If the forest elves bring their goods into my territory, I have another market to trade my goods with. Michael then realized that he had said everything aloud and cleared his throat. To be honest, I have a few deals with a big corporation in mankind's territory, and it would be a lot easier to trade with you guys than traveling to Ziltra and purchasing goods from their shops. If we start trading with each other, we could save money both ways while still making a profit. Of course, your goods still belong to you. I am not taking anything from my subjects. Lilica and the others looked at him in surprise. They felt that Michael was a weird lord, a lord who could be kind, gentle, and sincere at one time, and like a brutal, merciless tyrant the moment he stepped on the battlefield. However, the most important fact was that Michael, despite his young age, seemed to be good at thinking about and planning for the long term. If Michael could create a business relationship with the forest elves, the Emerald Leaf Adventure team might have to stay longer in his territory. In fact, if their business relationship were to progress further, the Emerald Leaf Adventure team might receive orders from their elders to permanently stay with Michael, though it was very unlikely. Considering the growth of Michael's territory in such a short time, including the massive increase in combat prowess he attained, Michael was a good candidate as a business partner. This was especially true now that Michael was the only one left with access to Ziltra and the Zentica Empire. Did he consider all of these factors? Lilica wondered. Even if he didn't consider all of them, one or two are already enough to consider him a decent strategist and businessman. Lilica knew that she had already put aside her pride by sharing the information she had wanted to make use of before to reclaim her title as a lord. She was also aware of their current situation. Thus, the Emerald Leaf Adventure team had to make a decision: try to fight on their own and see how far they could go, or become Michael's subordinates even if it was just temporary. Can you tell me more about your plans, or do you want us to make a decision now? Lilica asked, still debating in her mind. I can tell you about my plans, but I would rather prefer to show you some of my plans, Michael responded mysteriously. Michael could clearly tell that it was a great opportunity to get the Emerald Leaf Adventure team on his side. Not only were the 5 members Tier 2 adventurers, but they could connect him to a race and market that was the complete opposite of mankind's market. Mankind lacked the means to create big farms and reinvigorate the barren and destroyed lands in the Origin Expanse. They possessed other means that allowed them to survive in the Origin Expanse for half a millennium. The forest elves had more means to create flourishing flora and fauna wherever they were. They had too many of them, in fact. However, they lacked many other resources. Thus, Michael didn't hesitate to give the Emerald Leaf Adventure team a tour of his territory. He first walked over to the Bilrock's ranch, then he visited the weaponsmith, the master alchemist, the priest, and tamed monsters before he proudly showed the forest elves the development of his territory and the farms. While all of this was already enough to demonstrate how much everyone trusted Michael and how quickly his territory developed, Michael showed the forest elves the lizard cave and the nature spirit at last. Even before the forest elves got to know the nature spirit, they had already made a final decision, or so it seemed. However, the moment the nature spirit appeared in front of them, just barely sprouting out of the wet soil, the Emerald Leaf Adventure team failed to hide their shock. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they stared at the nature spirit with an utterly dumbfounded expressions. Michael saw their reaction and couldn't hide a victorious smile. How did you find a nature spirit like this? Lilica asked Michael once she regained her composure. Michael tilted his head. I summoned it. The nature spirit is a 4-star summon, though a bit too timid for my taste. I am currently trying to find ways for the nature spirit to build up some confidence. Michael had a lot more to say about the nature spirit, but he stopped at that point. He saw the brightly twinkling eyes of the forest elves and realized that he said more than enough. Michael didn't know that the forest elves could sense the emotions of the flora and fauna around them vividly. It was their sixth sense, a racial trait that allowed them to grow all kinds of plants rapidly by sensing when a plant had been watered perfectly and what other nourishment was needed by them to flourish. They could also sense the nature spirit's emotions, its joy and trust in Michael as a human being and a lord. The forest around Michael's territory also seemed to be well kept. Certain conditions could be improved, but the forest elves acknowledged that Michael was not one of them, and thus unable to figure out the mistakes he made. Feeling the emotions of the nature spirit and the flora and fauna, the forest elves instinctively wanted to trust Michael as well. Youngest forest elf approached him with his head bent low. He bowed deeply to Michael. I apologize for my behavior earlier and for the mistake I made in the past. I didn't mean to expose you to the Lionhearts. It's all my fault. The The youngest forest elf had not intended to purposely break the trust Michael had given them, but it had somehow happened. He couldn't even recall it clearly. It was one of the most embarrassing moments in his life. It's fine. My territory is still standing strong. We cannot change the past. Either way, Michael said before he carefully added, but we can try to make up for the mistakes we did in the past and learn a lesson from every mistake. That way you will become a better person with every passing day. The forest elves nodded in understanding. Afterward, they began to gather and talk to each other in the elven tongue. It was about time they came to a final decision. After more than 10 minutes passed, the forest elves separated again. They looked at Michael, who responded with a faint smile. Did you make a final decision? He asked, and the forest elves nodded in unison. We would like to join your territory, Lilica said. For the time being, that's wonderful. Let us do our best to turn this small territory into a grand place full of vigor and power, Michael exclaimed before manifesting white streams of energy that shot out of the back of his war rune. The tentacles moved around vigorously, desiring to take on the forest elves by themselves. The forest elves swallowed their saliva, understanding that it was time to accept Michael as their new lord, even if it was just temporarily or leave for good. Lilica was the first to react. She released a stream of energy from her war rune as well. Her eyes were still gleaming in determination, but there was also something else, something she would never reveal to others. Lilica felt fear and apprehension. Even if it was just a little bit, she was afraid, and Michael could tell that with a single glance. Let's connect the links with the terms and conditions, Michael murmured, and Lilica nodded. Their streams of energy connected smoothly. The power of being a lord streamed through his energy, creating the link of loyalty swiftly. While being formed, the terms and conditions were laid out and engraved on the link of loyalty, slowing down the process of creation drastically. But neither Michael nor Lilica paid much attention to that. They formed the link of loyalty with great vigilance. After half an hour, the link was completed. It took way longer than it should have, but Michael and Lilica went through the terms and conditions multiple times to make things easier for the next 4 links. 2 more hours passed before the whole Emerald Leaf Adventure team had become Michael's newest subordinates. The links of loyalty were established, and Michael could immediately sense who trusted him and who eyed him with vigilance. The links of loyalty were not of the same firmness. Lilica's link was surprisingly thick, indicating high trust and loyalty. That was great, and it gave Michael high hopes for the future of their business relationship. Through Lilica and her team, Michael gained a connection to the Forest Elven tribe and several powerful Tier 2 adventurer subordinates at last. Take these and go to the medical house. The priest and a few doctors will make sure that no traces of residual poison are left in your bodies and that you'll recuperate quickly, Michael ordered in a light tone while handing out a bunch of potions. Michael's tone didn't change a lot from the usual, but the forest elves found themselves taking his words more seriously. They followed his command and were led to the medical house. Do you think it'll be possible to conquer the lizard cave now that we have the Emerald Leaf Adventure team on our side? Michael asked Tiara. Tiara was still next to him. Her gaze followed the forest elves while she was deep in thought. The cavern system is deep and complex. I'm not sure, Master, she revealed honestly, but we can only find out by trying. Michael silently agreed. They had researched the lizard cavern a lot, but they never made it too deep into the cavern system. Maybe it was time to change that. 2 days later, the forest elves regained their combat prowess, and the few injured warriors had fully recuperated. The feast was over, and the members of the Emerald Leaf Adventure team had grown closer to the territory's citizens. Lilica and the others taught some tips and tricks to the archers in the territory. They noticed that the archers were heavily relying on theoretical knowledge procured from a bunch of books to improve their technique and accuracy. But not everything can be taught through books. Some essential tips and tricks could only be learned by experiencing them. The forest elves were glad to be in Michael's good books. He gave Lilica a bunch of Tier 1 artifacts to initiate the trading business between the forest elven tribe and his territory. In exchange for the Tier 1 artifacts, which he had extracted from the corpses of the 6 adventure teams, Michael wanted blueprints, devices, and plants to aid him in agriculture. Michael sold the other Tier 1 artifacts at the Bartholomew shop in the Decalos-class spaceship. He bought close to 4,000 summoning scrolls from the money earned through the Tier 1 artifacts. However, Michael didn't use the summoning scrolls. Instead, he traveled to Ziltra on Icarus and sold them for a much higher price than he paid to buy them. In return, he purchased various goods for blacksmithing. This included materials required to construct several intermediate-rank smithies, forging blueprints, various ores, forging tools, and close to 100 books related to forging. Despite that, Michael chose to focus on blacksmithing for the time being because Lilica and the other forest elves told him that their tribe's biggest problem, or one of their biggest problems, was the inability to claim mines and big ore deposits. It felt like a cliché to Michael, but in general, the forest elves had very little affinity to the underground environment. Forget about forging. They rarely spawned in the mountain regions in the Origin Expanse as well. Their major and minor spawn regions were mostly big forests. Thus, they lacked weapons and metal armaments the most to dig through the underground, especially their low-ranked lords. Lilica and her team had been one of the Forest Elves tribe's biggest suppliers for low-level armaments and ores until now. They were one of the few groups that spawned outside a forest, though the untamed jungle was pretty near. Now that Lilica could hardly supply low-level armaments without help, Michael would turn into her supplier. Lilica and the others would merely be the errand boys and girls tasked with carrying the goods from the territory to the Forest Elven tribe. Michael would receive certain plants, herbs, and other ingredients required to concoct energy pills and various potions, in addition to blueprints related to agriculture. The blueprints were even easier to procure for the Forest Elves. They didn't need them and would usually dump them in a place where they collected dust until one of their business partners asked for them. These blueprints were worthless to them, but they could be sold for a decent price if the customer was desperate enough to reach deep into his pockets. Because of Lilica's recommendation and the fact that Michael produced a fair price list for his goods, the blueprints were rather cheap for Michael to purchase. As long as he kept using Ziltra to purchase cheap ores and created the low-level armaments in his territory, he would earn good profit, but that was not enough for Michael. Once he claimed the Lizard Cave, it wouldn't even be necessary to spend money in Ziltra. The Lizard Cave and the smithies in his territory would be enough to create low-level armaments. The costs would be more than halved and his profit would increase by a lot. That sounded quite nice. Let's go hunt monsters together first. We need to understand your combat prowess to put the 5 of you in our groups accordingly. Please show me what you're capable of. Michael said as everyone finished their preparations for the cavern conquest. Michael and the others had already seen the Forest Elves use their bows and daggers in the last 2 days, but they never fought seriously in a life-and-death battle in front of them. Thus, the Emerald Leaf Adventure team ended up demonstrating how they usually fought against monsters in the untamed jungle. The tracker of the Emerald Leaf Adventure group released his soul trait in front of the Lizard Cave. He manifested an object in the air above him. It was a 60-centimeter high totem pole, shrouded in bloody red miasma. The totem pole was hovering in the air as it continued to release more bloody red miasma. It consisted of a central upright post, which had unique intricate carvings depicting various animals, spirits, and even supernatural beings. The carvings were bright in color with a large eagle carved at the top of the pole. To Michael, the totem pole exuded beauty and mystery, but he quickly noticed that the demi-humans and Icarus felt vastly different. The demi-humans were on the brink of losing their rationality, and Icarus screeched out wildly. The totem pole was affecting the monsters and half-monsters in its range, though neither Icarus nor the demi-humans had been targeted by the totem pole. The totem pole's target was inside the cavern system, a single monster that would lose its reasoning and grow increasingly angrier as time passed. It would reach a point where even the strongest monsters wouldn't be able to resist the urge anymore. Monsters would charge at the totem pole and attack blindly, running straight into the Emerald Leaf Adventure team. That was the power of the rage of the primal soul trait. It may not be the strongest soul trait for combat, but it was certainly a soul trait with exceptional potential. All it required was proper usage and timing to unfold impeccable results. After Rage of the Primal had been activated, the 5 Forest Elves got into action. The 4 other Forest Elves activated their soul traits as well. Everyone retrieved their weapons, which were Tier 2 bow artifacts seemingly carved from the same tree. The woodwoven bow artifacts looked eerily similar, and so did the arrows. A quiver filled with green arrows appeared on the Forest Elves' backs, and they retrieved an arrow simultaneously. They unleashed a tremendous amount of energy and channeled everything into their arrows and bow before they knocked the arrow on the bowstring. Afterward, they closed their eyes while resting their empty hands lightly against the bowstring, ready to shoot the arrow at a moment's notice. Several seconds later, their long, pointed ears twitched. The Forest Elves opened their eyes at once, pulled the bowstring back, and aimed at the entrance of the lizard cavern. The next moment, a shuttle-sized lizard emerged from the entrance. It let out a terrifying roar and was just about to spit out a fountain of acid when its voice was silenced. The acid spit that had accumulated in its throat dispersed, and the Forest Elves began their assault. A moment after the lizard's massive body was clearly visible to everyone, the Forest Elves released their arrows. A sound, just like an explosion, rang through the vicinity 5 times in rapid succession. 5 arrows shot through the air like missiles in the next instance, and they impacted hard on the durable lizard scales. The next moment, 5 deep holes had formed on the lizard's body, and blood was oozing out of them. Michael was certain that the lizard charging at the totem pole was stronger than the lizard mother he had lured toward the Gogi Lord territory. Despite that, the Emerald Leaf Adventure team demolished the Tier 2 hard-scale lizard like it was nothing special. The lizard was dead, and the Forest Elves walked over to Michael, confidence plastering their faces. The woodwoven bow artifacts and those arrows are a set, aren't they? Michael asked when the battle finished. He had noticed that the forest elves channeled a tremendous amount of energy into both the arrow and the bow. They put an equal amount of energy into each of the artifacts before everything was released at once when the arrow was fired. You noticed that already? Lilica asked in slight surprise. The Emerald Leaf Adventure team wanted to show off their artifacts and power a little, but it looked like Michael found out their secret immediately. Michael had used his eagle eyes to observe the forest elves' archery technique, but he noticed something much better: the synergy between the artifacts the forest elves used. The pikers are a special type of arrow. They've been enchanted with 1 enchantment piercing. It's a tier 1 enchantment which has been altered and upgraded. In exchange for the alteration and upgrades, a few restrictions had to be put on the enchantment. Otherwise, the energy consumption would have been much higher. Thus, the enchantment of the pikers is only activated when their speed reaches a certain threshold. Lilica explained before one of the other elves added. Furthermore, they're consumables, which is mostly due to the material used. They're pretty cost-efficient, and as long as you use the Tier 2 Woodwoven Bow's Force enchantment to increase the arrow's speed without affecting the pulling force, even hard-scale lizards will have a hard time recovering from the attack. The forest elves looked smugly at Michael. They were proud of their race's invention. Pikers were certainly great arrows. Michael couldn't agree more. However, he noticed the downsides as well. It was hard not to notice them, but it looks like you won't be able to use these attacks often. Maybe 5 Nosfin times in a row until everyone is out of energy. Michael voiced out his doubts. Lilica and the other forest elves nodded their heads. They weren't affected by Michael's comment. On the contrary, they seemed even prouder. We can release 7 pikers in a row, that's correct. Our adventure team can kill 7 Tier 2 monsters before we have to replenish our energy, the youngest forest elf said proudly. The only forest elf who noticed that something was wrong was Lilica. She noticed that Michael was not completely convinced. Are you not satisfied with that, Michael? She asked. But instead of answering immediately, Michael remained silent. He was deep in thought. Thus, Blair answered on Michael's behalf. Shouldn't 5 Tier 2 adventurers with soul traits have a much easier time killing a low Tier 2 monster? It seems like a waste to use so much energy and consumable Tier 2 artifacts to kill the hard-scale lizard. We cannot sell the scales anymore either, as they are not intact, and its inner organs should have burst as well, Blair grumbled quietly as she finished her observations of the lizard's corpse and stepped back. Even if those arrows are cheap, they've been thoroughly enchanted. This battle was probably a financial loss. What a disaster. Blair grumbled while looking at Michael, and in a voice quiet enough to feel assured that nobody else could hear her words. However, the forest elves had been listening intently and halted in their tracks the moment Blair's words reached their ears. As Tier 2 adventurers with great inborn hearing sense, the forest elves could easily hear Blair's quiet grumbling. Unfortunately, they didn't like her thorough analysis. They stared at Blair while their earlier confident expression disappeared slowly. Michael saw their reaction, but he had nothing encouraging to say. If you want to respond to that, please do. I am more than willing to listen. Every bit of communication helps, Michael said instead. Lilica's lips parted, but no word came out of her mouth. She pressed her lips together in a thin line after a few seconds and sighed deeply. Their strategy to show off their great power seemed to have failed miserably. Master, did you see the destructive power of those arrows? Tiara asked loudly as she rushed over to him. Her tail wagged excitedly, and she could barely stand still in front of her master. Yes, I saw them, Michael answered. They're amazing, she exclaimed, which caused the forest elves' drooped ears to rise once again. They looked at Tiara with twinkling eyes, thankful that at least one of them was impressed with their hard work. Though it was wasteful to use so many of those arrows, I think we could make use of them, Tiara added, crushing the forest elves' hopes to get praised a little bit more immediately. What was going on? Was everyone trying to crush their pride? Michael nodded his head faintly, agreeing with Tiara's comment. He turned to Lilica and asked, are you guys willing to split up and become the leaders of 1 archer unit each? We would use the pikers to create an opening and target the severe injuries inflicted by the pikers to wear down Tier 2 monsters with each archer unit. It was not a detailed battle strategy yet, but it was something that didn't require too much teamwork or coordination. Michael didn't expect the Emerald Leaf Adventure team to create miracles. He wanted to add them to his army, most importantly, to make use of their high combat prowess in the most efficient way. He knew that their pikers were only one of many powerful attacks, but Michael had yet to spend more time with them to get to know their fighting styles, martial art techniques, weapons, artifacts, soul traits, and synergy. You want to split us up? The youngest forest elf asked, shock visible in his eyes. If you're comfortable with that, yes, Michael responded. However, he could already tell that it wouldn't work like this. Thus, he added something after giving it a thought, or you guys will have to change your fighting style a little. You've been fighting in a small group for years now. I favor using the numbers and abilities of all people in the territory. That way, I can exhibit the highest combat prowess. The forest elves clearly recalled how Michael's army fought against more than 40 adventurers. All of them had years of experience as adventurers, and they weren't weak by any means. Despite that, Michael overwhelmed them with summons of a lower tier and his battle strategies. He gathered enough information before the battle and utilized the environment to his advantage to minimize risks. Michael's strategies might not be perfect, but he was still a young lord. He was bound to learn a lot and adapt to every situation. That was what he had been doing the whole time, and he wouldn't stop now. We've been fighting together for years. Furthermore, we don't know how long we'll be staying in your territory. If possible, we would like to work together, Lilica said at last. She could tell that Michael was a little dissatisfied with their inflexibility, but he acknowledged their discomfort. In that case, you all will have to fight a few more times as a group. Only 1 pikers per fight though, and an energy consumption of less than 10. If a mid-tier 2 monster arrives, you can use everything you have, but low-tier 2 monsters shouldn't be a problem for you guys, Michael ordered, his voice a little sharper than before. Meanwhile, you'll also watch my people fight. If you have any advice, feel free to share. As long as it's useful, I will implement the advice into our battle strategy. Michael realized that they had to postpone rushing inside the lizard cave for the time being. They would still enter it today, but it was more important to keep an eye on the forest elves. Michael knew that they wouldn't become baggage, yet their actions didn't seem to boost the morale of the entire army. Everyone fought carefully, but the forest elves seemed like barbarians after their first fight. They were not willing to split up, nor did they show any real teamwork with the rest of Michael's subjects, though they were experienced adventurers. It was quite ironic, considering that forest elves were said to be graceful combatants and not barbarians. It raised a few red flags for the rest of his team. Michael's expression was sour when they returned to the clearing. Several hours had passed, and the sun was about to disappear behind the horizon. At last, Michael and the others decided not to enter the lizard cave. Despite not entering the lizard cave, they conquered it indirectly by telling Liapam to keep using his soul trait, Rage of the Primal. He used his soul trait to pull smaller groups of monsters out of the cavern system, where they would be ambushed with a great numerical advantage. Michael was glad that one of the forest elves was in possession of Rage of the Primal, but overall, he was dissatisfied with the stubbornness of the forest elves. It felt like they were born to waste money and to make his life much harder. His dissatisfaction turned to mild annoyance as he had expected them to wholeheartedly cooperate with him and his team. Their individual skills and combat prowess were great. In fact, even the teamwork between the 5 forest elves was exceptional, but it felt like they were born to make Michael's life harder. Did I expect too much from them? Michael wondered. Was it the right decision to take them in? He clearly recalled that he had reasonable hopes. Michael merely wished that his army and the forest elves would learn to cooperate with each other, and that they would have better coordination while conquering the lizard cave. That way, it would be much easier to hunt small groups of Tier 2 monsters. Everyone would benefit from that since Michael was willing to provide the forest elves with a few benefits. At least, that was the initial plan. In fact, Michael and his people still had a hard time hunting a Tier 2 monster on their own. However, it was possible despite not having anyone at Tier 2 in their group. It was hard to pull off, but the chances were not zero. Furthermore, nobody sustained any injuries, which was the best means to demonstrate the efficiency of his army's tactics. Their strategies were detailed and precise, and their utility of abilities was greatly displayed and fully exploited. Though the Emerald Leaf Adventure team could also hunt Tier 2 monsters and had a much easier time than Michael's army, their energy consumption and wastage of precious artifacts was disastrous. It felt like they didn't conserve their energy while fighting, nor did they care about doing so at all. All of their strategies had one thing in common: high energy consumption. It was not a bad tactic if they were fighting small battles, which was normal for an adventure team of their size. They had to complete their mission and would return home afterward. However, in an army with hundreds of members, consuming as much energy as the 5 forest elves would lead to a disaster. Either way, the battle strategies would lose their worth if nobody was able to execute them. By then, even peak Tier 1 monsters would be enough to obliterate the territory's army. A Tier 2 monster would kill them all before moving forward and entering the territory, where all of the citizens would be massacred mercilessly. The responsibility and scale of the battle were just 2 out of the numerous differences between a lord's battle and an adventurer's battle. That was why Michael had to change lots of things. 10 extremely tiring days later in the Origin Expanse, Michael was drenched in sweat, overflowing with annoyance, and desperately hoping that the troublesome days had passed. The last 10 days felt like an eternity to Michael, and he found himself imagining bashing the heads of the forest elves more often than he was willing to acknowledge. It was truly difficult to convince the stubborn forest elves that it was necessary to change their fighting style. Michael tried to make them understand what he wanted to achieve with the changes he proposed, but it felt like talking to a wall. They weren't really cooperative and easily came up with excuses. We're only temporarily in your territory, either way. What will you do once your soldiers start relying on us? They will have trouble readjusting after we leave. Our fighting style fits us perfectly. We kill our opponents fast to ensure that there will be no future problems. If you cannot afford the expenses, that's fine. We have enough to pay for our own expenses. You don't have to trouble yourself with us for long either way, so just swallow your pride and accept our standpoint. They always reminded him that they would leave soon. It made sense that they thought like this, but their excuses angered him often. Only Lilica remained silent. In the first few days, she interfered every now and then, suggesting Michael accept them as they were, but her comments gradually became less after noticing his reaction. She started keeping her opinions to herself and didn't say anything to Michael in the past 3 days. Michael didn't know why Lilica turned silent, but it was a good thing for him. It was an opportunity to strike the forest elves and make sure that they would adapt to them. Unfortunately, the results hadn't been as great as he hoped for. Despite his frustration, Michael was also painfully aware of how powerful the forest elves were. The conquest of the lizard cave progressed much faster than it would have without the forest elves. Furthermore, their teachings had great results for the archers, and he saw a major improvement in their efficiency. Everything progressed much faster than before. The training was great and quite successful. The cavern system was slowly being conquered, and more than 100 citizens in Michael's territory crossed the barrier to the next tier, advancing to Tier 1. All of that was great, but it was all accompanied by constant headaches. He couldn't even say too much because if he went overboard, he would lose the forest elves as a business partner as well. Over the past 10 days, Michael created an improved system that allowed him to increase his profits. They claimed a few ore deposits and began mining them. That way, Michael didn't have to rely on Ziltra to purchase ores. He visited the smithies every now and then to use extraction on the molten metal ingots, successfully extracting a large amount of impurities. That way, he improved the quality of the ingots while simultaneously studying his soul trait in depth. The metal ingots would be forged into low-level armaments which were given to Lilica and the others. They sold them to the Forest Elven tribe, which would give him blueprints, herbs, and other ingredients as per his request. The Bartholomew Corporation was overjoyed at the number of blueprints Michael provided. At the same time, the Forest Elves were also happy about the quality of the low-level armaments. However, Michael was the happiest about the trading system he had created. His territory made the most gains. His finances were much higher than ever before as well. Unfortunately enough, his time outside the Origin Expanse was as pleasant as his finances. While 10 days passed in the Origin Expanse, only 5 days had passed outside. Michael enjoyed his time in the Decalos-class spaceship a lot. This was especially true now that Frederick's behavior improved greatly. Frederick Kalbenheim didn't underestimate Michael anymore. He became much stronger by using more of his resources, and by entering the Origin Expanse more often to control his subjects and focusing on the development of his territory precisely. Frederick began to make use of the time difference between the Origin Expanse and outside to grow stronger. He understood that if he could not even defeat Michael, he would never be able to compete against the rest of the freshmen, forget about their seniors. Frederick's initial plan had been to become the #1 student of the freshman batch and start fighting against their seniors, but to achieve that he had to become a lot stronger. "You are much stronger than I expected. I shouldn't have underestimated you," Frederick admitted through his gritted teeth a few days ago. It cost him a great deal of courage, and the sacrifice of some of his pride to say that straight to Michael's face, but he did it. Oddly enough, Frederick felt much better once he acknowledged that Michael was stronger than most others. "You have the right to attend the Saffir Lake Military Academy, even if you're not from a noble background," Frederick added, swallowing the provocations that flashed through his mind and simply left without another word. Michael had been greatly surprised by Frederick's sudden change in behavior. He had never expected him to say something like that. Meanwhile, Jacqueline was a little frightened of Michael. Nobody had slapped her before, yet Michael did not only that. He even beat the shit out of her like there was no tomorrow. It was only obvious that she couldn't help but feel different about Michael. She was scared, but Michael didn't really care about Jacqueline, so he didn't bother. He gave his best during the limit breaker course, that was all. Her reaction was actually quite satisfying to look at. It was different compared to how his bullies had looked at him in the past. Maybe he had the same expression as Jacqueline when he was in high school. Fortunately, that was a thing of the past. The barbaric couple's attitude toward him was quite interesting. Caleb was no different either. The young Zenobia grew a little closer to him, though it was still quite obvious that Caleb was jealous of him being a lord. Caleb wanted to turn 18 as quickly as possible. Over the past few weeks, Michael had been quite surprised about Caleb's great talent multiple times. That young man was bound to become a promising lord, no matter what his soul trait would be. Other than the time he spent with the barbaric couple and Caleb Zenobia, Michael realized that the courses were about to conclude. There were only 4 days left before they would arrive in Kelta. In these 4 days, Michael wanted to keep working hard. He enjoyed pushing himself and testing his limits since it made him feel as if he could accomplish anything. Furthermore, competing with his peers felt great. He could see his progress and compare it to the progression of the people around him. It was incomparable to his high school days. Here, nobody tried to restrict him. It was fun. These days, Michael contemplated a lot about his situation. He was certain that he had done a decent job until now. However, he began to wonder what he could have done better and what he could do to improve his situation. Killing the twin lions and the last unknown subordinate of Senator Kelto's seemed like a good idea, but that would attract Senator Kelto's attention as well. Furthermore, the lizard cave was still a big project that had to be completed, just like the Temple of the Forgotten. But first things first, Michael had to figure out why the forest elves' behavior changed all of a sudden. To be precise, Lilica was speaking to the other forest elves with a grim expression when he returned to the origin expanse. The forest elves had turned pale, while Ilica's expression seemed a little bit off. "What's going on?" Michael thus asked the obvious. Ilica and the forest elves stared at him for a while. None of them wanted to say a word. After 5 minutes of silence passed, Lilica revealed the reason behind their worried expressions. "It looks like our elders like both the quality and quantity of the low-level armaments you provide," she uttered quietly before she added heavily. "They want us to stay a little longer and to listen to you." Because the forest elves weren't very cooperative until now, and they kept talking about leaving soon, Michael thought about several ways to expand his market and range of businesses. That was also why he included the possibility of working together with other lords, such as Frederick Kalbenheim and Jacqueline Orlando. The barbaric couple might not be the nicest, and they were quite annoying, but their territories were connected to the mountains and the ocean. By making use of their territory, it was possible to connect their markets and expand their businesses and wealth. The time he spent in the Decalos-class spaceship showed Michael quite clearly that he could improve a lot, and that it was easier to survive in the origin expanse by working with other lords, even if it was just for the sake of business. Being a lord in the origin expanse was not that simple. Many lost their territories, even among the freshmen who had been accepted into the Saffir Lake Military Academy. In fact, it was quite common for lords to lose their territory and rights as a lord. Less than one of all lords were able to protect their territories for more than 3 months. Why was that the case? Many lords in native kingdoms, and the empire would attack recently constructed territories for various reasons. Lords attacked other lords to plunder their resources, most of the time. These resources included the summoning cores, which were extremely valuable. In fact, they were the most valuable assets in most territories and the primary reason for attacks in most cases. Meanwhile, natives wanted to destroy lords because they were bound to turn into big problems if they were given enough time to grow. On the other hand, the natives mostly accepted adventurers since they weren't as dangerous. Precisely, most adventurers were helpful to the native forces. They could be used in exchange of benefits such as wealth and resources. That was why Michael couldn't allow himself to relax and lower his guard about the safety of his territory. Michael recalled one of his brother's quotes about the origin expanse's dangers, and that peace was just the calm before the storm, most of the time. When you lower your guard and you feel the least in danger, your opponents will appear, far stronger than you can fathom, and much higher in number than you can handle. Thinking about his brother brought a wistful smile on Michael's lips. He would have messaged Danny, but the messenger app didn't work properly in spaceships. There was merely a system that connected the crystal watches on the spaceships. That was also why he could message Alice but could not send messages to his brother. It was quite annoying. Unfortunately, being annoyed that he couldn't message his brother or thinking about the calm before the storm were not the most important right now. No, the most important thing was to figure out how to take care of the forest elves and what to do with them. They would stay longer in his territory, in accordance with their elders' order, which meant that certain things had to change. Even that was not everything the forest elves had been instructed. Apparently, the forest elves told their elders in the tribe a lot about Michael and his actions, and they agreed with his decisions. The elders must have lectured Lilica and the others because they grew more cooperative in today's meeting and daily conquest of the lizard cave than before. It had been quite a while since Michael participated in a fight with his small army, along with the Emerald Leaf Adventure team. Overall, he was satisfied with the result. A group of 6 horned gray wolves had been scavenging around the lizard cavern's entrance when Blair and her trackers found them. The archers and all other long-range units got into position high up in the canopy bridges. The mages began to cast their spells, and the melee fighters moved through the thicket. Liapam exerted his soul trait to the fullest, manifesting a large spirit totem to lure the small pack of horned gray wolves towards them. Meanwhile, Michael, Tiara, and the elves got into position, easily to be seen next to the heavy armored elephant. Tiara coordinated the melee fighters, while Michael and the forest elves manifested their woodwoven bows. The forest elves retrieved a piker each, knocked them on the bowstrings, and channeled energy inside them. Afterward, they waited for Michael's command. The horned gray wolves jumped out of the thicket, their eyes bloody red due to the influence of the spirit totem. They howled loudly and released their horrifying pressure as Tier 2 monsters. Each of the 6 horned gray wolves was at the second tier. 2 of them were smaller than the rest, and they seemed unable to exert the full prowess of a Tier 2 monster. But that did not allow them to fall at ease. The opposing force was not something Michael's army, nor the Emerald Leaf Adventure team was willing to face under normal circumstances either. The Emerald Leaf Adventure team eyed Michael from the corner of their eyes, and their expression turned into one filled with worry, but Michael remained calm as they pounced closer to them. "The small one in the center is mine. Shoot the rest," Michael ordered, barely loud enough for the forest elves to hear. The next moment, Michael's eyes began to shimmer golden. The silting bow was shrouded in white light, and a thick arrow condensed on the bowstring that he pulled back smoothly. He aimed just for a moment and released the arrow the next. Michael knew that the arrow wouldn't land a killing blow. His combat prowess was high, and he could deal with mid, maybe even late Tier 1 monsters by combining the strongest arrow of the silting bow with lesser enhancement and his precise aim with eagle eyes. However, killing an agile Tier 2 monster with a single arrow was a bit too much to ask for. Fortunately, Michael never intended to deal a killing blow. He had used lesser enhancement on his soul trait Spirit Whip to expand his attack range and lethality by 20. The horned gray wolf he targeted barely entered the Spirit Whip's attack range when Michael released the energy arrow. He struck the horned gray wolf with the enhanced Spirit Whip, which was strong enough to break through its mental defense, even if it was just barely. The horned gray wolf struggled for a moment before it regained its senses. It moved aside the next moment to evade the energy arrow. But what the horned gray wolf didn't expect to happen was that the energy arrow would burst apart. The monster was not hurt, but it was startled and moved aside, just to jump in the way of the second energy arrow, which Michael had precisely planted in the path of the horned gray wolf. It was struck in the eye and yelped in pain. By then, the heavy armored elephant, Tiara, and the other melee fighters arrived in front of the injured horned gray wolf. It had just recently advanced to the second tier and was now faced with its biggest crisis. Meanwhile, the 5 remaining horned gray wolves didn't have it easier at all. A barrage of arrows poured down on them the moment Michael's energy arrow whizzed through the air. The forest elves had yet to shoot and were impatiently waiting for Michael's signal. However, that signal didn't reach them until the wet soil beneath the agile horned gray wolves gave way. Their paws disappeared deep in the ground the moment Michael's signal rang out. 5 pikers shot through the air like missiles, piercing the sides of the horned gray wolves, just as Michael had instructed. A single piker was not enough to kill Tier 2 monsters. However, Michael didn't want to waste 5 of them, nor was he okay with the high energy consumption just to kill a single Tier 2 monster. Hence, he ordered the forest elves to inflict a large wound on the sides of the monsters, which created enough unprotected space for hundreds of arrows to impact. The pikers were released, one for each monster, tearing apart the horned gray wolf's side. Now that the highly endurable wolf fur had been removed and the raw flesh beneath exposed, the projectiles with weaker force, such as arrows, crossbow bolts, and elemental attacks, were released at those spots where they inflicted severe wounds. Then, once the horned gray wolves grew weaker, the melee fighters shot forward with their sharp blades to join the battle, helping the rest of the group to restrict the horned gray wolves while ensuring that no one would die or get unnecessarily injured. Of course, the forest elves didn't stop attacking after they used the pikers. Their fight had just started as well. They began to assess the battlefield and retrieve ordinary tempered arrows, which they smoothly knocked. After that, the forest elves began to bombard their opponents' vital sports and the deep wounds they had inflicted on the flesh of their opponents first. Their arrows impacted hard, causing the Tier 2 monsters to struggle after a few attacks reached them. However, there was nothing the horned gray wolves could do about it. Close to 200 projectiles poured down from the treetops, and the close combat units emerged from the thicket around them. They were attacked from all sides, and the forest elves restricted their movements even further. At last, the barrages of projectiles ceased. The close combat units moved closer to the battlefield after avoiding the horned gray wolves for so long. The forest elves joined Michael's charge. They retrieved daggers and helped Michael and the others to finish off their opponents by slowly wearing them down. All it took was 20 minutes to take down 6 Tier 2 monsters, and they didn't face a single casualty. If even a single one of them had made a big blunder, the entire plan could have gone south. Finally, after seeing the 6 monster corpses and the bright smiles on everyone's faces, the forest elves couldn't help but start smiling as well. They joined the cheers of their comrades without even realizing that their minds had subconsciously begun to consider Michael and his people as one of their own. At last, they became part of the territory. The illustrations include the Bilrocks Matured, Frederick Kalbenheim, Caleb Zenovia, Alice Zenovia, and more. Remark, if you like the illustrations, I can release more. Remark 2, who else do you want to have illustrated? Write a short comment D. At first, the forest elves didn't want to acknowledge that Michael's strategy worked better, but they had to put their pride aside and agree reluctantly. Michael was quite happy about that, especially because he could feel that the forest elves' links of loyalty grew stronger. Despite their constant verbal fights and conflicts, Lilica and the others did not hold a grudge against him. Their only problem was that they didn't like to be told that they had been wrong. They were too prideful of their skills and capabilities. The firmness of the link of loyalty was not only an indicator of the increase in the forest elves' trust, or the fact that they could clearly tell that Michael cared about every single one of his subjects, his surroundings, and their health. It was also related to the respect Michael earned from them, his subjects, and even their elders. The elders of the forest elven tribe praised Michael's low-level armaments, his generosity for taking in the Emerald Leaf Adventure team after the problems they had caused to him and his territory, and the fact that he didn't try to exploit the tribe by demanding more goods in exchange for his qualitative low-level armaments. The elders were known for worrying about the tribe's children, especially those who spawned in a region far away from the rest. They had been worried sick when Lilica and the others told them that they became the subordinates of a human, but looking at the terms and conditions of their links of loyalty and Michael's actions of the past 2 weeks, they realized that they didn't have to worry too much. Michael didn't mistreat anyone, and he didn't even think about exploiting the Emerald Leaf Adventure team or their tribe. Lilica was also fully aware that they had been somewhat of a nuisance until now. Yet Michael never forced them to do as he wanted except when it was a life-and-death situation. He didn't make use of his link of loyalty to command them to split up either. Michael respected them and their words even if he personally did not like their decision, and the forest elves could clearly tell that. All of these reasons combined together created the foundation for the links of loyalty's growth. Michael sensed this as well. The improvements in their links of loyalty were also part of the reason Michael decided that it was time to tell the Emerald Leaf Adventure team more about his territory and his soul traits. Of course, Michael wouldn't reveal everything at once. However, there had been too many instances in which Michael had revealed 3 soul traits in battle. Furthermore, the population of his territory expanded by close to 2,500 subjects in the 2 weeks since the forest elves became part of his territory. Michael could have been purchasing the subjects all this time, but that would mean he had money to spare after investing most of his hard-earned money on purchasing ingredients for the production of energy pills and the expansion of his territory. Some calculations would immediately reveal that Michael spent his money the moment he earned it. However, what Michael hated the most were 3 points. First, he didn't like to lie to his people. It made him feel as if he did something he wasn't supposed to do. Second, it was inconvenient to keep the charade up. Hiding extraction from the forest elves longer would grow more tiresome as time passed. It stressed him out, especially because the youngest forest elf was way too curious about his territory's secrets. Third, the forest elves had been accepted in his territory completely now. Hiding something from them meant that he subconsciously thought of them as outsiders, and that was not the case. Even if all those reasons didn't exist, everyone living in his territory would sooner or later find out about his soul trait either way. Connecting all clues would slowly unveil the secrets of extraction. However, that was a risk Michael had accepted the moment he decided to provide shelter to the Emerald Leaf Adventurer team in his territory. Back in the clearing, Michael told Tiara and the others to bring the horned gray wolf carcasses, instead of storing them until Michael found some spare time to use extraction. Tiara did as told and put the carcasses in front of him. The forest elves eyed Michael's weird actions with great curiosity. They sensed that something big was about to happen. As you guys must have noticed, my territory is not that ordinary, Michael said while rolling up his sleeves. The forest elves nodded their heads in unison. The reason is my soul trait, which allows me to do this, Michael continued, and a golden light emerged from his right palm. He held it 1/2 meter above the ground, and it didn't take long before pebbles shot up from the ground. I can extract the pebbles from the ground and do this as well, Michael added at last, moving extraction's focus onto the 6 horned gray wolf carcasses. In the next 5 minutes, they were fully dissected, and the spoils of war manifested in front of them. 7 complete summoning scrolls, 5 blueprints, 151 summoning scroll fragments, and 1 1-star tier 1 artifact manifested. By extracting monster corpses, I can dissect them near perfectly, and the drop rate of loot created by the will of the Origin Expanse is much higher. There are even summoning scroll fragments which can be combined into an ordinary summoning scroll. As Michael spoke, he combined 150 summoning scroll fragments to form 6 additional summoning scrolls, totaling 13 scrolls from merely 6 monster carcasses. Michael could have shown them a few more things, and he could have told them that he can extract soul traits as well, but he didn't want to expose everything. The forest elves were not stupid and could connect the dots on their own. They were intelligent enough to connect the large number of soul traits displayed in combat with extraction soon enough. Either way, the information he shared with the forest elves was enough to shock them to the core. So that's why your population grows so quickly, Lilica mumbled, while Liopam added, killing many monsters allows you to grow even faster. Docent, that mean the untamed jungle is a perfect grinding spot for you. After Liopam spoke, the youngest forest elf began to jump around in excitement. Isn't that super amazing? That's crazy. The youngest charged over to Lilica and began squealing around. Michael was not sure if the forest elf was intentionally exaggerating his reaction, but after looking at Lilica, he realized that she was slowly getting annoyed. One action led to another, and the youngest forest elf ended on the ground, his face hitting the wet soil first. The youngest groaned in pain, but Lilica ignored him. She clapped her hands as if to remove dust before her expression turned serious. Do you want us to keep this a secret from everyone, including our elders? Lilica asked with a deep frown on her face. It was one thing to ask them to keep a secret from other races, but their elders were their most trusted people. Exposing his soul traits' powers in front of them meant that he trusted them. However, Lilica didn't want to lie to their elders. I already thought about that issue. It's not necessary to hide it from your elders. In fact, I really don't like hiding my soul trait from my race either, Michael added lightly, before his eyes turned sharp. Fortunately, I have some hostages in case your elders reveal my secret to others. Michael didn't shy away from threatening the Emerald Leaf Adventurer team. The meaning of his words was clear. It was fine to tell the elders about him and his soul trait, but if they would make a mistake like their youngest, they should be careful. Otherwise, their head would roll on the ground. The link of loyalty prevented Michael's subordinates from betraying him. However, there was also a certain gray zone, which couldn't be ignored easily. Michael took care of that by threatening the forest elves with their link of loyalty, and that their elders should be careful with his secret once they'd been told about him and his soul trait. It might not be a nice thing to do, but Michael didn't really care. He was just glad that he could stop hiding his soul trait in front of the forest elves. That had been way too stressful in the last 2 weeks. I trust our elders. They won't tell anyone about your soul trait, Lilica said confidently after she swallowed her saliva hard. Michael's threat caused her to break into a sweat. She really couldn't get the hang of Michael's character. Was he kind and generous, or was he usually a merciless man who hated inconveniences? It was truly frightening for her. Nonetheless, as the leader of the Emerald Leaf Adventure team, she was their role model. She had to show her people how to stay strong and how to respond. Thus, she cleared her throat and stepped forward. On the contrary, the elders will probably work hard to keep everything a secret. They might even attempt to deepen our business relationship and advance it to the next level, Lilica said knowingly. She was behaving as if she had already exposed the remaining secrets of extraction. Maybe she had already concluded that Michael was in possession of a soul trait that allowed him to get hold of more soul traits, and his revelation reaffirmed her suspicion. Michael was not sure, but he wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he was a little hopeful of the future. Finally, I don't have to hide this shit anymore. Michael quickly realized that it hadn't been necessary to threaten Lilica and the 4 members of her team. Letter 188 Thetum Lilica's words from before weren't wrong either. The elders of the forest elven tribe didn't want anyone else to know about Michael's soul trait. Instead, they wanted to get closer to him and find out more about his soul trait's limit. Because they had only clues and didn't know everything about Michael's capabilities, they could only be nice to him. After all, the only connection they had with him was the Emerald Leaf Adventure team, and they had become his subordinates. The elders couldn't order them to kidnap Michael, which left cooperation as the only option for the time being. But what Michael didn't expect to receive was a gift from the elders. Lilica and her team disappeared for a total of 3 days. They left the Origin Expanse and returned just as Michael wanted to leave after finishing the last preparations to land on Kelta. The 30 days required to travel through the Decalos-class spaceship and spent in the Origin Expanse were about to conclude, and a new chapter in everyone's life was about to get started for real. However, Lilica arrived with a request when she returned from home. Please install the Forest Elf Summoning Core in your summoning gate, she requested sincerely, stretching out her hand that held a whitish summoning core with faint green hues in several spots. The summoning core looked beautiful, but Michael was a little bit baffled. Even if they want to give me something, isn't a summoning core too expensive? And why is she requesting the installation rather than saying it's a gift? Michael wondered. The most important difference between a gift and a request was that the former came with no strings attached. Meanwhile, a request meant that the forest elves needed help, which is why they were willing to use a treasure such as a forest elf summoning core in exchange. However, Michael quickly realized that the situation was not that simple. The forest elf summoning core summoned only forest elves. That meant the untamed jungle would also turn into a part of the forest elves' spawn region even if it was far in the future. The probability of spawning in the untamed jungle as forest elves was minuscule, but it would increase ever so slightly as the number of forest elf summons increased. It would require more than 100,000, possibly more forest elf summons before one would take note of the increased probability, but it existed nonetheless. That was also why many lords didn't like special summoning cores of foreign races. In the first place, many didn't like foreign races, due to various reasons such as conflicts, wars, and discrimination. But the elders and Lilica thought that Michael was different. He treated everyone equally. Furthermore, more powerful subjects were always welcome in his territory. Thus, there was no reason for him to reject the forest elf summoning core. Michael would still be the lord of his territory, but he wouldn't be an ordinary human lord. The probability of him summoning forest elves would increase drastically, and it was possible that more elven lords would appear in or near the untamed jungle in the future. I don't think your elders were willing to give up a summoning core merely to please me, or to increase the probability to spawn in the untamed jungle in the future. Were you instructed to ask for something in return, or did they just tell you to make the request and nothing else? Michael asked sharply, not falling victim to the boundless greed that dwelled inside him. Lilica didn't expect Michael to be overjoyed. By now, Lilica learned more than enough about Michael to tell that he was rather vigilant when it came to situations such as this one. However, she could only say what she had been told. Our elders didn't say a lot. They mentioned that extraction seems more powerful than the eye can fathom, and that the tribe wants to further strengthen our relationship. The summoning core should show that their trust is worth more than just empty words of reassurance. Michael knew that the forest elves loved his nature spirits. It made them feel like they were home. Other than the summoning core, the 5 forest elves brought many seeds and crystals from home to hand them over to the nature spirit. The seedling type 4-star nature spirit was something worth being nourished with great care. After all, its development path had yet to be chosen. One way or another, Michael could tell that Lilica and the others must have told their elders a lot about his territory, soul trait, and personality. Otherwise, they would have never even considered giving him a forest elf summoning core. And secretly, Michael was quite happy even though he looked sharp at Lilica and the others. How could he not be happy? The summoning core reaffirmed that the forest elven elders would stay quiet about his soul trait. After all, no race would ever want to see the fate of their ancestors in the hands of another race's lord. If the forest elven elders were not certain that they would never sever their ties with Michael, they wouldn't have given him the forest elf summoning core. It was a sign of great trust, which was something Michael regarded highly. After all, they were willing to take a big risk by giving him the benefit of the doubt and trusting him much more than Michael gave them. Is that what they're trying to do? Gain my trust? Or is there more? Michael was not sure, but he could tell that the elders trusted Lilica and her team members a lot. The elders believed that their youngsters wouldn't make a mess, and that they could maintain and improve the connection between Michael and the forest elves. I'm honored to hear that your elders trust me enough to resurrect the deceased of your tribe in my territory. I will take great care of them. Michael spoke sincerely as he retrieved the forest elf summoning core. He walked over to the hatch of the summoning gate, used extraction to extract some of the impurities within the summoning core, and installed it. The summoning gate released a strong pulling force, dragging Michael closer to the hatch, where he installed the forest elf summoning core in no time. Summoning gate began to hum loudly. Its energy pool began to ripple, and the pressure around the large structure increased drastically. 2 brightly shining stars lit up in the summoning gate's metal frame, and the outlines of a skinny, tall man condensed. A beautiful man with large green eyes, long eyelashes, long pointed ears, and a vivid smile on his face stepped out of the energy pool of the summoning gate. He held a longbow in his hand and winked in Michael's direction when he realized where he was. Michael was surrounded by the Emerald Leaf Adventure team, but everyone was a little bit stupefied. Looks like we're quite lucky today, Michael mumbled, looking at the forest elf summon, who was a 2-star sharpshooter summon. Other than just once when Michael's daily summons brought him a 2-star berserker, Michael had never summoned a 2-star summon without using a mythic summoning scroll or a fortune summoning scroll. In the last 30 days, Michael had been unable to collect mythic summoning scrolls either. Even his ordinary summons had been rather unlucky these days, with only a few combat units joining his army. Lilica and the others didn't understand what Michael meant, but they knew that it was not an ordinary event to add 2-star summons to the territory. Thus, they were quite happy. A forest elf summon would become an important member in Michael's territory. Michael was also quite satisfied. He knew that many forest elves had unique talents, which could be quite useful when summoned to his territory. He was curious about the progress of his territory and awaited it eagerly. But at the same time, Michael fell deep in thought at the sight of the 2-star sharpshooter forest elf. Seeing a new forest elf appear in his territory, Michael was reminded about the little information he had found about them in mankind's database. Elves are said to have had access to the origin expanse for more than 10,000 years. In that case, the forest elven tribe should be a little bit older than mankind as well, right? Michael began to wonder if the forest elves could help him decipher the old tongue used by the Temple of the Forgotten. Maybe. Because of the trust Michael was given, he made a choice. He chose to show the forest elves the Temple of the Forgotten. Exposing the Temple of the Forgotten to the forest elves could turn into a big blunder and his worst nightmare, but Michael decided to trust them just like the elders of the forest elves trusted him as well. Furthermore, Liapam had already seen the outer area of the underground ecosystem when they conquered the lizard cave. The Emerald Leaf Adventure team would find out about the Temple of the Forgotten sooner or later, either way. If they've learned the old tongues, they might be able to help me decipher the language used by the Temple of the Forgotten, Michael hoped. He was not confident that the forest elves knew the languages, but they were more likely to know something than any human. Thus, Michael led everyone to the lizard cave. Today was the last day of their conquest before Michael's life in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy would truly begin. Simultaneously, the deeper parts of the complex cavern system seemed too eerie and dangerous to enter. Michael considered destroying the tunnels to make sure that the miners could do their job without having to worry about their safety. The preparations had already been completed, so all it took was a command to destroy the tunnel leading down into the abyss like darkness of the cavern system. But before that happened, Michael wanted to take a look at the cave tunnels. It was easy to travel through the upper area of the cavern system. They had cleared this area by now, providing full access to the workers. The middle area was a lot more difficult to travel through. Michael and his people encountered several smaller monster groups and 2 larger groups of monsters. Fortunately, it was quite easy to eliminate the threats of the monster groups. The forest elves targeted the strongest monsters by inflicting severe injuries in the first 10 seconds of the battle before they wore down their opponents. Michael's army had expanded a lot during the last month. They gained lots of combat experience, equipment of high quality, and created various battle strategies that utilized every unit's strong points. Their weaknesses were balanced by the strength of their comrades, creating strong synergy and minimizing the rate of casualties. Furthermore, with people such as Michael and Tiara on the front lines, their team's chances of sustaining grievous injuries against Tier 1 monsters and smaller groups of Tier 2 monsters reduced drastically as well. This was especially the case after Liapam's Rage of the Primal affected the whole monster group. The forest elves adapted quickly now that they were willing to cooperate, and Michael noticed that their link of loyalty had grown even firmer than before. Seeing that Michael could summon a 2-star forest elf summon had a strong impact on their minds and links of loyalty. I think it's about time that we clear a small spot in the underground ecosystem, Michael announced. At this announcement, Tiara, Blair, and most of the other combatants looked at him with slight surprise. Were they already strong enough to clear the underground ecosystem? Lilica's lips parted to say something, but before she could utter a single word, the cavern tunnel began to tremble violently. Rocks, loose soil, and glow crystals began raining down from the ceiling as the tremors grew in intensity. What is going on? Michael shouted in his mind. His head flicked left and right, but he couldn't tell that anything was off. Earthquake. Loud explosions reverberated through the entire lizard cave. The loose soil was flung through the air, and it didn't take long before searing hot gales blasted through the lizard cave. Michael's confusion increased exponentially. The searing hot gales were obviously scorching hot, but they didn't harm anyone. The rocks falling from the ceiling were more dangerous. 30 minutes. That was how long the cavern tunnel tremored, and how long the searing hot gales blasted through the cavern system. After that, everything seemed to return to how it had been before, and it went deathly still once again. What the Michael mumbled, still trying to comprehend what happened. Looks like the cavern didn't like that you wanted to conquer the underground ecosystem, Lilica said jokingly, but Michael stared at her with his eyes shot wide open. What? She asked defensively. Is there something in the underground ecosystem that could have caused this? The earthquake might not have affected them much, with only a few warriors sustaining minor injuries, but that didn't mean they could relax. On the contrary, the earthquake was terrifying. It caused explosions in the other cavern tunnels, releasing the horrifying power of nature as they were trapped inside with no way out. Michael didn't respond to Lilica's question immediately. Instead, he sent Blair and the other trackers to find out what happened in the other cavern tunnels and if the workers were fine. Meanwhile, Michael and his people slowly traveled closer to the surface of the lizard cave. They walked past the tunnel entrance that led to the underground ecosystem, where he stopped. Michael retrieved a piece of paper and unfolded it. It was the same paper he showed Danny before they separated. Is anyone knowledgeable in the old tongues? He asked while handing over the paper where he had written the letters that the Temple of the Forgotten had used. Lilica thought that Michael wanted to distract them, but she glanced at the piece of paper nonetheless. A frown appeared on her face and she looked at the paper more intently. Following their leader's action, the other forest elves took a look at the piece of paper as well. They began to frown as well and stared quietly at the letters. By any chance, Lilica asked, is there an ancient city of a fallen civilization or some sort of ruin in the underground ecosystem you've talked about? Michael answered with a faint nod. Does that mean you can read the paper? He asked, a ray of hope surfacing in his heart. Yes, well, actually no, Lilica revealed honestly. We can read some of those letters because they're a combination of the ancient elven tongue and an even older language which I've never heard before. The ancient elven tongue imbues origin energy in every word, similar to the dragon tongue. However, this language is different. I can roughly guess the meaning of some words, but without feeling the intention of the origin energy in the words, I cannot really tell anything. Michael was slightly disappointed at first, but his hopes were reinvigorated when he heard the last few parts. Does that mean you? Michael asked in excitement, just to stop mid-sentence. Lilica shook her head and interjected, I won't be able to read it. Forget about teaching you the language. This language is extremely old, rarely used, very hard to learn, and it's an exotic version of the oldest origin tongue I've ever seen, she said. Whatever you have hidden in the underground ecosystem, it is old and very dangerous, Lilica said, sounding deadly serious. She couldn't smile and her head began to ache. Under normal circumstances, Lilica would be overjoyed to find an ancient ruin. It meant great danger, but also the possibility of procuring great treasures. However, it was commonly known amongst older races that the will of the origin expanse used a simple means to indicate the danger opportunity level of an ancient ruin. The older and more complicated the language used in the ancient ruin, the higher the danger level and the greater the opportunities. While that may seem like a great opportunity, Lilica knew that the forest elves had never even recorded an ancient ruin on the same level as the place Michael had found. The untamed jungle is truly wild. Michael didn't understand Lilica's worries at first. He was glad that he told Lilica and the others about the Temple of the Forgotten and that he could exchange information about it. It was good to have somebody to talk to about it. Learning about the danger opportunity level system that ought to be common knowledge for most older races didn't feel nice, but Michael was not too disappointed. It was a good thing that he was getting closer to the truth. Conquering the Temple of the Forgotten seemed like a distant dream, however. It was something Michael looked forward to. Even if he had to become a higher life form, or even shed his mortal body before starting his conquest, Michael felt that it would be worth it. He was quite excited. Lilica and the others couldn't understand Michael's excitement at all. First, it was way too dangerous, and a bit reckless to even consider raiding the Temple of the Forgotten. And second, it was extremely dangerous to stay close to the Temple of the Forgotten. If one of the old ones, or races that were much older and stronger than the Elven were to find out about the Temple of the Forgotten, the entire untamed jungle would be turned into a bloody battlefield. Neither Lilica nor her elders had seen an old one until now. However, that was their great fortune, which ensured that they could still stand on their own 2 feet. If they were lucky and their encounter with an old one wasn't that bad, they would only be lying 2 meters under the surface. At least, their tribe would be able to collect their corpses in one piece. That was how terrifying the old ones were. After Michael heard a few stories from the Emerald Leaf Adventure team, he grew more curious. He led everyone to the underground ecosystem and showed the forest elves the Temple of the Forgotten. The pressure it exuded wasn't horrifying, and it didn't look terrifying either. But that was only an illusion, as the forest elves' worries came true soon enough. Lilica was brave enough to use a few steps of the staircase and step up slowly. She quickly realized that the pressure around her increased exponentially and that more words flooded her mind. By the time she took the 4th step, Lilica couldn't lift her feet anymore. Blood trickled out of her ears and nose, and she quickly stepped down the stairs, or fell down, to be precise. Once Lilica regained her senses, she retrieved a few sheets of paper from her war rune and began to write down the words the Temple of the Forgotten transferred into her mind. Lilica tried to imbue origin energy in the words just like the Temple of the Forgotten did, but she was struggling to replicate the words perfectly. The language used was way too complex. Liapam was the second to test out the pressure of the staircase leading up to the entrance of the Temple of the Forgotten. He stopped after the 3rd step and descended after a while. I read records about the conquest of the Abyss Witchery dungeon in the Nebulous Forest. It was the greatest raid of the Forest Elven tribe, and the biggest achievement of Yggdrasil children, at least, while the alliance between the Elven tribes still existed. But why do I feel like this Temple of the Forgotten is far more dangerous? How were they supposed to raid the Temple of the Forgotten? It was simply impossible. Fortunately, the forest elves didn't have to tell Michael about that. He was distracted by the return of Blair and her tracers. They had finished traveling through the cavern system and analyzing it thoroughly, after which they made a report, which could be summarized in a single sentence. All cavern tunnels leading to the deeper levels had collapsed. The earthquake had taken off lots of work from Michael's shoulders. However, he was still slightly confused about what exactly happened and why it happened. He was willing to send a few people to find out more, but Michael was certain that it was a dead end. Interestingly enough, the earthquake seemed to have destroyed a few monster habitats. Many monster habitats had been buried, providing Michael and his army the opportunity to strike as long as the iron was hot. In the next 6 hours, Michael's army killed hundreds of monsters, including quite a few mid-tier 2 monsters. The last day of the cave's conquest ended with much better results than expected. Now that the tunnels in the deeper parts collapsed, Michael could claim the entire lizard cave as his own. He could start constructing a proper mine and create a more efficient way to harvest ores, store them, and transport them to his territory. It required more work to build everything he required, but the thought of the gains he could make was enough to give him the energy he needed. By the time they returned back to the clearing, it was already late afternoon. Michael was given hundreds of corpses to extract, and he did so with a vibrant smile on his face. At last, almost as if the will of the Origin Expanse wanted to reward him for conquering the lizard cave, a mythic summoning scroll dropped from a mid-tier 2 monster. Michael extracted it, and he couldn't really believe his eyes at first. After not having received one for so long, he nearly forgot that some monsters could drop mythic summoning scrolls. Michael had only a few hours left before the spaceship would arrive on Kelta, and he couldn't help but feel that the mythic summoning scroll was a good omen. If the mythic summoning scroll would give him a great summon, he would have a great time in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. However, if he was unlucky just like he had been in the last few weeks, whenever he started another summoning session, his time in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy would turn out horrible. Usually Michael didn't believe in omens, but something told him that he was going to be lucky with this one. The summoning gate vibrated when Michael approached it with the black leather mythic summoning scroll in his hands. It felt like a sign. Show me that I'm not unlucky, Origin Expanse. Let's go, Michael shouted aloud as he broke the golden seal of the mythic summoning scroll. The summoning gate began to tremor the moment the seal was broken. Even before the mythic summoning scroll could unfold itself, it was sucked inside the energy pool. Glimmering sparks of golden light filled the air around the summoning gate in the next minutes as one star after another began to light up. The summoning gate's metal frame continued to tremble. One star shone up. Another followed quickly. 5 minutes had already passed, but the summon still didn't step out of the energy pool. A third star lit up. Half an hour later, Michael's expression was a mixture of confusion and a trace of excitement. Finally, a fourth star condensed on the summoning gate's metal frame. Another 4-star summon. It felt as if quite a bit of luck had been accumulated for this moment, for this summon. The summon's outlines formed in the energy pool, and it stepped out soon after. A sword saber-wielding man wearing the combat clothes of the desert that covered his entire body emerged. He wore a crimson mask to hide his entire face and brandished his sword-like saber in front of Michael before he held it out for his new master to take. I'm the Masked Saber. I'm happy to be of your service, my lord. Welcome, Masked Saber. I'm glad to have you here, Michael said with a fond smile on his face. Michael felt that Masked Saber had a familiar presence and that the 4-star summon was very amiable. How about I show? He was just about to give Masked Saber a guide around the territory when he sensed that their link of loyalty was being formed. At first, Michael thought that their link of loyalty would be frail and easily breakable. Combat summons with a high star rating usually achieved something great, which meant that they were either great leaders, prideful warriors, or exceptional in other ways. Usually, these summons didn't like being ordered around. They were prideful and harder to control than others. However, that wasn't the case with Masked Saber. On the contrary, Masked Saber's link of loyalty was quite firm. It was not yet completed, but Michael could already tell that Masked Saber's link of loyalty was the thickest of all of his links of loyalty, and that included Tiara's link of loyalty. Tiara was already willing to take a bullet in his stead. Was it even possible for any of his summons to have a firmer link of loyalty than the battle made? Michael hadn't been sure about that before, but it had been proven with the appearance of Masked Saber. It was confusing that Masked Saber had a firm link of loyalty, but it was also great. Michael felt good. For a while he felt extremely lucky. It was just too amazing. His territory's population surpassed 5,000 subjects, and his territory developed rapidly in the last 30 days he spent outside the spaceship. How could he not feel great? Few hours later, Michael left the Origin Expanse. He appeared in the cabin and sat down on his seat. Only a few minutes later, the Decalos-class spaceship entered Kelta's range. They were about to land. Their trip was over. His life in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy was just about to begin. Michael almost missed the landing of the Decalos-class spaceship. Fortunately, he returned just in time. It had already slowed down, and the inertia generator was deactivated a few minutes later. Michael had to sit on the safety chair when he stepped out of the runic gate. Afterward, he looked out of the small window in his cabin to witness the spaceship entering Kelta's exosphere. The Decalos-class spaceship entered the atmosphere and shot down to the planet's blue sapphire-like surface like a meteor. Bright sparks ignited all over the spaceship's metal surface as the engines worked against Kelta's inertia to slow down their descent to the ground. The Decalos-class spaceship trembled wildly as multiple forces impacted heavily on it, but it kept descending, slowly finding its way to the spaceship harbor that seemed to grow larger as their distance decreased. Michael observed the planet's surface with the same interest as he watched their descent. Both were fascinating to watch. Unfortunately, it didn't take long before they reached the harbor. The spaceship harbor was humongous, even larger than the spaceship harbor in Elira. Easily towered above all spaceships docked in the docking bay and reached deep underground as well. Soon, the spaceship trembled one last time before it stopped moving altogether. They reached the ground, where the staff went through a safety checklist before the crew was allowed to open the gates to the docking bay. The captain's voice echoed through the speakers across the spaceship. Once the captain finished his short speech, a series of notifications rang through Michael's crystal watch. Suitable network system has been found. Connection to Starnet has been established. Welcome to Kelta, the first human-occupied planet in the Lumina stellar system. Have a nice day. Crystal watch of freshman student Michael Fang has been detected. In the following attached files, you will find the schedule of the next 3 days, the facilities you can use with your current rank, the place and room number of your accommodation, and much more. Remark, the real combat assessment will determine the first rankings. The ranking cannot be challenged in the first week of your arrival. Remark 2, the ranking's daily rewards are doubled in the first month of your arrival. Please give your best to continue obtaining the rewards you deserve. Following the notifications, one of the files opened. It was his schedule. Only 3 days were filled with appointments. The rest was still empty. Today, all students would have to gather in the open auditorium, where the dean would hold a short speech. It was scheduled to start in less than 2 hours. Michael's first reaction was that time was tight, but that didn't seem to be a problem. Apparently, the spaceship from Elira was the last to arrive. Tomorrow and the day after the second aptitude assessment would be held and concluded. It would be much fiercer than before, considering that the ranking would be established, and the daily rewards doubled now that the freshmen from all planets finally gathered at the academy. The rewards were also announced in the files. They were quite high and included better cabins, sapphire points, named summoning scrolls, and much more. However, Michael was not really interested in any of that right now. Whatever, he opened the crystal watch and immediately accessed Starnet messengers. There was no need to rush outside, so Michael rather messaged his brother. However, a deep frown appeared on his face when he saw that his brother hadn't sent a single message over the last 30 days. He knows that I couldn't connect to Starnet messengers during the trip. His focus was probably on his territory and the conquest of the Primeval Pyramid. Michael told himself to calm his nerves. He wrote a short message to his brother, informing him about his arrival at the academy, and sent it over. Once Danny returned from the Origin Expanse, he would know that Michael arrived on Kelta without any issues. Afterward, Michael retrieved the small Lord card that was connected to Danny's Lord ID. Michael wanted to ease his worries by looking at the intact Lord card. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. Michael's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the card that kept changing colors. Did it break on his flight to Kelta, or did something happen to Danny? Michael felt a lump in his throat as he left his cabin. He walked outside without diverting his eyes from the Lord card for a single moment. That was also why he never realized that someone appeared behind him. I'm sorry to tell you this, but you cannot look at the Lord ID copy of other people in Kelta. The distance between the solar system and the Lumina stellar system is too far to transfer details such as the remnants and status of war runes. The Origin technology requires too much energy for such a negligible piece of information. Sorry, Michael, a young and sonorous, yet somewhat distant voice reached his ear from behind. Michael turned around startled, just to be faced with Annabelle Claire. They had never talked with each other before and only fought once during the real combat assessment in Elira. Michael kept looking at Annabelle in confusion, who seemed to notice something. Your name was Michael, or am I remembering wrong? If she said, just to stop as Michael interjected. No, you remember correctly. My name is Michael Fang, Michael said hurriedly. He was still confused by her statement, but his heart was more at ease after hearing her explanation. She glanced shortly at him without a change in expression. Her eyes moved to the malfunctioning Lord ID and her voice softened. If you have any worries, you can just message the authorities and ask for more information. Or go to your teachers and ask them to make a request to the supercomputer in Elira. They'll forward the information you want after confirming your identity and your relationship to the Lord ID of the person you're looking for. It is a little bit annoying, but it reduces the costs drastically in exchange for little additional work. Michael felt much better and he put the Lord card away. If it was useless to look at the card, he might as well not pay any attention to it. Seems like you advanced, Michael said after he thanked Annabelle for easing his mind. They weren't even friends, so Michael considered it a big deal that Annabelle noticed his worry and that she shared important information with him. In fact, weren't they competitors right now? That's only natural, Annabelle said, showing Michael her war rune. It advanced to the first tier and reached the same refinement degree as Michael's war rune had attained. I will defeat you next time we fight, she announced in a determined voice before she stepped ahead. Annabelle left the spaceship and disappeared from Michael's sight. Michael left the spaceship as well. He stepped onto the docking bay where a small robot welcomed him. My name is Robbie, the robot. Please allow me to scan your ID and irises before I guide you to the shuttle buses. Michael smiled weakly at the sight of the child-sized robot. Nonetheless, he retrieved his Lord ID and allowed the robot to scan both his ID and irises. Michael followed Robbie for the next 5 minutes until they arrived in a large hall where only one more shuttle bus was waiting. The others had already departed. Am I the last to arrive? He wondered, glad to be proven wrong as a few more students arrived shortly after him. They entered the shuttle bus, in which more than 100 freshmen were already waiting for them. None of them paid much attention to the latecomers. They continued to mind their own business, which was mostly to analyze the strongest opponents using the videos that had been provided by the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Michael found an empty seat in the back and sat down. Seems like you cannot run away from me, he murmured when he realized who sat on the seat next to him. It was Annabelle Claire, who looked at him indifferently. Running away, me? Stop being delusional. Michael and Annabelle sat next to each other on the way to the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Michael wasn't awkward with Annabelle and asked a few questions. He was very interested in her archery skills. Since their first spar, he felt that there was something profound in her archery skills, and he wanted to learn more about it. Being an archer, whose skills and accuracy had been tempered by Fenrir's memories and the eagle eye's soul trait, Michael did not have a bad start. He was a good archer, had a great foundation, and his experience was not little either. Fenrir's memories tempered him a lot. Nonetheless, he could still learn a lot from the forest elves, who already showed him lots of tips and tricks to improve his mastery. His interest in Annabelle's skills increased drastically after Michael encountered the forest elves. He realized that Annabelle had been much stronger and more talented than he was. In fact, Annabelle was on Lilica's level of expertise, while only being tearless and several years younger than him. Intrigued by how Annabelle became this strong, Michael asked her way more questions than he initially wanted to. Annabelle didn't take offense at the bombardment of questions and patiently answered him. She looked cold and distant on the outside, but she wasn't rude. On the contrary, she was quite open and spoke a lot, though the way she spoke made it seem as if she wanted to keep her distance from Michael and the rest of the freshmen. Michael chose to ignore the tone in her voice. Instead, he listened to her detailed explanations and the small hints she dropped. That way, the two spent the 2-hour trip to the Sapphire Lake Military Academy without a second of boredom. Because the shuttle bus took longer than expected to reach their destination, the students had to rush to the open auditorium. The dean was already standing on the stage. She was an old figure, casting a stark contrast to the young and vigorous faces in the audience. However, her presence radiated vigor and endless power. Her gaze moved through the audience until it landed on the students, who arrived last. A faint smile blossomed on her face as she gestured to the latecomers to find a seat and sit down. She cleared her throat, the scratching in her voice evident. Good morning, freshmen, the dean began, her voice surprisingly loud and strong, and welcome to the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. She paused, taking a long moment to scan the open auditorium and lock eyes with a few individuals in the first few rows. The audience grew eerily silent. Something in the air made it impossible for the students to even think about uttering a noise. You may be feeling nervous or excited today, but I assure every single one of you that you belong here, the dean continued. Some of you might have lost your territories on the way to Kelta, but that can happen. In fact, not many freshmen will be able to stay lords until the end of the first semester. Most of you will probably lose your territory due to various complications and inevitable reasons. Some of you will even die. The dean's voice grew heavy, and every student in the auditorium tensed. Even some of the professors seated far behind the dean couldn't keep their faces straight. They knew too well that the Origin Expanse was a merciless place. But don't let that discourage you, the dean added, her face brightening up a bit. Simultaneously, the tension in the open auditorium eased noticeably as well. You have all worked hard to get to this point, and now is the time to make the most of it. The Sapphire Lake Military Academy will become your wedding stone to transform you the unpolished gemstones into brightly shining, polished gemstones of immense value. As fellow freshmen, everyone in the auditorium must have realized that there are more than 10,000 students. Every single one of you is powerful and an unpolished gemstone. However, not all of you will be able to overcome the ordeals and finish the process. Some of you will fail, others will give up, and many will die in the Origin Expanse. Our task is to provide you with the best facilities and opportunities to grow stronger. We will guide you and give everyone our professional advice. Nonetheless, everyone present has to understand that your future lies in your own hands. If you give up, you will inevitably fail. but if you keep swimming against the stream, you'll be tempered and become stronger than you can fathom." As the dean spoke, her voice seemed to grow in strength and power. It was as if she was channeling all the emotions and experiences of her long career into this moment. In the next half an hour, the dean continued on, encouraging the freshmen to embrace new ideas, seek new experiences, and challenge themselves to grow. She spoke with passion and conviction, her words carrying the weight of decades and great authority. The audience sat captivated in the open auditorium, listening to her intently. Michael, too, stared at the dean with gleaming eyes. He could feel that her charismatic speech reached the depths of his being. It was quite terrifying, if he was to be honest. As the speech came to an end, the dean left the stage with a final nod to the crowd. She might be slow and be affected by the influence of old age, but she had the spirit and power required as the dean of the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. The message she wanted to convey with her speech was also clear: be bold, be curious, strive for improvements, and most importantly, survive by all means. I hope she teaches a course as well, Michael mused in his heart. He wanted to have a talk with the dean, get to know more about her vision of the future, and receive some wisdom from her teachings. However, that had to wait until later. Michael's stomach grumbled loudly. The freshmen around him looked at him with a grin, but Michael just shrugged. "I guess it's time for lunch," he mumbled before turning to Annabelle. They had been seated next to each other while the dean held her speech, and he wanted to continue talking to her during dinner. Her archery training method was quite interesting. Michael hoped that he could find a way to implement her training in his workout routine. That way, he could maintain a great balance between flexibility, speed, and power. "Do you want to have dinner with me? I heard that the cafeteria gives a welcome feast. We won't have to pay a cent and we'll get highly nutritious dishes," Michael asked, unable to keep his excitement under control. The thought of having delicious food created uncontrollable excitement within Michael. He felt energetic and jumped up from his seat, smiling brightly at Annabelle. She looked at him, one eyebrow raised. Annabelle thought about it for a moment and gave him a slight nod. "Let's go then," he said, leading the way. Michael wanted to eat to his fullest. He was not sure when he would be able to fill his stomach with the delicacies cooked by the Sapphire Lake Military Academy's chefs. Thus, he had to make the most use of it. "I think you should take a look at." Since it was already late and everyone was tired, not many freshmen chose to visit the cafeteria. Instead, they visited other facilities, entered their rooms to return to the Origin Expanse, or they socialized with the freshmen coming from other planets. However, Michael was glad about that. He would rather have more food for himself than share it. Wasn't that obvious? He picked up 4 plates and filled all of them to the fullest before he brought them back to the nearby table without spilling any of it. Afterward, he returned to fill 2 more plates. The first round of dishes had been prepared, and Michael was ready to feast. Annabelle, on the other hand, was much more demure. She filled a single plate and ate slowly and with manners. She finished her plate in the same time Michael spent inhaling the aroma of 6 plates that had been filled to the brim. It shocked Annabelle a little bit, but she didn't think too much about it. Some soul traits required a tremendous amount of nutrition to work properly. When Michael returned to the cafeteria staff for a second helping, they stared at him in shock. At first, they thought Michael wanted to hoard some food for the next few days. A few of them wanted to say something, but their chef restrained the overly ambiguous staff. It looked like they noticed something in Michael's gaze. They weren't surprised when they saw Michael gorging on his food in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the staff was shocked to the core. The chefs looked at Michael with fatherly love as they refilled his plates. A fellow glutton never failed to recognize one of their kind. The chefs had all soul traits that consumed a tremendous amount of nutrition, and they naturally thought that Michael was similar. But was that really the case? Michael had always been a glutton, even before he awakened extraction. Michael saw a few familiar faces when he returned to the table with his dishes again. Caleb and the barbaric couple were at the table to eat their daily dose of nutrition. Their body and mind had already been accustomed to eating to their fullest after finishing a huge jumbo plate every single day for a whole month. They filled several plates to the brim and sat down around Michael Frederick to his left with Jacqueline next to him, and Caleb to his right. None of them said a word as they feasted on their meals. This astonished Annabelle quite a bit. She looked at the odd group of 4 people for a while before she blurted out the thoughts that flashed through her mind. "I thought you guys hated each other. Seems like you're just friends pulling a joke on the first day of the trip." Frederick grumbled a few incomprehensible words at Annabelle's accusation. Meanwhile, Jacqueline recalled the day Frederick had been taken and forced to join the limit breaker course. She felt like throwing a drumstick at Michael at the mere thought of the troublemaker. Meanwhile, Caleb shrugged while continuing to eat. After dinner was over, everyone was satiated and happy. It was pretty hard to feel sad with a stomach that had been filled to the brim with extraordinary mouth-watering delicacies. The entire human race would have to be on the brink of destruction to disturb Michael's happiness after tonight's dinner. He ignored a few banters a few students started in the cafeteria and watched the staff intervene after a while. The students ought to beat the shit out of each other tomorrow during the real combat assessment. They had enough time to beat each other until one of them gave up. While listening to the quarreling students, Frederick and the others were reminded about the real combat assessment. Caleb wouldn't join since he had yet to become an awakened, but Frederick was ready to fight Michael once again. He wanted a rematch and was certain that he had worked hard enough to defeat Michael at last. After all, he had finally advanced to Tier 1, and his degree of refinement exceeded Michael's by now. Frederick Kalbenheim used his resources to surpass Michael, and he wanted to show once and for all that he was more talented than Michael. He acknowledged that Michael was a prodigy, that the young man without special background was powerful, and that he progressed rapidly. However, Frederick had to fight and defeat Michael. Otherwise, how could he even think of becoming the son of the freshman and defeat other prodigies if he couldn't even fight Michael head-on? What Frederick didn't realize was that his hatred toward Michael had dispersed a long time ago. Rather than considering him a bastard or a nobody who didn't deserve to join the Sapphire Lake Military Academy, Frederick began to see Michael in a new light. The trip to Kelta changed his mindset a lot. Now, Michael was not a nobody anymore. He was a rival on equal footing. The dorms were an interesting place. Everyone had their own decent-sized room that was not spacious, but more than enough to feel comfortable. At least Michael felt comfortable with a big bed, a small table and a chair to study on, and a big empty space that was slightly larger than the bed. Of course, the rooms could be upgraded, but Michael was satisfied for the time being. After he reached the dorm, he opened Starnet Messengers and clicked on his chat with Alice Zenovia. Michael, good afternoon, Professor Zenovia. I cannot access my brother's Lord ID and want to make a request about it. Can the supercomputer on Elira or the government forward the status of Daniel Fang's Lord ID now, and whenever a change occurs to me? If the latter is not possible or not allowed, I can manually request an update on Danny's Lord ID every week or two. That's not a problem. Michael's message was nothing special. However, he was more formal than usual with Alice Zenovia. Until now, she never paid too much attention to his behavior, but Michael felt the need to be more formal with his request after learning that she was his teacher. Just tell me that Danny is fine, and everything will be perfect, Michael told himself before he opened the runic gate to the Origin Expanse. He entered the Origin Expanse just to crash down on the bed and sleep soundly. Sleeping in the Origin Expanse saved lots of time. It even gave him enough time to start a light workout after he woke up. The light workout was a test to see how well he could replicate Annabelle's training course. After they'd exchanged contact details, Annabelle sent him a few video files. Some of the workouts she did were explained in great detail, and Michael imprinted them into his mind. He did Annabelle's workout and figured that it was pretty nice to combine them with his body refinement workout. It loosened the tension in his muscles and allowed him to build a greatly balanced physique. After a light workout, Michael read through the daily report, extracted monster carcasses, and summoned new subjects. Once that was done, he gave a few orders to initiate the start of the high-scale mining project. Everyone went to work, except Masked Saber, who stayed by Michael's side. In just one day, Masked Saber reached the mid-refinement stage of Tier 0. Since he had been summoned, Masked Saber spent most of his time researching the untamed jungle's topography and learning more about the territory's military might and development progress before he went out to hunt on his own. Masked Saber was a lone wolf who hunted more than 30 low Tier 1 monsters in a day all by himself. That was a terrific achievement, and it showed that Masked Saber was far from an ordinary summon. Michael got to know that Masked Saber had the ability to shroud his weapon in silver energy, enhancing his damage output drastically. A single attack, precisely aimed at a vital point, was enough to finish off a low Tier 1 monster. Great potential, powerful ability, and terrifying combat prowess. Did he die too young to attain a higher star rating? Michael murmured quietly as Masked Saber approached him. If Masked Saber had never attained any special achievements, his star rating might have been suppressed to 4 stars. At least that was the way Michael looked at it. Masked Saber seemed too unique for an ordinary 4-star summon, but that was also why Michael was so intrigued in Masked Saber. The summon was simply too unique. He deserved Michael's attention. Growing increasingly interested in Masked Saber's combat prowess, Michael challenged his summon to a spar. Let's spar, Masked Saber. Masked Saber nodded his head, unsheathed his saber, and changed into his combat stance. He pulled the saber back and moved his empty hand forward while bending his knees to lower his body ever so slightly. Michael smiled at Masked Saber's fast response. He manifested Saron Valge and got into position as well. The next moment, Michael looked into the black eyes hidden behind Masked Saber's crimson mask. Both parties reacted simultaneously. They kicked their feet off the ground to burst forward and swung their weapons the next second as they reached close enough to attack. Michael swung Saron Valge diagonally to cover as much space in front of him as possible. However, Masked Saber reacted in time. He forcefully halted his approach, twisted his blade, and struck down the silver glowing saber as Saron Valge's blade passed by. Saron Valj was pushed down, taking Michael by surprise. He didn't expect Masked Saber to evade and counter-attack so easily. What was interesting to note was that Michael's physical strength was 2 or 3 times higher than Masked Saber's. He had several Tier 1 artifacts, completed the first stage of the Berserker physique, and was at Tier 1. Each of those reasons was enough to tell that he should be faster and stronger than Masked Saber, yet the 4-star summon easily predicted his attack, evaded it, and counterattacked by utilizing the tremendous force Michael had put into his slash. I think you should take a look at. Saron Valj shot into the ground, and Masked Saber pushed forward. His left hand grasped Saron Valj's pole, while the silver glowing saber lunged forward like a python. Michael wanted to pull Saron Valj out of the ground and block Masked Saber's attack, but Masked Saber's flat hand pushed the pole down, preventing Michael from launching a counterattack and deflecting the saber's strike. Michael grit his teeth, retrieved Saron Valj in his war rune, and dived to the side. He rolled on the ground and jumped up smoothly. Afterward, Saron Valj manifested in his hand once again. Michael took a deep breath while looking at Masked Saber, whose saber rested calmly in his hand. Masked Saber turned slowly in his direction, the silver glow around his saber intensifying. "Looks like I cannot win without my soul traits, what a shame," Michael murmured in his mind. He felt confused. On one hand, it was exceptional to have Masked Saber as his summon. Their first exchange showed clearly that Masked Saber was much stronger than his rank suggested. At the same time, Michael felt a little bit weird. Masked Saber was adept at picking up his opponent's flaws and using them, but that was not all. Masked Saber had high mastery of energy utility, and he used his opponent's superior strength against them. Somehow, Michael felt like he was watching a powerhouse like Fenrir. It was a little weird. Despite the weird feeling in his heart, Michael could tell that he could use his spars against Masked Saber to fix his flaws and get rid of his bad habits during combat. The good thing was that Michael could trust Masked Saber. His link of loyalty reached perfection, a state that could only be topped by a true link of loyalty. However, for that, they had to share countless life and death situations and save each other from death multiple times. A true link of loyalty allowed telepathic communication, sharing of pain, and much more. It was a great feature, but also something that only few could establish. Even his brother wasn't able to establish more than 3 true links of loyalty with the summons he fought side by side for years. All in all, he felt really great about having found a great summon, and decided to focus on eliminating his flaws with Masked Saber's help. Michael took a deep breath while calming his nerves. He didn't manifest the Onyx Dragon armor set yet, but he began to utilize his soul traits now. It was something Michael didn't want to do before because he thought that he would win too easily against Masked Saber if he was to rely on his soul traits. However, their first exchange showed quite clearly that he had been too arrogant, too full of himself. If Masked Saber had been an enemy who was after his life, Michael would be dead by now. Taking this into consideration, Michael exhaled deeply before utilizing lesser enhancement on Saron Valj and his eyes. Simultaneously, he exerted eagle eyes, further amplifying his eyesight. Saron Valj was shrouded in a white hue while his eyes shimmered white and golden. Masked Saber sensed a change in his lord's presence, and he readied himself for the second clash. A second silver light manifested in the air around the silver glowing saber, but it dispersed soon after. Masked Saber didn't have enough energy to unleash his abilities in the way he did before he died, but that was something Masked Saber could acknowledge easily. He lowered his body further and waited patiently for Michael to attack. Michael shot forward the next second. He thrust Saron Valj forward, while vigilantly eyeing Masked Saber's response. Masked Saber moved to the side, ready to counterattack, when he realized that Saron Valj's trajectory changed all of a sudden. The long blade inched closer to Masked Saber's head. Masked Saber, who already had a hard time evading the first attack, struggled to lift his saber to block Saron Valj. However, just as the blades were about to collide, Masked Saber's mind trembled. His sight blurred and his entire body felt eerily heavy all of a sudden. Michael whipped Masked Saber with a spirit whip a quarter of a second before their weapons collided. Using his superior strength and speed, Michael's Saron Valj impacted hard upon his opponent. Masked Saber's grip around the saber loosened and he let go of the saber. Yet just as Michael sensed victory, his expression turned ugly. Masked Saber shot forward, and a small dagger appeared in his empty left hand. Saron Valj shot past the desert combat clothes of Masked Saber, not even grazing them, forget about cutting inside his body. Meanwhile, a cold blade soon found its way toward Michael's neck. "I lost," Michael blurted in confusion. At first, he was disappointed and scolded himself that he could have fought much better. However, after a second or two, his expression lit up. He realized that he had a lot to improve and that he could become much stronger. "I want a rematch." After a few more spars with Masked Saber, Michael finally won his first round. He was not satisfied with the result, because he only won due to his soul traits, artifacts, and higher tier. He still needed to work a lot on his skills, so the victory was not sweet for him. Nonetheless, Michael was quite excited. Masked Saber thoroughly explained what mistakes Michael made and how he could get rid of his bad habits rather easily. Michael listened patiently while feasting on well-prepared Tier 2 meat dishes, with the first crop the farmers in his territory had harvested a few days ago. The vegetables his people harvested a few days ago were highly nutritious, and they stored some origin energy as well. Just by eating the vegetables was it possible to refine his war rune. Though the refinement was insignificant for Michael as a Tier 1 lord, it was very useful for his subjects. Just by eating the meat and vegetables they procured on their own, it was possible to practice the body refinement technique, sacred rectification, and accelerate the absorption rate while practicing Pandemonium's Requiem. Michael was full of energy and slightly excited when he finished his meal. He was totally ready for the second aptitude assessment. Now that he was done with the tasks in the Origin Expanse, Michael left. He returned to his small room in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy and left the dorms. Was this place so huge yesterday as well? Michael blurted out after spending more than 10 minutes navigating through the place that felt like a maze to him. Turning around when he stepped outside, he noticed that the dorm was a huge skyscraper with more than 50 floors. It was more than 200 meters tall and towered high above Michael. To think that I didn't notice that when I arrived. Maybe I was too hungry, Michael mumbled to himself before he turned around. He opened the map of the Sapphire Lake Military Academy on his crystal watch and began to look for the hall he had to be in first. According to my schedule, I have to be in Block B, Physical Testing Zentrum NR, 4 in 30 minutes, Michael read in his mind while searching for Block B. Only now did he realize that the Academy's campus was a humongous area that housed way too many buildings and facilities for both students and staff. The campus was spread out over multiple blocks with wide streets and walkways connecting the buildings. Michael could also see quite a bit of greenery. The walkways were lined with trees, bushes, and benches, providing ample opportunities for students to sit and relax in between courses during breaks. There was even a huge park that seemed to be frequently visited to practice nature-related soul traits, go for a run in the nature, or to do parkour using natural obstacles to prepare for the worst case in the Origin Expanse. Michael wanted to train his reflexes and nimbleness using natural parkours as well. However, he was too busy finding the physical testing zentrum on the map. Once he found it 5 minutes later, he had to run. Block B was quite far away from his current position. Michael had to run a few kilometers in the next few minutes. That was still feasible, and it gave him enough time to study Sapphire Lake Military Academy's map thoroughly. He figured out where he had to go once he finished his work in the physical testing zentrum and where all other facilities were located. Libraries, laboratories, classrooms, shops, and administrative buildings for faculty and staff were neatly organized. It was not difficult to remember where everything was located since it made sense. Overall, Michael felt that the Military Academy's campus was more like a university campus, a bustling and vibrant environment where students could learn, socialize, relax, and build their futures without worries. It wasn't the cruel and merciless training camp Michael expected to encounter. At least the competition for the real combat assessment will be fierce, Michael thought as he entered the physical testing zentrum where his physical assessment was held. Many students were already being tested. They demonstrated their speed, spontaneity, physical strength, stamina, and so on. When it was time for his appointment, someone called out his name. Michael walked over and started his physical assessment. Michael's War Rune's refinement degree didn't improve a lot, but his breathing had changed fundamentally, decreasing his stamina consumption and the time he required to replenish stamina. However, that was not all. He finished the first stage of the Berserker physique, which increased his physical standard by a notch. As long as he continued practicing the second stage of the Berserker physique, he would be able to compete against lower Tier 2 beings in terms of physical strength while not even being a Tier 2 lord. That was possible, and something many wanted to attain a powerful physique that had long surpassed the threshold of the ordinary. After his physical test concluded with a test of his reflexes, Michael rushed over to his next appointment. His memorization ability was tested next. Third, he had to sit for a knowledge test. By the time Michael's fourth appointment was held, he had already visited 4 different blocks. It felt like his schedule had been prepared to force him to run through all the corners of the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. At first, he was a little annoyed about that. However, Michael quickly realized that the authorities wanted the freshmen to acquaint themselves with the large, sprawling campus of the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. The freshmen ought to understand that the Sapphire Lake Military Academy had every possible facility to unravel the hidden potential within everyone. Archery ranges, boxing rings, parks, gravity rooms, ranches, breeding facilities, taming grounds, forging rooms, alchemy houses, entire faculties focusing on enchanting, artifacts, and much more. The military academy had everything. Not everything could be used free of charge because certain facilities required a tremendous amount of resources to be used and maintained, but that was only obvious. When Michael reached his final appointment, before the real combat assessment would start, he met up with Harry Barron. "I think you should take a look at." The soul power testing device was fastened to his body through belts, and Michael activated both Eagle Eyes and Lesser Enhancement. Lesser Enhancement's soul power increased by 6 units and reached 75. Meanwhile, your 3-star soul trait Eagle Eyes improved from 169 to 205 soul power units. I'm not going to lie to you, Michael, both increases are quite crazy for a young lord. Either most of your subjects love you, or you were pretty fast at expanding your territory's population, Harry Barron explained with a tinge of excitement in his voice. Some of the staff members and students looked weirdly at Harry Barron, but neither Harry nor Michael paid them any attention. The two of them had spent a month talking about soul traits, soul power, and various theories that squirmed through their heads. They had gotten a lot closer, and their relationship wasn't that of a normal researcher and student anymore. Harry Barron thought of Michael as a fellow lover of research and seeker of the truth. He respected Michael and the few well-thought theories he had shared about soul power. Michael never really did anything special in his opinion. Until now, Michael merely blurted out what he thought when he spoke with Harry. "I think it's a little bit of both, but is the increase of my soul power really that surprising? I mean, 6 units for a 2-star soul trait and 36 for a 3-star soul trait doesn't seem out of the world," Michael responded calmly to Harry. He learned that soul traits with a lower star rating received a lower enhancement from a subject's link of loyalty, no matter how firm the link of loyalty was. Basically, the tier advancement of the War Rune provided a standard amount of soul power to all soul traits. Meanwhile, the links of loyalty increased the soul power by 0.0001, or even less according to Harry Barron's studies. He reached this conclusion after conducting research on 10,000 participants who had soul traits ranging from 1 star to 3 star. It showed that 3-star soul traits received the highest amplification of soul power from a single neutral link of loyalty. Thus, Michael thought that it was only obvious that Eagle Eyes had a higher increase in soul power than Lesser Enhancement. "It's not that simple, Michael," Harry shook his head. "You have to consider that the number of links of loyalty increases as you expand your territory. But there is also another important factor that has to be taken into consideration: compatibility. This is something I'm currently researching, so please take my answers with a grain of salt. My theories might be proven correct in the future, but please listen to me and consider my theory," Harry said before he looked at Michael with expectations. Michael gestured to Harry, who smiled brightly before he continued to speak. "The theory is pretty simple. Compatibility can be divided into 2 sections. First, a soul trait's compatibility with the wielder can influence the increase of soul power. This kind of compatibility is inherited, but it can be improved by comprehending the soul trait and mastering it," Harry explained the first point. He waited a moment to watch Michael's reaction before he continued with the second point. "The second theory is that you have many archers, or subjects who have trained their eyes for a long period. Your subjects are more compatible with the Eagle Eyes soul trait." The staff members eyed Harry with doubt, but they noticed that Michael's reaction was different to the other students, who were still waiting for their soul power test. Michael thought seriously about Harry's theory and frowned deeply. "So you think that I'm more compatible with Eagle Eyes than Lesser Enhancement, or that my subjects are more trained in using their eyes, which increases their compatibility to the Eagle Eyes soul trait, resulting in the increase of 36 soul power units within a month?" He asked with a raised eyebrow. Now that he thought of it, he realized that it was not impossible. Harry's theory could be right. However, to figure out more, Harry would have to create a complex formula and undertake constant testing of every lord who was willing to spend lots of time and effort to prove Harry's theories right. "That's exactly what I thought," Harry exclaimed excitedly, only for his smile to crumple a moment later. "Unfortunately, it's way too hard to prove these theories correct. The government won't give me enough funds to enter the next stage and deepen my understanding of the 2 theories. Forget about starting the experiment with thousands of lords. The funds I've been given won't even be enough to pay a satisfying fee to 10 lords. Usually the reports of thousands of participants were needed to prove a theory right. Of course, it was possible to prove a point with far less, but the government became a lot stricter over the years. Michael didn't know the exact reason, but it didn't really matter. It was a fact that Harry wouldn't be able to prove his point until he found a few more pieces of evidence that hinted toward the necessity to fund his theories. However, Michael doubted that this would happen for quite a while. Nobody was keen enough to spend tens of billions on such an experiment. It was more important to fund other things, such as the growth of the newest generation of lords. Of course, Harry's research could help a lot. If proven right, his theories could turn into a practice on how to increase a soul trait's soul power, using specific training methods for all subjects to increase their compatibility with their lord's soul trait. However, it was too expensive to prove the point. And as a matter of fact, lords with a high star soul trait usually had more benefits in the first place. Their soul power increased rapidly to begin with. Hence, they did not require Harry's theory because it would mostly help those with weaker soul traits. Thus, even Michael didn't really feel that it was worth it to fund Harry's experiment. He could use his soul star fragments to increase his soul trait's soul power and their star rating. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Michael said a little awkwardly. He cleared his throat and took a look at the time. Unfortunately, I have to go now. The real combat assessment is waiting for me. Afterward, Michael disappeared quickly, leaving behind a few stupefied staff members and Harry Barron, whose expression turned complicated. But the real combat assessment won't start before afternoon. Michael waited patiently in Combat Arena NR6 until the real combat assessment began. His initial plan had been to enter the top 500 in the freshman ranking because it would give him great daily rewards, but he realized quickly enough that it wouldn't be easy. The freshmen were split into 10 combat arenas where they would fight on the first day. Tomorrow, the strongest students would meet up in the first combat arena, and then the initial ranking would be out based on their performances. However, Michael immediately perceived that every single freshman in Combat Arena NR6 was powerful. The pressure they exuded naturally was anything but ordinary. Each and every one of the students was confident and well-trained. Comparing them to his former classmates in high school was an insult to his fellow freshmen. None of them seemed weak. It caused his heart to skip a beat. The corner of his lip tilted upward, so that's what people mean when they talk about ordinary lords being frogs in a well. These lords haven't even seen a glimpse of the ocean and feel like they're at the top of the world, Michael thought. This time, the real combat assessment would be far more dangerous than before. All freshmen from the Sapphire Lake Military Academy would compete against each other, not only the best 1,500 who made it through the assessment in Elira. The lessons and courses during the month they traveled to Kelta demonstrated the military academy's attitude and resources. The lessons they could obtain from the professors and instructors here was exceptional. It was even greater than the teachings most freshmen had obtained after their families spent a fortune. The competitive spirit was extremely high, and the rewards of being in the rankings were too great, which was why everyone wanted to enter the top 500. The Summoner Corps was especially valuable. However, Michael felt that the competition between the families was even more terrifying. Michael noticed that many students glared at each other, and that some began to throw shade at the others' families. Some of their insults were over the top, purposely taking a jibe at their family name and dragging it through the mud. But then again, the other sides reciprocated the insults with equal fervor and took it to the next level. Michael thought that some of these people would pounce at each other, but they held back. They knew that the referees would interfere and that they would fight each other sooner or later either way. Michael heard a few, "I have to win to keep our family's image. I will win and honor my family. And let me show you all how great I am. My power will show everyone that my family provided me with the best resources." Michael didn't really feel like listening to dumbass idiots, but he had to acknowledge that their arrogance and self-confidence was quite funny. Michael was glad that he wasn't that arrogant yet. He was quite excited for his first fight. Seeing the numerous medics and adventurers with high-ranked healing soul traits who were ready to jump into action at any moment, Michael figured that there was no reason to hold back. But that was when a small problem came to his mind. "I used Spirit Whip quite often in the past. If my opponent is too strong, I'll probably use it subconsciously." Michael thought about the possibility for a while. At first, he wanted to keep Spirit Whip a secret by all means. However, he realized that it was not that important. Even if he exposed his third soul trait, others wouldn't be able to do anything. They might envy him for possessing 3 combat-related soul traits, but that was it. Nonetheless, Spirit Whip was his trump card, and he was going to use it well. It was early afternoon when the last students arrived. Not much later, the referees called up the first combatants. Each combat arena had 10 combat rings that were occupied by more than 1,000 freshmen. It didn't take long before Michael was called up as well. His first fight in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy was about to start. Michael entered the combat ring in which a lean young man was already waiting for him. He had ocean blue eyes and long golden hair. Even his skin shimmered in a golden hue. Michael retrieved the Onyx Dragon armor set and the Siltang bow. Simultaneously, he observed his opponent. The young man retrieved an armor set, a golden helmet, and a set of silver daggers. He entered a combat stance that allowed him to burst forth with great speed once the battle began. Mid-stage Tier 1, and stronger pressure as a lord than Frederickelright. Michael didn't know who his opponent was, but he could quickly analyze him. He changed into a defensive stance and grasped the frame of his bow artifact tightly. The battle started a moment later when the referee gave the signal. The young man, called Jeffrey Liburn, kicked his feet off the ground and shot forward. His body glowed golden and he disappeared the next moment. Michael was already using eagle eyes. lesser enhancement was utilized, enhancing his eagle eyes, his artifact's strength and amplification. The moment lesser enhancement came into effect, Michael saw a distortion in space where Jeffrey Liburn disappeared. The small golden streaks were inconspicuous, but Michael noticed them at last. He instinctively condensed an energy arrow while drawing the bowstring back. A moment later, Jeffrey appeared several meters ahead of his previous position. Teleportation, Michael wondered in slight surprise. He regained his composure and released the energy arrow after adjusting his aim a tad. The arrow whizzed through the air, but Jeffrey disappeared once again. The arrow didn't hit anything and plunged into the ground. Meanwhile, Michael retreated to the border of the combat circle. He didn't know how large Jeffrey's range was, so he had to make sure that his back was safe so as to not fall prey to unexpected attacks. But Michael quickly realized that it was not necessary. Jeffrey reappeared a few meters in front of him again. The distance he can cross with every jump is short, a few meters at most, and there is a slight delay. I think you should take a look at. Michael continued analyzing Jeffrey. Simultaneously, he released a third energy arrow. This time, however, Jeffrey didn't use his soul trait. Instead, he accelerated further and crossed the last few meters separating him from Michael. The third arrow wasn't lethal. Jeffrey evaded the arrow easily. However, the fourth arrow was far more terrifying. Michael reduced the distance to Jeffrey and released the fourth arrow from a close distance. Even if Jeffrey was physically stronger and faster, his expression changed at once upon seeing the energy arrow approaching him like a bullet. The enchantments on the silver daggers lit up, and they began to vibrate rapidly as Jeffrey slashed out. The energy arrow collided with the vibrating blade. Jeffrey's expression changed drastically at the moment of impact. It was easy to tell that Jeffrey didn't expect the force of the energy arrows to be that high. He saw that Michael drew his bowstring back for the fifth time and cursed it in his mind. The next moment he looked towards his left and disappeared. Michael observed the combat ring intently. He predicted where Jeffrey would appear and released the fifth arrow. It shot through the air when Jeffrey reappeared. However, the arrow didn't hit the young man. Michael clicked his tongue in disappointment before he continued with the fight. Jeffrey looked at Michael, gritting his teeth before he exhaled. His golden shimmering skin turned brighter and the origin energy inside him began to churn. The next moment Jeffrey disappeared again. Yet instead of taking his time to reappear a few meters ahead, his teleportation was instantaneous this time. He jumped 3 times in a row and appeared next to Michael. Michael's eagle eyes moved rapidly through the arena. They landed on Jeffrey whenever he reappeared, and a sense of understanding dawned upon him. However, before he could make use of his understanding, Michael had to escape this tricky situation. He twisted the siltang bow, manifesting an energy arrow, and released it with a half-drawn bow. The energy condensed arrow was not as strong as usual, but it was strong enough to put Jeffrey in a predicament. The arrow was about to hit Jeffrey in the head when he blocked it with his silver blades. Jeffrey was about to slash down after blocking the silver blades, but Michael was already in front of him. The siltang bow was nowhere to be seen. Michael clenched his fists and delivered a heavy sucker punch with his left hand before he jabbed with his right. His attacks were quick and precisely aimed at Jeffrey's vitals. The young man struggled a moment before he sliced at Michael with his silver daggers. Michael dived to the side, manifested Saron Valge, and slashed behind him in a horizontal motion. Fuck, Jeffrey cursed while lifting his daggers instinctively. A moment later, he felt that Michael's strength had increased once again. A white hue engulfed Saron Valge. Unsure about the true extent of Michael's soul traits, Jeffrey disappeared. Space distorted and he appeared a few meters behind Michael. Michael turned around as quickly as he could, but Jeffrey vanished once again. What a slippery dude. I cannot get hold of him. Michael was forced to watch Jeffrey with great vigilance, and it was beginning to annoy him a little. A single wrong move and his first fight would result in a humiliating loss. He evaded Jeffrey's attacks a few times and escaped defeat several times by a hair's breadth. His opponent was nimble and able to utilize his soul trait more often than Michael had first assumed. Nonetheless, Michael was able to say a few things. With his current mastery, he shouldn't be able to, Michael thought, condensing an energy arrow before shooting it in an empty area exactly 5 meters ahead of the position Jeffrey disappeared from. Jeffrey thought that he had been targeted, but he didn't expect Michael to have fully analyzed his soul trait in such a short period. It hadn't been that long since the battle started. The energy arrow pierced into his shoulder the moment Jeffrey reappeared. He screamed out in shock and instinctively used his soul trait 2 more times to escape Michael's control. Unfortunately, that was exactly what Michael predicted beforehand. An arrow impacted where Jeffrey reappeared. After the second arrow impacted his thigh, Jeffrey suffered a great shock. He tried to stay on his feet, but the shock prevented him from continuing to use his soul trait. Without his soul trait, Jeffrey's strongest advantage had now disappeared. Another arrow pierced his other thigh, forcing the young man to the ground where he screamed loudly. He didn't have much energy left, but he wasn't willing to go down like this either. However, Michael didn't show any mercy. he released 2 more arrows that pierced his legs, teleportation of exactly 5 meters, and only in the direction you look. Without the activation of your body refinement technique's unique effect, you wouldn't have been able to negate the delay of your teleportation either, Michael said quietly to himself and Jeffrey, who had stopped screaming by now. He stared at Michael in hatred, but there was nothing Michael could do about that. He didn't really mind, either way. In fact, Michael would have continued to shoot at Jeffrey, but the referee had already lifted his hand to signal the end of the battle. Your soul trait seems to be very strong, but it's probably extremely hard to control. You're very strong, Michael acknowledged while making a mental note about Jeffrey. He wouldn't underestimate Jeffrey the next time they met, that was for sure. Jeffrey's teleportation soul trait would turn more terrifying once his range of teleportation expanded, and once his mastery increased, allowing him to use his teleportation more flexibly. However, by then, Michael would become much stronger as well. He left the combat ring, leaving the medics enough space to tend to Jeffrey's wounds. On the other hand, Michael was unscathed. His energy consumption had been quite high, and he had been under tremendous stress, but he was physically uninjured. Michael consumed an energy pill to replenish his used-up origin energy before he sat down on a bench to rest. It was not perfect, but I did a decent job, that's for sure. He was glad that he didn't rush to improve his war rune in the last few weeks. His opponent's war rune had a higher degree of refinement, but he didn't win. Why was that the case? There were multiple reasons, but the most important was that Michael had focused on other things in the past few weeks. He diligently accumulated combat experience, fixed some flaws, finished his Berserker physique's first stage, and focused on his soul trait's control and utility. That being said, his improvements had already been pretty fast. It was just that his war rune didn't undergo any significant change. The last 30 days had been used to focus on his foundation and strengthen the foundations of several things in his territory. Even if Michael wanted to, he couldn't rush the process. With a soul trait such as extraction, he had to focus on the foundation. Otherwise, he would end up becoming a useless fool with countless soul traits, but who was unable to use multiple soul traits at a time. Simultaneously, he would have a huge paper army rather than a mighty, invincible army if he ended up rushing the progress. Either way, Michael was excited. Observing the fights in the combat rings, while resting showed quite clearly that his first impression hadn't been wrong. There were many powerful students among the freshmen. Even those with seemingly weaker soul traits were powerful simply by knowing how to use their powers properly. The techniques they used were impeccable and a sight to behold. He watched the fights with great interest and learned a lot about the extent to which certain soul traits could be used. First, he watched a young woman summoning a demon. The demon was at the same stage as the young woman. They fought together against their opponent, who summoned a bone armor to cover his entire body. The bone armor had tiny gaps at the joints to ensure high flexibility, but the young woman and the demon weren't able to inflict injuries through them. Whenever the demon and the young woman were about to injure the young man, he covered his joints in a second layer of another bone armor. The bone armor of the young man moved around his body like a tightly knit cloak, seemingly alive, protecting him from most wounds. That worked fine until the demon had enough. It let out a shrill cry and ripped out one of its arms. Black blood oozed out of the arm stump, but it began to heal rapidly. The demon's extraordinary regeneration was fully unleashed. The ripped-out arm in the demon's hand turned into black fumes, which both demon and the female summoner could control. The black fumes shrouded the young man's head, where it tightened and compressed, cutting off the young man's access to oxygen. He was forced to inhale the black fumes whenever he wanted to breathe. Slowly, the young man's movements grew heavier. He began to twitch and writhed in pain after 5 minutes and collapsed on the ground not long after. The female summoner won, but neither she nor her demon summon were unscathed. The young man had manifest bone spikes all over his armor and shot them out like a porcupine. The young man didn't go down without giving his all. He fought with all his might and caused both the demon and the female summoner to bleed a lot. After their battle was over, Michael's attention moved over to Annabelle. She was fighting against a freshman, whose entire body was covered in thick metal armor. The freshman wielded a broadsword like it was a thin stick, blocking most of Annabelle's arrows while inching closer to finish her off in close combat. Annabelle didn't allow the approaching metal colossus to distract her. She remained level-headed and released one arrow after another. Annabelle analyzed the movement patterns of the metal colossus until he was at a distance of 8 meters from her. By then, she changed her tactics suddenly. She activated her soul trait, and her presence changed at once. In the next 5 seconds, Annabelle released 7 arrows in succession. At first, Michael thought that she sacrificed her accuracy to release 7 arrows in such a short time span, but he couldn't be more wrong. Annabelle's arrows were terrifically precise. The arrows pierced through the metal armor's joints where the defense was the weakest, taking the audience and her opponent by surprise. Weakened and slowed down, the freshman in heavy metal armor was fated to lose. Yet Annabelle didn't show him any mercy. She continued to bombard her opponent with precisely aimed arrows until the referee announced her as the winner of the battle. Some found Annabelle to be over the top and that she should have shown mercy, but Annabelle couldn't care less about those no names. If they weren't willing to fight until the very end, they should have chosen to attend a different academy. In the next battle held in the same combat ring, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. A young man transformed the moment the referee started the battle with a signal. Crimson scales covered his body, a long lizard tail extended out of his tailbone, and large dragon wings grew out of his shoulder blades. A single flap was enough to create strong gusts. The ground beneath the young man began to melt as the temperature in his vicinity increased rapidly. I think you should take a look at. The young man's presence changed. It was altered by the tinge of dragon might that swept through his entire being. Once his transformation was completed, the young man was overwhelmed by the emotions sweeping through him. He issued a terrifying roar that affected the audience and some combatants in the other combat rings. While the young man's transformation to a dragonoid was striking and majestic, the young woman opposing him wasn't impressed. She retrieved a pitch-black dagger and a few dark vials of blood from her war rune. The woman cut herself deeply with the dagger before she threw the vials into the air. A single slice was all it took to cut the vials open. The glass vial shattered and the glass fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the black viscous liquid inside the vials was now levitating in the air. The young woman's eyes glowed bloody red. The blood gushing out of her body shot toward the black liquid, defying gravity. It fused with the black liquid and was pulled back inside her body. Not a single droplet of blood was left behind as the young woman retrieved it inside her body. She could control blood using her soul trait and used it to merge with the black liquid. In response to taking in a strange liquid, the woman's veins turned crimson. The glow in her eyes intensified, adding an eerie and deadly aura to her appearance. But her body's transformation and acceptance of the foreign substance was not yet over. Claws grew from her hands and her tan skin turned into a mix of black and bloody red. She clawed herself a few times, inflicting tiny claw marks that were deep enough to pull blood out of it. The black dagger disappeared in the woman's war rune, but looking at the huge black claws she had, nobody thought that she required a dagger to fight. She condensed tens of blood needles by pulling blood out of her body. The blood needles were darkish red in color and rotated rapidly. Then, once fully condensed, the blood needles burst forward. The young man who had transformed into a dragonoid couldn't evade all of the attacks. However, he didn't deem that necessary in the first place. He coated his wings in origin energy before folding them in front of him, creating a shield. Most blood needles were blocked successfully. Yet the moment the first blood needle pierced through the layer of origin energy and the young man's dragon wings, everything changed. Michael was not sure what happened, but less than half a minute after the first blood needles entered the young man's body, he burst apart. The young man wasn't even able to do something before his body burst into countless pieces. He died just like that, or so it looked at first. Two medic teams rushed to the combat ring the moment the young man burst into countless pieces. Two adventurers unleashed white and silver lights from their bodies. The pieces of flesh and organs of the young man stopped in their tracks, hovering in the air. The next moment, more than 10 high-ranked healing traits were utilized on the young man. Michael was not sure what kind of miracle he was watching, but in less than 2 minutes, the young man opened his eyes, once again his body fully intact. The young man had been healed and pulled back from hell after the Grim Reaper reaped the young man's soul. Is that the power of high-ranked soul traits? Being able to pull someone back from death, Michael figured that this kind of soul trait could only be used when the deceased died not long ago. Maybe a few seconds was the limit. Nonetheless, the ability to resurrect someone from death was already terrifying enough to throw Michael and most of the audience into a state of shock and awe. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing just now. Despite originating from big families, none of the descendants had seen something on the same level as resurrecting the dead. Michael stared blankly at the young man who had just been resurrected. The young man's body trembled in shock, but his eyes were clear. It was obvious that he hadn't realized what had just happened. "Damn, isn't that woman too fierce?" someone near Michael asked. Michael turned around to see who had already regained his composure to burst out loud. However, what he saw surprised him quite a bit. 3 young men, looking exactly the same, stood next to 2 young men who stared at the battlefield without a tinge of surprise. Neither the young woman's fierceness nor the miraculous resurrection of the young man seemed to have fazed them. They were looking ahead impassively as if they had seen worse things in life. Who are these guys? He wondered. I could defeat this woman in a single strike. This is nothing special, one of the 2 nonchalant guys said without a change in expression. You guys have a lot to learn to realize that this is nothing in the world we're stepping into by entering the extraterrestrial. The guy lecturing the triplets was almost 2 meters tall. He was muscular and had short brown hair. His eyes were also brown and of a color similar to his tan skin. His appearance was above average, but he wasn't exceptionally handsome. Nonetheless, the reason many people paid more attention to him was his confident demeanor and clothing. He wore expensive clothes, which had a unique insignia engraved on them. The insignia depicted a large stone fist that smashed on the ground, breaking it apart. Michael's attention was drawn to the insignia as it was weaved with a trace of origin energy. These two seemed to hail from bigger families, Michael thought as his attention moved to the other guy, who nodded when the tall brown-haired student said that he could finish the blood-controlling student with a single strike. The second guy was not as tall as the brown-haired student, but he was no less intimidating. His build was athletic, but he was more on the leaner side. However, he had heterochromatic eyes that caused Michael to feel the chills. One of his eyes was green, while the other was black like the abyss. Even the white of his eyes was much darker than it should have been. It looked quite terrifying. The student with heterochromatic eyes wore expensive clothes, and he had an insignia engraved on them as well. The insignia was different though, showing a black eye shrouded in golden sparks. Even if we can defeat her, she's giving her best to be picked for the battle exchange just like everyone else. If you think that the battle exchange with the berserkers and warlock centaurs is not worth going all out to soak your hands in the blood of your opponents, you guys have to learn a lot more about this world, the student with heterochromatic eyes said to the triplets. Everyone had been taught in school that killing your opponents in the origin expanse was essential. It was a necessity to ensure that your enemy couldn't recuperate and prepare thoroughly to attack you when you least expected it. Being merciful would lead to your doom. That's what everyone had been taught in the past. Nonetheless, it was never easy to make your first kill. Michael struggled a lot at first as well. His first blood was the worst because he had killed a human, but the next few times weren't necessarily better. He felt bad about killing for a long time until he noticed that he would end up dead the moment he hesitated to deliver the killing blow. They've been taught differently from the fundamentals, Michael thought while observing the two young men. He had already seen their fights before and clearly recalled that they didn't have to do much to defeat their opponents. Their fights had been quite simple, overwhelming victories that didn't require much effort. That was how their fights looked on the outside. Michael figured that they had powerful soul traits, and both their war runes and their presences were extremely powerful. Compared to most of the other freshmen, they felt like polished gemstones, whose hidden potential had already been unraveled, while everyone else was still a rough gemstone covered in dirt and impurities. The triplets' eyes glowed brightly as they continued to talk to the two freshmen. Michael was also interested in their discussion, so he got up from his bench and took a step closer to them. He cleared his throat and did something he wouldn't usually do. He tried to be an extrovert and socialize. Sorry for butting into your conversation, but I unintentionally eavesdropped on some of it. Michael started slowly, trying to find the right words only to realize that he failed miserably. You sounded very confident when you said that you can defeat the female student, who can control blood, that too, with just one strike. Michael tried to keep smiling even after he saw that the two students did not like his interjection. Are you guys confident to make it into the top 100 of the freshmen? There was no malice in his voice and no hidden intentions. The two students thought Michael wanted to provoke and ridicule them for their statement, but that was not the case. On the contrary, Michael was merely curious if those two students would make it into the top 100. According to their response, Michael would get to know whether he would make it into the top 100 or if he would struggle to make it into the top 500. We should be able to. Why are you asking? The student with heterochromatic eyes asked, still doubtful of the stranger joining their conversation. I just wanted to know how strong the top 100 will be to see if I have a chance or not. Michael responded with a light shrug. That's all, Michael nodded. The brown-haired student saw the determination in Michael's eyes, and he couldn't help but smile lightly. To be truthful, I think our parents will travel to Kelta and beat the shit out of us if we're not even going to make it in the top 100 of the first year. They would probably take away all their investments, he said half-jokingly. Michael figured that the tall, brown-haired student was a little bit more relaxed. He didn't seem to doubt Michael anymore or mind answering him. Understanding that Michael wanted to compare his strength with theirs to see if he had a chance to enter the top 100, the tall student didn't feel like shooing Michael away. Are the two of you from big families then? Michael blurted out without thinking. He was not too sure where he had seen the insignia engraved on the two students' clothes, but they seemed familiar. The triplets and the two powerful students looked at Michael feeling dumbfounded. It was rare to find an ignorant fool, especially in a place like the Saffir Lake Military Academy. However, it looked like they had struck the jackpot. They were a little curious about the newcomer. Not many were daring enough to jump into the conversation of other people, especially not if two people in the conversation had a presence like the two powerful students. Both of them were already Tier 2 lords, and Michael could feel heavy pressure radiating from them that reminded him of Fenrir. At first, Michael thought that it was killing intent, but he was quickly proven wrong when he recalled what Harry taught him before. Is that what Harry considered soul power overflow? I think you should take a look at. When young lords awakened strong soul traits, often they could not properly control their soul traits and the soul power they naturally exuded. What did that mean? The two students had extremely powerful soul traits which they cannot even control after advancing to Tier 2. I'm Lincoln Pedra from the Pedra family. I'm the descendant of one of the high nobles. The tall, brown-haired student introduced himself. He gestured to his friend, who exhaled deeply. Zeke La Vita. Also a descendant of one of the high nobles, the student with heterochromatic eyes introduced himself shortly. He saw that Michael's lips parted to ask another question, so he quickly intervened. Lincoln and I are childhood friends. We're hopeful of making it to the top 10 and yes, our soul traits are 6 stars. Our families have been close to each other for the last 500 years. No more questions about our families. Michael didn't expect to encounter the descendants of two high nobles so soon, but it was quite interesting. Zeke La Vita merely revealed information about them that could be procured with some research, but Michael was still thankful that he shared it, though it seemed a little bit forced. But what surprised Michael the most was that both Lincoln and Zeke had 6-star soul traits. Danny was already extremely powerful with his 5-star soul trait, so he could not even imagine how powerful the two students in front of him would be. The publicly known statistics said that 50 of all awakened will be starless at first. They would awaken their soul trait later after accumulating more soul power. Most of them would awaken after advancing to Tier 1, but their soul traits would mostly be 1-star or 2-star at most. The rest of all awakened had a 30 chance to awaken a 1-star soul trait, a 15 chance to awaken a 2-star soul trait, and a 4 chance to awaken a 3-star soul trait. The remaining one made up the probability of awakening a 4-star and above soul trait. Michael nodded his head at that answer. He could tell how rare and powerful high-star soul traits were. Nonetheless, he was not shocked to the core. His soul trait was much stronger than a 6-star soul trait. Extraction might only be a 4-star soul trait for the time being, but he could use it to procure more soul traits and improve his existing soul traits as long as he was given enough time. Curious about the triplets, he turned to them. Michael expected them to possess high-ranked soul traits as well. We don't have 6-star soul traits, but we're the descendants of a minor noble. One of the triplets hastily blurted to avoid any misunderstandings, while the second added, and as you can see, we're triplets. The third snapped his fingers and revealed a mischievous smile before he continued what his brothers left out. We belong to the Barsht family and are called Janus, James, and Jarg. While watching the triplets, Michael felt a little weird. Somehow he thought that he was watching 3 monkeys that were trying to act like humans only to fail miserably. The triplets had brown eyes and hair. They were rather short with an average height close to 1.6 meters, and their arms were out of proportion. Their hands were a little too big, and their arms were too long compared to the rest of the body. If they let their hair grow and attach a tail to their tailbone, they can be considered monkeys' weight. What am I even thinking about? Michael shook his head and returned his attention to Lincoln, Zeke, and the triplets, but he noticed that their attention had already moved to a young woman who had just arrived at the entrance of the arena. It was Alice Zenobia. What is Alice doing here? Michael mumbled quietly to himself, but the others heard him as well. Zeke lifted an eyebrow and asked Alice, I know that you're ignorant, but you shouldn't call Professor Zenobia by her first name if you want to stay alive, that is. Aren't you exaggerating much? Michael asked in his mind, but he didn't speak his doubts aloud. Yet Lincoln noticed exactly what Michael was thinking based on his expressions. He could only shake his head at that. What kind of reckless fool did they attract today? Zenobia family is one of the supreme families. Furthermore, Professor Zenobia is a prodigy with a rare elemental combat 6-star soul trait. Her territory suits her soul trait perfectly as well. She summoned a legendary summon from her fortune summoning scroll, and she is likely to become one of the youngest queens in the Origin Expanse. She is already a Tier 5 powerhouse at the tender age of 25, and has a Tier 5 Glacier Flood Dragon, a mythical creature, guarding her. Don't fucking provoke her. Michael could instantly tell that neither Zeke nor Lincoln wanted to get on Alice Zenovia's wrong side, and he could clearly understand why. Is she that powerful? I never knew, he mumbled, which caused even the triplets to shake their heads. You should really study the nobility, clans, and influential families of mankind, Janus remarked. If you don't do that, James added, you will die miserably. Jarg finished. Oh well, I guess, Michael said, agreeing that they had a point. He saw Caleb walking behind Alice, but Michael could tell that Lincoln, Zeke, and the triplets would beat the shit out of him if he were to wave at Caleb and shout his name loudly. Just as Michael thought about doing it, Caleb turned his head in their direction. He recognized Michael with a single glance and tilted his head. He raised an eyebrow and stared at the odd group before he raised his hand, lightly greeting Michael without saying a word. Michael smiled and raised his hand to respond with a peace sign. Zeke noticed the exchange between the two and frowned. What did I just see?